Hi.
Uh,
شو راسل.
my Schlazen is up. Is that a phallic reference?
Hi.
Hey, Shanae.
AI overlord. How are you?
Whoa.
How you doing?
I'm peachy keen, except I got an injured weenus. If you don't know, that means your elbow.
What are you doing?
I just bought a new knife. Now I'm drinking a Mountain Dew.
Oh, you drinking?
Yo, here, I'll show
Okay,
you a
see you
picture of
later.
the knife I bought.
No, 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 no. I will not.
Man, dude was getting embarrassed that he's in a flat Earth room. His globe mother might find out and disown him. It is, bros. My favorite knife I ever bought. Oh man. I think I might have to check on the other status because homie freaking ran away, bro. Right over to politics. What a guy, man. No tanks. He's like railroad tracks. I'm out of here. Go do the rounds. I might be back to stream some gameplay and chill and kill. Let's see, what could I call it that rhymes? Chill, kill, glow birth curvature is nil. There we go. That rhymes at least.
The earth is not flat. It's a sphere.
Uh, guys, hello, hello, guys. Um, I have a problem here, guys. I have a problem. You know that I'm currently living in Iran, and I was able to connect to the internet after 5 months. Yeah, 5 months straight. I was not connecting to the internet, so this is my first time being able to connect to internet. So, and now I have just 5 minutes. There's just only 5 gigabytes that I will be able to listen to the word. So I have a message for the word. Listen to me. Just uh, I need the freedom, right? So it's like prison here. It's glad to be. Um, what the fuck? Wait. Um, so nobody is from America. America. Like I should kill you. I should not kill you. No, I love you. You're so sexy. But I should kill an American, because I'm from Iran, and they should kill you, because you're enemy. Yeah, because you're attacking. You bomb my fucking country. So I should kill you right now, because you bombed me, right? If someone kill your mom, what would you do? You will kill him or rape him. I do the same thing to you, because you're.
I don't know, dude. That's kind of
so,
gay.
Huh?
So that's kind of
I'm
gay.
not gay,
I'm
bro.
gonna mute you
No.
now. Take that somewhere else. Hey,
The other dude did.
being a
The other guy
minority doesn't make you wrong. Like think about what you're saying. Your own globe model that you would die for. Somebody who was the first glober was in minority. In your own lore, a bunch of Greeks
Yeah, but
discovered that the Earth was a globe. They were a minority.
that was over 1,000 years ago when nobody knew anything.
Yeah. The
Now,
Romans
now we
didn't think it was.
actually know shit.
Nobody knew
Now we know. So,
anything.
but yes. So maybe 1,000 years from now, you will be in minority. But the minority point is ridiculous. The Greeks, in your own legend, the Greeks discovered the Earth was flat. Guess what? The Romans, globe. The Romans didn't think it was a globe back then. The
What the fuck am I
Vikings
hearing?
didn't think it was a globe. The
Because they didn't
Chinese,
know. They didn't know
so
any
they were
better.
in minority. Oh, so the Greeks were wrong because
They
they were
didn't
in
have the
minority.
technology.
Okay, so why
to
do they know
prove it.
now? What evidence do they have?
What do
to
you
know
mean? Why
now?
do they know now? Because of technological advances. We
All right,
have
give-
All right,
satellites.
give me your
We have
evidence.
spaceships.
citation. Provide a citation.
Provide a citation for what?
What technological
Spaceships?
advancement let us know beyond reasonable doubt that Earth is a globe?
Can I walk off the fucking
Are
earth?
you
been a
seriously
plane?
asking for that?
Yes, I am.
Right.
Are you
Yes, we are.
grandstanding?
This VC is
Are you
dedicated to
stalling?
this
I
question.
mean, you guys are sitting at computers, right?
He's a glober and he's
Guys,
asking that.
guys.
Like,
Oh,
for crying out
so
loud.
having a computer now proves the Earth is a globe.
Where does it tip
Well,
over?
I'm saying you could
Where's
do
the
research
edge?
yourself.
I gotta ask.
Hang
Where's
on,
the edge?
hang on a second. Narf, go for it.
Okay.
Narf, shut the fuck up. Please continue.
Yeah. So what credentials do you guys have? Where did you guys study?
Are you just like rewinding past the past 3 minutes or something like that?
Well, I'm going back to my
You
first
said there's
question 'cause
technological advancements that
nobody
prove the
answered
Earth
it.
is a globe.
Yeah, there is.
Go ahead. That's a
We
positive
don't
claim.
live in the Stone Age anymore.
All right. So what technological advancement? Again, I'm asking again. Beyond a reasonable doubt, proves that it's a globe.
Satellites,
Can you-
cameras.
Hold on. Is it impossible to have satellites?
mean-
Is it impossible to have satellites on a flat Earth?
Have you never seen a picture of the Earth from space?
Oh, so pictures of space. Can you validate that they're actually from space?
Can you prove that they're not? Were you
Well,
there?
you're the one that's claiming that these are verifiable images that show Earth is a globe from space.
Can you prove to me how the hundreds of thousands of scientists over the last 1,000 years have all said that the
Oh,
Earth is a
boy.
globe? And you're trying to disprove them?
Hold on.
But you don't have
is
any
what
credentials.
people say a technological advancement?
You don't have any credentials to do it.
Oh, so now we're appealing. So you went from technological advancement
Yeah,
to
I am appealing to
to
authority.
majority and appealing to credential.
I will.
And you don't know my
appeal to
credentials.
authority.
I actually do have credentials.
Okay, well,
so
then let
don't
me
worry about
hear
that.
it. Let me hear it.
It's not relevant. It's not relevant.
It's not okay. So it has nothing to do with what we're talking about, which is my
Exactly,
exact
just
point.
like what
You
you're
don't-
saying.
You don't
Now,
know what
appealing
you're
to
saying.
majority has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Because, like Peter said, a few centuries ago, the majority was that they believed that it was flat.
Few
You said,
centuries
"Oh,
ago,
now technological
was-
advancement tells us that they were wrong, and we're right
like,
now, right?
over 1,000
What
years
technological
ago.
advancements?
I don't know where to start with you. You're kind of.
Bro, just start with
you're
yourself.
We're
You said there's
telling you
technological
where to start. We're telling you to show proof, evidence of curvature that can sustain basic scrutiny, and you're avoiding this. We're telling
no,
you we're showing you the path.
all you're doing
You're
is
just
turning.
mumbling.
You're turning it on me. I asked you a question, and then you're turning
I'm
it on
happy
The
to
me.
answer your
default
question.
position
You won't
of
even
all
say your
humankind.
credentials because they're irrelevant.
Hey, humankind
should
was
be
not
just end of
born
discussion.
knowing that the Earth was a globe. Humankind was born knowing that the Earth was flat. Then some Greeks discovered, in quotes, that it was a globe. So walk us through that process of
You know how
discovery.
things
Take us for the
advance, like
journey.
the medical field. You know how things advance over time. We discover
You always
things.
talk over people like you're just
discover
saying
new
generalities
species.
now. You're saying
Well,
generalities.
yeah,
You know,
I'm trying
up
to
until
explain to you
recently,
how
people
it
thought
works, how
that
society
the cause
works.
of disease was bad air, and bad smells as opposed to bacteria. So, like, things evolve. Walk us through the
Air
details,
quality
not
actually
just.
bad air quality actually isn't healthy for you. So you're wrong there.
Oh my God! Well, go back into 17th century London and make your case to those guys. They love you. But now you would tell us that a basic medical book will tell us that it's bacteria, right? Or viruses or things that
Yeah,
spread through liquid
that's how it works.
fluids. Right. So walk us through
So
the
explain to me
process
how.
of discovering the
Explain to
globe.
me.
Discover it for us.
Explain to me how. Once we did discover the Earth was a globe, and it was a unanimous thing across the entire world, explain to me how that opinion
No,
has
it
never
wasn't.
changed since.
That was never. When? So what? Now
Wait, so tell me what part of the world doesn't think the Earth is a globe and it's flat? Because you
Well,
just
the
said
part
no, it
right
isn't.
here, for example, it's not by
Me?
country, but it used to be. The Chinese were flat earthers into the 1700s, I believe, as a
Okay,
civilization.
what part right now?
1900s. They were flat earthers in the
As
1900s.
a civilization, as a culture.
And 30 million people still live in caves in China, so that tells you
Sure, I
where their
know. So
country's at.
Jesus Christ, So yeah, today in China, being an authoritarian state, if you said the Earth is flat, you'd end up in a gulag. Okay, but that's not the point. The point
Come on, dude. Can
is,
you prove the globe, please? We just want you to just make an
yeah, just
argument.
walk us through the discovery, like discover it together
I
with
don't
us.
even know how to answer that question. I mean, you guys are
Just
sitting
say
in
you don't
computers.
know,
You
man.
can
Yeah,
look
yeah.
shit
Just
up.
say, look, the correct answer that you could tell them that they would respect.
The burden of proof is not on me, so I'm not even gonna play this game with you
Don't be
guys.
afraid to say you don't know. Also, just for the record,
I don't know. I already
us,
claimed I'm not a
unlike you,
scientist. The first
unlike,
thing I said when I came in here was I don't have the credentials.
okay, unlike you, we are not afraid to
But neither
change
do you
our
guys.
view on the shape of the Earth. We already changed our view once. Every single one of us was born and educated as a glober. We changed our view once. If you, unlike you, if you provide us with proper evidence and proper argumentation, most of us, I can't say all, but most of us will change our mind back to globe. We're just asking you to demonstrate it to us.
Hey, Peter, did you notice what he said? Right? When we pressed him on the fact that, he's allowed to say he doesn't know, he said, "Oh, I already said that. When I came in here, I
I
already told
already
you guys
did.
when I already came in, I already told you guys when I came in here, I don't have the credentials, but you. Yeah, way to
Yeah, he
change it.
conflated credentials with knowledge.
Yeah, like what a retard. Like, bro.
What is
His
retarded with what I
argument,
said?
his
Watch this.
argument
How is
basically
that
Watch
is,
this.
retarded? What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
watch
You
this.
equate
How about this?
credentials with knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah, check this out,
Yes,
right?
that is how society
No,
works.
no, but
Go
this
to
is where you're
university
wrong, right?
and
How about
study
this? How about this,
physics.
right? How about
You
this?
have
Yeah,
knowledge
don't
in
talk over
physics.
me.
That is
Yeah,
how the
don't talk
world
over
works,
me.
guys.
How
I
about
know
you
you
don't
guys
talk
probably
over
have
me?
never been to
How
school.
about you don't talk
physics
over
in
me?
college. How
Hold
about
on,
this? All right. All right,
Hang
let's shut
on.
this
I
argument.
wasn't fucking done. All
This
right, check this out,
argument
right?
is still.
Peter,
He
shut the
said,
fuck up for a second. I wasn't fucking done. Are you retarded too? Christ almighty. No.
Peace and quiet. All right, now. You
No,
get
20
percentage get
cups was
muted.
going. What he was going. He has.
Percentage can get muted. All right, now 20 cups is going to get unmuted, so he could talk. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. What I was getting at, Narf, is most of us in here don't have credentials either, but we know shit. Right? You see the difference? And if you want to prove us wrong, then you have to bring shit that you know. If you don't, then just say so. And he bounced.
if I may,
Easy.
I want to
Go
play.
ahead, Peter.
I want to play his argument back at him. His argument is like this: he doesn't have credentials. We don't have credentials. Therefore, whatever the status quo is, prevails. Well, I don't have a degree in physics, but I did study medium level of physics, let's say in university, right? So, using his own argument, I have better credentials than he does. Therefore, what I say stands.
Listen, he couldn't handle being muted for greater than 15 seconds, so he left.
I mean, it's not easy. Nobody ever mutes you, so you don't know how that feels.
That's not true. I go places where I get muted.
just
Somebody
muted
just
him.
muted me. Dude, I used to be on the FED panel all the time, and after a certain time, they started to mute me quite often.
Well, we are brothers in arms then.
Yeah, I forgot the rule. You can't mute someone for longer than 2 times a fish attention span.
I think it's okay.
That guy was a low quality glober.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good thing that that guy can just stay on the globe side. It's fine. It's a win-win.
Yeah, he basically said that he has no credentials to be able to vet anybody that allegedly has credentials. So the only thing he can do is accept consensus because it's the absolute schmuck easiest thing he could possibly do.
Sorry for blowing everybody's ears out.
Yeah. So real quick, so basically if you reduce his claim to its logical conclusion, he basically just said, whatever the world religion is, I'll believe.
As long as they have a piece of paper saying they're qualified to tell us that.
I mean, to be fair though, like since he left, most of us take that stance for some things, at least in life, right? There's not enough hours in the day for us to deeply research every single aspect of modern civilization. But you know, few people go deep on the shape of the earth. So that's why these globers are often caught off guard, because they haven't spent even 10 minutes thinking about this.
Sure. And then, you know, I could sit here and say 2 + 2 = 4, but I'm not less right than someone with a PhD in math. Like, you know, doesn't make them like their version of 4 is better than mine. It's a stupid argument.
There are some people who argue that 1 × 1 is 2.
Yeah, well, I'm not those kind of people. He might be. The guy, whoever that guy was.
To be fair, that's a language problem, not a math problem, right?
Which one? The 1 × 1 is 2?
Oh, well, a lot of the alleged math things are just a problem with language. Like, for example, 0.999 = 1. No, it doesn't. That's obvious on its face. Only a retard would say it does. And so they do a whole bunch of language gymnastics to try to show you how 1 is equal to 0.999. But it's a language convention problem, not a math problem.
Right, right. You know, I remember hearing that thing, 1 × 1 is 2. I never dove into the guy's reasoning behind it. Sounds dumb, but what do I know?
Well, the guy's a glober. The guy who promotes that is a glober, so that's all you need to know.
You there, Peter?
I am.
Yeah, yeah. So, all right. So, I'm all about strengthening arguments. So, I said, there's no evidence that you can have a burning ball of plasma gas in a vacuum. And then you said you're talking about maybe the nuclear fusion reactor thing, which I have heard about. So, can you tell me where I went wrong there? And I'm more than happy to look into it.
Yes,
And
I would love to. So fusion reactors do exactly verbatim what you said. There's a ball of gas that becomes plasma that is burning in vacuum, because that happens in a tiny vacuum chamber, right? So that statement, if you add it to it because of gravity, then you would be correct, because fusion reactors don't compress gas using gravity. Even in their own model, like the mass of the gas is too small to have that effect, right? Gravitational collapse. But they have a they have a vacuum chamber, or to say it precisely, an extremely low density chamber, right? Since vacuums don't exist. And in it, they have hydrogen, and they compress it, and it burns in quotes, right? Because when they say the sun burns, they don't mean oxidization, they mean nuclear reaction. So that happens, right? On Earth at small scales in many places worldwide every day. So, you know, just correcting you on this one.
yeah, that's good. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They claim it's suspended in a magnetic field, not gravity.
That's just
that's
that,
what he was saying.
yes, the compression is not using gravity.
And the magnetic field is sustained by what?
Electricity
Which is sustained by what?
by some other power source.
No. Hold on. The container. It's inside a container that's generating the field. So
Yes, there is a
it's in a
container, but
container.
the compression of the plasma is not done using the container. It's using well, depends on the technology. There are several different ways.
Dude, none of it occurs without the container surrounding it and holding it with the
Right,
magnetic
right,
field.
right, right. But now, and no offense, now you're kind of nerding out on our favorite argument with the container. But I'm only correcting him on one statement. A ball of plasma in vacuum burns on Earth right now in several places, different countries worldwide. Right? That's it.
Is it
There's
technically
no
a
other.
vacuum if it's, is there technically a vacuum if there's a magnetic field in it? Still a
No,
vacuum.
it's not a vacuum because vacuums don't exist. Like I said, it's an extremely low density chamber.
Yeah, dude, magnets don't count as a present object within an empty space, dude.
A magnetic, you're saying a magnetic field doesn't count as like a substance or a medium.
Typically, when people say vacuum, they mean shorthand for a volume of space where there is very few particles.
Yeah, and don't forget they don't claim that space is a perfect vacuum either. So you can't say, oh, it's not a vacuum, therefore it's not analogous.
Right. And when I said space, I didn't mean outside of the Earth, just a volume where there are very few massive particles, right? Because I don't think we say that the light beam, you know, that spreads through the volume.
Robot again. Or is it just me?
It's him.
Yeah, he started roboting.
Can I, real quick, DJ, you brought up something so fucking brilliant I never thought of when you came to, because I obviously speculate when they, that people ask the why, like, why are they lying? Who's all lying? There'd have to be so many people lying, blah blah blah. And obviously, I speculate on that too. You brought up such a good point that I never thought of where NASA themselves don't even know the shape of the Earth, right? They just have to know that space travel isn't possible yet, allegedly. And I never even thought about that. And I don't know.
Yeah, man. I think that while there could be a stack of people lying, I can't provide a single name on a list. If someone was to ask me who's lying about they know the Earth's flat and lying about it being a globe, I couldn't present a single name for anyone throughout all of history. People think, oh, what about the astronauts? It's like, well, where did they go? How did they test that the Earth's flat and that they're lying about it being a globe? I don't think that lying about space means that they know that the Earth's flat and they're actively telling people it's a globe when they know it's flat. So
Yep.
yeah, that's yeah.
No, it's a brilliant point, bro. Like again, like dude, I've been in, researching this shit for about 7 years now, and I've never to myself made that correlation. Like I always assumed, like, yeah, if they're in, like, if they know they're faking it, they probably know the Earth is flat too. Like, I don't know. That's a brilliant point.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's a bunch of people, have that same point, but yeah, I think that that's an accurate way. And because when the globe earthers say, "Oh, how could they all be lying? How could they all be in on it?" That's kind of them making that claim or strawmanning us with that claim. While it could be true, we don't have evidence of someone actively doing that. And I think that once you dig into the history of the globe, it's kind of like could just be a big mistake. It could just be an inverted coordinate system mistaken for reality.
Right.
because the globe is essentially just a sky coordinate system which has been inverted from a celestial coordinate system into a terrestrial coordinate system, and that's still what we use to this day. And even the maps that we're using with the lat long, it's just, or the WGS 84, it's just the same thing. It's just an inverted sky coordinate system basically, and it's useful. It's actually a very logical way of making a coordinate system out of the way that the sky appears. And it did originate from flat earthers. I mean, all of the ancient depictions of the earth, some sort of celestial sphere type system, because that's how we see the sky, in the way that our perspective works. And then allegedly people like Pythagoras came along and said, "Oh, as above, so below," right? Because the heavens are depicted as a perfect sphere, a celestial sphere. Therefore, the Earth must also be a sphere because spheres are the most divine shape. And apparently, that was adopted by other people like Aristotle and Plato and all these other people after him, and they took that same hermetic max. Oh, I forget the exact terminology, but they took that idea and they basically ran with it. And they turned the celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere, and the celestial equator became the terrestrial equator, the celestial poles became the terrestrial poles, and so on. And still to this day, we just use that same thing, and all of the map projections that we use now are just sky coordinate systems inverted into a terrestrial coordinate system and then flattened out onto a piece of paper. And then people think that coordinate system is reality.
Right. Absolutely. And that, again, like the explanation right there, like it's almost, I don't want to say blowing my mind, but it just opens up a whole new perspective of the question of like, well, how all these people have to be in on it, right? I always assume that not many have to, but I assume those people did know, the people that were in on it and were part of, whatever kind of deception, they, knew the earth was flat. But now it's, again, the way you just explained that, there could be so many more, like all of that. The highest level at NASA, at least to me, they had to have known. But the way you're breaking that down, it opens up a new way of looking at it where they really don't have to know. Like a lot less than I even thought, which was already a small number, have to actually know to be pulling off these deceptions and stuff. And some of it's not even deception, right? Some of it, they just assume that they're telling the truth. Like, I don't know. And obviously, I knew there was both sides to it. Like, there's a lot of people that just didn't know and they assumed. But the way that you kind of brought that up and explained it, it kind of brings a new perspective, at least for when I look at how this is all being done and the people are lying, etc.
Yeah. I mean, and it could be a big deception as well. I mean, so these ancient Greeks, the Greeks liked making up these heroes, or whatever you want to call them, these mystical characters like Eratosthenes and Pythagoras, and there isn't actually any evidence that these people even existed as we've been told, and actually said or did any of the things that they're attributed with. There's a mathematical historian called Pierce Percival Hall from the University of Cambridge, and he explains in a video. It's a good video. It's actually put his clip into my recent video. And he says that, yeah, Pythagoras is just bullshit. Everything you get taught about Pythagoras is just nonsense. There's no evidence for any of that, and there's no way that he could have even invented the Pythagorean theorem because they didn't even have that concept of numbers back then. And everything is just basically could just be bullshit. He said maybe. He says maybe there could be some guy, and let's call him, say, Bob Pythagoras.
Yeah.
And so if that happened, if these ancient Greeks did say that the Earth's a globe, they didn't have a model globe or anything like that. The first model globe wasn't until the late 1400s, and it was junk. Some junk, like weird looking globe that was all completely off what you would consider the Earth to be. Now, apart from it being some sort of globe shape. And so basically it doesn't really seem like the globe even became a thing that was accepted widely until at least the maybe like 500 or 600 years ago, when the Jesuits went around the world allegedly and pushed the globe model everywhere. And then from then until now, I guess it's been uh, becoming more popular until, I guess, the 1900s, or somewhere between the 1700s and until the 1900s. It started to just become like the normal thing that people believed in, not because really they had any empirical evidence for it, but just because that's what's getting pushed by
Right.
the mainstream.
Yeah, I love it.
And there could be a lot of errors in what I just said, but I mean, it's something along those lines, I guess. How much do we really believe about the history that we get told? How can we trust it? How much of it's just faith based?
Well, it's
And
funny
could
that
it be?
you even bring up that little thing on history. I've talked to people that claim that they know this happened, they know that happened. It's like, well, and I make them define what they mean by know, right? Because to me, there's a big difference between like something like something that has proof, to something that has evidence. Like evidence is a spectrum, proof is an absolute, right? Like you can have a little bit of evidence, you can have a lot of evidence, right? Overwhelming amount of evidence. But when it comes to history, the best you can do is have an overwhelming amount of evidence, and that's the absolute best you can do. So I agree. Like when it comes to history, we don't know anything for sure, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, excited
Could be
for your.
something crazy, some crazy history that we can't,
Yep.
completely
Yeah.
different to what we get taught.
Yep. I love looking into stuff like that. Obviously, this is not the time or the place to talk about that, but I do go there.
Yeah, man.
hmm Yeah, with your video, kind of what you briefly explained. I never heard. I never. I didn't know how little they admitted they know about certain figures like that, like with Pythagoras and stuff. That was super cool. It gives me
Yeah,
more ammo when talking about these things because Globers love to use that as bits of evidence and stuff, and now I actually have like
yeah. Most
yeah
globe earthers have no idea about any of that, and
yeah
even a lot of flat earthers don't. They haven't looked into that. But I remember when I started looking into the history of the globe, I was like, "What?" I thought I thought there was something more. Like I thought they had something more than
hmm
what when I looked into it, I'm like, shit, it just came from bullshit. It's just,
yeah, and that's what sets you
and
down the
there's,
path of being a flat earther, finding out like all that shit you assume that they had all this concrete shit, it all falls apart between your fingers when you try to pick it up.
well, yeah, even, I mean, I was a flat earther for like 6, 7 years before I even started looking into the history of the globe. That was just, I don't know, 6 months ago or something like that. I'm like, oh, I'm going to start looking into the history of the globe. And once you start digging into it, it's like, shit, they don't, like, they,
You give them more credit than
it's
they
so
were deserved.
muddy. It's so muddy. Yeah, man. It's completely like just muddy history.
hmm
Have you read the book or seen the movie 1984?
Yeah, Orwell or yeah,
Yeah, man. Once
I
you
read it when I was
start
younger.
look into the history and then start relating the history to the book 1984, it's crazy how similar it is.
hmm
Like the Ministry of Truth, that seems to have happened where they not necessarily. I mean, a lot of books were burnt, I guess, or removed, but a lot of books were just rewritten and then passed off as this was, we would have no idea what would
Yep.
happen. What did the original book say? Well, we don't know. Because they go through everything and they change everything, and they had actually did that. I forget the guy's name who did it, but there's a whole thing where they basically were rewriting history. And then like in 1984, they had told everyone in the world that they had invented airplanes and other things that were already invented. And some people knew that those things were already invented, but most of the people in the world thought that the Big Brother or whatever had invented airplanes, and then they changed the maps as well, right? Look at the old maps. The old maps were completely different, but they were consistently different to a certain extent.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 1984, they had tricked the whole world into thinking that the shapes and sizes and layout of the world was completely different. They completely just changed the maps, and the general population thought that that was what the world was. And that could be the case right now as well, because they're using this this coordinate system and just saying that this coordinate system is the real thing, but it could be something completely different. But the coordinate system still is useful. So I don't know, man. It's
Right.
it really ties into 1984 a lot.
Yeah.
Which is
Well,
cool.
Where's the
not even
stars?
not
Where
even
are them
just that
stars,
book.
Nick?
They seem to put a lot of like little bit like breadcrumbs in a lot of different like popular media, movies, music. You know what I mean? Like obviously with the Orwell, it's a little on. Like I like to look at that as like very on the nose. like wow, they're really he really just went there. But
What is 1 AU?
1 AU, is that something Australia? I don't know.
It's a very important number.
What is it?
Well, let me check if you're a member. Let's see. No, you haven't paid your $5.99, so you don't get the secret truths.
Aw, another special club I'm not a part of. Darn.
Oh,
I'll infiltrate you guys
come on,
later. I'll figure out the
come on,
truth.
bro. You've heard this one before in high school and shit. It's one astronomical unit.
It's the distance from the Earth to the Sun. No, it's just one. It's just one, right? One what? 1 AU. Well, how long is 1 AU? Doesn't matter. It could be 3 million miles. It could be 93 million miles. It could be 100 million miles.
One
Because when
AU
we
is
look,
one gold.
when we look out, listen, when we look out into the sky, we see angular relationships between things. We don't see distances. So how do they do stellar parallax measurement? Any idea?
Me? No, not so much.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Okay,
do, but
so
not the trigonometry,
what they
right?
do
Using
is
parallax. Yeah.
they take a measurement, then they wait till the sun is on the till the Earth is on the other side of the sun. So 1 AU displaced from its original position. So now you have a baseline of 2 AU, and that gives you enough variance in the angle to compute a stellar parallax measure, right? And how do they know the distance from the Earth to the sun? Well, because of the transit of Venus, because they assumed Venus was the same size as Earth. So it's just one big circular reasoning.
Right.
Man, we should have told them that 1 AU was one gold.
Yeah, I saw that. That's funny.
So when people ask me how big is the flat Earth, I say 1 EU. One Earth unit.
Oh shit, I didn't even see Morvis already posted that. Fuck. Way to steal my joke, dude.
How did we forget to unmute presentation? Nah, he's good. Yeah. You know, not only is like the really early history of the globe idea really weird, the progression of it throughout the years is really, especially in the last hundred years or so. A lot of those guys that are involved, like they're in their own words, they basically admitted that they chose everything they're choosing by for philosophical reasons, not for scientific reasons. You know, most people think that the modern science has been arrived at through dispassionate facts and figures and experiments, but that's not true. It's dripping with metaphysical and religious biases. Oh, hey brothers, which came first, Fermat's principle or Snell's law?
Snell's law, wasn't it?
Hold on, I gotta redo. Sorry, what was that?
Was it Snell's law?
Yeah, I think in time
It's
somebody
like late
validated.
1500s.
Yeah, somebody validated Snell's law before Fermat's principle came along. But Fermat's principle is a higher order than Snell's law. So just because
Oh,
one was discovered in time first doesn't mean that one isn't downstream from the other, if you know what I mean by that.
I think someone even invented Snell's law before Snell as well.
Yeah, I heard that.
And that son of a bitch, Foucault.
Foucault did it? Dang, what an a-hole.
No, I don't know. Probably he's the one that came up with all the globe stuff. Gyroscopes, pendulums. I think he's into refraction.
Well, I mean, refraction is real, right?
Oh
Yeah.
no. Only if you have
But
two isotropic media and with a sharp boundary layer. Otherwise, it can't be refraction. I don't know what it
let's say it's
is,
not.
but it's not refraction.
Let's say that's a given, that unless you have a discrete boundary condition between two media with a differential in their refractive indices, that there won't be anything called refraction. Let's just take that as a given. Does that mean that light can't be redirected in any other condition? The answer is no. You know how we know that? Because you at least have one other condition, which is reflection. So is that the only two conditions in which light can be redirected, or is there more?
Well, in Snell's law, I mean, the only reason that the light deviates is because the higher refractive index of the second medium. So it wouldn't be crazy to say that if you had a change in the refractive index, then the light could maybe deviate towards the more dense refractive index.
Okay, let's say that's true. Let's take that as a given, just assumed. So then that would mean that that condition would simply not be governed by the definition of Snell's law you previously gave me, but it would still result in a redirection of the light, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right, so then that would mean that Snell's law, being a condition that governs an explicit boundary condition, doesn't mean it excludes other conditions from also having redirection of light. And if you say, well, Snell's law must apply to all instances of refraction, and refraction can only be applied to Snell's law, well, then that just means that you have conditions that are redirections of light that aren't governed by Snell's law and can't be called refraction. So at best, you've just isolated a definition to a single example without actually discussing what's going on in the other example.
Yeah. So if someone was to say that you can't have a gradient of the refractive index in a single medium, that would be batshit crazy. Because I didn't even use the word refraction, I just said refractive index. So we could just call it N. I mean, and even, I mean, everybody knows. I mean, would somebody say that the density of the atmo, let's not say atmosphere, because that would be terrible. It decreases as you go up in height, so therefore the density of it would change as you go up, just naturally.
Okay, let's say that's true. Is refractive effects primarily concerned with density?
Optical density.
Ah, so not necessarily physical density. But that's not saying that a change in physical density would also change the optical density depending on the type of thing in question, right? So for example, when something gets hotter, that could change its optical density than when it's cooler, right?
Yeah, that's the main thing. In the lower portion of the air in the world, it seems to be temperature that is the driver of the not refraction, but deviation of light.
But AI, DJ, isn't it the case though that when you change something like you change the temperature of air, for example, it'll change the optical density, but it also changes the physical density, as in like there are less molecules or more molecules per cubic volume? Like, aren't they
Yeah.
basically like all the time?
Yes, but if you
So I
have,
thought I heard it being made.
well, if you have it gets kind of tricky at that point because you have like a trade-off, right? So you have like over a huge distance, the amount of air changes from a huge amount to a small amount.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're looking through the whole amount, then the natural decrease in the overall amount of air would cause would override the temperature gradient, because the normal lapse rate is that it gets colder as you go up 6.5 degrees per kilometer. So you would think that light would always just bend up towards the colder air because temperature controls the refractive index. But then you have to take in the decrease in the amount of air as you go up as well. So on a broad scale, on a huge scale, which we don't look through, then the natural density change of vertically as you go up like a huge distance, hundreds of kilometers or whatever, if you were looking through all of that, then that would override the temperature change. But when we're making an observation, we're not looking through all of that. We're looking through a small vertical band, right? Let's say we're doing a laser test over the surface of the Earth. The natural change in the density gradient decreasing with height vertically is fuck all. It's hardly anything. But that's why they say the temperature is completely dominant in controlling the refractive index or the deviation of light in the lower atmo. If that makes sense. On a broad scale, it changes a lot, but when you're looking through a small band of that broad scale, it hardly changes at all. Like, so in like 3 meters, the PSI hardly changes at all. It's not like it goes from 14.7 to 12 or something like that. It just
New rule. All right, hold on, friends. New rule. Ain't nobody allowed to say Atmo anymore.
To say what?
And the PSA, Atmo. From now on, if you're not going to refer to the air as air or atmosphere, you only have one option. You must tell me the entire chemical composition of the air in a row, in a list from memory without looking it up. If you can't do that, then you just have to say air. That's the new rule. So, for example, you might say in the mixture of hydrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, water vapor, particulates of all different forms, including dust, skin, mites, and I want the chemical composition of each one of those as well. I'm not just going to allow skin. I want to know the organic compounds. Otherwise, you just have to say air. Okay, is that fair rule?
It's a fair rule.
Yo, how y'all doing?
Shit. To be honest, I'm not too
Now
sure
the
I'm
reason
following you, dude.
the rule is you here 20 comes. Let me help you out. You either say air or you say the entire chemical composition of what's going on out there within the quote unquote atmo that you want to say the word atmo for. And let me explain
No, I
why. It's
got
very simple. It's very simple. It's very simple. This is going to blow your mind, 20 cuts. Okay, this is why. The air is not a single thing. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if I told you I have a cup of water, pure water, nothing in this cup but water, what's in the cup?
Water.
Okay, now if I told you I had a container of air, nothing in the container but air, what's in the container?
Air.
Wrong. Wrong.
Well, I mean air, which is a mixture of all the compounds that you talked about.
Right. And so in order for you to tell me what's in the container, you must list off every single one of them.
Yeah, I got
Right?
that, dude.
Or you could just say it's
Yes.
air.
Yeah, that's right, sucker.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't pushing back on that. I was asking DJ about his explanation about the.
No,
I
I
was
don't
just
care
pointing
whether
out.
you're pushing back on me. I don't care whether you're pushing back on me. I'm just making my point excruciatingly clear for my stalkers in the background.
Oh,
Yo, is there
okay,
any
okay.
good
So
flat
you're
Earth
using.
debaters in here or what?
Oh, hang on, dude. Hang on. So you're using me as like a
Foil. Foil.
what do you call them? Yeah, rubber duck.
Foil.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, rubber ducky. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, who asked the question about? Listen, we don't want to get sidetracked from the point that DJ was on, just because I was being hyper assholery. So we got two things going on. Somebody asking if there's a good flat Earth debater, and then DJ finishing his point. So we'll yield to DJ to decide which way to go.
I'll go with the Globa needs questions answered.
Yeah, we'll finish this up another time, dude. No problem.
Hello, Global. Is he gone? Is he still here? Hello.
I
Right.
think it's the Colgave guy. I think Colgave.
He asked if there's a good flat Earth debater. So whoever asked that question, we're yielding the floor for you to
Yo,
engage
so
with the
there
flat Earth.
any good flat Earth debaters in here, or what's going on, man?
I don't think there's such a thing as a good flat Earth debater.
Oh, it's McGoon's daddy.
There definitely
McGoon's
is.
daddy.
Well, don't hold your breath on that one.
All right, listen, friends. It's Magoon's daddy, I think, who asked the question. So
Yeah, I'm a server and rigged server, and to be honest, it's a bunch of fucking morons. And I was referred to this place because they said that there was good flat Earth debaters over here. I'm looking for a higher tier, a higher tier of camaraderie because I'm tired of hanging out with a bunch of fucking morons.
well, listen, if you came from anywhere where Riggs was in charge, then I feel for you, brother. And we definitely could give you a flat Earth hug over here.
I recognize Jin CBR. He was actually one of the only non-morons on Geo's server. He's actually the only one that comes to mind as being a non-moron. Everyone else on those two servers were a bunch of fucking morons. And I would actually say that I'm the best flat Earth debater I know personally, other than Jin CBR. And I'm here to meet other good flat Earth debaters because there are none on Geos and none on.
Holy crap. Hey, brother, bro, check it out, bro. Your mic isn't good enough to raise your voice. You got to keep it low so we can hear you. Every time you raise your voice, you cut out.
No, it's the area I'm in, sir. It's
Okay.
the this patch or whenever I go through it, it's bad.
All right, brother. All right. Therefore, the Earth is a globe, right?
But yeah, no, that's a horrible logic. It's a horrible leap in logic, sir. But I'm just
I
saying,
love that
I'm
argument,
just
though.
tired of being around, like, you
Go
know,
ahead.
really, I can't believe Jin CBR is here because he was the only non-moron in my years on Discord.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks for the accolades there. I appreciate that. Right.
This is the thing, man. Those servers, right? Like Worldwide Debates and Earth Awakenings, right? They would be completely dead if they didn't allow all of the toxic piece of shit anti-flat earthers in there, right? It would just be a bunch of people sitting around in silence, essentially. So the only reason that those servers can stay active is if they allow all of the fuckwits in, basically, right? And what those fuckwits do is they bash on flat earthers until all of the good flat earthers decide, screw this, I'm gonna leave. And then you get left with the flat earthers that are willing to put up with that shit.
Well, that's a
Can
fair
I read a
assessment.
DM I sent to my friend?
Well, hold
Yo,
on,
that
brother.
okay?
Hold
That
on.
is
Hold on,
exact.
brother. Hey,
Wait,
hold
I want
on,
to
bro.
add to that guy, to DJ.
I'm happy to let you do it. I'm happy to let you do it, but I have to correct something. DJ's assessment is correct of people who come into those servers that way, but some of us were already aware that these servers should never have been attended in the first place because we knew these people before they started their servers. Geo's server is in a direct response from essentially him getting canned from our 24/7 Discord. All right, go ahead.
So this, what DJ said, is exactly my sentiment. This is what I sent to a friend after I left that server. Is what I wrote this exactly to my friend. I said, "Let me know when a good server comes up." But I found out why all the servers fail to bring forth any type of substance. It's because they purposely have more relaxed rules for perverts so that they could bring in globers because they think that the debate between flat earth and globe is what drives the server. That's what I wrote exactly to my friend after I left Earth Awakenings. So I have the exact same sentiment. They let perverts come in because most of the globers are perverts, and they have specifically laxed rules for those pervert globers. And that, yeah, that's DJ's exactly right, dude. That's
That's fair.
exactly what it is.
Well, let me give you a history lesson, friend. So, Geo used to be a moderator on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and then we parted ways because he had a different vision for what the Flat Earth engagement with Globers should be like. And obviously, his vision was the wrong one.
Yeah, his vision was to let them do whatever they want while restricting the flat earthers' speech.
Well, it's
That's
more
right.
like talking about esoteric stuff, but yeah.
It's very difficult for a Discord server to get natural globers, right? And not just these obsessed, maniac, degenerate anti-flat earthers, right? But what 24/7 has done is we've got these branches where we can sort of branch out, like the politics server or the English Hub server, which has 400,000 members, and we get actual globers to talk to, which is pretty cool. But every single other flat Earth server on Discord only has anti-flat earthers as globers, which means that it's going to be toxic. Yeah, and that's just the way it is.
So you guys have multiple servers? I didn't. I was directed here by Cyrus.
Cyrus, yeah. Mm-hmm. He was a mod in 24/7 as well. But yeah,
well,
look, yeah. We'll
sorry,
just quickly.
DJ. I was going to say I did drop that video of yours in the Gem Panda server about 3 hours ago, and then I've been there just giving them a good hammering. They're crying now, right?
Like I'm going to tell you this, bros. 24/7 is the best community of flat earthers in the entire flat earth community. That's just the facts. Deal with it. Any objections? No, I didn't think so.
I guess, like I said, dude. The other two ones are for fucking morons, dude. So,
Hey, bro, why don't you do yourself a favor and just join the main server, which is called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and it's so easy to find because it's discord.gg/flat earth. Or you can look in this server in the VIP section, and you can get the link right there, or we'll DM you the link.
VIP section. Okay.
Well, I think it's called partner. It might be called partners section.
Is that at the top?
Yeah, it's near the
I
top.
see
yeah.
partnership. VIP
Yeah.
partners. VIP partners.
Yeah, we're in there. We're in there, bro. We're probably like the third one up.
Okay. Okay.
We're almost
I think
at
I see it.
30,000 members. We had greater than 30,000. Let me give you some history, dude, just for fun. We used to be greater than 30,000 members, but we had a saboteur who actually stole our server with a Discord loophole, and then he turned the server that he stole into like a Minecraft server and a gaming server because he wanted to use our 30,000 to make money. Because back then there was this rule where you reach over 30,000, you get like a private side server or something, some benefits where you can more quickly monetize and stuff. So he was going to try to make money out of it. He went totally psycho. He failed. He ended up in prison. Where meanwhile, within less than 24 hours, we reestablished Flat Earth Discord 2.0, and then we've been crushing it ever since.
Oh, I'm in. I'm in. Looks kind of
Yeah.
dead though.
We took over. So we were invited to some other channels, but a lot of our dudes do work where they go out to different venues to try to make relationships. And we were allowed to make a guest platform here on politics. And when we finally did make let's just call it a purposeful effort in there, we very quickly rose to the number one channel, surpassing the next three channels combined in concurrent hours. And we were the number one channel for the entire year. And we only stopped being number one for a short period of time because it was an election cycle. And so obviously in a politics server, that's going to be the most thing. And then after that, but for the whole year, we were number one. And then we started doing other places, which is the only reason why we weren't number one on here. And listen, being number one doesn't mean that you're putting out good content, but we have days, thousands and thousands of days of streams. We have people that go through our streams and curate them for us. We put it out on podcasts. We also have archives by the speaker, by the topic. On our home server, once you get some roles, you'll find out that we have many channels and alphabetized channels with all kinds of references, all kinds of arguments. You can use the search bar in the thing to find discussions. It's quite a good resource for any flat earther, and you're going to find a level of scrutiny.
Thank you.
here that you might not have found anywhere else. So, for example, you might find that somebody's talking smack in here, and then all of a sudden we smack them upside the head. Shablam!
Yo, what do you guys think about the flat Earth celebrity Witsit Gets It?
He used to be a moderator on 24/7. We know him well. He parted ways for various reasons. Partly because he was upset with a particular other pseudo celebrity who was, he didn't like his style. They kind of fought each other over things about ether and other stuff like that. Probably a little jealousy going on there too. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, look, some of the stuff he does is good. Some of the stuff he does is bad. If he's going to say bad stuff, we would happily critique him. If he's going to say good stuff that can be validated, we'd happily agree. We don't just give a carte blanche approval for people just because they are who they think they are. Do you understand?
What about the final experiment? What's your guys' verdict on the final experiment?
It's logically not possible to prove the shape of the Earth by observing the sun at any particular location on the face of the Earth. So it's essentially a big non-experiment. First off, it's not an experiment at all. Second off, even if they went there and witnessed what they said they witnessed, that wouldn't prove the shape of the Earth.
Some people are saying it's proof of a dual pole model.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you
what do you
this,
think about
friend. Check. I'll tell you, it's very simple. I'll tell you what, we'll make a deal with each other. The first one of us that goes to the sun and observes the sun and the Earth's relative position to each other in three-dimensional free space can come back and tell the other what's right and what's not. Until then, everybody else is just talking out their butts. Is that a fair deal?
Yeah, I like that. I like that attitude.
Listen, I'll help you out, friend. I'm going to tell you the flat Earth model in its entirety. You ready? You might never heard this before.
You can't even describe it. You can't even describe it because you.
Yeah, get muted, fool. Me telling him I was about to tell him something wasn't me telling you to tell him something, in case you didn't know that. All right, so here's the flat Earth model, bro. It's very simple. The Earth is flat. There you go. But let me make it more technical. But before I do that, notice how I didn't say this. Notice how I didn't say the sun is doing this. Notice how I didn't say the stars are doing this. Notice how I didn't say how the Earth got here. Notice how I didn't say, are there aliens? I didn't say anything like that. I just said the Earth is flat. Now, I'll caveat that with the known territory of the Earth is flat because I don't know about the unknown, right? I can't possibly know unknowns, obviously. But the Earth is covered in water, right? And it's the benchmark standard of level, right? So water, if it's truly flat and horizontal like it appears to be, and it can be measured as such, and it's covering 70% of the Earth, then that means all the elevation profiles on the Earth are benchmarked to a level standard that extends across 70%, right? That means the Earth is flat. And if it's approximately between 150 to 190 million square mile range of the known territory, and the highest point is Everest and the lowest point is the Marianas Trench, if you put that into a factor of flatness, it's actually flatter than most pieces of paper that you encounter in your life. That's very flat. So the flat Earth model is this, friend. All the points on the surface, the extent of the vertical variance being much greater than the width, are between two horizontal parallel planes. That's the
You
entire
mean
model.
much lesser than
Yeah, whichever one was correct.
Yo, so this is what I usually do is I usually get the Globers to admit that because they say everything is locally flat. Like they'll readily admit this to you. So they say, "Oh, everything's locally flat." But when you get to a big enough difference, then you can start to measure the curve. So what I usually do is get them to admit that it's locally flat, and then once they've admitted that it's locally flat, I basically say, "Okay, now you have an additional claim that it starts to curve. Could you please report those measurements? And can that measurement please be physical, a non-optical measurement, given we know optics is not reliable beyond a certain distance through the atmosphere. And literally,
Yeah.
none of them have ever been able to come back from that. And basically, Geo just mutes me whenever I get to that point because the Globers just can't handle it.
So
Yo,
you
can
were
I
you
say
were
something?
persecuted. You were listen, friend. Just to be clear, so you were hurting somebody's religious belief, so you were muted for your audacity to challenge someone's religion. I understand. Makes perfect sense.
Yo,
All
can
right,
I say
let's
something?
have the other guest. Yeah, bro. It's your turn.
Yeah, so basically, right, if you actually, I'm not even a Jew, just clarification.
All right, bye bye now. Nice try though.
He's been trolling the American First chat. I was on the American First chat about 9 hours ago for a little bit, and then I came back to the American First chat, and then I came over here because you guys. I don't think you guys were open earlier. But yeah, this guy's been trolling people for 9 hours. This SHA.
Hey, watch this. Now he's permabanned from this channel. Him.
Damn. That guy would get alone on Earth Awakening.
Listen, friend. Hear me when I say this. None of us are interested in being king of the losers. You follow?
This might be my type of place, man. I don't know. It's just sounding all good over here. All good in the hood. What do you think about federal agents and Mason shills kind of being embedded into the flat Earth movement to try and subvert our movement?
Well, I'm sure that's not a. I mean, that's a greater than non-zero probability, right? Obviously. Look, listen, friend. Rewind yourself to when you first heard of flat Earth. How long ago was that?
Back in 2020.
Okay, so
So
you're well
6 years
after.
ago.
Yep,
6
you're
years
well
I've
after
been looking for
the.
someone to.
Yep.
6 years I've been waiting for that measurement of curvature. For 6 years. So after 6 years, I can steadfast say that nobody has it. There's no measurement of curvature.
Okay,
Unless they've
great.
been
So
unless that guy, those guys. Yeah, go ahead.
that's fine, and I do agree with you. But I'm just trying to give you the history lesson that you asked for. So if you rewind further than that, you go 2015, even before 2015. And so you got the decade before 2015, and then you got 2015 to now, which is the next decade basically. And so when you go right around 2015 and before, the amount of promulgation of flat Earth in people's average day was very low. You hear about it once in a great while. There weren't really people making or promoting content that was prolific in any way. So you could find it if you really went searching for it, but it wasn't like in algorithms. It wasn't out there. And if you look around that time, prior to the resurgence of flat Earth into the social medias and other people's common ideas that they're looking for stuff, there was a few things talking about the nature of the Earth. One of which was Dr. Sungenis made this video called The Principle, which was about the history leading up to the heliocentric model. Now, he argues that the Earth is geocentric, and a lot of the claims about the cosmos are false, lies. There's a lot of philosophy dripping with these people like Einstein and Hubble and all these other dudes, who had like religious reactions to the idea that the Earth was special, which is the reason why the movie's called The Principle, because it's about the Copernican principle. And the Copernican principle is that the Earth isn't special. There's nothing unique about the Earth in the cosmos. It's just, one speck among many other specks floating in a cosmic sea of nothingness, right? Well, anyway, also about that time, now I don't think anybody really knows the first one to broach, but if you went to the Wayback Machine, maybe you could find it. But there was this guy called Math Powerland, which is a moniker. His real name is Matthew Boyland. He is an artist for NASA, and he went on a comedy tour. And there's a few other contemporaneous guys, but he's one of the first guys that actually went public and put a concerted effort to put flat Earth into people's minds around that time. So he was a NASA employee, NASA artist, and his job was to paint the worlds. So, for example, you might have seen in your journeys, people will show like a pixelated blurb and say, hey, look, this is a planet with water on it 17 trillion miles away, or some nonsense, right? So his job was to paint that story into an image. And one day he was thinking, why am I painting all these? Like, these aren't real. I don't really know all this. And contemporaneously, he was invited to a party. And this is his story. I didn't vet everything he said. And there's a reason why I'm telling you this story, and a reason why not vetting everything he said has a certain point to it, which I'll get to. So he said he was invited to this party, and at the party he met a guy, and the guy was like scribbling some doodle or something, and it kind of looked like a map of the continents or something, arranged in a manner that was kind of like, the best way I can describe it now is similar to the azimuth equidistant map or a top-down projection of the Earth, whatever. And so when he was talking to the guy, he's like, oh, what's going on here? He's like, dude, that's the Earth. And that man basically told him that right then and there, the Earth isn't a globe. This is a party for people who are involved with NASA and stuff. And so the guy had an epiphany. He's like, you know what? I've never seen the Earth with my own two eyes. I've never seen any of these worlds unpainted with my own two eyes. And he went through a little metamorphosis. And part of his journey, he decided, you know what? I'm going to go out and tell people this. And he made this T-shirt called Photo or Painting. And it had a picture of the Earth on it. And he would just go ask people, hey, is this a photo or a painting? And nobody could actually tell him. And keep in mind, he's an artist that made the painting. And then he went on a comedy tour. And he had this little like comedy skit, and he basically would do the same thing. And he was like, listen, if everybody believed the Earth was a globe and then they really couldn't prove it until the quote unquote space mission, and let's say they went up into space and they turned around and saw that the Earth wasn't a globe, do you think they'd fucking tell your stupid ass? Now, the moral of that story is, how did Matthew Boylan find out about the Earth being flat? He was invited to a party, singled out, and told by somebody, hey, bro, here's a piece of information I'm going to drop on you. And that guy was obviously in some government agency, whether it be NASA or whether it be the CIA, who frickin' knows. But the moral of my story here is that most people in the modern era, they didn't discover flat Earth on their own. It dropped into their laps out of thin air almost, or out of a series of inquiries where then the next logical step from the idea of the people who are telling you things like your algorithms, your news feeds, all these things, all of a sudden flat Earth appeared in their media. They weren't even necessarily looking for it. And so I think it's entirely reasonable to say that it's probably a greater than 50% probability, even approaching towards 90 or more, that the modern resurgence of flat Earth was instigated by the very people who you think infiltrated the movement. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Actually, yeah, I'm fully on board with that. And I
To be
don't know.
fair,
I
that doesn't change the truth of the proposition whether the Earth is flat or not. If it was quote unquote released as part of a greater psyop, which has a goal in mind, that'd be irrelevant of the truth of the matter, right?
understood. Yeah, no, I 100% agree. And I don't know if this is going to be too far off topic, but what do you think about with all these recent alien files being released and stuff? Because you have this flat Earth movement getting released, and then they've been telling us about, the CIA has been telling us about aliens and saucers. And I believe in UFOs. Like, I've seen weird things in the sky. I just don't think that they're aliens, like extraterrestrials. I think that they're like drones or something like that, some sort of
Yeah, well, if you
aircraft.
pay
But
attention, if you pay attention to the lore of the cosmology, any habitable worlds are light years away, right? They're in other solar systems, et cetera, blah blah blah. There is no physical way anything's coming from those worlds to us. If you imagine the cosmos as the way it's described in the standard heliocentric interpretation, and you actually like do the math out and how much energy would be needed to get any significant craft to us, it just can't be done. So that only leaves one option: magic. So if anything's coming from one of these far distant worlds, is the way they describe it, it's coming through here by magic. And once you realize that they can only come to us by magic, and you divide by 0 and leave the remainder, obviously the majority of these alleged alien encounters are just some kind of supernatural entity. They're either magic, supernatural, demons, you say whatever you will, but they're not a physical life form coming from another world like we have here. Especially when you take into account that most of that space fantasy story is just that, a story. It's not real. You know, the idea that we're floating in this ever expanding cosmic vacuum, right? They don't have any real proof of that. It's all stories about what we see when we look up. And so let me ask you this question. If they showed a crazy looking biological organism that had like tentacles coming out of its face and it had like claws that could retract and de-retract and its skin was purple, does that mean it came from a distant world 17 light years away? Heck no. For all we know, it came from the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, or
That's
what
why.
do you believe in many lands or
Go ahead.
extended lands,
Well,
or
from
what's your opinion on that? Kind of. I know
No,
I'm going towards
my
more
opinion. Yeah, that's fair.
speculative stuff.
That's fair, and you parsed it out with believe because that's all I could do. Because how could I possibly know? So I prefer to leave it like this. I don't know.
Mm. Yeah, I'm just thinking about what this alien agenda and then this flat, because right, if they're the ones who released flat Earth to us, and I'm thinking it has something to do with like the rockets. You know, during like the World War II, they had these V2 rockets that they're sending up, and then after World War II, the Russians and the Americans got all the Nazi scientists, and they started sending up what do they call them? The ICBM missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, or whatever. I don't know. I feel like all of that coincides with the whole alien propaganda at the same, like, when we start to go up into the air really high, then they start to tell us that there's aliens, you know, and that's when they release the whole Einsteinian worldview where space time is warping and stuff. So I don't know. I'm just there's a lot of puzzle pieces, a lot of cards on the table, you know,
I
and
knew
it's
that.
kind of hard to see what
But
they're, you know,
when was Einstein? When was Einstein doing
during World War
relativity?
II. Yeah, during World War
Oh
II,
man,
and then right
before that.
after 1920 to 1950, I think.
No,
Those
dude,
were-
no. Yeah. I guess if you say 1920, because it says relativity was in 1915.
Oh wow, that's earlier than I thought. You don't believe in the Einstein stuff, right? Because that's basically like a
What?
patch over, an ad hoc explanation, because they predict like the, what was it, the transit of Mercury or whatever. That's the whole reason that they came up with this relativity issue, is because their
What?
model was
That's not true.
incorrect.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things that are incorrect that they just make patches for, and they just fill in to say, well, I already know my model's true, so if my model's wrong, I just invent something out of thin air to keep my model being true. That's pretty much the whole globe paradigm.
Yeah, but they like completely, like they said, space, like, I don't know, it's such an extreme paradigm shift that they went through just to do the transit of Mercury, to make it fit with their model, essentially. Like they had to basically say that like technically, when you're driving, the tree might be still and you're the one, sorry, you're the one who's still and the tree is the one that's moving, and you know, all that kind of weird shit. Or when you drop an object, the object's actually at
Yeah,
rest,
but
at free fall, but the earth is
this started before,
accelerating up
dude.
towards it.
That started before, because the idea that the Earth is moving around the sun, right, and all of this, and moving through space, there were already people doing experiments, and even in the so in 1915 they got relativity or whatever supposedly, but the precursors for that were set in the 1800s. So I think 1880s or so, and I think this source I'm looking at says 1887. They did the Michelson-Morley experiment, which was supposed to measure whether the Earth was moving or not. And they got a result, which is essentially a zero result, called a null result, which is that there's no significant evidence that the Earth is moving through space. Now, some people claim they were trying to prove the ether and not actually the motion, but that's irrespective of what they did to solve the problem. Here's their solve for the problem. Oh, the ruler actually changed length in the direction of the motion, and that's why we got a zero result, because I know it's moving. Therefore, the only way for me to save the fact that I think it's moving is to change the size of the ruler in the measurement device that we used in our experiment. So that's what they did. They created a mathematical transform that you just apply it to your measurement device, and then you can get any measurement you freaking want. Hilarious, huh?
What do you think about the whole Aries failure, Michelson Morley, and I think there's a third one, Michelson
Well, they seem to
Gale
prove that,
Peer.
yeah, they seem to prove that the Earth isn't moving. That it's the sky that's moving, not the Earth.
Are you a
And
aether guy, or are you a non-aether kind of guy?
first you'd have to tell me what ether is.
I guess a luminiferous ether. I guess I don't know, because there's different types of.
Oh, you
Yeah,
mean
that's a
Satan?
good.
No, like
um,
for real. Like who's luminiferous ether? Do you know what that means? Light bearing. Who's the light bearer? There's a book that talks about this dude called the light bearer. You know who that dude is?
is that Albert Pike or something?
No, Satan.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the author. Sorry.
No, the book is the Bible, dude, and the character I'm speaking of is called Satan.
So you think that the aether is a like satanic deception?
1000%. Think about it, dude. So the original ether was called the upper air. So the upper air beyond the air that we live and breathe in was called the ether. Who is the prince of the power of the air? Satan. Then they had the idea that the ether is carrying the light. Who's the light bearer? Satan. Wow, the parallels are uncanny.
Right, but just like how we had a lot of Mason shills and feds in the flat Earth movement, couldn't it be true that maybe that is Satan's domain, but there is like a
Yes, now you're
ethereal
onto something.
substance?
Now you're onto something. So check this out. If it's the case that the ethereal substrate is Satan's domain, right? And a lot of people are attributing ideas about ether to the creator's power and ability to create, which they do, by the way.
Yo,
Then that
that's
means that
that's crazy what you just said. Actually, I
yes,
just
and so that means that if you worship a god, which requires ether to manifest, you're worshiping Satan. It's that simple. I mean, I don't know how to break it down any simpler than that.
it's a pretty.
So
That's pretty.
in
That's
other
a pretty
words,
fire.
I know it's wild, right? But check this out. There's two conceptions. So let me just put it just simpler. The idea that the Earth is flat usually makes most people agree it's obvious it's created. There's obviously a creator. Now that doesn't mean that you're automatically conceding to any certain conception of a creator. So it requires more thinking and more facts and more knowledge. But there's only really two ultimate ideas about the creator. Okay, either the creator is transcendent to the creation, truly unique and self-existent, right? And then the creation is something else, or the creator is within the universe, so to speak, and he operates within the universe, and he somehow has to mechanically create from the stuff that's in the universe. So, in other words, he's just the most powerful agent within the universe. That's one view. And
That's
the
like
other view
the
is
demiurge view.
whatever. It takes many different views. So he's either operating that way or he's truly transcendent. So in the truly transcendent view, God is invincible. He cannot be harmed. He cannot be touched. He cannot be affected by anything that occurs in the universe in any way, shape, or form, except emotional. So in other words, he could grieve when people are evil to each other. You know, he could be sad if you don't treat people well. He could be angry. All of these things, but none of those things can physically harm him. But if he's within the universe, he's no longer untouchable. It's probable, at least in principle, for him to be harmed or destroyed. And so if you have a creator that's contingent upon the creation that can be harmed, you no longer have the ultimate being. You've dethroned the creator from his ultimate position. And a lot of these tracks, when you go down that's what they do. They make the creator contingent upon the universe invincible. He goes from being invincible to being vincible. Now, don't get me wrong, these are metaphysical claims. This is talking about the supernatural. This is talking about things that are different depending on which theology or scriptural backing that you conclude in. But from my worldview, yes, I think it's an absolute lock, stock, and barrel case that the purpose of all of this deception is to dethrone the true God and to put Satan in his place, so that the majority of people think they're worshiping the one true God, but they're actually worshiping Satan. Now, that being said, that doesn't mean that the platform that I'm on here, that everybody shares my views, right? And it doesn't mean that we endorse that view. That's just my view. And it doesn't change whether the earth measures flat or measures to be a globe. It's irrespective of whether the earth is flat or not.
Yeah, it measures locally flat, admitted by Globeworkers, and they don't have a physical measurement at scale to prove the curve. So we're left
Well,
with
there's a tool. There's a
yeah.
tool. There's a tool that covers 70% of the earth called the giant water level, right? You know, it's just like if I was on a job site and I said, "Hey, man, pull out the water level so we can level this job site." Hey, man, pull out the water level so we can level this earth. It's covered in 70% of that water level, of which a majority of that water is contiguous oceans, of which all elevation profiles are benchmarked, which can be demonstrated to be flat and level locally, and then you can express that universally because we know the physics of water. It's not higher on one side than the other. It's not sloping. It's level.
You know, I was thinking about the ether thing or whatever when you were talking about it, and like you, you remember like in like Peter Pan and shit, or not even like Peter Pan, but all those like Disney movies when we were like a little kid. Well, you're probably older than me, but like the Disney movies with the princesses, and then they always have like the fairy, and the
Dude,
fairy is always
Disney's like 100 years old or some crap.
okay. Well, like the fairy always is using like this fairy dust or like a magic wand, and I feel like that kind of somehow ties into the aether belief.
All right, dude. Disney's first movie was 1928. Maybe even earlier than that. So
Oh.
what's that? That's almost 100 years, bro.
But yeah, they're like all those magical creatures and shit. They're all using like they're all engaging in witchcraft, right? And
Well, dude, there's
so
ancient
I don't know.
religions. There's ancient religions that think that if so, a common misconception is everything's vibrational energy, and if you can just speak it into the ether, it'll manifest. And so people actually think that, quote unquote, the creator created with actual words, being actual spoken language, and the language itself vibrated the ether to manifest physical objects. And they believe that if you can know the divine language, you yourself can speak things into existence, not through the power of the mind, but through a physical connection with the vibration of your vocal energy. and a background medium which will just pop things into existence. So in other words, if you know the secret language, the code of the matrix, you too can be God. You starting to get it, dude? How this is all one big satanic mumbo jumbo gobbledygook?
Yeah, that's like the
Caveat, in my opinion, quote unquote, so I don't hurt nobody's feelings.
it's like what's the Indian Hinduism.
Now, to be fair, it doesn't even matter whether any of these underlying claims are true or not. Many people in the world operate in a metaphysic that has a religious predisposition to it. Either they believe in a supernatural creator, they believe in a supernatural force that created, something greater than the physical realm. The majority of people on Earth believe that. Okay, if you had the Muslims and the Christians, I mean, I would include Jews within that Judeo-Christian heritage, and the Muslims. They're all trying to go from allegedly the same source material, and then you include the Hindus, and you include the next. So if you just take the five biggest religions, that's most people on Earth, dude. So this idea that most people have abandoned religion and they're just operating in this purely new age of scientific facts and figures without any supernatural biases at all, that's just a pipe dream. So all of these types of claims that I'm talking about, they're relevant to people in the sense that they're motivated by these. They believe they live in a world with supernatural implications. They're motivated to act on it. So whether it's true or not doesn't matter, because they're actually going to act on it regardless if it's true or not. And by the way, that includes people who are responsible for the heliocentric paradigm. They have metaphysical claims. They have religious biases, and they're acting on it when they interpret the stuff they do.
Yeah, well, I've never really been an atheist. I don't think anyone is actually like in their like if they're honest themselves. I don't think anyone is an atheist. Honestly, I think just certain
My
people
favorite
are. They think that it's a winning argument, but they don't understand that it's actually a losing argument. That's what I think it is. It's just like they're LARPing as something that they're not because they think that it shows that they're smarter, basically, when actually it's been kind of thoroughly debunked.
my favorite one is I'm an atheist, prove me wrong. And then I reduce that logically to I don't believe in God, prove me wrong. Think about it. I don't believe in God, prove me wrong. So even if I proved God, you could just say, well, I don't believe in him. How can I disprove that you don't believe in something? That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, from my understanding, you can't have existence. You can't make a knowledge claim. Can't make any moral claims without a God. So really, like everything kind of goes out the window. You're left with nothing. You have nothing. And honestly, I think it's actually just popularized nowadays because there's like a world kind of communist plot, and communism is like famous for being atheistic. So I think it's actually it's all political. No one actually has these. But no one's convicted. No one has these convictions. It's all about like power, basically. Like
Well, let's just agree to this, that the idea of an atheist who says God doesn't exist or I don't believe in God, like in the history of humanity, they're a statistically irrelevant data point.
but yeah, you can't even make a knowledge claim without a transcendental reference point. So you're kind of cooked. You can't even make the claim that there is no God. You would need a God to make that claim.
Well, that's why they don't. That's why a lot of them retreat into the I just don't believe in God, or I don't have any knowledge that a God certainly exists. Most of them are smart enough not to say God doesn't exist because they know that's
It's
a position that they
untenable.
never defend.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they shrink to agnosticism because the actual position of being an atheist is untenable. It's like saying there are no I don't know. There are no just something. Well, have you checked everywhere in all of reality for the thing you're saying? There is none of that. You know, like there's a name for it. I think it's like a negative claim or something like that. Uh, no, there's like a negative universal claim or something like that. You can't actually like tentatively make one of those because you would have to know everything to make it, and obviously nobody's omniscient. No human's
really.
omniscient.
Hey, you sure about that? I'll read you one. You ready for this one?
Okay.
I'm gonna read you the guy himself making a negative universal claim. Okay, here it goes. Hold on, I gotta wait a second. There is no other God but me. I know not any. Follow that?
Is that a quote? Is that a quote from God?
Yep.
Yeah, but God
It's a
would
universal
actually know everything.
negative.
Yeah, but God would
Oh,
actually know
interesting.
everything. But human's not in a position to know everything, right? Like as a human being, you couldn't make a universal negative because you don't know everything.
Interesting, right?
Do you guys get much? I don't know. What is the most of the combos over here? Do you guys debate much over here, or is it mostly
We
just
run the gamut. We do debates. We have all kinds of people in here. Sometimes we go to other places. One time we went on. Recently we went on. What's that guy's name? Hold on a second. I'll figure it out. I don't have hands himself. He's like an atheist physicist, and he does this little come onto my stream. Man, what is that guy's name, dude? Dang, it's escaping me.
Dr. Blitz.
Yeah, Dr. Blitz. He got wrecked. And the list goes on, dude. We got all kinds of stuff going on. Okay. We're gonna give you an archive list, and you could start watching some episodes where we're actually going into exposition and debates. Like they're isolated out, because obviously if you're doing a 24-hour stream, you're not gonna have good content for every single 20 of the hours of the 24 hours. But yeah, we got it all archived. In fact, you know what? I'll give you that channel right now. I'll post it right now. Hold on. You can even look up my name in there. He's got it all cataloged. You can listen to debates that I've had. I once had a debate with a dude, and then he was a girl after.
wait, what? Like became a girl or wait, like
Listen,
how does that
all as
work?
I know, all as I know is that Plainer Walk was a dude, and then after he debated me, he became a girl. So I'm not saying correlation is causation or precedent is causation, but I mean those are the facts. Take of it what you will.
He broke his psyche. He couldn't handle the reality of flat Earth, so he had to go full on fantasy mode.
Yep. And to be fair, when I'm on my sexy mic, people turn gay, so be warned.
Well, you're on your phone right now.
Right, exactly. But when I get on my nice mic, got to make sure you're secure in your masculinity before you hear that voice.
All right. I'll take note.
Dude, ask Over Fences. She's witnessed it happen.
What? Someone completely changed their gender because of you?
Oh,
Or
that was
Dr.
before your
Blitz?
time.
Yeah, I was just looking for the link, actually. I'm gonna post it in the side chat.
Yeah,
I'm
post
sure we have
someone
it
to
somewhere.
Blitz. That's hilarious. Dude, I gotta find. Oh, man, give me a second. I'm gonna post this archive, dude. I absolutely am determined to do it. Give me a second.
Once they realized they couldn't find a curve, they had to become the curve.
That's right. Okay, so archive. Okay, here it is on level archive. Stoopity doopity. So listen, we also broadcast this stream that you're in right now. And we've got recordings of that, but then this archive that I gave you is like isolated to the good conversations. You know, so like our main channels that stream, they just record the stream for the whole 12-hour episode. You could scrub that if you wanted to, but this channel that I just posted it's separated by topic, and then it's also playlisted by topic and speaker and all that. So definitely can find some really good content there. Some of it's like an hour long, some of it's like 3.5 hours long. It depends, but they're all really good combos.
AI, the link I
Yo,
have is to the one that Dr. Blitz posted, but I think it still comes across just fine.
Yeah, that's fine. He didn't really edit anything badly. In fact,
No, he didn't. He didn't.
sorry, it's actually better to watch that one because then you can see how bad he gets wrecked when he tries to correct Indio, because you can see his screen and what he's doing on his side. Do you know? So he tries to argue with Indio about Indio's reflection argument over the Solar del Uni, which is a mirror reflection, which means it's a flat surface, not a curved surface. And so Indio tells him, just mirror the image, and you'll see that it's the same above and below. And so Mr. I'm a PhD and super smart and you're retarded, he does something weird with the image that is definitely not mirror flipping it the way Indio described. And he said, no, Indio, you're lying. It doesn't line up. And Indio couldn't see the image he created, right? But the people who were watching the stream could. And it's clear that he screwed up. And I took that shot and showed Indio. I said, Indio, how could he have flipped the image if the clouds on the bottom of the image don't exist in the top of the image? So he did something weird with it. He didn't flip it over the horizon. He transformed it and then flipped it to where the left side of the image is flipped to the right. Whatever Blitz did, he clearly didn't do what Indio told him to do, and while calling Indio out as being a liar. And it was actually quite
yo, that
embarrassing. Blitz.
Indigo is the guy I was actually referenced to come here because basically after I left Earth Awakenings and Rig Server, I was basically saying like, dude, all these guys are fucking morons. Am I the smartest flat earther out there? Like, there's got to be at least either I'm a genius or I've just been hanging out with morons, because the relative gap between me and those guys is fucking vast. And so I was talking to Cyrus. I was like, dude, what's going on here? Like, where are the actually good at debating flat earthers? And he actually mentioned that guy's Indigo's name specifically and sent me the link over here. So that's partially the reason I'm here, is actually to meet that guy and guys like him, because supposedly I'm not a super genius. I've just been hanging with morons.
Yeah, you got to meet Indigo, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, we all have to meet Indigo. No, but none of us have ever met Indigo. That's because it's Indio, not Indigo.
But yeah, it doesn't surprise me that Globers are you say flip the image on a mirror and see a look like, and then they go and do they're always doing some deceptive ass shit. That's actually one of the fattest tells when I first was getting into flat earth, was just like the amount of perverted liars on the other side of the argument is just, it's absurd. Like, I've never seen it. I've never seen this many perverted liars. Like, it irks me. because I'm a guy in real life with a real life boss, real life friends, and none of my friends act like this. Like this is perverted. It's perverted, bro. These Globers, these people that Geo harbor and give special preferential treatment to, they're perverts. They're not good people. I wouldn't trust them around my children.
And to be fair, I don't trust Geo either for the exact same reasons you just described. But that's neither here nor there, because, like you said, the arguments speak for themselves. And I'll just boast on our venue a little bit. Like, we've been doing this for like a decade now, practically. And a lot of the venues that you have encountered were offshoots of people who were dissatisfied with how we did things here. And like in our little circle of friends, there are some other servers that we do deal with, which were our sister servers, and they have people in it. But the majority of the people in those servers who are any good have done their chops in the 24/7 arena. So the majority of the good flat earthers that you encounter, right, in this side of the thing, not to say that there aren't others out there in totally different venues, but in this side of the venue, like Discord and stuff, really all the good ones have been influenced by 24/7.
Yeah, actually, I found out
Even
about Flat Earth on
even
BitChute.
like Jin, like you
A
said
lot of
about Jin. Jin's put in his chops in 24/7, and he's taken his beatings for stupid things that he said.
Have you guys ever met any of those piss drinkers?
No, dude. No, see, you're not understanding it. We're the best. So we only deal with the pee drinker, not a pee drinker, the pee drinker.
Oh, the pee drinker. Damn. Who's that?
Yeah, the legend himself. Dude, you're not understanding me. There is no name. It's the pee drinker. Like, he just is the pee drinker. That's what he is. He literally has 10,000 names because he changes his moniker to avoid detection as much as he possibly can. But he's just pee drinker. That he's known as pee drinker. Dude, we got some really crazy combos with that guy. So it's like, so here's something he might say. Hey, you guys know the Earth is curved, right? And we'll be like, oh, really? Well, what's your evidence for the Earth being curved? He goes, listen, when I go to the beach and I get to the edge of the water and I look out and I see the horizon, and then I look down at my foot and lift my foot up, the ground where I lift my foot up is curved. Therefore, the Earth is curved. Oh, you thought he was going to say something about the horizon, didn't you?
He's talking about his footprint being curved?
Yep. And then he'll say, then we'll be like, dude, we're about to ban you. And then he'll be like, drink, piss, or die, and then it'll get banned. We had a game on our main server where he would. So we have this process called voice verification. We don't just let anybody join. That way we could keep the entry level joining very low. We wouldn't ask for emails or phone numbers or anything. People could just join, but to be able to speak, you have to go through this process. And we had a game
Okay,
where
so
people,
do I still have to do that on the main 24/7
no,
Discord?
because we're talking to you. We're talking to you now. We're
Oh,
vetting you
okay.
now. You're
Okay.
not a stranger now. But anyway, you get the point. So we had this thing, and we had this little game where certain trolls, and he was one of them, and we'd be able to recognize them by the habits that they chose with their PFPs or their names. Like he might have this PFP with like a subtly shaded circle, and then his name would be the Divine Waters. It's like, yeah, it's pee drinker, ban.
Oh, like the Divine Waters is his piss.
Yeah, and then, he'd have different names that if you knew what you were looking for, you could tell he's talking about that kind of stuff. Oh, for Dandelion's benefit, we got a new 24/7 Flat Earth Discord member here who was sent our way because he was tired of all the Flat Earth esoteric and perverted globe nut jobs that are being entertained in all these other so-called Flat Earth servers.
Well, I would actually
Nice.
argue
So he
there.
came to he's looking for the least perverted flat earthers he can find. And he thinks he's found them now.
Precisely, actually, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, that's a low bar, but we probably can meet that. The least perverted. I can endorse that.
I would actually say I'm not like the biggest guy into esotericism, but even on those servers, the moron servers, I would actually say they're quite the neophyte when it comes to any type of esoteric subjects. Just with my own personal reading of certain like Freemasonic books and all that, I find they don't actually know anything about shit, and actually they're just trying to give the ruse of being esoteric. They're not even actually esoteric. Thank you.
Oh, so not esoteric means they're mainstream.
Yeah, I'd say they're like liberal, basically. It's actually.
Sounds about right. Yep. That's most of the flat earthers I've met are pretty darn mainstream. Yep. And then they become even more entrenched in the mainstream mentality, the more esoteric they think they are. Sounds about right. Because what better way to keep people in a mainstream mentality than to make them believe that they're enlightened?
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's exactly it. Stroke their ego, make them think. Because I'm gonna be, I'm not like really big into esotericism. I was when I was like a edgy kind of teenager, and so I was reading all these like books on magic and masonry and all that. This is before I even knew about flat Earth. So like when I hear these guys, like they're not, they're not even, they're not even like esoteric, dude. They're not. They're just liberals. Like literally, they're just a liberal. Like that's all they are.
Hey, brother, let me ask this question. You ever watch the Matrix movie?
Yes, sir. Yeah, the first I watched all three, but
Yep.
I thought the
So,
first was the best one.
right. So they had this prophecy of the one, and they had this idea of this elite group of people who knew the truth, and they were working in the background to subvert the system, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then Neo finally met the architect. You know what the architect told him? Hey, your little group of people and the prophecy and all that, they were just part of my system of control. I let you guys think you were free, think you were doing something so that humanity could exercise its angst of fighting the system, but actually accomplish nothing. You know the
Yeah,
only person who
yeah.
accomplished anything in that
They tell
movie?
him he's
Oh,
like
go ahead. Hey,
the
whoa,
six.
whoa, whoa. Let Dandelion go.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, kind of like InfoWars, or the Natural News Dude, or, whatever. There's 100 different variations of that. But yeah, you didn't get to your main point. Get to your main point.
Yeah, so the main point is that a lot of people, they think they're on the side of fight the system, but they're actually pawns in the system to give humanity the concept that they're fighting the system, to satisfy that itch, to scratch that itch, but really they're just tools and sheep, just like they always were.
Hey, do you believe in a flat ass or round ass?
So are people like Luigi considered like those matrix things? Prince, is she like a part of the system that's attacking the
I
system?
believe in a round ass.
Holy crap. Get banned. All right, who's Gold Piker? Is that the person we were talking to?
Yeah, I guess he just asked the question and left. I don't know why. And then Goose also spoke. Goose.
I was just saying that so that they would talk again so I could ban them. Suckers.
I was responding to the question. Sorry, guys.
Goose, you're all right. We know who you are. Oh, what happened to Flatlander? Did we mute him?
He is in the chat saying he is muted and he does not know why. I'm sure he didn't do nothing.
Oh man, maybe I muted him when everybody was talking or something. I don't
Was he hot
know.
micing or something?
I don't know. Let's find out. But anyway, somebody else was trying to speak before we deal with that. I
Thanks.
think it was Flat Earth Ranger.
Yeah, it was me. I wasn't saying anything to him for it.
Well, no worries, but you got upstaged by if the body part is flat or round or some nonsense retard like that.
Oh yeah, body part's back. He's back.
Oh, nice. Now I can ban him. All right, let's forget about banning people and let's just move on with the topic. What's the topic again?
Oh,
The
lack of
Matrix.
globe. Yeah, lack of globe and how understanding there's no globe does not make you enlightened instantly. Just makes you
Oh,
like
yeah.
what they would have called a normal person 100 or 200 years ago. It's kind of
Yep.
like, okay, so where are you going to go from there, guy?
And becoming a flat earther doesn't mean you're free from the system either. I would say 90% of flat earthers are still in the system and completely think they're free, just like the morons in the Matrix did.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they didn't. The
That's
architect said this was. Sorry, the architect said that he was the sixth one or whatever, that the Matrix
seven.
act like or something like that. Yeah, like the Matrix, the one or whatever is actually a Matrix. His job was basically, the one's job is basically at the end of the Matrix, like when the Matrix is ending and they're going to destroy the Matrix, take all the flaws with the previous Matrix and carry it over to the next one, basically.
Yeah, but you
Or
missed a
something.
That's
step, and
right.
that is,
Smith did an exceptional job.
yeah, the step you missed is that in the process of the one reaching his journey to conclusion, humanity exercises their flaw of fighting the system and their accepting of the system, right? So most people, remember, the architect's job is to make the majority of humanity accept the system, and then there's acceptable losses, and part of that acceptable losses is allowing some people to exercise a certain sense of freedom, to exercise out that anomaly, which is the human free will and stuff, right? So in other words, like if a society has this auspices of, oh, you could be free if you really wanted to, a lot of people will just accept their enslavement because they're like, well, if I wanted to quit, I could.
Kind of like a pressure release valve in a way.
Yep, exactly. A pressure relief valve to save the tank. So it lets off a little valve, squirt, squirt, pressure, pressure, puff, puff. Let out a few flat earthers to save the whole paradigm.
Like I was saying earlier, but they'll let out a couple of El Mugionis that CL just for the same sake. It's exactly what I said earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, well, hold on. I didn't get that reference. Who's that guy?
You know, the Luigi Manioni against the corporations, you know, that type of situation. I'm not sure if we can even talk about it.
He's some guy that shot like a CEO of an insurance company because the insurance
Oh,
company
yeah. Gotcha.
did
Yeah,
him
yeah.
scam.
We
Right,
understand the
so
correlation. I'm not sure if we can
yes,
talk about it. That's why I keep trying to cut it
that's
off.
fine. Well, I can talk about it in this way. So they let out a patsy so that everyone can vicariously live through that person's actions, and then nothing is ever actually truly done. So it's like if I wanted to, I could challenge the system, and just the idea of feeling like you could makes you go to sleep at night and do nothing.
Absolutely.
And also the thought of like, oh, look, people are out there challenging the system. Well, that's good. I'm going to go back to whatever I was doing.
Yeah, I don't need to because those guys are doing it.
As part of them having an overall understanding of people in psychology, they know that if they tell us what they've been doing, nothing will happen.
Yeah. So like in the first movie, like the Oracle is supposed to be this truth teller, but then they actually find out. I don't know if it's in the second or third movie that the Oracle has been lying to them the whole time. And then also in the third movie, I think the Agent Smith algorithm or whatever, it actually goes rogue and goes against the system, which apparently is an anomaly that never happened in any of
Right,
the previous Matrix renditions or
right,
whatever.
right. But check this out. So the moral of the Matrix is that the hero is actually Smith, an agent of the system. So the free people aren't even powerful enough to challenge the system. It can only be destroyed from within, and that's the subtext of the Matrix movie. Because here's the thing, bros, which a lot of people don't realize: they think that Neo was taken out of the Matrix and went to the real world at Zion with his homie Morpheus. But here's the thing: nobody in the entire movies, anyone you saw, was ever outside of the Matrix. They were all still in the Matrix. They never left.
Wait, are you serious?
Dead serious.
Yo, I didn't even catch that. Is that
They're-
revealed in the
they-
new one, or is that just so you're saying the real world where the people like are in that ship with the thing, that's not even
Yep,
the real world?
yep,
If we
still
just
Matrix.
equate it to reality, yes, absolutely, yes. To make it
There's
simpler, yes, they've
there's,
never left the Matrix.
there's kind of a major plot hole that kind of that goes to, and that is when he's unplugged and out of the Matrix and everything. Well, he can just still instantly be downloaded with all this stuff and instantly have access to it, and that's
And do telekinetic attacks on the machines.
yeah, that right there just shows he's still in the dream.
Wait, are you
Yes, and here's another
serious?
layer.
How do
Here's
you wait,
another
wait,
layer.
how do you get to that? I didn't get
What
that
are you talking,
far.
dude? The dude had his Matrix powers in Zion.
I remember that when he could see
Yes,
he could
he
see after they
how
blinded
could he
him.
see? Yeah,
I thought that was
exactly.
I always thought that was weird actually. Now that you well, I mentioned it, but now that you mentioned the theory that he never left the Matrix.
Yep, and also from the architect's perspective and from the Oracle's perspective. So here's the thing. Here's the thing in the Matrix is when he meets Morpheus, Morpheus takes him into this white room, one of Neo's first journeys into the Matrix, right? Where he knows it's the Matrix. So he's jacked, right? And they go into the Matrix, and he says to Neo, "This is the real world," and he shows him an image. Did he show him the real world? No, he showed him an image on a screen. Then he says, "This is the history of the real world." Where did he get that history from? Think about it. It's all an illusion. The entire movie is people and machines and programs trapped in an illusory world, and they don't really know what's real and what isn't. So
That's why I always
even the architect doesn't necessarily know the true history of how he arrived where he's at. He's just exercising his programming.
That's why I always find it easier to equate every movie, everything, something specific like this to reality specifically. Because once people hear the truth about things and how the people think they're the main character, it all correlates. But I don't know if that's another conversation or if anybody even gets what I say.
Yeah, well, dude, check this out. If you're in a matrix, like a true matrix, like in the Matrix movie, where you're actually in a simulatory computer environment, that's one version of a matrix. Another version of a matrix is having completely wrong ideas about reality and acting them out in the real world. In other words, you're living in a simulatory world overlaid in the real world based entirely on your perceptions and beliefs that causes you to do certain things.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. I don't know if anybody can understand what I'm saying right now. But that's part of the problem. That's part of the thing that most people can't get over. But I agree 100%.
Yeah, the whole why would they lie about the nature of fundamental reality and where I am and where I'm going and what everything is and isn't? Oh, well, that's to put you in a simulatory world so they get the desired result.
Yeah, they get to use the truth and alter it the way they want to. Whether it's the truth or not, it's a bad thing.
Yeah, for example, we got people who live in a virtual world. So they go out to the beach, they see flat water, and then you tell them, "Have you ever seen the curve of the earth?" And they say, "Yeah, I saw it at the beach."
Or even worse, yeah, I saw it on the TV, so it has to be true because the TV doesn't lie. People aren't dumb. If the TV was lying, we would do something about it, but nobody's done anything about it. Exactly, yes, just like the Matrix.
Oh, my headset's running out of power. Dang it.
Or even a better example that I'm not even sure we can talk about, the McDonald's thing with the people meat and it coming out, and you can fact check it and you can Google it right now. And still, whatever millions of burgers a day, same thing.
Yeah, that's kind of weird because I've been always the most conspiratorial of my friend and family and all that. Um, but now, like a lot of my friends, now that some of the things have been mainstreamed, are kind of converting to my thing, and they even agree that like McDonald's is like all that, and then they still go to McDonald's and get a burger, and it's like, yo, dude, like I I don't know, where's the disconnect? Like you agree, right? So
Yeah,
why
I
you
mean,
going
if
there?
we do that math, all right, that's I don't even know what we can talk about anymore. But yeah,
Oh, what's going on with? I guess you guys can't. Someone DM me the McDonald's thing briefly. I'm so lost with that because clearly you're not just talking about that it's unhealthy, right?
oh, I don't even know, but it just popped in my head. But just look it up.
Look at I don't even know what I'm supposed to find.
Human meat and fast food
Okay,
chains
okay,
like
that's okay.
McDonald's.
I kind of know what you're
There you
talking
go.
about. I got you. I got you.
Or like when you explain airplanes and how they work, and people say, "Well, the airplane's flying it, but it's automatically doing it," and all the facts are there, and people never know.
Dude, I don't know if this is weird or whatever, but I don't know if you guys met this guy named Shoebill, but he claims to be a plane surveyor and a pilot. Like I just that's and then I met this guy and I told him, like I went to university at University of British Columbia and I got this degree or whatever, and he was like, "You don't have that? You don't have you're faking your credentials." And I was like, "Why is this guy like?"
Yeah,
I think that
because it's
guy. I
called
think that guy.
projection. It's called
I think that.
projection,
Yeah,
sir.
exactly,
Sorry
dude.
to
I
hit you
think that
off
guy.
because I've offered many times to post my degrees, and yeah, it's called projection. As simple as that. He
I think
doesn't
there's
have a degree, and he hates the fact that you have a degree, but you're a flat earther. That's all it is.
no. I think because he says he's a pilot and a plane surveyor. I think he's probably one of them, but I don't think he's actually both. I think he's lying. And so because he's in a state of lying about who he is and what he does for his livelihood and all that, when he comes
He
onto
has to
Discord,
attack
I think
you.
he is he's projecting onto me what he is. Cause like you're saying that you're a pilot and a land surveyor, like That's just just off the bat, that's the weirdest combo ever. I just don't even like. It's already kind of
Yeah, I
unbelievable.
think she's
And then
not
for him to
have to lie
spurg
about
out,
at all.
and yeah, and then for him to spurg out and like you don't know me. This is the first time I met you. How would you know that if I did or didn't have the quality? You know what I mean? Like you, I don't know.
Oh crap, bros,
Yeah,
bros,
just
watch
ask
out.
for them, show them,
Hey,
all that
whoa,
type of
hold on,
stuff.
bro. Hold on, brother. Indigo has entered the chat.
So then
He
they
said
go,
he
he's
has a
been
Yeah,
here
did
a
call.
someone
while.
call me?
He said he just got a call, so he'll be right back.
Did
What's
someone call
up?
me?
Yeah,
Yo,
dude, this
someone
guy's been
called me.
dying to. Yeah, this guy's been dying to meet you.
Who the fuck that?
Me, I've been
What do you
told. I've
want?
been told. I've been told by Cyrus that you're a great flat Earth debater, and I've been searching for flat Earth debaters that are greater than myself, and have found none on Earth Awakenings or Rig server.
Is that so? What do you want?
I don't know, I want to see you debate a Glober or something. I don't know.
Get him in here. Fucking waste my time.
Does anyone know a Glober? Let me message one.
Yeah, if the Earth was flat, why do doorknobs work backwards?
That guy's
That's
got a
only
good
true
point.
in Australia.
What'd you say, Boogie Woods? Go ahead.
I said that's only true about the doorknobs in Australia.
Well, they don't really work backwards. We're just upside down, so it appears to be backwards.
Oh, that makes sense.
There aren't any good Globers that can debate. That's my answer.
I actually watched a debate last night. I didn't know it had ever been done between Andrew Wilson and Fight the Tight Shirt. And old FTFE Craig just got fucking smoked.
What was
I'm
that,
guessing that.
atheism versus Christianity or something?
Yeah, it was actually. Yeah, it just popped up in my feed, and I thought, oh, this will be interesting. And yeah, old Craig just playing his games, not answering, not addressing the questions, just lost, man.
I can see that happening.
Well, it's just it's really funny if you step back and think about it. You know, it's really hard to find a good unbiased. You know, of course there's always some bias, but you know, an actual Glober in a similar position that wants to have a honest conversation because you either come across this information and are honest with yourself and you realize, hey, I don't live on a spinning ball, or you have severe cognitive dissonance and because of maybe other degenerative ways, you become this, anti flat Earth zealot, this globe zealot, and that's what you're left with. Either that, or people look at it
Oh,
like,
there's
oh,
also
that's uncomfortable. That's uncomfortable.
there's
I'm
also
not going to look at it. So then they never have enough information to have a good conversation. So it's really hard to find.
yeah, except there's one more category. There are super nice Globers who will listen to everything you say, have cognitive state Stockholm, and one of those people are Matthew Learns. I enjoy talking to Matthew Learns to have a conversation with you. And he'll deny and deflect. And he's a nice guy.
I'll just
Yeah.
I would just
Sorry, go
say
ahead.
that I don't think he's a very nice guy because that he may have a pleasant demeanor, but he's been in this space for about 6 years. And if you ask him for his best globe proofs, he's still going to bring up like sunrises and sunsets.
Oh
And
yeah,
he
absolutely.
still doesn't know the arguments, or if he does, he's lying about them. So I don't think that like parroting the same thing over and over again and wasting people's time for like 6 years is a nice guy, but that's just
Yeah,
my opinion.
okay, I agree. As far as the cog this in Stockholm, that's my biggest thing. As long as you're cordial and I know you ignore and obfuscate everything I say, that's understandable for me. But I agree.
What are you talking about?
Matthew learns.
Learns, yeah.
Oh, listen, Matthew Learn's biggest problem is this. He's not willing to do a demonstrable test in the field. So in other words, he says, no, my belief is sufficient. I'm confident in my belief. I don't need to test it. That's my biggest gripe with him.
Well, he's scared of me. He won't come in when I'm in the room, or if he sees I'm in here, he leaves now. Because the last time I talked to him, I told him that I suspected he was a closeted flat earther and couldn't talk about it because of his job. And then he got very flustered and left. And now, if he sees me in here, he'll say that he has to leave. So take that as you will.
I absolutely agree to that because that's how I started. I was like, "Are you a shill?" And he would never answer me. I was like, "Are you a plant? Are you a CIA plant?" And I just had fun with that for a couple of months. But yeah, maybe.
You think Matthew Learns
Last
is
discussion.
a Fed or something, like a Mason?
You never know. Most likely, you never know. I don't know. Some people are just it's extreme cog this, and some people you never know. Maybe some people are paid. I wouldn't like to say that, but I don't know.
Last
Yeah,
discussion I had with him, he was telling me how you use a plumb bob for celestial navigation to find your zenith, and that plumb bobs dangle from the sky.
yeah, absolutely. I've heard people with
Okay.
no education say those same exact things. Yeah, but you
Yes, but
never
did
know.
it?
I don't want to say for sure. Go ahead.
Yes. Check this out, bros. Did he show you the angle of the dangle?
Definitely not. But I was wondering why I was walking around dodging plumb bobs all day. Couldn't work it out until he told me that.
But back to this specific category of Glober who's like, okay, I'll admit it's just a belief I have. I have no evidence. I can present no evidence. It's just a belief that I have. And I think a lot of it, of course, anything is possible about plants or what have you. But I think a lot of it is like what Overfence has said, and even if it's not closeted, like they're aware of it closeted, it's like almost like a subconscious understanding that there is something here and I'm still going to be fascinated with it, which, makes no sense is if you think that everything in here is, if they think this is incorrect and nonsense, but I think a lot of it's almost like a subconscious, tether to the truth.
All right, well, I gotta bounce, but it was nice meeting y'all.
Later, man. Have a good day.
All right, what do you guys think of that kid?
I mean, I don't know. I guess seemed genuine enough. I guess.
I'd rather hear how he communicates with like Globers, I guess, before I like put a nail on it. But I mean, he's in the same boat as all of us for the most part. Obviously, we all have our spectrums and lean towards one way or another when it comes to how we got here and like what's going on the inside. But
I think that dude that was just on who claimed to be a flat earther, I've heard him before, and I could have swore he's a globe earther. He's just LARPing, but I don't know.
the guy that just left.
Yeah, I've heard him in here before. I've heard his voice before, and I'm almost positive he's a globe earther.
I'd be very surprised if you're right, but I don't know. People are weird.
No,
Give him 5 minutes of
Johnny,
Talon or Mez. That'll sort it out.
wait, Johnny Law, you're talking about that Indigo character?
Yep, the guy that said that he wanted to talk to Indigo. Yeah, that dude.
Oh, who wanted to talk to Indigo? Okay, because you do know that Indigo character that did come in. That was me, dude. I was just fucking around.
Yeah, I know that was you. Yeah, I knew that was you for sure.
That was funny,
No.
all right.
But no, that one dude that came in, I would bet 95% he was a globe earther. He's been in here before.
Okay.
Oh, I was just about to say and ask if he was still here.
He was in here for like an hour. I mean, that would be fucking weird. I disagree, but man, I'm not gonna say that you're wrong, but that'd be very
Well, I mean,
weird.
you're kind of new here too, and you haven't been here for that long. But I mean, I've heard his voice before. I've heard him come in here. So
Well, I
Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
asked him about his username, right? Because
Hey,
that's
what
a
was
key
his
right
username?
there. Yeah, I'll ping you that.
Oh, thank you.
That's
Is the
fair enough.
whole
It's
universe
just
flat? Like it's all just one plane, or is it just the Earth?
The globe paradigm it is actually.
What?
And yeah, the globe
Yeah,
paradigm
dude,
is
in
the
your own
universe is flat.
paradigm.
In the globe paradigm, the universe is flat.
Yeah. I think you need to get off the drugs.
Oh, that doesn't sound right.
They call it the cosmic plane. Look it up.
And no, I've heard that, but
Yeah, this is
it's
slightly
like in
outdated.
reference to like the curvature of the geometry of like any given. It's like a particle in the middle of nowhere is flat, but anything that has mass is not. It deforms the flat plane.
No, we're talking about the actual current model says that everything is
Oh, you're talking about the
allocated
holographic principle?
where it's flat. All the universes, all the galaxies, and everything.
The
If the
holographic
overall
principle is what
structure
you're talking
is
about.
flat. No.
No?
I've never heard it referred to as that. I'm just talking about the official narrative is that
It's
the
like
entire
it comes from like, oh, we looked at the edge and the edge was flat of like this distant place, so we must be
Oh,
flat
what?
relative to them, and so everything is flat. Like that's the idea.
Well,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did you
whether or
just
not
say
the
the edge is flat, therefore
whether or
everything's
not
flat?
the universe is flat or curved is actually an area of ongoing research and debate.
All right, but my question was
What were
more
we
like,
saying, Madeline?
do you think there's stuff other than the Earth, or I'm talking about people who believe in flat Earth. Do they think it's just like we're in a realm that's just
They
a
don't think.
surface?
They don't think.
They
Bro, why are you
know. They don't
crying
think they
already, dude?
know.
No, you're asking questions that they literally do not think about. That they don't think about things.
Okay.
Nobody's asking you, Donald.
Yeah, you didn't even say that, bro. You just said we don't think. Period.
Yeah, I
The
think I
hell?
thought that was Maddox about to answer this question before the guy jumped in.
For some reason, I like flat earthers, even though I don't believe in it. I like how mad it makes, like,
It's like Donald.
formally educated people.
You realize we're educated too, right?
I'm talking about people that are formally educated and like
I'm
they
formally educated.
Yeah, you mean people that defend the globe with their education. I understand.
Dude, you know what's funny is I'm actually formally educated in education. Wow.
wait, hold on.
Same.
Like you're talking
It's so
about
funny how he assumes that we're not. When I mean, the
you're
education
educated
level in this chat has got to be like off
in
the
what
charts
subject?
compared to your average Discord server. It's just so funny. Yeah,
What
whatever,
subject?
guy.
What subject?
Doesn't matter.
Why
So,
do you
for
have a
example, we
degree
had
in,
a
Jesse?
hold on, brother. We had a physicist in here,
Okay.
astrophysicist. His job was specializing in finding exoplanets, and he
Okay.
showed us like 8 pixels and said, "This is a world. This is a star. This is a planet that may or may not have water." And we're like, "Dude, it's 8 pixels. You don't know anything." And he goes, "Yeah, well, if I do this math on these pixels, and then you got to reverse engineer where he gets the math from." It goes all the way back to the cosmic distance ladder and the assumption of Earth's size and the assumption of Venus. But he didn't. We asked him, "What's the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder?" And he didn't even know. Said it's not pertinent to his field. So being educated isn't all it's cracked up to be, brother.
Yeah, I didn't. My point
Yo,
was
until
my
you
point was
realize
that
that
I
no
find it
flat
funny
earther has
like how
ever
much
engineered
effort they
anything.
put into it.
Hey, hold on. Ban anime. Thanks for putting your name for me to ban you because you want to be banned, I guess.
Is that
You
what I
want to?
said? I just said I'm
No,
just
no, no,
saying
no,
that
dude,
like
dude, no, dude, no, dude, no, dude.
flat
Dude.
earthers don't
Hey,
engineer
hey,
anything, right?
hey,
They
hey,
talk
listen.
about theory, but they don't make.
Yep, get muted, dude. Let me give you a history lesson, ban anime. Hopefully you'll listen. Brian
Yeah,
Mullen was an
what did
engineer.
Jesse? What
Right,
was
yes,
that
but
last thing Jesse said?
hold on, brother.
What did I say?
Hey, listen, when AI says I'm about to speak, that means he speaks. Thanks. So anyway, for your benefit, real Jesse,
Mm-hmm.
he said there's no engineers in flat Earth. They don't
No,
do anything.
I never said that.
No, I said he said that who just left.
Oh.
But what
Oh,
actually
okay.
happens is we had a guy who was an outspoken engineer, had a whole channel called Balls Out Physics. We would talk about engineering principles and prove that the Earth can't possibly be a globe. And some glober got so butthurt about it that he tried to call the licensing board, harassed his employer, and ultimately put him in a position where he had to choose to continue his flat Earth endeavors or just focus on his job so he could feed his family. That's what really happens in the real world. All right, go ahead.
Oh, that's it. I hadn't heard about that.
What's a glober?
One who globes.
Globetrotter. It was
Glober is the
like
kind
a
of
super
person.
team.
No, a glober is the kind of person who's so butthurt that people don't believe his religion that he tries to get them fired from their job because they're a flat Earth engineer. That's what a glober is.
But wait, is a glober is that somebody who believes the Earth is round?
More specifically, he's in the chat for you. 35 minutes past the hour.
I'm new to flat Earth.
Check the chat. Okay.
Oh, cool.
That.
Yeah, Globers have a religious belief in the globe because that's what they saw on TV, and they believe everything they see on TV.
While actively ignoring reality.
So why do you think the Earth is flat?
Because we've tested the predicted curvature that would be present if we indeed did live on a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles as claimed, which would result in curvature which would increase at a rate of roughly 8 inches per mile squared. However, when you go out in reality and test it using long-distance observations or laser tests, routinely objects are observed and targets are hit by lasers at distances far beyond where they would succeed in such an endeavor if we were on said globe. In other words, we test it mathematically and find thousands of counterexamples disproving the faulty mathematical conjecture that we live on said sphere.
Didn't they do the laser test and they couldn't get it to hit the other end?
Or we could just watch a Netflix mockumentary that says, hey, guy, you still do live on a globe, guy. And a flat earther showed it, dude. So just take another hit and go back to sleep. Or you could do what I said, test it for yourself, and repeat it multiple times.
Wait, so what can I do to test it?
You can go to a large body of water, identify an object such as a lighthouse, an island, or the entire city of Chicago, determine how far away it is, and then use an Earth curve calculator to find out how far behind the alleged curve that object should be. And
Wait,
then,
what's
if
an
you can
Earth
see
curve
the
calculator?
object, that means that the Earth curve is, in fact, not where it is predicted. I can
What?
link you to one, or you can just Google
Sure.
Earth curve calculator. Just Google it. Tell me
I
what you
don't.
come up with.
I don't really know how to do that though.
You don't know how to
Okay,
type into
where are
Google
you,
Earth
Joey?
No,
curve calculator?
no, I don't know how to use one.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
where are you, Joey?
Where am I?
Yes,
Oh, Canada.
Canada. Are there bodies of water in Canada?
Yeah,
Lakes, you might say?
yeah.
Can you measure
I'm
the
more
distance
interested in
across?
like what
Can you
is the
measure the
model?
distance across those lakes?
Well, I've never done that before, but I'm kind of a layman.
So
So, yeah.
who's the girl? Who's the flat Earth girl?
sorry, I've got a bit of an attitude tonight, so he was trying to rescue you. You should probably talk to him.
Okay. So, I mean, I like an attitude.
I just want to know
Yeah, so
what
Or
you
we could just
go,
like.
stay on topic.
Let's say I
he
buy.
wants
I'm
an
like,
Earth curve
okay, yeah, flat Earth
calculator.
is
What
right.
Earth curve calculator should this dude use? What one do you guys recommend? He doesn't want to Google it.
Well, I'll just Google it. Earth curve calculator.
There you go. I knew you could do it. I knew you could.
Okay, so it's giving me a few. Omni calculator, Earth curvature calculator.
The Omni calculator is good.
What would one of those formulas be, Joey, bro?
Okay, distance to object. Okay, so how am I going to measure this? How am I going to measure the distance on the lake?
What would one of those equations be, Joey Blow?
Oh, I don't really know.
You see any 8 inches per mile square on that sheet you're looking at?
It
Ranger, who are you
says
How
talking to?
powerful
distance
of
to
a
object, eyesight
lens do you
level,
need?
distance to horizon, obscured object parts. That's what it says.
Hey guys, hold on. I'll make it clear. We don't interrupt people speaking. Answer something from the text, okay? Answer it in the text or wait till no one's speaking. Thank you. All right, continue.
Okay, so yeah, you would put in, for example, the observation I was discussing, which would be the Chicago skyline from whatever location you are on Lake Michigan, for example. If you wanted to put it into the Earth curve calculator, you would put your observer height and the distance to Chicago from whatever point you're at. So a common long distance observation is 52 miles, but you can actually see the city of Chicago from multiple locations. But if you were at 52 miles, you would put that into the Earth curve calculator, and then you would find that the city of Chicago should be hidden behind well over 1,000 feet of Earth curvature, and yet you can observe the skyline when it should be hidden behind the side of the curve. So that is the reason why we have discovered that there is no globe, because the curvature that would be required by said globe is not observed in reality. And that's just one example of many long distance observations where you see things in the distance that if you were on a globe would be hidden around the other side of the globe.
So what about a plane? Like when I'm on a plane, what should I look for?
Whether or not the plane is flying straight and level across the flat plane, or
What do you think you
dipping
should
its
be looking
nose
for in a
down.
plane?
Well, I don't know.
Okay, dude, I think you should probably come back when you sober up.
Well, no,
You know,
what? I
this is
did.
live streamed, right?
Yeah, I don't know anything about flat Earth.
So then why are you asking us about airplanes? We're talking about the surface of the Earth.
Well, because I've heard some people say before that you can see the curvature from a plane, so I'm
That's not
asking about it.
mathematically possible, right? You're not high enough above the Earth to see Earth curvature from that height.
Oh,
You
well,
can't even see more than 3% of the Earth from ISS height, which is 255 miles,
well,
approximately.
perfect. So that's all I wanted to know.
Yeah. Well, you said what should you be looking
Yeah.
for from a plane, so
Okay,
All
well, I
you
guess
need to
nothing.
know
You
is
should look
all you
and
need
see
to
how
know
flat
is
the Earth looks, you know?
sure, sounds good.
Yeah, you can't see it from a
all you need
plane.
to
You can't see it from a train. You can't see it with your green eggs and ham. It isn't there, so you're never ever going to see it. Where have you ever seen the globe, real Jesse Adam? Is that who we're talking to?
No, it's Joey.
Oh, we're talking to Joey? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, so Joey, where have you seen the globe? Tell me, please.
Well, I mean, I've seen it on a variety of different media platforms.
That's right. You've seen it on a screen. You've seen propaganda. In reality, we do not observe curvature and we do not observe the globe.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that I don't observe, but I know are there, like, light's there. Well, I guess I am observing light.
yeah, or you have enough information to go, do your own research, measure it for yourself. By now, the first thing she said.
What? Hmm.
Sounds like you don't know anything about the globe either.
Yeah, I don't really know a whole lot about a whole lot of things.
So how are you going to understand then?
Well, by coming in here and asking questions.
And not Googling.
Well, I can Google, I just don't know where to start.
Well, how did you learn about these things in the first place? Did you maybe read books, or
Well, learn what? Like that like
the Earth is a globe?
well, yeah, I mean, I guess school and a bunch of stuff like that. Yeah.
So what did they teach
So
you
it'll
at
take a
school?
bunch of schooling. It'll take a bunch of self-schooling and doing it for
I
yourself
don't
to
know where
learn.
the School of Flat Earth is. I assume it's here.
Yeah, but what did they teach you at school about the globe?
Well, they taught me that it was a globe. I
Yeah,
know
and
the
what
claim.
evidence did they give you?
Oh, well, I mean, that was too long ago to even remember.
You don't
Can't
remember
remember anything.
going.
I
You
can't
don't
remember
remember going
anything
to
from my
school.
classes. Well, I mean, not the
Yeah, I know. It
details.
sounds like you smoked too many bongs. That's why.
Well, I can't remember the finer details of all the classes that I learned, that I went
You were
to.
busy smoking bongs.
Well, I was busy, goofing off.
Yeah. So you don't know anything about the globe then, right?
Well, yeah, I just said I don't know a whole lot about a lot.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know where to go with that.
What are they trying to cover up? Like, what's the big?
No one's covering it up. Go outside.
No, I mean like you globers as you call them. They've got all this.
Covering it up.
What?
Yeah, you're asking about people with mental disorders. The people that are telling you the lies are also telling you the truth. So you can ignore all of that and just go check for yourself.
Yeah, I mean,
What
it's
is
it's normal that people want to know why would they lie, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, there's so many reasons why people lie: money, power, control. It's pretty obvious if
But like,
you.
how does it help if the Earth is a globe? Like, what is that?
I mean, for one, we know that we can get a large group of people to not think for themselves. I mean, that's one
brainwashing?
that pops into mind.
Well, in the flat Earth model, like, there's an ice wall, right?
Nope.
We're
That's in the
jumping too
globe
many
model.
subjects. We need something acknowledged.
Hey, Flat Earth Ranger, you've got like a lot of background noise, and it's a little bit hard to hear you.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
I
the
guess, are we going back
the
and
Oscar.
forth between real Jesse Adam and Joey Blow, and they just sound like exactly the same? Am I hearing this right?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think they're in the
Pretty
same
weird.
room
Like,
doing
I'm
the
gonna
same
put my
thing,
screen now so
right?
I can see both of them. It's like, wow, they're just the same person. Maybe they just have two different devices where
We
you
can
guys
This is
talk
sound.
my
at the same
brother.
time.
Oh, it's your brother. Yeah, you guys should be best buds. I mean, your mentality's the same. You sound the same. It's amazing. Yeah. So, for example, if you wanted to control a population, one possible way would be as is amazingly demonstrated in the movie The Truman Show, you would just tell them that your land is limited to the places we dictate that it is. You can only go this far. And only people who can go outside of it are those amazing astronauts like Don Pettit, the best of the best, the smartest and the brightest. Only Don Pettit can go further than the limits of your land. Not only that, not only are we going to limit you to the globe, we're going to limit you even further by the Antarctic Treaty, so you can't even freely explore the southern oceans. So, oh yeah, I'm sure I just can't even imagine how a government would benefit from keeping people penned in both reality and imagination. It's just beyond me. Not only that, but they could also collect millions of dollars per day from those people for a fraud such as NASA. Money, power, control. I already told you that, and you're still asking questions. It's like you've never heard anybody lie before. It's so
You
weird.
you know that song? It goes ground control to Major Tom.
I detest
Why
that song.
why would he make that song if the Earth
Because he's a
was
moron, like
flat?
all the other morons who just believe what they're told and never question it.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Why you just keep singing the song and actually do some research for yourself. Actually look into it,
Really?
not believe what the TV says.
I think we just need to mute him. He's like singing and trolling. It's
I'm
just
not trolling.
ridiculous that
So
Well,
oh
basically,
no,
you
no,
told
you're
him an
definitely
argument,
not
so you mute
trolling.
him.
I believe you, bro. You're not trolling.
I like the stream of consciousness Major Tom thing. That was cute. Yeah. So, who was it? Was that David Bowie, Major Tom?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, David Bowie probably thinks he lives on a globe. Yeah. Like a lot of people believe the lie. They're not like purposely lying to you. David Bowie, I don't know, but he may or may not think he lives on a globe. It's irrelevant. He's an entertainer. He's a stooge, just like Don Pettit probably thinks he lives on a globe, even though he works for NASA, who is perpetuating this fraud. But
Really?
that doesn't mean that every employee in NASA knows what's going on. It's completely unnecessary for most of the people to understand. They just perpetuate the lie that they've been told.
So are all the astronauts just lying?
Maybe look into it. There's proof. Furthermore, if I believe
Or
the
like
Earth was
is
globe,
there
I
like
could
this
write a
is
beautiful song about drops of Jupiter and leaving Venus and coming back to Earth. Yeah, that's fine.
this is like a genuine question. Has any of the astronauts ever come out and said I think the Earth is flat?
No, they said they know it and they regret lying to the American people. But if you looked into it
Really?
yourself, you wouldn't have to ask it. You wouldn't have to ask these questions.
Well, it seems like there's a little bit of hostility for me not knowing stuff. This is my
No,
first
no, no,
time.
no, 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 no. We just encourage knowledge, research for yourself. Because if the TV says it, it has to be true. No, it shouldn't be
Well,
like
you know,
that.
I don't know
You
where to
should be
start.
able
What do
to,
I type in? I type in flat Earth. I'll do that right now, and I bet you I'm not going to get a
No,
lot of.
that's a bad
or you can type
idea,
in
Joey
something related
Blow.
to the specific thing you asked about. Ask about the astronauts coming clean on deathbed. Maybe, I don't know what. Look into it, sir.
Well, when I look these things up on Google, it just comes up with like stuff that you guys would probably call globe propaganda. So what do I look at?
You know, you can just stay on the globe if you want, if that's easier for you. You know, if it.
Well, I want to
You
know
should
the
you
truth.
should
Yeah.
you should
Why I'm
look in
here.
the mirror and ask, what the hell am I doing right now? I'm acting a fool.
How am I
No,
acting
no,
a
no,
fool?
no. I'll
By
admit,
asking questions?
I'll admit, flat Earth has been censored. So maybe ask somebody to send you some stuff if you're genuine.
Like if I type in, look, I'll look up right now. Has any
Or you didn't hear a word I just said. Yeah. Flat Earth has been heavily censored. Or you can say, ask
He's
somebody to
just
send you
fucking
some stuff.
around. Doesn't
I'm
He
not.
doesn't want to learn anything
Well,
or
how am
ask
I
an
supposed?
honest
I don't have
question.
sources.
We are your sources. You can validate them. You can recheck them for yourself. You can look for books. Yeah. Ask
Well,
about it.
I know you guys are my sources, so that's why I'm asking questions. But when I ask questions, it's just
But then when we say, yeah, you have to research these things, and you say Google brings you propaganda, and we give you an alternative, and you go back
Yeah.
to Google, it's like
where
you're
Yeah,
not
where's
listening at
I'll
all.
start
where's the
answering your
alternative?
Joey. I'll hold your hand
Okay.
through this whole thing if you sit up straight, fucking start talking like a normal human, and ask some good questions. If you can do that, then more people will be honest with you,
But
right?
let's not even go there. Let's start with a very simple exercise. Joey,
Yeah.
next move is to challenge Flat Earth Ranger on his claim for the evidence of his claim that there was a deathbed confession of any astronaut. That's what you should be doing, Joey. He said he has the source.
Yeah. Oh, true. Can I see the source?
It's just like cosplay. Like none. There's no actual flat earthers here.
Oh, there's the other one. Oh, good. Thanks for
Oh, dude, you,
chiming
listen.
Oh
in.
my
Yeah.
To be fair,
God.
you guys are cosplaying as sentiently capable, cognitively adept human beings right now.
Yeah. Actually, I'm an NPC. I'm a P zombie.
But the only thing I want being done right now is for Joey to challenge the evidence that he was told exists.
Okay. Well, astronaut deathbed.
Holy
All
crap,
right,
Joey!
you don't gotta say it out loud.
Oh
Just
my
type.
God.
You don't got
Yeah,
to
I
type
mean, or
nothing. You don't got to type
yeah,
nothing, Joey. I'm telling you the
no,
tactical
no, no,
move.
no, 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 no. I want to see him. I want to see what he comes up with first. Everybody else with brains understood you completely. Let's just see what happens.
It's your claim.
Absolutely, you are
Okay.
absolutely right.
So I have a bunch of stuff here.
Let's hear it.
When I type in astronaut deathbed confessions flat Earth, it just comes up with an AI overview. It says misattributed quotes. Many quotes used in these rumors are fabricated, taken out of context, or misattributed to deceased astronauts such as Neil Young or various Apollo era figures.
Neil
Moon landing.
Young. My favorite song of his is what? I'm trying to think. Heart of Gold. You like that one? Not sure. Are you sure it says Neil Young?
It does say I can share my screen.
It says Neil Young. Really? Come on, guy. Read a little
Sure,
more
it's not Neil
carefully. Come
Armstrong, but
I'll
hey,
share
on.
my. I'll literally share my screen.
Please
to
do.
be
I want
fair,
to see where it talks about Neil
to be,
Young landing on the
Dandelion,
moon. Please,
Dandelion. To
please.
be fair, it's probably an LLM blurb, not actual source.
I don't know. Yeah. So whenever you Google
Here,
something
look
that
at
you
my
want to find out about, and then it immediately tells you something about
look at
some
my screen.
rumors that they're going to debunk, you might want to think, that's interesting. They have no actual information. They're just automatically debunking something
Look at
as if
Because
they don't want me to look
just
into it
look at
further.
my screen if you
I
don't
was
believe me and think I'm
absolutely
lying.
ready to show a source. It was so crazy. I love it. Thank
Look
you,
at this.
AI. Thank
Such
Oh,
you,
yeah.
as
Show
everybody.
me the
Neil
Neil
Young.
Young source. I can't wait.
Look.
I can't wait. Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm looking.
But you should put the question into like an actual good model, not the super fast dumbass model.
Why would you do it at all?
Oh my gosh, it totally says deceased astronauts such as Neil Young. It totally says that.
It does say that. That's why I said.
Maybe
Keep
there is a.
looking
You,
for
do you
a
actually know for
higher
sure?
goal.
I know there's a
Neil
musician,
Young
but is
didn't
there
even
someone
know.
else named
Neil
Neil Young?
Young made it to the moon and he didn't even know it. He was probably too stoned. Amazing.
And then it's just a bunch of other stuff that would be like globe propaganda.
Huh. But this says there was an infamous gaffe by NBC News in 2012.
Wait, Joey, somebody here said they have the evidence, so just ask them to give it to you. Problem
Yeah.
solved.
Well, yeah, I did ask. I asked multiple times. I just want a website or something I can look at.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say it real quick. I tried to get in earlier, and so it could take another 15 minutes before I could get in. You could type in discord.gg/flat earth, and then at the bottom of the server, you would find all kinds of sources, information, links, YouTube videos, all kinds of things. But I will also, in the side chat, Joey Blow 123, find some laser tests and long distance observations for you to analyze in your spare time. Since the politics side chat disappears after a short period of time, be sure to open up the links so you can tomorrow look at them with a clear head and decide what you think.
Okay, I gotcha, but why tomorrow? 'Cause you think I'm drunk or something?
No, just after a good night's sleep, you can always, have a better look at things. I'm sure my mind will be even clearer than it is now in the morning.
Yeah, true.
Wait, are you saying you're not drunk right now?
No. Well, I'm completely sober.
Are you
I guess
high?
I guess I'm
This
high
is
on
getting
life.
dangerous into the territory of picking on people for their disabilities.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Wait.
Listen, we don't make fun of you because you're a dwarf that works out his arms to make himself feel bigger than he actually is. So I mean, come on.
Shit.
Why is asking
You're right. You're
questions
right.
a disability?
No, it wasn't that. No, never mind.
Listen,
It
dude,
doesn't even
we're
matter.
just saying that Latz is disabled, and so he has a chip on his shoulder, and he likes to tell everyone else that they're drunk. No big deal.
How
Yeah,
was
so
that
the first
Flatlander
one,
guy
let's
being
see.
rude, though?
I was.
At Joey Below, do I have to also send it to you, your brother? What was his name? Is he
I have
still
no
there?
clue who he
Oh,
is.
Real Jesse, yeah. Oh, well, then you guys really should become buddies. You have so much in common.
Well, he sounds like a nice guy.
I know, he does, yeah. And he kind of backs you up, so you don't feel alone. So this one that I put in there, Black Swan Rising, observing the sea beyond the physical
What's a black
geometric
swan?
horizon. Great question. So the term black swan, I believe it was in the 1600s, came from some Dutch explorers first saw a black swan, which was previously thought not to exist. When next time you feel like Googling, you could Google black swan and you'll find the Wikipedia article. Then you can make sure, what year exactly in the 1600s that it was, because that's where it
When were the
originated.
1600s?
In case you hear from anybody else that they came up with it, it was the 1600s when the idea was introduced to humanity. And so the Dutch sailors who saw a black swan have now shown that anyone who previously thought that all swans were white because that was all they experienced within their region now knew that black swans existed. And so a black swan is something which then disproved the statement all swans are white because it was a counterexample. In the same way, it only takes one counterexample to disprove the mathematical conjecture that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. There are multiple black swan observations, of which this one, which I tagged you in, is one. Dr. John D. has multiple videos showing various black swan observations, buoys, wind farms, and he also has laser tests on his channel. So after you carefully watch that 15-minute video, you could go to his channel and watch anything else that you feel like watching that catches your fancy. But
Okay.
basically, it asks you in that video, I'm pretty sure that's the buoy one, the one that I sent you. So in that video, it asks you if you see the horizon behind the buoy. And then you can decide, do I see the horizon behind the buoy? And if you answer yes, then you do not live on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. After you have disproved that faulty mathematical conjecture, you could go on and try to figure out where you live, although you're not allowed to freely explore the area where you live, as we discussed earlier. But you know what? You could also just spend 10 years trying to get people to accept a very simple mathematical fact that we don't live on a globe of a radius 3,959 miles.
Wait.
Choice is yours.
Wait. What do you mean I can't explore?
Antarctic Treaty, no-fly zones. Furthermore, I just sent you a link speaking
Well, I
about
don't
one of
even live in the
our.
Antarctic, so I'm not gonna
Okay,
bother.
yeah, Joey, well, you can talk when I'm done. I tagged you in a post about Werner von Braun about how he says that he lies about everything. There's a further and actual uh, snippet or article about it, but I just grabbed the first thing I can find because this is a new phone and I usually have it on hand. Sorry about that, but you can look into that yourself.
Okay. Sounds good.
I don't think Von Braun was actually ever on record as saying. I think it was his assistant or whatever. It's been a while
His
since I looked at
deathbed
that.
confession was like that there's gonna be a hoax where they pretend that there's aliens.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up. Look what's happening right now.
I
Like
don't
crazy.
exactly how the Antarctic is related to this conversation, but yeah.
Yeah, and there's actually, about his tombstone and the Bible verse on it about the firmament and
Yep.
it declares the glory of God. Yeah, as long as you know. I just wanted you to know that there are NASA deathbed confessions about people telling the truth. This is just the one I can find right now. But there are more.
Excuse me, you've been talking enough. The Antarctic is not related to this conversation, so.
Who the hell brought up anything to do with the Antarctic?
Yeah, it's
Yep.
related because he asked the question because I said you can't freely travel, which is true because the Antarctic Treaty
Well, Jesus
restricts
believes in
travel.
science, and he
Or you
So
believes
can
in
that
talk
is
while
physics,
she's
so it's
why
talking, yo,
relevant.
yo,
it's
go, go.
What
Yo,
if he
go,
relevant.
go,
tried to do
go.
it with the
She's
North
still
Pole?
talking, yo, yo, go, go. You can wait till she's done talking, yo, yo, go, go.
It's relevant because when you determine that you definitely do not live on a globe of dimensions claimed, you might be tempted to try to explore the outer reaches of the world where you live, but you will be stopped by the Antarctic Treaty, which restricts travel in the Southern Ocean region.
Okay. Well, Jesus believes in science and in a globe. So,
So complete obfuscation, no response to what she just said. Okay, he's done.
what it is, I did respond. I said the Antarctic isn't relevant. There's a no-fly zone because it's.
So what's the explanation for the 24-hour sun that happens in Antarctica?
Well, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. You explain it to me.
No, anyone you can go there. It's like $12,000 to go to Antarctica. You can take a cruise ship
I
and
thought you
go
just
there.
said that you can't go there.
Yeah, he's
Okay,
lying. He
okay,
doesn't even
Wait,
know
hold
what he's
let's
on.
talking
just
about.
stop Globers arguing
I
with
never
Globers so
said
we
Yeah,
know who's who. We have a Glober asking about the Antarctic Treaty to another Glober who knows nothing
but
about it.
wait,
So let's
Ranger,
just
that
walk
was
back.
actually Ranger, real quick. That was actually beautiful. We did just have 3 Globers. all arguing with each other, assuming that there was a flat earther
Absolutely.
talking, and
Yes.
just mindlessly disagreeing with them without knowing anything about what they're actually
Yes, it
talking
was
about.
beautiful, and I wanted
That
to
was
say it to
awesome.
the end.
Wait, can I
What
just point out that
Dandelion is a flat. Wait,
the
Dandelion is a
Antarctic
glober. I was
the
talking to
Antarctic
Dandelion.
the Antarctic Treaty does not prevent travel past that mark.
You can
It
take
just
a cruise
prevent
ship there. Like you
it
literally spend 12K and get on a cruise ship and go to Antarctica. Like
No, you
like it.
can't.
All right,
You
cool,
you can
bro,
look this.
cool. What does that have to do with the ground, though?
Well, you have to get to the ground when you're there, don't you? I don't even know what you're talking about, sir.
there is 24-hour. I mean, like there's like a 24-hour sun
Okay,
cycle.
cool, bro. It could be up there for 24 hours, 48 hours. We can have 2 suns, 10 suns,
Okay,
bro. It
well then
doesn't
that
matter.
disproves your theory.
No.
Theory of what? That the ground measures flat? How does that make the ground not measure flat if we had 2 suns or 48-hour sun, 69-hour sun, bro? What does it matter?
Come on, Diet. I need to hear this answer.
Anybody?
It was
There's not
Diet. It was
even
Diet's
on the
question. Go
flat
ahead.
Earth
Wait, so
model.
can
There's
you go
not
to the
flat.
Antarctic or can't you?
No, no,
You
no.
can
I
I'm
want to
asking.
hear Diet's question answered because it was answered, and I want to hear his response.
What was the answer to my question? I didn't hear it.
I asked you what it has to do with the ground. 'Cause this is a 24/7 flat Earth room. It's not 24/7 sun rotating in the sky room.
It does rotate. It goes in a circle.
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool.
It doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. Is that all you have, sir?
I just want you guys to know I used to be a flat earther way back in 2017,
Oh
but
yeah,
Is
you
that
were.
what
You
we're
were.
Oh
talking about
yeah,
right
you
now?
were.
I have
Come
like
on, liar. You're a
no, really, I
liar.
was. I really
Why are we
was. I used
calling people liars
to,
without any evidence?
exactly.
You could have been
Because
a
we've
flat Earth
heard this trope
believer.
No,
before. We've heard this trope before. It's
I was a flat
irrelevant.
earther.
It's irrelevant. We've heard this trope
Is
before.
it not possible that
Anyway,
somebody
why don't you
maybe
answer
stopped
their
believing in what
questions
you
instead of
believe
going
in?
on to
Everybody,
your own
you can't talk and
history,
listen at the
please?
same time. Saying
Is it
you can't talk.
impossible that somebody stopped believing in what you believe in?
No,
No,
it's
you can't.
Oh
impossible that
God!
people
Not if they
lie for
really
nothing.
understood the facts. But whatever. You guys can have
I did
whatever
understand the
fantasies you
facts,
want.
but
Well,
It's
anybody can say
irrelevant.
that about
Go
whatever
sail
they
around
believe.
Antarctica. Let us know what you find out. We'll be here when
Well,
you get
have you
back.
ever tried?
I'll answer that.
I
So,
guarantee you haven't tried.
how can I
You're
explain
old.
well,
something if you're gonna overtalk me? Like it doesn't make any sense. You're gonna
I'll,
talk
I'll,
and listen at the same time.
yeah, I'll answer the Antarctic thing. So, if you go to Antarctica, yeah, with no permission, you're going to be arrested or fined. You have to have a permit, or you have to pay money to go on a tour group. They're only going to take you to like a small part of Antarctica. You're not going to go from one side to the other, right? You're not going to circumnavigate Antarctica. That has never been done, never will be done. Next question.
Oh, well, you definitely can do it. You just
Yeah,
go
go do
around
it
it.
then. No one else has done it ever.
Well, yeah, you
Okay,
just
bro,
get
we're
a boat.
saying,
And
listen,
Everyone
bro,
gets
we're
also,
a
saying
you
it
know,
permit.
the
doesn't matter if
Antarctic
you
seas are
can.
super rough.
I
So,
have a
like,
question, Joey Blow. Joey Blow, do you know what the Antarctic Treaty is?
well, let's go look it up.
So you
No,
don't
you,
know what the
you go
Antarctic
look it
Treaty
up
is,
and then
but
come
your
back.
claim is that we can freely explore Antarctica. So yes, you're
Yeah, you just go there, you get
disqualified
on a
from the
boat.
conversation. Yeah,
What's
you're
gonna stop you?
disqualified from the conversation. You're
Okay.
disqualified.
Wait, what's gonna
Okay,
stop
okay,
you
I've
if
got
I
a
get on
question
a boat
actually.
and start going
hold on
down
a
there?
second.
What's
I've
gonna
got a
stop
question I want you to debunk. If you're so confident in your belief, why do you mute everyone who challenges you?
I'm not a moderator. I don't mute anyone.
Sounds
Well,
like you're
Flatlander.
talking to me.
Yeah, I am.
Have you been muted yet?
So why?
It's when
If
people
you're
are
so confident
disrespectful
in
and
your belief.
talking over people, like when I
Yeah,
started
I was
talking
speaking
and then
first,
you
actually,
started
sir. I
talking.
was speaking
Or either way,
first,
that's
so.
Hey, just
debatable.
hold up. If you want to
But I'm
complain
answering your
about
question.
moderator actions in the room, I will be happy to moderate you. So you can either deal with the topic or you can stop whining.
Okay, so that means
Or you
you
can
don't
leave.
actually have a point then. You don't
Are
have a
you gonna
point then,
are
do
you
you?
gonna whine or are you gonna deal with the topic?
So you mute people who debunk you.
Okay,
Oh, he's
that's
gone.
the
Interesting.
answer to the question. All right, somebody else wants to deal with him, feel free, but you know.
Wait, so Flat Earth Ranger. Who's gonna stop me if I get on a boat and go down to Antarctica other than the ocean? I mean,
I
Military.
mean,
people can't
maybe
even
you
stop
can
you from
check.
going across a border
I
of a
mean,
country.
oh, yeah. Maybe you can check. Maybe you can actually look up the Antarctic Treaty, the thing we've been discussing for the last couple of minutes that you know nothing about. I don't
Well,
know.
could you just explain it to me? If it's so
Yeah,
simple.
Yeah,
yeah,
I'll
yeah,
find,
yeah.
while he's explaining it, I'll find you the links of the various articles, the people who were arrested,
I already did one.
disappeared, killed, etc. I
How
mean,
are they gonna
or,
find
yeah,
you?
I
What,
mean, if you
satellite?
Or
think
you
you
just
can
don't
just
want to hear those
violate
Where's
the
the
things.
law and
satellite?
go down
Space?
there, like I said, go for it.
Okay, I already
Or you
posted
just
it
don't want
in
to hear
chat.
those things
Then we'll
because you
have
started
another article.
interrupting her.
Oh yeah, here's
Yeah.
one. Flatlander, U.S. teen influencer detained in Antarctica while attempting solo flight because you are not allowed to do that.
Without permission. Yeah, he didn't get a permit. If he got a permit, it was going to be very strict. He doesn't. Once you get a permit to go to Antarctica, you don't have permission to freely roam it, right? Like to even get accepted as like a small group. Like say if you and your buddies train for 3 years and you're going to do this giant journey of all the supplies necessary, they have to approve that, and it's not going to get approved. Even if it does, it's not going to be going from one coast to the other coast.
Don't you need to get approved to fly in a bunch of different national territories as well?
No, if
Like,
I have a
isn't that just
passport,
normal?
I can go to Europe. No, I don't have to apply to get a permit to go to Europe if I'm in America.
The original point was, though, Joey,
So
there's
you
an
can go to
Antarctic
Mali and just
treaty.
start flying
Well,
Yeah,
around?
yeah,
well,
Joey, did you not hear me speaking? The original point is there is an Antarctic treaty where you can't freely explore below 60 degrees south, and there is a such thing as no fly zone where you aren't able to fly. So I don't know what we're
Yeah,
arguing
there's such thing
yeah.
as a
Well, wait, hold
border.
on, Joey.
Just still
Okay,
hop over it.
let me further my point. Right, I wasn't really even done. So I can go to Europe, and once I'm, I have a passport. I travel to Europe. I can go wherever I want from there. If I go to Antarctica, it's very strict, right? Like,
Yeah,
I might.
but we're talking about
Okay.
flying.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, okay.
That lander,
Regardless, what does
doesn't
what,
airplanes fly through corridors? What do you mean you can go wherever you want? There's a lot of restricted
Yeah,
What?
areas that you can't
you can't
just
just fly
go
around
on an
anywhere.
airplane wherever you want, bro. Why are you saying that?
What are you guys talking about? I never said you can go wherever you want.
Yeah, you
Like
fucking did.
well,
You
my
just say I can go
my
wherever I
question is,
want.
guys.
Well, it's the
no,
same thing
no,
with
no. When
Antarctica. You can't
I
just go
land
anywhere
in
you
Europe,
want.
I'm not in a plane. When I land in Europe, I can go wherever I want. I'm not
Oh,
being like,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Maybe yeah,
Guys,
you just misheard me.
sorry guys, all I've heard is nothing for the last 20 minutes because everyone is just talking over everyone.
You
Yeah,
sound
it's
like
Not
you're talking
everyone.
absolutely.
so put a lid on it.
Hang on. And if you can all speak one at a time, yeah, it'd be much better for the YouTube and the audience that are listening in. But my question for everybody
Oh, you
is,
fucking Aussie.
what does arguing over the Antarctic Treaty show about direct measurements of the Earth?
Well, people have questions, and I guess some people want to reply. I don't see no issues with that. So people wants to reply and
Yeah, people
I
talk
want
mean,
to
about
ask
that
him
for a little
questions.
bit.
You fucking old Aussie.
yeah. To be fair,
No, Joey
Because it,
Blow.
holy shit.
No. His point was exactly proven in the beginning. People asked you in the beginning. People stated it in the beginning. It has nothing to do with the Earth being measured flat, but you persist for some reason.
Well, he's trolling. I mean,
Actually,
I
the
tried to
Antarctic
point that
region
out. That all
is
right.
allegedly one of the flattest regions of the world as well.
I don't know. You guys are really looking at the whole flat Earth model as wrong. It could be more concave and convex rather than just
Nobody's
completely.
looking at any flatter model. You
Yeah.
are looking at a
Hey,
flatter
AJ.
model.
Sorry for talking over you, you fucking kangaroo shagger. Seriously, these Aussies.
Yeah, anyway, Joey Blow, what he's saying is nobody's
I'm just
measuring
saying, like, why are you
concave
guys
or
on?
convex. We're just
Yeah,
measuring flat.
we're not engaging with him as if he's a rational and reasonable person. So I'm booting him. Just letting you know.
Okay, sorry, AJ, you fucking kangaroo shagger.
yeah, see you later, dickhead.
That's some profound comments from the Globe Believers.
Hey, how about Dr. Nave? He looks like he isn't totally inebriated or mentally incompetent.
Thank you. What I'm saying is because this is the argument I used to have with flat earthers back in the day. People look at it as like it's only flat, but we have hills, we have mountains, we have
Oh
different
my
elevations.
goodness gracious, dude. I'm sorry, but that's how we know when you say you used to be a flat earther. That can't be true. That can't be true.
No, what
That
do you
is
think
true. Like
do you
Listen,
I
real
think?
can
quick, guys.
literally,
AI,
like,
can
if
you
you
give
look
your
at me,
example about
I can
AI? Can
literally
you
look at my Google Drive and screenshot
listen?
all the flat Earth memes and all the flat Earth
AI, can you talk about the
arguments I
highest
had.
point to the lowest point the way you say it? Can you?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Say it one more time.
First, I got to
Oh,
ban
yes.
5 people to make me feel better.
Yeah, Diet Doctor was a flat earther, for the first 2 years of his life until he first came upon a hill and then he walked up it. Yeah. So
He found out
crazy.
topography.
Yeah, but like from what I'm hearing with you guys, you're saying like completely flat. It's not. I mean, we have elevations.
Is that like, bro? Are you being serious right now?
No, I'm being very serious.
So you think we all here that are flat Earth think that everything's just fucking flat, and we've
That's
never
what
like
I'm
seen a
hearing.
hill, and if we saw a hill for the first time, we'd be like, oh shit, I was wrong.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So you haven't
Okay.
been on flat Earth long enough to learn about elevation and why it
I
starts
was
at
yeah,
0 degrees
into
and
flat
goes
Earth
up from
before
0
school.
degrees. So you didn't hear what the word I said.
Say it one more time.
Yeah, you don't understand truly about elevation and how it starts at 0 degrees, aka sea level, and how everything goes up from that is measured up in altitude. So you weren't a flat earther once.
I was like I literally can share memes that you guys probably have never seen.
Oh, so you
I,
do understand elevation
I
and
own
the
I
changes.
own a flat Earth group in back in Kick days. This is like 10 years ago.
Oh, cosplaying
You
flat earth.
you go actually if you have Kick or if you don't have Kick, download Kick right now and look up the Flat Earth group. You're gonna see me as the main
Yeah,
head.
no, I'd rather not. Speaking to you right now tells me everything I need to know.
Hey, real quick, brothers. M Panda is the head of one of the largest quote unquote flat Earth groups.
I used to
Right.
watch a lot
So,
of Jeranism. I used to
right,
watch
okay.
I
Yeah. So did
forgot
Gem
what
Panda.
It's fine. Like, it's fine that you didn't ever really understand the arguments. I mean, that is the case when several people who think they're into the flat earth thing because it's what edgy or cool, right? So you didn't understand the arguments about how there's no curvature anywhere or the long distance observations or the laser tests, right? You must not have studied those.
Precisely my point. Like elevation. Like, oh my god.
Nave, what made you a flat earther and what made you change back?
All right. So what made me a flat earther at that time was I don't know. I was just looking into different conspiracy theories. So I went from going to convex, concave Earth, hollow Earth. Really started with Argotha when I first got
Well, hold
into.
on. I'm not asking like for your whole back. Like, what was the one thing? Like, what did it for me is like curvature measurements, right? That was what was the nail in the coffin. Like, what was your nail? Like, oh shit,
Okay,
Earth must
so
be
one
flat.
of the biggest things a lot of globe earthers like to use, they like to use the off the Causeway Bridge going from New Orleans to Mississippi. They like to use the argument that those electric power lines or towers they curve. In the picture, that's false. In real life, when you look at those towers, they go straight. They don't even curve at all. So I knew that was a lie because I've grown up seeing that as a kid, going back and forth between Mississippi and New Orleans.
That's what
So that
made you a
was one
flat
of the
earther.
biggest.
Okay.
Said again.
No. Okay. So that's the flat Earth thing. What made you a glober? Like, what made you switch back?
Um, I'm not a glober, so like I can be convinced to go back. Either I don't believe that anyone ever went to the moon for one. Like that's
It's
just
good.
like that. We already know that. But I don't know. I just stopped really caring about the shape of the Earth as I got older because why does it even matter?
Yeah, 'cause I think I can identify the problem as you not actually learning the things that you're interested in. You might be
No,
interested in certain
I definitely
conspiracy.
did.
You
I
might be
would.
interested in certain conspiracy theories. That when you hear something about flat Earth or concave Earth, you relate to it, but you're not actually looking into it. That might be the problem.
And if you saw my
Also
last video,
asking why does it matter? But whenever anything is done in practicality, right? Like aircrafts are being constructed by engineers, they take into account the Earth as a flat, motionless plane. So that matters because they want their families to make it from point A to point B, right? Safe and sound. So that matters. Whenever you are building a structure, you use a water level, establish a water level, and put the first brick. So at the end of the day, when you finish the construction, you have the table, you can see it on the table, put the water, right? So that matters, doesn't it?
Right.
Doctor, diet doctor, that stuff matters, right? I'm pretty sure your house is level, isn't it?
Of
Because it
course.
matters.
I'm curious to the flat earthers. Um, what do you think the advantage of like the whole world pushing the narrative that the Earth is round? Like, what's the advantage of that?
Easily manipulatable sheep. If you have a bunch of people who refuse to think for themselves or question authority, yeah, I think you have a bunch of slaves you can tell whatever, do whatever with. That's me personally. I don't know. That's the first thing popped in my head. Don't just.
Yeah, he asks why is the whole world pushing the globe, but the thing is that it's mostly cultural. There might be some people lying about it, but most people just believe it. Like children believe in Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, adults, some adults, and even children believe in the globe. It's a cultural thing, and yeah, it's being pushed like Christmas all year long in movies, programming, TV,
So
cartoons.
it's more complex than that. It's more like if the Earth was a ball, that means so like the ball theory. It's that it disproves the quote unquote existence of like creation of God. A flat Earth it proves
No,
that
it
God is
doesn't.
real.
That's
Or
I don't
you
think that's true.
actually
Yeah, it
haven't
does.
looked into flat Earth because flat Earth is in the
Technically, it
Bible.
does.
Maybe,
Like
I don't know.
globe model does disprove because then it says like we're not the only creatures or beings, but like a flat Earth would say
What?
that we are the only life.
Dude. I see. I think I see the problem. You don't know how logic works.
Furthermore, I don't think you don't know how religion, your specific religion, or what the Bible actually says. I don't think you know any of those things.
Me?
Yes. What creatures are
Literally
you talking
says that.
about? Are you talking about the creatures that God said are on the earth?
Say it one more time.
Are you talking about creatures God said aren't on the earth or are on the earth? What do you mean?
I'm talking about sentient, like us, like
Yeah. So
intellectual.
what contradiction is
We're
what? So
we're
real quick,
created in
dude.
God's image. Say it one more time.
So if we're created in God's image, does that mean we're the only creatures that exist? Yes or no?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay. So then this wouldn't disprove anything, would it?
No, I'm saying ball Earth would it would say that there is no God, right? But I'm saying
No,
flat
dude.
Earth
Wrong.
proves.
Dude, give me one logical syllogism that carries the conclusion if the earth is a ball, therefore there is no God. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, Scripture tells you that it's a flat motionless plane. That's what I'm saying.
So what?
Validate what you just said.
I mean, I can help Doctor a little bit unless you want to kind of drill him, AI Overlord.
You help him formulate an argument that if the earth is a globe, God can't exist. But
Yeah,
go with that.
again, I don't believe it, but I'll help him out a little bit here. So the argument would better be that it's less likely or easier to be like something like an atheist believing in science if the Earth is a globe and the Big Bang happened, evolution, yada yada yada, than if we were the center of creation, or at least we live in a more logically created world, right? And like this place was meant for us. I think it's easier to take people away from God on a ball than it is on a stationary plane. That's a better
Okay,
argument to
let's
be
say that's
making.
true. Let's say that's true. Then why are the majority of people on earth believe in God? Even though the majority of people on earth believe it's a ball. How does that work?
Perversion.
I'm being serious. If the ball supposedly divorces people from the idea God exists, then why do the majority of humans alive believe in a ball and believe God is real, or at least some form of supernatural creation is real?
Because people in religion are they've been adapting to accepting changes in findings. So like anytime a scientist claim they found something new, people are very accepting of it. So they're not gonna question what science says. So if science just said tomorrow, red is not red anymore. It's really this,
No, dude. No, dude.
shade of orange.
Yeah, that's great. But see, the problem is like for even if you take the Bible or the Abrahamic religions generally, a majority of Christians who are apologetics or involved in that sphere, many of them, not all, but many of them have just adapted fact, quote unquote, that the earth is a globe as proof of the Christian God. For example, there's a famous one called Hugh Ross, and he talks all about the perfection in the cosmos and the math and the synchronicity of the orbits and all of this stuff. And he has a very elegant presentation about how precise the math is and that it can't possibly be any other way than the heliocentric cosmos was specifically created by God. So, I mean, I don't get this idea that if the earth is a globe, God can't exist. It makes zero sense.
Well, that's just my analysis. I mean, that's personally my analysis.
Well, think about it this way, brother. If the whole point of the globe is to get people to stop believing in God, then they're doing a horrible job.
I was saying it's more about the perversion. It's more about the perversion. If you understand a different version of God or how close or how far he is, I believe that's part of it. That's just my 2 cents.
That's more plausible. It's more plausible that the design of the quote unquote deception is to alter your stance about God, not necessarily to eradicate him from existence.
That's actually a brilliant point. That's where I'm at, right? It's to not be take you away from I don't want to say traditional religious, but yeah, alter your viewpoint on God. It's the perfect way to put it. That's kind of what I was trying to say. I was trying to help out.
Let me give you a quick one that's in relation to that. It doesn't matter whether this is true or not. This is just what it's written down. So supposedly, people think the greatest trick the devil ever pulled is to convince you he didn't exist. Or sometimes people say, oh, well, Satan wants people not to believe in God. But if you actually read the scripture, he wants to be worshipped as if he is God. So if nobody believes in God, how can he be worshipped as God? See the problem?
Yeah. No, again, I'm more on your side with this AI. I was just playing devil's advocate, but yeah, I'm with you on that one. I don't know if these guys would agree, but because the idea of like the globe model making you an atheist, yeah, a little ridiculous, but
Yeah, I see it as exactly as you said. AI is his creation, so it would be his worship for me. That's only the
But even so I think we got here by the question of why would they lie to? I mean, there's so many. It's a speculation question, right? And the more you look into the deception, the more it becomes more easier to speculate and come up with more valid reasons. And we could sit here all night and speculate this, and that. There's more land out there. There's more resources out there. They're trying to distort your view on reality, on God. Control. There's a million different things. But at the end of the day, we're not the ones lying, right? We're the ones pointing out the lie. And if someone is out there lying and it's this big of a lie, I think that's a big problem. And I don't think we need to, worry about why they're lying until everyone's on board with the lie in general. That's a pretty big lie, right? It's not like a politician doing something shady in the back room trying to get a leg up in the election or whatever it is. This is a big scale lie, one of the biggest lies in our existence.
I kind of have an off-question topic. Diet. Have you ever had a conversation with anybody that you know personally about this?
Yeah, like I said, this was back 2016, 2016, maybe actually a little bit earlier than that, 2015 to maybe like 2018, 19.
Okay,
I had a best friend. We were the only ones that would like argue against our friends about the globe Earth slash flat Earth debates. So we would debate our friends a lot. Like as time progressed, life got in the way. I just didn't really care about a lot of that stuff anymore because I have to focus on real things, you know. So yes, I used to argue all the time, like all the time. even
Did
with
you
other
lose,
flat earthers.
lost any friends?
Say one more time.
Did you lose any friends?
Nah, no.
Just curious. I just don't understand the switch. You're saying you're not a globe earther, used to be a flat earther. What do you consider yourself now?
I'm like in between, mainly because I'm on the fence. There's a video. I don't know if I can post. Can I post videos in here? Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, but to be fair, he used to be a flat earther in the concept of the Earth is perfectly, idealistically flat. So of course he switched his mind from that once he realized hills exist.
Second that, I'm definitely getting there. Or we can just skip there.
No, it's just it was just me. No, I can't even post pictures or videos in
All
here.
right, you don't even have to. I was just trying to set you up. What what evidence did you hold dear other than the bridge thing that the
That
Earth
was
was
my
flat?
main counter argument.
So if I was able to post this picture, there was a video. This guy, he took half of a I'm gonna say like it's kind of like a snow globe. Put it on the flat Earth map. He took a flashlight and shined it into the globe, the half globe, and you see when the light bends, it makes a complete um, half circle. So half the circle is lit and half the circle is black. He rotated the light all the way across, mimicking the sun. And I was like, man, that is actually a good argument. The only problem I have is the 24-hour sun, and I've never heard any type of argument against that that's valid.
So you
Hold
just
up.
haven't
What?
had a nerve about flat Earth, then you understand
Hey,
seasons
hey,
and how
Flutter
they work. Go
Ranger,
ahead, go ahead.
can I talk to him about this a little bit? So,
You definitely can.
yeah, yeah. So what's your claim about the sun in Antarctica?
No one's made a valid argument against the 24-hour sun because that's the only argument I could
What do you
think
mean
of.
made an argument against it?
Well,
What is that argument?
I mean, you're able if you go to Antarctica, you can see there's 6 months, 2 times in Antarctica you can see a 24-hour sun. So
Okay, that's
like,
the right. I mean, I can't really validate that, but that's the claim, right? And so,
yeah.
what does that have to do with the surface of the Earth? You realize, like, if there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica for part of the year, which has not been validated, but if that's true, all that does is falsify the AE map, which is a globe projection map. So we don't claim the globe projection. Surface of the Earth still measures flat regardless of what the sun does, right?
I don't know the answer to that
Yeah,
because
ultimately, I was going to get there, but
what I'm
basically,
seeing,
I was trying to say that if you understood ultimately that it measured flat, you would get a true earther, flat earther in the first place. But I just don't think you understood flat earth completely in the first place. Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean that.
someone
Yeah, I
posted
guess I
it.
just don't understand why that's a hang up for you. I mean, if the Earth measures flat, and it does, like who cares what the sun is doing? Like how does that change any reality, right?
Because all right, so if the
Diet,
sun
real
is
quick, Diet. If you go to Antarctica and you look up to the sky and you see the sun moving around like they're pointing out to you, you're observing a phenomena. But you know what you're ignoring to come to your conclusion? That the floor that you're standing on, the Antarctic region, is one of the flattest regions on all of the world. There is many plateaus in Antarctica. One of the biggest ones is called the Great Antarctic Plateau, and this plateau is over 1,000 kilometers in diameter. It's one of the flattest areas in all of the world.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that something that I posted in the text chat at 10 minutes past the hour. There's almost no dust or solid particles in the Antarctic air, and the prevailing winds blowing off the continent have small moisture content. Consequently, the visibility is usually very good and often exceptional. A fact which, if not appreciated, may lead the observer into serious error when judging distances. An object which may be thought to be but 5 miles distant could well be 30 miles away, and mountains have been sighted at 300 miles. So right there, is just underscoring Gemsy's claim about how flat Antarctica is. I mean, if the Earth was a sphere, you aren't seeing mountains 300 miles away.
But okay, so what my argument is about the sun, if it's rotating, so like if it's rotating, 360 degrees, how would that work on a flat
Well,
Earth?
who said the sun is rotating 360 degrees? Where'd that come from?
Or maybe I'm not aware of
Me, of course
which
it is.
what model of flat Earth you guys are, because I'm confused.
We don't claim a model. And
Yeah,
like I
this
said, the AE map, which a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would falsify, that AE map is a globe projection. Yeah, we don't claim a model. We just measure the Earth and we find that it's flat. It's really simple.
Think of it like this. If the surface of the Earth measures flat, then whatever's happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth.
And the celestial is not the terrestrial. The measure, like he's saying, the measurements of the ground are the measurements. The celestial phenomena that we observe doesn't change the measurement across the Earth.
you guys are a totally different breed of
Yeah, the
flat
real
Earth.
flat earth. Yeah, the real
We
flat earthers. Not the
we
ones who say they're flat earthers and then change to globe earthers and can't tell us
yeah,
what
but
earth.
Holy
I
crap!
don't understand. Like, so, like, is there a map that you guys go off of? Because I've never, like, what you guys are talking about. This is a totally new thing for me. So,
Yeah,
Yes,
like,
you've
we
probably
know.
been
We
around
know.
the terrible TikTok flat earthers,
it wasn't
I
Yeah,
mean,
TikTok that
any
that's the
map
first
that
thing I
allows
said.
you, any map that
TikTok. I
helps you
never did
navigate
that.
correctly is a map we would use.
You
Like
can
all
use
maps.
maps
Because
as
all
a
maps are flat.
reference to navigate certain regions, and they might be fairly accurate. But the map is not the terrain. The projection of that you hold in of the area that you're trying to navigate across is not the terrain that you're navigating across, right? It's just used as references for landmarks, bodies of water, and how you're gonna navigate your way across these places, right? The map is gonna show you features of the ground, but then now you're trying to translate that into the give you a whole model, a whole map about the ground and the celestial realm. There are so many variables that are unknowns about the celestials that who in the world is going to give you a model of the heavenly bodies and a schematic of the mechanisms of them. No man has that. So why are you asking us about it?
Because when
So the globe is just a projection to the
I just
celestial
need to
sphere.
be able to post this video. Hold on, I'm gonna upload it to YouTube and I'm gonna create a link for you guys.
Hey,
Bros. No. Listen, if a direct question is asked to a guest answers. That's how it works.
Wait, say it one more time.
You were
Or
asked a
ask
direct
it.
question, okay? You were talking and then somebody else started talking. So I'm just setting the stage. If a direct question is asked, everybody hears it's being asked of somebody in particular. Let that person answer.
Okay.
Is he gonna answer or what?
I didn't hear the question.
He's looking something up. So now that he's looking something up, that's the time to talk about something else real quick.
I'm
All I
creating a
wanted to
link.
Okay,
say,
all right. Well, then I got a question for fences.
Oh, not you, you doof.
Creating
I
a
was looking
link
something up.
for you guys. So give me a moment. I'm gonna upload it.
all I wanted to say was the globe is just a projection to the celestial sphere. And if you remember Atlas in Greek mythology, everybody thinks that Atlas was holding up the globe or holding up the Earth. He's not holding up the Earth. He's holding up the celestial sphere. This is just an observation of the celestial sphere when we look into the sky and we do all our mapping.
There's no new model needed to easily dismantle the model we taught.
Your argument about Antarctica proves Earth is a globe because it's flattest on the North Pole and South Pole because it's not a perfect sphere. It levels off on the poles, flattens out. So the fact that you have to
Well,
use
hold on before you can you provide evidence of that claim?
considered to be the flattest parts.
Okay, can you
This is your
provide
point, and you should use the
measurements of that?
extreme, and you should use the extreme parts to prove your point.
Okay, Drucifer, can
Even
you
if-
hear me? Before we continue on with your claims, can you please provide evidence of those claims? Can you provide
Validate
measurements of these
this
flat
one.
places?
It says on a if you're asking about the real world, the Earth is not a perfect sphere. It is an
That's not what
oblate
you said. You
spheroid.
said
It
the
bulges
poles
at
were
the
the flattest
equator,
places.
and it
Okay,
bulges
can
at
you
the
provide some measurements,
It
please?
bulges at the equator and is
Okay, I
flattened at the
understand the
poles.
claim, but I'm
Therefore,
asking
the
for the
points with
empirical
the lowest
evidence.
curvature and the closest
Okay, you're just
approximation
chanting.
to flat are the North
He's
Pole and the
reading
South
from
Pole.
AI or something.
Okay, he's chanting or something. Drucifer, what we are asking for is actual evidence to support your claims. Reading something off of AI or whatever isn't evidence. So can you please provide measurements to support your claims that this is what the Earth is doing at these various locations? Oh, and he's deafened himself, so he can go.
Our fences, he's
Look,
saying that the flattest areas of these flat areas that have been, let's say, allegedly measured as flat, that's evidence for the globe. The irony.
I know, but he's still, he's not going to
wait,
provide evidence. He's just got to
um,
believe.
did you see what he posted though? If you click on it, it's actually quite
Yeah, well,
comical.
he's got himself deafened, so
The
he
issue,
doesn't
the
want to
issue
hear
with
anything.
It
the issue
literally
with
puts the
the
math in what I gave, but you won't look at it. You just
I
muted me,
don't care about your math,
even though I gave the
Drucifer.
math. That's what you
I
asked
don't
me
really
for.
care about your math. I
You
want to
don't
see a
care about the
measurement.
math that I gave when you asked for math and then muted
No,
me
I didn't ask for math. I asked
because
for a
you didn't
measurement.
click to see the math.
Okay, dude, you can't shut up, can you?
There you go.
I asked you
And
for a
there's a
measurement.
tendency to demand a certain type of
Okay.
a certain.
Well, let me just be clear. This is our room, and we can ask for any kind of evidence we wish. And okay, he's gone. Anyway,
Are you still
it
here?
is perfectly reasonable to expect a measurement to prove a claim. If someone says the Earth, measures this way at this location, it is perfectly reasonable to expect the evidence to be presented, and math is not evidence. If the
I
math
think
doesn't
on this
comport with
point,
reality, then we can rightfully discard it.
on this point, he's actually arguing for the flat Earth. The issue that he's having is that he's looking at the map. He's thinking that that's the terrain, and the map is put on a grid, and the grid is based on the celestial sphere, the latitudes, longitudes, and all that stuff. So he's looking at a projection of the celestial sphere into the ground, and the terrain being conformed into that. And he's thinking that that's the Earth, even though you can go physically to this, let's say, um, geographical location on the map, which is the South Pole, right? There's bases, there's this and that. You can go all around it, measure flatness all across the the Antarctica region, measure flatness. But he thinks this is happening at the bottom of a ball that he saw on the map. So this is a big mistake that he's making.
I'm gonna share a
Is there any
screenshot of.
links that you guys can provide for me so I can get caught up? Because I'm so far behind.
Have you been to our home server?
No.
Okay, this is just one of our outposts. This is not where we spend most of our time. So we have a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and we have terabytes of information there. That it's been around for 10 years. We have people that are experts in almost any peripheral topic to this that you can think of. If you want, I'll send you an invite.
Send me an invite because
Okay.
I have not been, like I said, I'm trying to figure out what you guys are basing your. This is like the information you guys have been using. We didn't argue like that back then.
Yeah. This is the best place on the internet for Flat Earth. This is the best place in the world for it, really.
I used to run the kick version of that, like way back when people first discovered flat Earth.
Yeah, man. I I came across these cats maybe 2 or 3 months ago, and I've been in this conversation for about 10 years. You won't find any other resources or conversations like you will here, no doubt.
Yeah, that send me the link. Oh, there it goes.
Did you get it? Yeah, cool. Yeah, if you go in there and you ping me, I'll voice verify you since you've been in here talking, and that will give you some more access to the server.
Which channel?
The one I just sent you. Well, just any you can
No,
go in the lobby. You will have limited access when you first enter, so just in the lobby ping me. And well, I'll just go ahead and verify you now. It'll make it easier.
all right.
So yeah, just after
Hey,
you join it.
Say
everybody
hi in
else,
the
I
lobby and you'll
posted.
be. Go ahead, my bad.
I posted in the chat the link to the VIP partners page, and if you click that, it'll take you to where you can join our server.
All right, I finally got it uploaded. I'm gonna post the.
All right. In the
post the
meantime,
video.
OF, why are you saying that the sun doesn't travel 360 degrees?
Oh, I got it. Hold on, I got it. Be right back.
I think their position is that they just don't want to make a claim on the movements. I mean, I'm just guessing. I don't know.
What is 180 degrees versus 360 degrees percentage?
What's that?
What is the difference between 180 degrees or 300 versus 360 degrees?
Good question. Yeah, it might be one or the other. I personally think it's going to be 180 degrees. I think if we did, if we tracked the GP of the sun, that it would be moving in a straight line, like the equator is a straight line. But it's one or the other, right?
Equator is a straight line, you said?
And if it is 180 degrees, it would have to have wraparound. Because it comes back to where it started, you know?
AI, I don't think you think the Earth is flat.
Why not?
Man, he caught me.
No, AI overlord. I think he just likes the back and forth.
Definitely like back and forth in many contexts,
Yeah.
especially eating ice cream. So what evidence do you have that AI is a naughty glober in disguise?
I just have a feeling, dude. You're like the only sane one. I just think you you
I
like
see now.
you
I
like your
see.
position here. It's entertaining for you.
Exactly as I
And you
predicted. Your rationale is that you're clearly the most sane, intelligent individual I've ever met in my life. Therefore, you can't possibly be a flat earther.
No, it's not that at all. It's just a feeling I have. I think you secretly just I don't know. You get a
I
kick
got a
out of this or
feeling that
something.
I got a feeling about you that you're a flat earther secretly, and you only come here because you're waiting for it to be disclosed that the aliens are real and the Earth is flat, and then you're going to be like, "Yeah, I was with those guys the whole time."
I kind of was a flat earther for a while, but I snapped out of it.
Oh man, that's what that other guy said.
Yeah.
I wasn't listening. I had my Air Dubay phase back in like 2016, 2017.
So
Snapped out of it.
what was the compelling reasons back then why you thought the Earth was flat, or at least could be flat?
I mean, I had 1 year of high school physics, so what Eric Dubay said just kind of made sense to me. But I just realized I'm just an idiot and getting
Specifics, boy. Give us
bamboozled by
specifics.
another idiot.
Like what? What'd you get caught out by? What was like something Eric said?
Oh, just shit like, oh, gravity can't keep water, you know, all the oceans stuck to the earth, and well,
Okay.
it can do that,
Right.
but
So
it
an
can't.
argument. Yeah. So
Hmm?
that argument had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, right?
No, I mean it was criticizing
Did you guys see
gravity.
the video I posted, the YouTube one?
We don't know.
It
Hold on, let
was
me.
the yeah, that's an older video. Did you just is that your YouTube channel?
Yeah, it's my YouTube channel.
Okay. Yeah, Mansky, you watched an Eric Dubay video. You watched like one of them, and you're like, oh shit, I'm a flat earther. Like, how did you become a flat earther?
It was him and the Morgile. That was before
Holy
his like
crap! No
crazy
wonder, dude.
drug phase.
For his hey flat Earth friends, I really need some help. I'm running out of the ability to pay rent / buy crack.
Exactly.
So, like, what what convinced you well enough for you to have labeled yourself a flat earther? And then when you took more advanced physics, what was it that you learned that took that notion away from you?
I don't think I ever labeled myself a flat earther. I was very open to it. I was just watching the videos kind of and just entertaining the idea. I had a buddy watch the videos too, and I mean neither of us knows anything about physics, but he was kind of like, yeah, what the fuck? But and I never took like any more physics after that. I just watched guys debunk it.
Long story short, you're never a flat earther, so you just basically lied.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, okay.
Bansky, what physics do we use to measure the surface of the Earth?
Okay, I'm not gonna like fall into the script. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
You're
don't.
just
Yeah,
saying
I
that
know
you
you
didn't
guys need
know jack
content.
about the topic, and so therefore, but you got smart and you realized. I mean, I can hear all the little subtle things you're saying. Is doesn't go above us, but having advanced physics understanding does not change the surface of the Earth. It just doesn't. So your appeals to that are pointless. And personally, I find it kind of hard to believe that you ever considered yourself a flat earther because, and if you did, you must have just felt like it was a fun little diversion for you and never actually did any like honest research.
You sound exactly
Like
like the vegan that
his
quit being a
argument
vegan.
sounds
You
like
were
he's
never a vegan.
arguing that he's a dummy. That's why it cannot be true.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, and he like obsessively comes in here to listen to us and argue with us and complain about us. So, you know, it's hard to believe that he ever had any even I mean, he's had like what years to understand our arguments and he still doesn't. So, You know, I guess when he says he's dumb, we should believe him.
Yeah, he's actually been coming in here for years.
Oh yeah, you'll
Or
get
not.
used to the regular characters if you spend more time here.
I've
That's
been in
so
this Discord
weird.
for less than a
He's
year.
he's a he's a he's a committed anti-flat earther, which is
You
different
can
than
see
just
how
like a
long I've been
regular
in here.
glober. And okay, sorry, Mansky, but it's hard to tell you apart from all the other guys that sound just like you. So I apologize if that was incorrect. You're
Well,
right.
and I
So
believe you because I've been in a different Discord channel, and he's like, "Oh, I know him. He's a part of," and he was like
I
telling
said
me
it's
all
hard to
about
tell you
myself.
apart because you all sound the same. So I apologize if I was wrong about how long you've been in here.
Yeah, no, I think he has been here for a while because he seems to know a lot. Like I was talking to him on another channel, like I said, and he was like telling me all about myself. Like, oh,
Yeah, it's
I've heard
entertaining.
Flatlander.
Okay, I don't really care. This is irrelevant, you know. But
Okay,
your appeal to
he's
physics for a measurement is kind of strange.
All right, show me your measurement.
You've been in here over a year, like almost a year now.
Show
You've
me
heard
your
all the.
measurement, please.
Who wants to post the list of how many measurements do you want,
No,
Mansky?
no, your measurement. Show me your measurement.
Why do I need to show you mine?
Okay, you don't have one.
No,
That's a
I've done an
classic.
observation.
classic.
Oh really? So you know I've done nothing because I'm not posting a laser test, right? What difference
Thought
does
so.
it make? You haven't done anything. I've actually done the observations. You haven't even bothered to try to verify anything. So whine.
One of their gambits. So they say they start the gambit with, "Oh, you don't really believe in flat Earth, right?" Then the second stage is, "Oh well, what have you actually done?" Right? They're trying to make you doubt your own convictions because the way it goes is you don't actually believe it. You're just relying on other people. You don't actually know it or have firsthand knowledge because you haven't done anything yourself. And so they're trying to deconstruct your
Sounds like projection
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah, it's total projection.
Damn, I got
Everything they believe,
exposed.
they learned, in a book that didn't provide any evidence for the claims. You know, what evidence did they look for? None.
they were back in the old days. The guys used to sit around after the FED show ended. They would sit around like the Globers, the really zealous Globers like Zanuck and a whole bunch of others. They would actually come up with apologetics and memes and responses to the way we would argue, and they try to like psychoanalyze us and even try to figure out ways. Well, how could we get them to trust us so that when we say things, then they'll agree with us? It was really quite pathetic.
Who's this Scott Mackey guy? I'm guessing he's like another
Oh
one of
yeah.
them.
He's one of those. You guys don't really believe what you're saying.
Yeah.
Scott
I was only
Mackey.
referring to you, AI.
What? Why is he
Scott
muted?
Mackey. Scott Mackey a few years ago told me that he sees hills of water every day. I'll post another Scott Mackey quote in the side chat for
Is
everybody.
Scott muted because he's been naughty?
I muted him, but if you want to talk to him, you're welcome to.
I don't want to talk to him. I just want him to explain himself to the people who are interested in him.
Okay, well, go ahead. You can. I'll post some Mackey quotes on the side, and you can have at him. Do you want me to unmute him?
Sure. I mean, he is. It blows my mind that people like. Why would you
Oh,
like? I don't know.
I
I
have
don't like. I don't like
you
certain
guys
things. I
believe
don't
it.
like.
Of course you
Okay.
believe it.
What?
Well, the AI was saying I'm one of the guys who doesn't think you guys actually believe this. No, I've actually argued people that you actually do believe it. A lot of people think you're trolling. I don't think you're trolling.
I was saying that I think these guys
Obviously,
believe it. I
because
think
you're the
AI doesn't
troll,
actually believe
so
it.
you know when other people are not trolling, Scott.
You guys like save screenshots like this? It's weird.
Dude, it's weird that you sitting here. Like that's my whole point. Like you're super weird, man.
Why is it weird? This room is entertaining. That's
No,
what
no,
those
no.
are the
Just
rooms
to
I
answer
go
your
to.
question, Mansky, it's been thousands of people come in here, ask the same questions, ask for the same evidence, and then ignore that evidence so we keep it on hand. So, yeah.
Like, I'm trying to think of something I hate. Like, I don't know. I don't like. I don't fucking know. Like some rap music. I'm not gonna like hang around with like a bunch of rappers. Like, I don't know.
We don't
You
hate,
know?
we don't hate you guys, man.
I hate you guys. It's just entertaining, like I said.
I guess. I just can't
So there,
relate.
I
But
posted
whatever.
a couple things in the side chat. He says he's not interested in the arguments, only in the people making them, and also that it's not necessary to contain water.
I need
That's
some
like
proof to that.
there's that astrophysicist. What is it? Cox. It was like, I know of no ancient culture that ever believed the Earth was flat.
Yeah, I only keep the like really, really exceptionally stupid things. So Mackey's up there.
When you guys talk about containing gases, are you talking about things with 4 sides or 3?
We're talking about water, in your quote there that you said it's not necessary to contain water.
Yeah, because it's open on top, right? It's not contained.
That's the dumbest crap
So,
I've
in a
ever heard,
half
Mackie.
full cup, it's
What?
up on top in a half full cup.
It's not contained, is it?
The cup isn't the container?
Do you see my point now? Does everyone in the room see my point?
Yes,
Why does
we
water
Okay,
not go
thank
on
absolutely
you.
top
do.
of the
Thank
glass?
you.
Absolutely. Yes.
And this is why yeah.
So when you guys talk about gas in a container, you talking 3 sides or 4? Well, 6
Can
actually.
you show us any examples of anything otherwise?
So when you're talking gas and you're talking about a container, you're talking about on all sides, right?
The comment is about water,
I
not
know.
about gases, Mackie.
I know. What's the difference between
Okay, so
water and
stop
gas?
changing the topic. You sound like an idiot.
Or you can
That's what we were
concede the
talking
water
about
needs a
when I
container and then,
when I quoted that, right? When I
or
wrote that
Scott,
down, we
or
were
Scott,
talking about
Scott.
gases and containers.
Yeah, Scott. All right. Or you can concede the water that needs a container and then we can move on to the gas thing.
Fine. Water needs a container, but at least 3 sides, right? Or
No, just like a cup, a
Five.
container, a cup.
okay, fine. Yes, water needs a cup to contain it.
No, it needs containment.
Okay, needs
The
containment
cup
then.
is the example. You understand?
Sure.
All right. Now you want to move on to your gas thing?
Sure.
How many does a basketball have?
Hot take. Real flat earthers don't deny the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, we were past that. So, Scott, you want to talk about gases and containment?
Not particularly.
Okay.
I mean, somebody quoted me out of context. Doesn't say why I wrote that. I mean, there's a reason I wrote it.
Well, we just heard you say that containers need four sides or 5 sides.
No, that's what you guys were arguing. I was responding to it.
But
Sure.
overall,
I'm
we
sure
just
someone
conceded.
argued that in order to be a container for a body of water, it needed to be enclosed on all sides. I'm sure somebody said that.
Of course they were.
I just want to remind the room again that you also said you see hills of water every day.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. It was 3 years ago, and maybe you don't remember it, but it was so colossally stupid that I remember. And you've denied it since,
Yeah.
but it happened. Yeah.
Denied it since, but I must have said it, even though I've denied it ever
Yeah,
since.
you did say it, Scott. I have a better memory than you.
Why would I say it just to deny
Because
it
you're an
later?
idiot, and because you'll say
Okay.
anything to contradict
Okay.
us, because you think you're the smartest person in the room at all times.
Well, in this room, yeah.
Well, that's not correct, Scott, as you've proven.
Watch it, Scott.
You know, it's like going to the local Y and playing some basketball. I was usually
Okay. Is there anybody else in the room that has anything intelligent to say? Oh, we've got Matthew Learns. Okay, Vaxwax. Who else is here? Shark Guy. Daddy Shark, you got anything? You've been posting some things in the side chat. Who was it that said something about the 24-hour
can't.
sun?
I posted this. I can't go keyboard on and like post a whole bunch of stuff, but I could conceptually
Is
argue
it
things with you if you want.
okay? Was it you who made the claim about the 24-hour sun? That who said?
No, I don't know.
Real
Somebody
flat
made a claim.
earthers.
I just
I
That
said
was
posted
it.
stuff.
percent. That was percent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just posted stuff just to show there's at
Okay.
least some evidence that there is a 24-hour sun.
Okay. Well, if there is, so what?
I mean, doesn't it? Well, I mean, I don't know what model you follow, so I can't like
No one.
do you
No one in
believe
here.
that? Do you believe that there's a flat Earth that you can have a 24-hour sun, or do you not?
Well, measure the Earth is flat. If the sun is up for 24 hours in the Arctic, then obviously we can have it, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's in a single point and it goes in a 360-degree circle, so that
Well,
would
maybe you
indicate
missed.
you probably
Well,
have some type of curvature.
all that does
of
is
some sort.
falsify. All that does is falsify an AE map, which is not something we claimed. If the Earth is flat and it measures as such, then who cares what the things in the sky do? Like the sun doing something doesn't change the measurement of the surface, does it? The Earth is
Yeah,
not
but
suddenly
you
curved
can.
because we see the sun
Okay,
go
go
in a
ahead.
circle somewhere, right? It just means that there are things we don't understand.
Yeah, but
But
it
the
could
surface of the
prove.
Earth is still no. What does it
could
prove?
prove well in a globe Earth hypothesis. The conception is but if you go to certain places on the globe Earth, you should see the sun circle you, and then you
Okay.
go there and it does that. So that is like a proof for that
Well,
model.
no, it really isn't because you can't say.
I mean,
do you understand what you're
okay.
saying? You're saying the Earth is a globe. Because the Earth is a globe, we should see these things happen. We see these things happen, therefore, Earth is a globe.
Okay, so like
Same
that's
argument.
that's what you
The
use
Earth
for
is not.
testing.
The
Like
Earth
that's
is
what you
not
use
a.
to test.
That's
You
called
make a
You can make the
affirmative
same
hypothesis.
consequence.
argument.
You make
You
a
can make the.
hypothesis.
Listen. You
Okay,
can
and then
make
you
the same
test the
argument.
hypothesis. Hold on, really
Hello.
quick.
That does.
Let me respond.
That
Really
works
quick, and then you
both
go.
ways. Listen, that works both ways. You make a different shape
Okay.
argument. You can say the Earth is not curving. If it's not curving, I can see the sun doing a circle above my head. I see
Yeah,
the
but then you
sun
got to
doing a
prove that
circle above my
mathematically. You got
head.
to prove that
Therefore,
somehow.
the
You
Earth
can't
is
just
not curving.
arbitrarily
Like,
say that. You
I
have to
mean, that's exactly what
mathematically
you're
prove
doing.
that in
That's your
some way.
argument.
Or you can
That's
open
your
your
No,
mouth
it
argument.
isn't
every
because there's
time he
math
opens
that
his mouth,
backs up.
Daddy
There's
Shark. Or
math
you
that
can wait
backs
till
that
he's
up.
done talking and then respond, Daddy Shark. Because you talk all the way through it.
Calm
I
down,
barely
Chip,
heard him.
because I was talking at first, then he responded every
Oh,
Yeah,
he
2
whipped
that's
seconds.
out
why
his
he's
But
getting
champs.
deviated.
Hold on. Whoa. Watch the language. Champ. Whoa.
I said Champ and Bud, relax there, everybody. Whoa, calm
Yeah,
down.
that's
Listen,
crazy.
Calm down.
Ted Daddy, you're not the only one that can do fallacies. Other people can do
That's
fallacies
not a
as well,
fallacy.
not
That's
just
literally
you.
called science. It's called hypothesis testing, Bud. What are we
That's
It
talking
is a
science.
fallacy. It's called
Okay.
affirmative consequence.
Okay, so you make a guess, right? You say, this is my guess. Here's my mathematical proof for the guess. Let's go test the guess. You test the guess, and there's a verification of it. That helps support that theory. Just like you guys
True.
would say,
Yeah,
well,
that's
a
accurate. To say it
laser.
helps support, it lends credence, sure, but
That's
make,
what I'm
it doesn't
saying,
prove
and
it.
then you're
No, you
saying
said
that's
it's
a
proof.
fallacy. No, he's saying that's a fallacy. I'm saying it literally supports
Yeah,
the
the only
globe Earth
thing
theory.
is
but
that
if you
you
say
didn't
it's
test
proof, it's the
anything.
fallacy.
He said,
No, I
listen,
literally said
percentage.
support,
He's
but that's
talking
fine.
about testing. He never tested anything. The opposite is true. The truth is that the ground was tested, is tested and measured not to curve, and he's looking away from that test and looking at the sun that he cannot test and making conclusions about the observation of the sun doing whatever he's doing and concluding that the earth is a certain shape because that's his idea.
I mean, okay, bud.
Yeah,
Listen, if you
no,
don't
it's not
understand
okay.
basic
It's not okay.
premises, that's fine. But don't try to like throw some word salad out
Why
there
are
to
you
try to dumb
projecting?
everybody
You're
else
the
down
one that
for.
doesn't comprehend it. You're the one
No,
projecting.
I'm explaining basic scientific premises here, okay?
Listen, buddy, a
This is
measurement
how
of the
you do
earth,
scientific testing. This is how
science
you
is
do
a
any type
how
of
is
testing in
question.
life. In life, this is what you do.
Science is a how is question. You're not
Take
doing a
science out of
how
it.
is
Take the
question.
science out of it.
So why are you bringing
Just in
Oh, the
life.
science?
thing you brought in specifically. Okay.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying because you're like, ooh,
No, yeah,
science.
yeah.
Take that out of it. If in life, if you wanted to go do something and you had no idea how to do it, couldn't really look it up, whatever, and you were like, all right, let's just make a guess and see if I'm right.
That's not how
Okay,
it works.
Okay.
If you want to do a
So have you ever
hypothesis,
made anything?
listen,
Like,
it
have you
has to
done
be
any
a
type of
valid. A
engineering?
hypothesis is the whole point. The hypothesis has to be a valid one. You cannot just make any story idea in your imagination
Exactly.
and
You're
call
right.
it a
Absolutely.
hypothesis.
You're right,
Exactly,
absolutely.
exactly. So
And it has to be
you're
proven with
taking a
something like
story
math.
in your mind, speaking it with words, and then
Yep.
and saying, "Oh, it must be true because it's an idea
No,
that
but
you
that's what I
haven't
said.
tested or
Originally, I
proven."
said you use math, and then you started this word salad of how no, that's actually not true because you're just testing your bias or something. Like what are we talking about? It's
You're
just
not
how
doing
you do
any
it.
test. You're not doing any test. You're looking at the
So what are you
sun and
doing then?
saying, "Therefore, the Earth is a globe because I saw the sun doing something."
No. Okay, so here's how like the theory work. You do something called like calculus or like
That's
linear
not a
algebra, right?
theory. You're talking
And
about
oh
science. A
my God,
scientific
Jesus
theory.
H Christ,
Listen,
brother. All
buddy,
right,
a scientific
it's okay.
theory
You don't
is
understand
after
it.
the
That's fine, man.
fact.
God bless you.
A
God bless. I
scientific
wish you the best
theory
of luck,
is
homie. I wish you the
after
best.
the fact,
Wish you the
not
best of luck, homie.
before.
Okay, bye.
Scientific theory is after the experiment. He's saying he's doing the
Yeah,
theory
that
before
exactly
the
after the
experiment.
experiment. Yeah, that's how it works. You do the theory and then you do the experiment. Yes, that's how it works. You don't do an
No, no,
experiment and
no,
then come
no,
up
no.
with a
It's the
theory, buddy.
other
What are
way
you?
around. The
No,
Yeah, it is
hypothesis
okay,
the
is
other
not
way
the
around.
okay.
theory.
God bless
Shark.
you. God bless you, buddy.
I'll post
It's
God
the
like
bless you.
he doesn't get it.
definition in the side chat for
God
people
bless.
who might not
God
know.
bless. God bless.
Listen, first you do an
God bless.
observable
God bless.
phenomena,
That's all I gotta say.
then you
God bless.
do a hypo. Anyways, this is the shape of the Earth. This has nothing to do with the scientific method.
I think he's getting
Okay, God
theory and
bless. God bless. See
hypothesis
you
It's
later.
completely
confused.
God
wrong,
bless.
but it's fine.
Buddy, you're thinking of the hypothesis, not the theory.
He thinks that he says whatever story he wants to say, and that's a hypothesis.
Look at New
So I just like
Perspective in
very
side chat.
quickly got the wiki link for what a scientific theory is. Because there's probably quite a bit of confusion about these terms.
A scientific theory is after rigorous testing and experiment, and then you can come up with the theory.
Wait,
Not
you
during the
mean
hypothesis.
Bigfoot's not really the one that's delivering my mail?
Oh no, you sorry. You didn't mean Bigfoot. He said something else completely.
We have Angstrom who's visiting again, providing some compelling evidence for the globe in the side chat. Hey Angstrom, you wanna discuss?
Looks like he said Earth isn't flat in the chat. That
Yeah.
convinced me.
Exactly.
Dude, New Perspective is actually coming up with theories. He's dunking on you guys.
Scientific theories?
Look at
So
he's
you also
dropping.
don't know what a scientific theory is. Thank you,
All right,
Mansky. I
cringe. He's
appreciate
actually
that.
dropping some
Yeah,
knowledge in
he's totally
side chat.
dunking on us with his misunderstanding of terms and lack of knowledge. You got it.
Dude, New Perspective is doing more than you.
Well, Mansky, I'll just say that I really do appreciate your part in helping to show the people who come in here or listen to our live stream that there is no evidence for the globe and that the people who come in here continually and argue for it don't present any empirical evidence. So I appreciate your service to creating more flat earthers in the world.
All 12 people watching on YouTube.
Why are you here, Mansky?
Pretty sure I said it's entertaining.
Yeah, but you're not entertaining. You sound kind of miserable, actually.
Yuck.
You sound really unhappy and miserable every time you come in.
Okay.
Okay. Well, then maybe you should find a different hobby. Like actually do something.
almost like a
I am
job
doing
that he's
something.
being forced to do. He doesn't want to do it, but he's doing it anyways.
Yeah, it's kind of pathetic, actually. So, hey, Daddy Shark, did you see what I posted in the side chat about what a theory is versus a hypothesis? I didn't post about a hypothesis, but did you see it?
You guys have fundamentally misunderstood the whole thing. When I
You
said
guys.
it
No, I think
helps
you're just using the
support
terms
the
and listen.
theory.
Don't be
It
defensive.
helps support the theory.
No,
You
okay.
don't know what a
Did you read
theory
the
is.
definition of the
You don't know
theory in
what a
the side
theory
chat?
is. You proved it 5 different times.
You did read the definition then.
I'm saying the guy who I was talking to before,
Listen,
whoever it
buddy,
was,
read the
he had
definitions
no
for
idea
us
what it
so
Yeah,
we
I
was.
can
just want you
learn.
to read the definition so we can
Yeah.
I told
because
you
we
5
can't
times
really
I can't.
discuss
I'm
this.
playing a video game right now. I'm sorry. I'm too
Okay,
hands-on with
well,
this.
if you want to have a discussion, you need to use the correct terms because otherwise there's misunderstanding.
Okay,
And
so
there's a
tell
lot of
me how. Tell
misunderstanding
me
around
really
these
quick, really
terms.
quick. Tell me how that evidence doesn't help support the theory of globe Earth.
Okay.
It's not a theory, don't you get it?
Yeah, that's what we keep trying to tell you.
So you believe it's not a theory.
No. We just
So
say
now we're
you're
getting
using the
somewhere.
word
Okay.
incorrectly. That's not what you mean. You
No,
don't
no.
mean
I mean, it's a
theory.
well-established theory in science, in academia, in
No, it
literature,
isn't.
in
As
Okay,
long as
physics,
okay,
you
if that's
keep
just
it,
correct.
basic human facts.
If that's correct, can you provide
But
the
for
empirical evidence for the curvature of the Earth?
well,
And
we
it's
can
not
go
things in the
through
sky.
like 16, 17 different things, right?
Okay,
Like
great.
one
Just
of
pick
them.
one.
Well,
Pick
okay,
your
I just did,
absolute
but
best evidence. Pick your
I
absolute best evidence and post it in the side chat.
well, we just did I'm not the best evidence, but I just did post one, which is pretty good evidence, is a 24-hour sun.
Okay, that's
And
your
you're just
claim.
saying
However,
nuh-uh.
the
You're
idea of the
saying nuh-uh.
globe existed long before some grifters went to Antarctica, right? So clearly, that
Yeah.
isn't the best evidence. It's not even evidence at all because it's about things in the sky and not about the surface of the Earth. So, can you show me the best evidence that the surface of the Earth is curving?
Here's the thing: is you're trying to be like the arbiter of what evidence fits your narrative, and that's just not
Oh my
how you
Okay, so you're
do.
trying to
That's
tell
not how
me
you do
that no
stuff in
one knew the
reality.
Earth was a globe until some losers went to Antarctica.
No, my
Okay, well
posit is
then
that
we're
we
going to
knew the
discard
Earth was a
that, and I'm going to
globe
ask you
around
for something.
3,000 years ago. That was my
Okay,
posit.
great. Can you post the evidence from 3,000 years ago?
Yes, you could look up whatever the guy's name. We've gone through this 100. I've been in here tons of times. I don't think I've ever talked to you, to be
What
fair,
what
but
what what
we've
person
gone through
from
this evidence all the
3,000?
time.
Okay, then just start, well, you know what? I've never.
We end up. It's the guy in fucking. It's the guy in fucking.
He doesn't know.
Aleppo, Syria, and then he goes down to fucking like Jerusalem or something.
Okay, what
Makes
did
the
he do to
measurement.
measure the surface of the Earth?
He measured the shadows, and you're gonna say, "Oh,
Okay,
well,
so he
that's in
didn't.
the sun, and that's not on Earth, or
So
something
not
like
the
that." It's
Earth.
the same
Not the Earth.
argument
He
that we
measures
made.
shadows.
Are
Not
you
the
aware
Earth.
you can
Okay,
have
but he
diverging
got within.
shadows on a flat plane if the
Are
sun
you
is
aware
closer?
that he got within 5% of the
No,
correct
because
curvature
no,
of the Earth?
actually, I'm not aware of that because.
Mathematically, which you don't agree with, right? You don't agree with math?
Listen,
Okay,
buddy.
can you
He
hold on,
wasn't
hold on,
measuring.
hold up,
I'm asking
Gemsy.
so I can
Hold
understand
up,
what we're talking
Gemsy.
about, because I don't
Hold
don't
up,
understand
dude.
what her
Stop,
thing. Go ahead.
stop. You're
No,
talking really
Go
fast.
ahead.
Okay, thank you. Can you post a primary or secondary or tertiary source for him that includes the data that you're claiming he gathered?
Yes, with a simple Google search and a
Okay,
Wikipedia
I want to
page.
see. Do you understand what a primary, secondary, or tertiary source is? I don't want a source where they're telling me what he said. I want to see the document that makes
Okay, well,
these
you're not.
claims.
I'm not entirely sure there's a document, but he's well cited and well quoted
No, he's
all
not.
throughout
That's what I'm telling you. You
classical
don't know what you're
literature
talking about. You don't know
in
what you're talking about.
Greek literature. Yeah,
That
I
is
mean, okay,
wholly incorrect. He is
sure it
mentioned
is.
once. He's mentioned once by Cleomedes. And we don't even know that Cleomedes existed. So tell me again how he's so well cited in all this ancient Greek literature.
He's fairly well cited, and he's well
No,
cited
he's
now.
not. You haven't
I mean,
done
and we
any
could
research on this
use
at all. You have
and
not
we
done
can
any research on
use.
this at all.
Oh Lord
You
have mercy.
haven't. You don't know
as
what
long
you're
as he
talking about.
repeats himself after
And
you crush
and
him
we
on the
can
I've done hours of
use.
research on this, and you're
So
wrong.
let
We
me
could use
ask
the
him this. Let
same
me ask him
method.
this. Hey,
We
buddy,
could use the same method now to posit
did he measure
the
a
curvature.
section of a circle? Or did
Hey,
he
Gemsy,
measure
I
the?
muted him because he couldn't stop talking, so you can unmute him when you want to.
So did he measure the section of a circle, or did he measure the curvature of the Earth? Which one was it? I'm on a console.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So what did this guy do? Did he measure the section of a circle, or did he measure the curvature of the Earth?
Measure like an arc length or something. If I'm unmuted.
Was it the curvature of the Earth, or was it the arc of a circle?
Yeah, I just said it's the arc length. I said that.
So you know how circles work in a flat Earth too, right?
I don't know your guys' model. That's what I've been asking for this whole time.
You can draw a circle on your floor, right? Your flat floor in your house.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. So if you measured or calculated the section of a circle, that doesn't mean sphere. You know that, right?
Okay, an arc length, you can absolutely get the relative circumference. Like that's how he got it within 5% of it.
Exactly, the circumference
With
of a
math.
circle, not a sphere.
Okay, and then hear me out. Ready for this? And then you go higher and lower on elevation and you get different measurements, and that's how you know it's a sphere. Just like in calculus, you break it into small slices and you keep going up and down or side
So
to
you
side
go
or in and out.
away from the thing in question, the surface of the Earth, and you measure the curvature away from the surface?
No, I'm saying you can go latitude up and north and south. You can go latitude up and down and do the same exact measurements
Latitude.
and get
Show
at
me a
that
latitude
time.
on the Earth. Show me a latitude on the Earth.
Oh, sweet Jesus, brother. You can go up and down on the fucking Earth, okay? And you
Like
can do
up a
that
hill,
same
down
exact
a
measurement
valley?
and
Is
you
that
can
what you're
get a
saying?
different oh, Jesus Christ. I'm
Oh,
saying you
you
can
go up the
go
hill and down the valley. Is that what you're
more
saying?
north relative to the equator. Okay, you can go more north relative to the equator. Got that what I'm saying so far? And while doing that, you can measure the shadows that the sun generate, okay? And then from that, you can do the same measurement using
The
arc length and
sun
everything.
generates
Listen,
shadows?
using
The
the
sun
arc length.
generates shadows? Can you think about that again? The sun generates
Yes,
shadows?
the sun generates shadows.
The sun
You
generates
blocking when you
shadows?
stand in front of it, you block the light of the sun, it generates a shadow, boss.
Oh, blocking the light of the sun generates a shadow. Okay, not the sun.
Okay, so a light source like the sun can generate a shadow by blocking it. Should we say that? I mean, like, what are we doing here? Like, this is the problem.
Yeah,
Every
that's what
time we
I'm
get into
asking
some
you.
type
What
of
are you trying
conversation,
to do?
you start doing some nonsense instead of trying to actually engage in the conversation. You say some ridiculous stuff like, "Oh, the sun generates shadows." You
I
know
don't
what
think
I
you heard
mean,
what
dick
you
face.
said,
Like, what are we
dude.
talking about?
You
I
didn't
told
make
you 100 times
sense.
I'm
He was
playing a
just
video
making
game.
fun of you because you weren't
The
making
point
sense.
is,
But I posted
you can
something
do
for
that
you in the
exact
side chat.
calculation. You can do that exact calculation going
Okay, you know
higher
what?
and
And
lower
that works on a
relative
flat
to the
surface
equation.
with a local sun. So what now?
Okay, but every time you go higher or
It
lower relative to
works.
the
Oh,
relative
you changed your position
no, I'm
relative to
not.
where the sun is?
No,
Okay, I
relative on the
also posted in the
earth.
side chat for
Relative
you
on the earth.
that in
Okay, the sun
China,
is in the
there
same
was
spot.
someone claimed to have done the same thing, but they, instead of assuming the earth was a ball, they assumed the earth was flat, and they came to the same conclusion that it was proof that the earth was flat. So what now?
Did you post it in the side chat so
I
we can see
did.
his mathematical proof?
I did post it in the side chat, and the point is that nobody who knows anything about this topic would claim that shadows prove the earth is curved or not. It is
Shadow. Oh
it
my
can be
God.
because you can have
Shadows. You keep
diverging
saying proof.
shadows.
You're looking for me to
Would you
give
just
some type
stop
of
talking for a minute?
bulletproof proof.
Just
I'm
stop
giving you a
talking, like, dude.
multitude of evidence, and you keep.
Oh my god.
Listen,
Okay, so claiming that there's a
buddy,
multitude of
even the
evidence
high
does
priest
not
of the
create a
globe tell
multitude of
you.
evidence. Yeah, it doesn't just saying there
Even the high
exists.
priest of the
Yeah.
globe tell you
Yeah,
that this is
dude.
inconclusive.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson said it was inconclusive. Like anybody who has any understanding of the very basics of this understands that it is not proof one way or another. So we don't claim it's proof of the globe. We don't claim it's proof of a flat surface. So we don't need to talk about it. It's not a measurement of Earth curvature.
Yeah, but it's a proof. It's a proof that there are smaller circles the higher you go up, which would indicate that you're on a sphere, or
You mean
lower,
the
which would
closer you
indicate you're on
get
a
to
sphere.
magnetic north, the smaller the circle around magnetic north becomes? I realize that. That's not proof of a sphere.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's your opinion of it. That's
It's
fine if
not my
that's how you read
opinion.
the
It's just
evidence.
basic
Well,
understanding of how
that's how you read the evidence. That's how you read the evidence. That's fine. I
you
mean,
realize
I
our
can't help you read
navigation
the
is in
evidence one
relation
way
to
or the other.
magnetic north, and as you get closer to magnetic north, You're going
In
to
magnetic
transcribe a
north
smaller
moves all
circle
the
around
time,
it.
yeah, and they have to
As he
adjust for it.
talks
Okay, you
over
don't know
you,
what you're talking
he
about.
ignored
Magnetic
everything the other
magnetic
He
guy
doesn't
said
know
about
anything
him
about
being
this
able.
topic.
Of course,
Huh?
Yeah, because he
the
can't draw
magnetic
this
center of
on a
Earth doesn't move. Of
circle.
course it doesn't.
Because he can't draw a circle on the
Do a
ground and
cursory Google
recreate
search,
this
boss.
like he agreed to earlier. He's just gonna keep obfuscating and being a dumbass, I guess.
Yo, guys, I was a round earther before, like a week ago.
Did Jeffrey
Hilarious.
Epstein get you?
No. I just did a lot of research you guys gave me. I believe the earth is flat, honestly.
You believe it?
What?
So you believe it?
It's basically I mean, it makes sense the atmosphere is in the container. How else would the fucking water stay in it?
Oh, that
That's what
sounds
got me.
The
stupid,
answer
man.
is
That
hydrostatic
sounds
equilibrium.
Jesus
that
Christ.
sounds stupid, man. What's your
At
proof
least
that
you
Earth
say it.
is
At least
flat?
you say it. Thank you.
It's a balance
What the fuck
between
are you
air
talking about?
pressure
Why are you
pushing
guys
it
asking?
outward and gravity pulling it inward.
Why are you guys?
Hydrostatic equilibrium.
Oh, not you again, Wantum. Okay, so
I'm a new
we're gonna do with
recruit.
one of you at a time. Zenpachi,
What's up,
it's
over?
yeah, you're just not very convincing, I'm afraid,
Dang it! Why not?
because
You
you're
don't.
just spouting a bunch of nonsense.
No, honestly, that fucking the water container thing tripped me out.
The water container thing? What are you talking
I don't
about,
know.
man?
Someone said that shit to me. I was like, damn, that
So
shit's crazy.
that was like, oh, Earth, there's a water container, so the surface is flat.
Essentially, yeah.
How does that make sense?
Oh, damn.
I don't know, but it just kind of blew my mind, and I was like, I think I believe this shit.
Okay, well,
But there
I
was
wouldn't
other
say
proof.
that
It wasn't just
that's
that
not a
one.
flat Earth proof, but like
The
maybe you can hang
fucking
around and learn something.
the laser thing tripped me out too. I
Okay,
believe
well,
that.
lasers are different. Yeah. That should be, I mean, the only reason we know the Earth is flat is because we measure it, right? The rest of this stuff would be speculation. We can't prove any kind of like container, right?
Still waiting for your measurement.
Psych! It's a fucking globe, you dummies! Gotcha.
He got me. Yeah,
Oh, gotcha,
he got
guys.
me.
Gotcha.
Oh no, at least he made it hilarious at the end.
What's in the water that these globers are drinking?
It might be the vaccines.
Something.
You guys really thought I believed that shit?
Well, it was clear
I
you
did.
didn't because you sound like a moron, which I pointed out. So
The one you said that shit, and then it blew my mind, and now I think I believe that shit. That got me. I'm a gullible flat earther though. That's why no one likes me here, including the flat earthers and the globers.
yeah, it's pretty easy to parse out who's LARPing and who isn't. It takes less than a sentence.
Less than.
Yeah, it just shows pretty shitty work ethic, you know. I mean, if you're gonna LARP, I mean, put in some effort. I mean, study some method acting, something.
Well, I mean, we get people who have been anti-flat earthers for 8 years, and I've asked them to steelman a single flat earth argument, and they can't. Like after years and years of being in here, they can't steelman
Stop the
one
cap.
argument.
My new favorite one is when people come in and be like, "I was a flat earther, but now I'm not." That's a newer one for me to hear about.
Lie.
Yeah. Well, no, I think some of them, like, they just read dumb flat earth shit and were like, "Oh, maybe," and then got high and they're like, "Whoa, maybe it is," and then like the next
Yeah,
day they're like, "Nah."
yeah, or that thing we were talking about. They were never actually flat earthers. Can't tell you anything about it, and just
Yeah.
heard something about a container or something. Whatever the other guy said.
Yep.
I think I know what he might have been saying about the container if he misheard someone else in here. The thing is, in order for water to be water, it requires air pressure. And in order to have air pressure, you need a container. Thus, in order to have water, you need a container.
Yeah, but he didn't even. He was just he didn't know what anyone had said, and he was just trying to cobble it together into something.
That guy actually did make me laugh though. When he's like, "Oh, I heard about this," I'm like, "Damn, I think I might believe that shit now." I just thought that actually was funny.
It's laughable, but not funny.
That one got me. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, obviously the whole thing's stupid. I agree with that, but just that one line when he said that, it was just so ignorant that it did make me laugh. I think that is one of the biggest disconnects on when people come in here. They kind of have this idea that like we believe in something and like we're denying this or that, and they have the, they've seen all these debunked videos, so they have a couple questions they're gonna ask us, and then when we deny reality, they're gonna laugh at it. But then we actually explain things to them, but they're not listening to our explanation because they already assume that we're just stupid or don't know what we're talking about. And we explain it very clearly, and they're like, "Yeah, I don't know. Okay, well, what about this?" It's like, dude.
All right, looks like it's time for me to go. It's a little boring now. Take care.
Yay.
Why was I even muted? I said two words, hydrostatic equilibrium. That's it.
Oh, I
Nothing else.
apologize, Joantum. What did you try to say before you got muted? What was your
It
point?
was the guy who was LARPing. So I guess he wasn't being genuine, but he said something about air pressure needing a container, and my response to that was hydrostatic equilibrium, and then I got muted.
Maybe it was how do you say crossfire? Friendly fire. Maybe, I don't know.
Well,
Wait a
I don't know
second.
if friendly fire is the term because I'm definitely not on your guys' side, but
You're
still,
not friendly?
rules of
Oh,
engagement,
okay.
you know what I mean?
Hey,
Wait,
if you're not
actually,
friendly, good to know.
yeah, no, mechanic, I might be with you now, bro. I never did this before, but I went on Google and I looked something up and I did not expect this result. I think you might be right. Flat earthers might be wrong.
Right about
Yeah,
what?
it says
Elaborate.
yeah, I mean, look at the chat. This is on Google. I went on Google Paint to kind of pretty it up and underline the most important points. But what I did, I Googled, is the Earth flat? And the first thing it told me was no, the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, good one. Good one.
How does that disprove hydrostatic equilibrium?
Dude, listen, I just go with
You know,
what
because like
Google tells me, bro.
we can play bullshit word games all day, and you can pretend that you're actually doing science, but like at the end of the day, hydrostatic equilibrium is real. You can calculate it, and you don't need a container to have air pressure at the surface. So, what's your response
Can
to
you,
that?
yeah, can you spell that
Actually
for me so
engage.
I can, okay, bro, can you spell that for me so I can put it into Google and give you a response?
HYDROSTATIC, hydrostatic, equilibrium, EQUILIBRIUM, I think. That should be close
Yeah,
enough.
I got it to auto correct or like auto fill it for me. So let's
Yeah,
see. What was the
and
question?
hydrostatic equilibrium is how air pressure is maintained without a container. It's a balance between air pressure pushing the air up and gravity pushing the air in. Vacuums don't suck, only pressure pushes.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, I got here on Google. Yes, exactly. You're right. The Earth is a sphere. God damn it.
Yeah. Too bad that doesn't help explain the complete lack of drop over distance measured every time, you know.
Except we
Maybe I
do
should.
measure it.
Maybe I should
And it was
Google
first
that.
measured by Al Bruni. You know, you guys don't want to talk. You guys don't want to talk shit about Eratosthenes. That's fine, but Al Bruni's still there. So
Elaborate on Albury.
Macaroni?
yeah,
I
he
want to
was.
hear him elaborate.
Yeah, Al Bruni. What he did was he went up to the top of a mountain and he measured the horizon dip angle from the
Did he
mountain.
account for
And
refraction? Did he account for refraction?
at the time, he did not. So that means that his
Holy
original
shit, he didn't
estimates were
account for
off.
refraction, huh? Alright, so he was wrong then. Never
You can
mind.
very easily,
Macaroni.
you can very easily adjust
Okay,
his
you don't
formula
believe in
to account for
refraction?
refraction.
You don't believe in refraction, bro?
Now you're just pretending that I said things I didn't say.
I
I
mean,
said he didn't account for
Macaroni
refraction.
didn't account for refraction, so why are you bringing him as an example?
Crazy
So
you
his
can't.
number was off from the original value, but when you do factor in a refraction, you can see that his formula matches observations.
The observations of the Earth not curving, I agree. Not curving. That's not evidence for a globe, though.
So, do you know what a cargo cult
Hilarious,
is?
right?
Yeah, do you know what a cargo cult is?
Tell me, what is it?
It originates from when there would be like anthropological studies on like remote island populations, and then the researchers, while they're there, they set up like temporary airports for cargo flights to come in, and they had like an air traffic control tower and everything. But the natives, they didn't understand any of it. They just saw people going up into towers and wearing funny things on their heads and waving sticks around, and then magically food would come from the air in these airplanes. But then when the
Magically?
researchers left,
Airplanes are
well,
not
from their
magic, bro.
perspective,
Airplanes are not magic. What are you talking
from the
about?
perspective of the natives,
Bro,
because they didn't
airplanes are
understand.
not magic. That's engineering, bro.
The
What the
natives
heck?
don't
He
validate
said
this claim at
magically.
all. Yeah,
He said
the natives don't
magically.
validate
What
this
I'm
claim at all.
saying, let me finish my
Listen,
this
buddy,
point.
buddy.
The
Food
natives,
falling from airplanes is not magic, buddy. Sorry to tell you.
the indigenous people did not understand that So they believed
How do
it
you
was
know? Were you inside their minds?
Yeah, that's not true at
because
all.
after the researchers left, they made their own airport with their own air traffic control towers, and they made their own headphones out of leaves and sticks, and they would
So
sit
not
there and
magic.
do the same things. No,
So not
because
magic.
they
Oh,
didn't understand the technology. They just saw the people going through the motions, and they
Yeah,
saw the
where's the
planes
paper
landing
on this?
food.
I want to read it. Where's the paper on this?
Google cargo
No, no, no,
cults.
no. Send it to
So the
me
whole
because
point.
Google sends all type of bullshit. AI is the first thing. I need the specific article.
Okay, then fucking Bing it, dude.
Oh yeah,
Cargo
so you don't
cults.
have it. Just checking.
The whole point is a cargo cult. They're going through the motions of running an airport, but they don't actually understand anything. So it's all just performance. You guys are a science cargo cult. You tell yourselves that you're investigating honestly and you're doing research and blah blah blah, but you're just going through the motions and telling yourself it's science, but it's not. It's a cargo cult. Look it up. Bing it.
Also,
wait. Are
your
you
feelings
you're
are
talking
hurt
about the
because the
globe,
Earth is
right?
flat. We
You're
get it.
talking about the globe. He's talking about globe believers. That's all he's talking
No, I'm
about.
talking about
Obviously.
you specifically,
No, no.
Gen Z. I'm talking about you specifically.
What you're describing is globe believers. The irony.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I think
no,
he
it's
was
the
making
first
an
three
analogy.
guys that can't help but project. It's projection at its finest.
Yeah, it was an analogy for how he doesn't understand that thousand-year-old supposed calculations with baked in presupposition is somehow able to argue against direct measurement of the surface that anybody can go validate. This is weird. Calculations are not measurements. Hey, what's up, Gregory? How you doing, man?
Hello? Is nobody say? Well, can somebody say nobody's saying nothing? I'm really confused.
I
Yeah,
hear
yeah.
you.
I'm like so confused, bro. I'm like, I try to join and it's like nobody's saying nothing. It's just like I think something wrong with my Discord or. Well, thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's just quiet time, man.
What?
Are you a flat earther?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Um,
Are you? I'm asking.
no, I'm pretty sure it's round.
Okay. So what brings you to this specific Discord?
You know, hang out. Maybe you proved me wrong.
I'm not a flat earther. I believe in science. But if you have if you've been exposed to some flat earth propaganda that you have questions about, I'm be happy to add my 2 cents, you know?
Mm.
That's weird. I didn't know science had anything to do with belief.
Mm. Well, that's the problem. Well, I didn't even know I was in the, brother, I was just jumping around. I didn't even know I was in the flat earth, brother. If I knew that I was on the flat earth, I wouldn't even have, I wouldn't even came. Guys, you all are stupid.
At least nobody's seen you go in there, you know?
I don't think nobody's seen me come in here. No,
That's
pretty
good. That
sure.
was close.
Yeah.
Well, you can see
Yeah,
everybody in the
yeah, yeah, yeah,
green
yeah, yeah.
sticker.
So then, like, like the aliens, like the aliens. You ever had an alien, like, come up on you and just take you up?
Well, can't say I've ever been abducted by any so-called aliens.
Hmm. Well,
What about you? Have you
what
had a
about?
tour of the mothership?
I just seen somebody. Somebody just got abducted by an alien.
Must have been a pretty hectic experience.
Are you
Yeah, no,
drunk or something right
I
now, bro?
kind of laughed all the time. I couldn't hide it. Kind of funny. Are you ever what's the whole point of keep scanning, keep scanning, and then what's the whole point of? I'm really confused.
Yeah, man, you're like drunk as hell, and I could barely understand what you're saying. So I really
I
want to answer
have
your question.
mental health issues. Okay, if you give me a second, I was trying to. Never mind. Okay, well, thank you for your time. I didn't know this was a flat Earth server, so good luck to y'all. Maybe you'll find a flat Earth one day.
It's round.
Look,
You
look
heard it.
down.
Dude, I'm not even a flat earther, but that guy was just obnoxious.
It's round.
Just some drunk guy.
Every single day. Just
Hey, Dr. Kopatine, I have a question. So, do you think satellites are real? Like, where do you land on that? What the fuck?
Problem fixed. I don't have an issue with mechanical devices flying above our head.
Okay, so regardless, so they're up there at some finite altitude. How are they staying up there?
That's not really a me problem.
Well, yeah, but like, I mean, something like a
No.
geostationary satellite.
Listen, I'm going to make it simple for you, bro. And you're probably going to be highly offended by this, but if you're pointing up into the sky to prove anything about the shape of the ground, I would probably consider that a mental disorder.
Well, no, I can connect them. So
Excellent.
yeah, let's see. Do you agree that two observers on the surface
I
could?
don't have to agree to anything. If you're going to put forward data, put it forward.
Holy
We
shit,
assess the
dude.
data, we break it down, that's it. I don't have to agree to your statements, and I'll show you why. If we get two people, so say you ask that question to myself, and I'll pick
I
another
didn't even
person, Boogie
finish the
Woods.
question.
Yeah, I
You don't know what
know.
I'm gonna
I'm trying to
ask.
save you. If we both say I agree and the other guy disagrees, what does that do to your argument?
Well,
So
it
just
depends
put
on
the
the
data
question,
forward and we can
right?
break it down.
So my question is, if we were to consider two hypothetical observers standing on the surface, well, first of all, do you agree that geostationary satellites are a thing and that we can like measure their relative position in the sky with a directional antenna? Like, can we agree on that?
I thought I made it clear that I don't have to agree to anything. It's up to you to present your data.
Why are you so angry? Like, we haven't even had a conversation leading up
I'm
to
not
this.
angry.
Oh, bro.
I just want you to present your data, and you're telling me that, do you agree? Do you agree? I don't have to agree to anything. All I have to agree to do is look at your data when you present it, which I will do. So if you present data and it provides the required evidence that satisfies a ball Earth, then hey, so be it. If it doesn't, shit happens. That's how it works.
So there are satellites that are in polar orbits. So they're going from North Pole to South Pole, and then on the other side, South Pole to North Pole, right? If, for example, we had, let's see, what are two things that are like, let's say we have two people in two different countries, which on the globe Earth would be opposite from each other, right? If one observer is tracking the position of one of these polar satellites and they see it disappear beyond the southern horizon heading south, and then the other observer on the other side of the planet managed to find that same satellite and they see it emerging from the southern horizon going north, would you accept that as an example of something like, you know what I mean? Like that would necessarily have implications about the orientation and overall
No,
geometry of the land masses, would it not?
no. It could just be implications of they're out of radio signal. So as one of them, your observers, say the distance is, I'm just going to pick random numbers, 2,000 miles. That's as far as his radio signal goes. the satellite is out of that range, it then flies into the range of the next guy and he picks it up. So it doesn't really prove the shape of the ground. It just shows that it's out of energy distance for the signal being sent.
Well, it would be relevant if you were to, okay, like here's an example, right? Um, People fly uh, from Canada. They can go straight north and end up in Russia. Is that something that you accept?
Like I said before, I don't have to agree to anything.
Do you accept
My
that
agreements
people
on your
fly over the North
statements,
Pole to
people
Russia?
fly across the world, all different places, mate. I've got no
W-
problem with people flying.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is that, like, if somebody got on a plane in Canada and flew north, and then they landed in Russia, that would have implications about the location and relative locations and orientations of Canada and Russia, right? And also about north. And then if somebody were to get on a plane in Argentina and head south, and then they end up in Australia, the only way that those two things can be true is if we live on a globe.
And have these things been done? Has someone flown south from Argentina and landed in Australia?
Okay, so you do accept that people fly north
No,
from
no.
Canada to
It's a
Russia?
straight
No,
up
no.
question. You've made a statement. I'm asking, has
Yeah,
this
I know.
been
I want to
done?
get that.
Yes or no?
You can take flights from South America to Australia, and they do
No, no.
go.
Flying directly south, as you claimed.
Well, that's why I was asking about
Yes
tracking
or
a
no?
polar orbit
Has it been
satellite.
done?
I don't know. Has it?
So why
Even
did you bring it up as a thing then?
because it's an analog to the. It would be
No, it's not.
analogous. It
The
would be
ability to fly
analogous
a plane somewhere is not analogous to a
a
satellite claim.
satellite. Yeah, because they both follow
No,
great
it's not.
circles. They both
No,
follow
it's
great
not.
circles.
We've already established, and you made it clear that it's going out of sight of person A and into sight of person B. How do you know that's just not a transmission issue? Because that's how they're tracking them with radio technology. Energy only travels so far. So person A, it goes out of his range. Person B, it goes into his range. That's it.
Yeah,
So
but it's
your
going in
claim
a
of
very specific
sphericity,
direction.
your claim of sphericity underneath that means absolutely nothing when it's just a radio signal.
No, but it's going in a specific direction.
I'm glad you said no. So
What?
you
No,
can't
no, no,
prove.
no, no,
Listen
no.
carefully. Your claim of sphericity underneath said object in the sky has yet to be proven. Your
Yeah,
object in the sky can still do a circle over a flat surface. Your object in the sky still can go out of range of person A and into range of person B. This has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
it does have something to do with the shape of the ground because, first of all, you do accept that planes fly north across the Arctic Circle.
Planes are not satellites.
Okay, but do you accept that? It's part of it. Do you accept?
Well,
Okay.
your claim was they go across the Antarctic, not Arctic, flying
No,
south from
okay.
Argentina to
I'm trying
Australia.
to
And the
establish a
simple thing is,
baseline
has this
of
been done? Yes or no? If you want to use this as validation of your satellites, you have to answer this yes or no. Has it been done?
I'm trying to establish a baseline
No, no,
of
no.
communally
There's
agreed
there's
upon
no
facts.
establishing a baseline. I know what you want. You're using planes as some kind of tie-in to your satellites. Okay, let's look at the planes. Has the claim been fulfilled? Has someone flown south from Argentina and landed in Australia? Yes or no?
People have flown.
No, I don't care if people have flown. People have flown lots of places. Have they done that particular route? Yes or no?
I have not looked at flight logs myself to be able to
Excellent.
say
So you can't tie
100%
that
yes.
into your satellites. Thank you.
All right, that's fine. We'll get rid of the planes altogether. One singular satellite in a polar orbit from flying from North Pole to South Pole and back again. We can forget all about the plane, right? A person with a directional antenna would be able to track that, two observers with directional antennas, one on either side of the globe, would be able to track that satellite, right? One observer, they would first see it disappear into their northern horizon, and at some later point in time, the second observer would see that satellite reappear over their northern horizon, and then they would track it, and it would go north to south, and then they would disappear over their southern horizon, and then at some point in time after that, the original observer would see that same satellite reappear at their southern horizon, moving north. Then we go from south to north. The only way you can make that
Wrong.
physically make sense is if they are on a globe.
Really?
Yeah.
How
Okay.
about I do a really simple mud map here, shitty
Oh my
map
god. Oh my
here.
god. A flat earther making a map and committing to a model? Yes, please. Oh my god, that's the only thing I've ever wanted. Please.
Why would I be committing to a model? I'm just going
Because
to show you
you're
on a
literally drawing
basic
me a
map.
map. Yes, I'm asking you.
No.
Draw me a map
This
of
this
how
is
this
not
would
a
make sense.
flat Earth map. I can show you on an AE map if you like how satellites work. They do
Okay.
big loops.
But those are globe maps.
What loop would enable that set of observations?
A loop.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. Well, first
Obviously,
you will
you
need to
struggle with the whole
define
loop
a
thing.
flat Earth model.
What
You will
part
need
of
to.
loop don't you get? I'm
Are you
sorry.
are you
See, listen.
starting with the?
Nothing you've said has necessitated a globe. Like I said before, radio signals are how your guys are tracking these things.
That's
So
right.
when the signal is out of range due to distance, not due to sphericity, see, nothing about range mentions it necessitates sphericity.
How
This is
does
where
it?
you get lost. See, as the satellite gets out of my range, so I've got me pointy stick, I'm aiming at the satellite, beep, 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 it's out of range. Nothing
Okay.
in that necessitates a sphere. So, then
Okay,
all of
no,
a
no.
sudden, you over in the
No,
United
no.
States goes, oh, in 5 minutes' time, satellite ABC is now in my range. You don't know
Okay.
where it's been
So
between
what you need to
myself and
do?
yourself.
So what
No,
you need
no.
to do?
You're just going to totally just blank this off and pretend like I've said doesn't exist at all. It's to do
No,
with
no,
the
no, no.
range of the
Look,
radio signal. That's it. There's nothing
what you
more
need
to
to
it.
do is on a piece of paper, draw one dot, draw another dot, and then demonstrate the trajectory. Okay, and also draw where north is, so we can all agree what the orientations are. And then you need to draw me a trajectory that this satellite could take that matches those observations. That is the burden of proof on you now. That's what you need to do. So present that to me. I've presented in my model.
Why do I need to present that to you? I've just explained to you quite clearly about the signal being out of range. You seem to believe that this necessitates a sphere. Nowhere does signaling going out of range necessitate a sphere. So I'm sorry, I don't have to present anything.
So
now you're going to make an excuse why I
go
need
ahead.
to. So a signal of a plane in the sky, or a mechanical device in the sky, or a satellite in the sky, once it's out of your range. And we're just going to help you in a minute. Silence, child. So nowhere in your tracking of satellites using radio equipment does it necessitate a sphere. You seem to believe it does for some reason, but there's nothing there that you've put forward that does. Sorry, dude. It's a cool story, though.
Can I be unmuted in the chat?
Same here. I don't have permissions to actually type, which is bullshit.
It's probably to stop us from spamming shit in our side chat.
Oh, fuck off. I've never spammed anything.
I didn't spam either.
You're full
I
of
have
shit, JJ.
record to
Get
prove it.
auto
I have the
hush.
records to prove it.
Yeah, so have we. What, you think we don't keep receipts?
Yeah, it's streams. And you can
You've got
notice
a
I didn't
history.
spam.
So stop lying. You've got a history.
No, but
If
like
someone's whaled you before, that's a you problem.
No, but like I was muted in the text channel. Like I think like 2 hours ago. It was not for spamming. I didn't spam. And you can see my deleted messages. There's only like 1 or 2.
Niggers made me vote for segregation.
Oh, that was funny. Period. That's all it took. Get a chuckle out of you.
Oh, that's all the talk.
Just simple man. Is that it?
Yeah, that made me giggle.
I mean, you saw his profile picture.
Oh, it was the TF2 profile
To be
picture.
fair, mine is also unhinged. In fact, probably more unhinged.
Right.
Oh, that's much better. Nice yeeting.
Yo, mechanic.
I've been summoned.
You think the Earth is flat, or
Oh, not even a little bit.
not even a little bit? Okay.
It's just a mixture of a narcissistic delusion and like a need to feel important and have like this secret knowledge and all that stuff.
How do you
Oh,
feel
and
about
they
that,
also
Doctor? How do you feel?
oh, and also just like they just love being like, oh, you accept scientific findings? Oh, I guess you just love to worship and suck the dicks of the scientists. Oh, you've just been brainwashed. Yeah, they love to go into like soliloquies about how all the people who believe in gravity and stuff are like brainwashed. Which is like it's just like low level stuff, you know?
This guy knows game. He knows game. How do you feel about that, Doctor?
Oh wait, are my posts appearing in the side chat? Because it's letting me type, but it's not letting me post. If I'm posting, then I'm.
Bro, who
So
cares? Lock in. Lock in.
Lights are on, but no one's on. That's a you problem, Donnie.
I mean, like, have I been sending messages just now? I want to make sure I'm not sending messages without knowing it.
Nothing's appeared that I've seen.
Yo, Doctor. Big bro.
What's going on, little one?
Think the Earth is flat or what?
It's measured as flat. What do you want me to do about it?
How do you feel about the mechanic's take?
The copium that he's released out, it's just fueled my car.
I don't know. You do sound like a bit of a narcissist. He might be right.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Oh, they also refuse to like define a model or commit to like a specific map because they're all mutually
We don't have to.
yeah, because they're all mutually
No,
exclusive.
I'll tell you why.
They
Because
make
all
up
we have
different
to
maps
do
and
is measure
models for each
reality.
claim.
Oh,
We
I
only
love
have to
this
measure
one.
reality directly. That's all. If you're
No,
stupid enough to believe a model is your existence, go and compare your model to reality to see if it fits. For
No,
some
it's
reason, you
because
just don't want to do that. I don't know why. You're all stroking your egos. They haven't got a model. We can't do anything because they won't present a model. They don't have models. I don't like it how they won't give me a model. We don't need one. Just measure reality. Go outside. Check that shit out.
That was good, man. That's exactly what they sound like.
Yeah, you got him, bro. You really fucking set the stage.
I'm legitimately considering like doing like a anthropological kind of study, you know, and like I think I might start a YouTube channel. And
I'm
kind of
thinking about getting mad rich and then like flying up there, like a
no, because
SpaceX ticket.
there's like YouTube channels by like ex Jehovah Witnesses and stuff, and they talk about like, you know, their experiences, but also just general kind of like cult behavior and like religious practices that are controlling and things like that, right? I could do like a similar thing, but talking about like pseudoscientific communities and psychology from the perspective of like a scientist, which is you know, I don't know. I'm kind of talking
I mean,
myself
like
into it.
you mean like heliocentrism and stuff,
No,
that
no, it's
kind of
kind of
scientific stuff.
no, yeah, it's kind of how like there's like atheist YouTubers who do videos about psychology and sociology of religion and stuff like that. I would be like a physicist making YouTube videos about like psychology of flat earthers and things like that because I do find it fascinating and also endlessly entertaining.
I'm in. Get me in.
Oh no, I mean I never made a YouTube video in my life, so
What? That's right. I gotta start somewhere.
Boogie, are you a flat earther?
Still is not letting me post.
Wait, Boogie, have you like measured reality before,
I mean,
or
if you want to use that label, sure. There's no
that
curvature
label?
to walk the rest.
Hmm.
Yeah, the Earth measures to be flat. Can't do much about it.
Wait, have you actually like done the measurements, or did you just like hear it on the internet and now you just believe it?
I've done like mirror flash
Uh,
tests, just
uh,
observation.
wait,
I
so
haven't
me and
done
you were like the same.
laser transit.
We were like told something and we both like believe it. Hey,
What? So you've done a mirror
No,
flash test?
no, I've done personal observations and mirror flash tests that falsify, you know, living on the outside of a sphere with a radius 3959.
Elaborate.
Hey,
What was the test?
Wantum, it would be interesting for you to study what Rich just did there.
Rich?
Yeah,
Who's Rich?
the guy who goes, "Oh, so you're the same." That guy. He
Oh,
yeah, that's me, man.
he completely disregarded what the guy said. I think you should
okay.
study that, Wantum.
So the period guy. So Boogie said that something about lasers measuring the Earth flat, and
Is that what
then
he said? I could have sworn he
yeah,
said a mirror flash.
mirror
Nah,
flat.
he was just making that stuff up. Wait, Boogie.
I,
Nope.
I wasn't really following the exchange just now.
Yeah,
We
you're
noticed.
studying the wrong. You're studying the wrong thing, Wantum.
Yeah, dude, you need to get out more, you know, do some observations for yourself.
What about the observation that mass attracts mass?
Oh, does it?
Yeah, Cavendish.
Can you share that observation?
So what? So let
Yeah,
me get this
Cavendish.
right. Years ago, Queen got it right with fat bottom girls.
Yeah, shout out to Fred.
What are you? What?
Well,
What?
Freddie Mercury, ding dong.
gravity surveying only works on this premise that mass attracts mass.
Well, actually, I can just post a link to a video from the London City
Yeah,
College
Wantum. You
where they
know what,
have a
Wantum?
Cavendish
You should
setup.
really, check that. Forget studying Rich. Why don't you study yourself?
If you mean jacking off to porn, then
Yeah, that's what I
okay,
figured. You're a
yeah,
moron, brain dead moron.
uh-huh.
Like gradiometry, gravity gradiometry, like gravity surveying. Like these things only work because mass and mass attract. Like it would be like astrology. It'd be useless if it wasn't true.
Okay, so
Astrology.
gravity makes the Earth flat. I've got no problem with that, Donald. See, what you've got to look at now, I want you to go and grab your gravitometer or whatever you want to fucking call it. I'm good with it. Whatever you want to name it. Pink elephants will do. Go and stand in position A. Take a reading. It'll give you 10 units. Go and stand in position B. Take a reading. It'll give you 15 units. Go and stand in position C. Take a reading. It'll give you 7 units. None of that necessitates a sphere. Nowhere does the readings coming off that prove you live on a ball tard. They just wrap the answers around a sphere to make people like you feel better.
No, but if readings above ground of acceleration can tell you what's underground, then it's true that mass and mass are attracting, or that is what we are observing.
Nowhere on there does it necessitate a sphere. All it is a reading in a given position. You get a number, you write it down. That's it.
Right, but the fact that the readings correlate with what's underground suggests that they're accurate.
Nowhere, they might be accurate, but they still don't necessitate a spheroid. They are a number at a given point. Position A, 10 units. Position B, 15 units. Position C, 7 units. None of those mean sphere-tard. Sorry,
But if
go on.
those positions were magnetic strength, for example, and you were finding magnetic strengths that would necessitate a magnetic sphere of some sort, you can necessitate, yes, so gravity just like that.
No.
Necessitate.
Why did you jump to magnetism? You've jumped from gravity to magnetism. Why did you have Donald? That's not an analogy. You're talking about a very specific function. You don't need to analogize anything. You talk about the function, tell us how that proves sphere-tard, and we'll go from there.
Because mass would be attracting towards a center point.
Not necessarily. What if mass just attracts down? So for all of our gravities, it just attracts down. We don't know the reason why, but down is the answer. The vector of down. Nowhere does the vector of down prove you live on a ball tard, because we still get the same answers. It's like saying flights prove down. No, they don't. Flights don't prove ball tard. Flights don't prove flat. Your device at a given point, so point A, your house, we take a reading. It will give you a strength of down in that location. Then you come to my house, we take a reading. It will give you a strength of down in that location. And then we go to Old Hoss's house. We take a reading. It gives a strength of down in that location. None of these add up to ball tard.
Well, if you did that by your logic, or if you didn't, if mass wasn't attracting mass, or if that's not what we were observing, those readings wouldn't be able to tell you relatively.
We're not talking about the readings. The relative readings I'm giving you. I'm telling you the numbers. The problem is you can't comprehend something not a sphere. So in your mind, you've got a sphere with a center point and everything's pointing to that center point. You can't comprehend no sphericity and the device still works.
No, but again, if
don't say no, but I told you what'll happen last time.
Because if gravity exists, and
I'm giving you gravity.
Then
I'm giving it to you.
Well, then gravity itself.
I've given it. Donald, hold up. Donald, shut up. Silence. I'm giving you gravity. You can have it. Gravity makes the Earth flat. Go to position A, take your reading with your gravitometer. Go to position B, take your reading. Go to position C, take your reading. None of those readings will give you a sphere-tard.
Well, the issue is...
You can have your gravity. I'm good with that.
Well, but the issue with there is that the further you go from the center of gravitational mass,
you're assuming that. No, we're on a flat plane. Gravity is equal across the plane. As you go up on top of hills, you are further away from the downward vector, so it's less strength. That's it.
But it's
Still works.
It's not equal though.
No, Donald, what you've got in your mind is a central point, a singularity, where gravity, from your perception, points towards that singularity. On our flat plane, it is just down. Doesn't matter where you go, gravity is down. Done. You can have gravity. I've given it to you.
No, but we know it's not just down direction because you can determine with those measurements how much down it is.
We know. I agree with you. You go to my house. I've got an elevation of 1,200 feet.
It's affected by
hold
what's
on.
underground.
Well, that might be that too. I've got no problem with that either. It still doesn't necessitate a sphere. All you're doing is taking a strength reading at a given location. So at my house at 1,200 feet, it's going to be a weaker strength than someone's house at 300 feet.
I mean, it's basic. It's basic. This is, I don't know what the physics.
Donald, you're preaching to the choir, mate. I agree with you. I'm letting you have it. What part of you don't you get? You've got your gravity. I've given it to you.
And I'm explaining to you why it necessitates a sphere, which is that.
Well, it doesn't. None of your readings necessitate a sphere. They're just readings at given points. That's it.
No, but gravity does. Like what the readings.
No, it doesn't.
The relationship between the readings.
Donald,
and the mass
I've given you gravity. You seem to be of the mindset that gravity definitely points to a singularity. Nowhere does it state that it does. Gravity just goes down. That's it.
No, but it's affected by the mass, relative mass.
I don't care. I don't care how it's done. It just goes down.
You might not care, but the implication.
Donald, does gravity make things go downwards? Yes or no?
It can make things go up. It depends. But it causes down. Yeah.
Oh, that was too good.
Are you really this dense, or is just a nice act?
No, he's really this stupid.
There is zero drop over distance able to be found anywhere. Anytime anybody checks and looks for drop over distance, it is missing. It does not exist. Please tell us how, if you can prove mass attracting mass, explains that missing drop over distance, please.
Because because when mass attracts mass, gases would accumulate more downwards, so you'd have more gas lower you are. This is why,
excellent. So we've got a layer of gas across our flat Earth.
Well, you have an atmosphere.
Yep, we can have that across our flat Earth. What's the problem?
The relationship between mass attracting mass necessitates a sphere because that is the shape.
Donald, you're not listening. I agree with you. Mass attracts mass. We've got a surface, a planar surface. Everything gets attracted downwards. The air inclusive. That's why we've got a big, thick layer of air over the top of us.
Yeah, so the
ground. Donald, listen. The ground is the mass. Okay? I agree with you. The ground is the mass. It attracts things downwards. I don't have a problem with that.
We can tell the shape of the ground.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot.
Yes, you can.
By what you've got and the tools you've got, all you can claim is things go downwards. Outside of that, you can't make a claim. You cannot make a claim to any shape with the information you've got.
You literally can.
Excellent. Show us how, by you at your house doing a gravity reading, and me at my house doing a gravity reading, and Boogie at his house doing a gravity reading, proves a sphere.
Well, you go from that to gravity. So if you can prove that there was a relationship between gravity,
we're giving you gravity. And Donald, you missed a step. I'm giving you gravity. I accept gravity exists. So what I want from you is the next step. How is that going to prove you're on a sphere?
So large bodies that under the force of gravity can't keep flat shapes. I mean, it's
how do you know? How do you know?
There's physics. This is math.
Physics. So what scientific experiment has validated your claim?
What science? Like raindrops, like the existence of rain. Like I don't think.
So surface tension. So surface tension is what keeps spheres now, not gravity.
No, like everything we see above us in the sky, every body, like force of gravity, pulls things into shape. Yeah.
Hold on.
The Earth itself.
Donald, shut up! You're hurting. Donald, silence.
Our observations observe it. It is backed up by observations, math, and physics.
What observations? Lights in the sky. Congratulations. We look at little bright things in the sky and we go, oh my god,
Not
spheroids.
lights. Not lights.
Wait for it. You wanted to say something, Iowa?
Have you
Hold
ever
on.
heard of a tabletop torsion balance experiment? That proves gravity.
Hold on, bro. So, if gravity pulls inwards towards the center of mass, okay, and the mass was distributed, let's just say for sake of argument, in a disk shape, the gravity would be all pointing towards the center. The whole disk would be under a force that's only pointing towards the center. How would that collapse it into a ball? That would be like saying that because you have spokes on your bicycle tire, it's going to collapse into a ball. It's absolutely silly. Secondly, you're assuming that the structure isn't capable of withstanding the force. Thirdly, you're assuming that if the surface is flat, it has no depth. Because all you need is a cylinder with variable distribution of mass, and you can have gravity without any assumption that it's going to crush into a ball. So this idea that gravity is going to crush everything into a ball is pure myth, pure religion.
If it were a disc or a cylinder, gravity would pull you at a diagonal instead of straight down.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Yeah, if you were further away from the
Nope,
center.
you're wrong.
No, it's correct because the center
No,
of
you're
mass
wrong.
would never be
Hey, listen,
directly
Holmes.
underneath you unless you were
It
right
doesn't
in the
matter.
center.
Doesn't matter.
So you
Okay,
don't
because
have
you're
any
wrong.
rebuttal.
Listen, dude. Check it out. All you need is a disc of extremely wide proportions, and you'd be wrong. Why? Because you'd have mass to the left and to the right of you that would also be reorienting you.
Right,
And hold on, brother.
ultimately,
Hold
the
on.
center of the
No,
disc
no.
would have the center of mass.
Hey, that's great. That's cool. That's cool. Guess
Unless
what?
you were
Doesn't
directly
matter.
in the center, there would be
Doesn't
more mass
matter.
on one side of you
Doesn't
than
matter.
another. So it wouldn't be
You're
straight down.
Chardsy. You know what? I'm not fighting you for the mic, so you're too stupid. So you're just gonna stay on mute.
No rebuttal?
So you're wrong because you're assuming that you have to be at the center, right? What if the entire Earth that we occupy isn't at the center? And you're thinking that you only have to be at the center for the force to equalize. That's not true. You just have to be far enough away from a greater accumulation force. This has already been mathematically modeled by globers. Okay.
If it's
Secondly,
a disc, then
who unmuted?
mathematically
Hey,
the only place it would be
hey,
equal.
Chardsy. Thanks. Now, if it's a cylinder, okay, the idea that you're going to be diagonal is wrong because I told you it's a cylinder with a variable distribution of mass. I'll actually post a physics paper by a physicist, okay, from a physics department that modeled that. So you're just all kinds of wrong. It's like you guys are such amateurs, dude. It's like you don't even know what you're talking about. So let me get that paper for you. Okay, I know it's hard for you guys to comprehend that gravity doesn't work the way you think it does, but it's only because you guys are novices and have no idea what you're talking about. You just watch some stupid YouTube video where they show Earth as a certain size disk, and then if you go away from the center, you're gonna be diagonal. Oh my goodness!
No, Chardsy is correct. If mass attracts mass, that would be the logical conclusion of having Earth's mass.
Excellent. So, Jordan.
No, it's not, dude.
We live on a flat plane. So, mass attracting mass, the flat plane of existence is the mass. Everywhere is down equally.
Are you asserting
so
that
my house, down. Your
plane?
house, down. AI's house, down. There's no problem. Nothing of that necessitates a sphere.
The only way that works is if we live on an infinitely large plane. Are you asserting that?
Why did you come to that conclusion?
It doesn't have to be truly infinite. It doesn't have to be truly infinite, dude.
Yes, because you would model.
Oh my goodness!
The way that you would calculate the direction of gravity is using Gauss's law, and the only way to have gravity pointing straight down, if it's caused by mass, is number one, if you're on the surface of a convex shape, Or number two, you're on an infinitely large plane.
You sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure about that.
Okay, then what answer? I gave
fog.
two answers. I gave two answers earlier. What was the other answer I gave?
Well, I wasn't paying attention. I was also having my own conversation in the chat. I was just
Hey,
responding.
Wantum.
I was responding directly to.
You could literally model it on a cylinder of not even an extreme depth with a variable distribution of mass, and you can get the same. You can get perpendicular field lines on the surface, dude. So you're just wrong.
Okay, do it. I'll use Gauss's law to show that you would require an infinite plane, and you
Yep.
do whatever you need.
No, dude. You're assuming there's no depth.
Okay, how deep does it need to be?
Here, you know what, dude? I'll do you one better. I'll post a paper from a physicist.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was asking for.
Oh, no, duh. But because you're not able to cognize two things at once, you couldn't hear when I said I was about to post that before you started piping up with your pipe hole.
I'm looking at the chat. It's not there, so you still haven't posted it. I don't know. Maybe you should post it.
Hey, just put this sucker on mute till I post it. That'll solve his mouth.
That's not.
There. Now I don't have to listen to you tell me I haven't posted it yet. So now be patient. I'll post it here. Give me a second. You know, I got to go over to my other server, go into the search bar, type in the title.
The Earth is flat.
You don't sound very confident in your position there, buddy.
See, I don't know if the Earth is flat, right?
Fair.
So it was a question.
And here's why, right? Because I think everybody who comes in here just tells you like NASA and like blah 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 blah. But in reality, like there was a test done where like these dudes, they're trying to prove the Earth was flat, and so they put like a camera, in like I think it was like they put a camera in like one country, and then like went way off to the other side of the country, put another camera.
You don't sound too sure of this either.
Hold on, and if like the Earth was flat, it would have been the same height, right? Because it was like on the same plane, but like it wasn't. Like the cameras weren't the same height, so.
Dude, what is this? What is this? The smallest country in the world?
No, it was like a super long country, like the United States. Like they would put one in Virginia, one in California.
Okay,
like,
dude, let me help you out. Let me stop you, dude. There's no way in the heck you're gonna see a camera from one state to another, dude. Dude, this whole setup is laughable.
It makes me wonder if these people have been outside.
They found some
I
way
know
to
we
measure.
joke about them being in their basements a lot, but have you ever been outside, Frank?
Oh, I have, yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the distance from Virginia to California?
Yeah.
Oh, you have.
Well, I have. I don't know the exact distance.
You have or you haven't?
I have not.
Huh. Is that something you expect to see when you go outside?
I mean, I don't expect to see
Something
it. No.
2,500, 3,000 miles away?
I don't think that's like a casual thing to see, you know?
So how far do you think you would see?
I don't think I'm going to be able to see 3,000 miles away, just like.
Well, we got that. So how far do you think you would be able to see? How about we get? How about we go? Just because I'm so generous, I'll get you one of those P1000 cameras. They kick ass. I'll give you one of those. How far do you reckon you'd be able to see?
Maybe like a mile at best.
Maybe like a mile, I guess. You think that's the limit? This isn't even human vision. This is a fancy camera. You think a mile? Okay, maybe you've been outside. I don't think many of you have experienced. I don't think you've interacted with the world all that much. Quantum, Raiden, Reality Man, Frank. You guys need to get out more.
Okay, but can you debunk the claim? Because they
Well,
do
dude,
the
I don't
camera
think he was
thing.
making a claim because
How about he debunks himself? How about just a quick one? Grab your mobile phone and jump onto your favorite weather app and have a look at how far the visibility is for today from your location. That's probably going to be the cleanest way to do this so he can see for himself.
I don't get it.
No, you just have to look at your weather app. On that weather app, it normally has a visibility for your local area.
Oh, I can't go on the weather app.
What's stopping you from clicking on a weather app?
I have my location turned off, and so I don't want to turn it back on because then it's going to do a bunch of stuff.
You don't have to use your location. You can pick whatever location you like. You can
Google
New
it.
York City if you like. Just Google a location. Doesn't matter. Just jump on the weather app, punch in a location, and we'll use that one. I'm happy with that. I know you probably don't want to
Alright,
dox yourself, and I agree with you. And just so you know, you don't have to actually have your location services on to use your weather app. You can just put in your favorite town and it will just stay as the default setting.
Okay, this is for the Central African Republic and the capital. It's 75 degrees.
Cool. And how far is their visibility for today or for that place?
Probably like a mile.
What does it say? Probably like a mile.
Please tell me you did not say probably like a mile again, just repeating the first thing you said. I mean,
It
come on,
says winds 2 miles, humidity 87%, and perception of 58%.
So it doesn't give you a visibility range?
It was like the poorest country on the planet, so probably not.
Well, it doesn't. It's got nothing to do with their financial status.
It doesn't say anything about a visibility range.
Hey, pick a
weather
place
app are
that's
you
not so
using?
poor then. Go to Switzerland. I mean, what is going on? I've heard all the excuses now.
Alright, it says visibility in California generally ranges from 10 to 15 miles on clear days, but can drop to less than a mile.
Hey, there we go.
So,
there you go.
So on
So
a
I'll
good
say
clear
relevant.
day, between 10 and 15 miles. Cool bananas. That was easy. So when you say that some person has set a camera up on one side of the country and someone set one up on the other side of the country, is that more than 10 to 15 miles? I think so.
But that's not a valid argument because they had like some like super
No,
technology to
you've
measure.
debunked yourself, mate.
No, mate, I did not debunk myself. They had some super
Visibility.
technology to measure.
Okay,
Visibility
you're trolling.
is between 10
I'm
and
not even
15
trolling.
miles. Anything beyond that, they're probably not going to see the camera.
Dude, anytime, Frank, note to yourself, anytime you resort to the term super technology, if you're not trolling, then I don't know. Maybe you've had that. I don't know.
Like
I'll
sound
be
like
nice.
I sound like an idiot.
Frank is definitely trolling.
Yes. Yeah, sound like an idiot. Maybe that's the
Okay.
nouveau way. I know being a complete fool is the new cool, but let's keep it together, Frank.
Let's rephrase everything. So they had some way where obviously there wasn't a dude looking at like in the middle of nowhere. They had like one guy go to the west coast, one guy go to the east coast, and they had like a measuring system. I can't remember the exact details on the top of my head, but it was able to correlate to the Earth not being flat because the cameras were placed in the exact same area, right? If I'm like the exact same like land ratio, and the camera should have been exactly aligned to relatively aligned, and they weren't.
What does that even mean? The same land ratio?
Land ratio, like on the same like floor, like
the same
Dude,
elevation. Well,
how
that
are
would
you
be
gonna
a flat Earth argument.
how are you gonna know that two cameras states away from each other are lined up or not, dude.
Well, he did say it was super technology.
Dude, you're making it sound silly.
No, it is silly. You made this up, dude. Never
No,
happened.
idiotic. Idiotic is how you described it.
Here, let me help you out, friend. You either post something that it happened, or you drop it, or you get banned. Those are your choices. And then you start talking about something you could actually support, because this doesn't even sound plausible.
Same land ratio.
Now, like, for example, if you said they were in the same state and they were 100 miles away from each other, and they went up on a mountain peak that could see another mountain peak 100 miles away, and they put something on there like a beacon that the other camera could see, then you'd be in the plausibility range. But when you start talking about states away from each other, dude, you start to run into the fact that you can't even see past a certain amount of miles of atmosphere because the ambient occlusion rate is going to render everything extinct at about 300, 350 miles, dude. So this idea that anybody had any idea that cameras were going to see each other like multiple states away, it's so laughable that nobody should have even took it seriously, especially you.
Lost for words.
No, a lot of people, when they talk about flat Earth, they don't realize that you can't see through the air infinitely. They think that because you can look up and see things in the sky, that means when you look out across the Earth, you're going to be able to see the Eiffel Tower from New York City. It's like, that's not how it works, bro. Base level air, you can't see past a few hundred miles. It becomes essentially a brick wall. Now, you know what's funny, friend? A lot of Globers, they'll say, you should see the Eiffel Tower from the coast of America or whatever if the Earth is flat. But that's because they think here's what they think: if the Earth is flat, I should see everything in front of me that I should be able to. Now, guess what? That's actually true, because you can actually sight things within that 300 to 350 mile range. So everything that's before the ambient occlusion extinction rate, you can see. There's numerous sightings of things within the 330 350 mile range. In fact, right off the coast of California, they did this infamous video called The Black Swan, where they took photos of these oil rigs, which were 10 miles away. And then you could see an island behind them, which is within that 300 mile range. But you can't see all the way to Hawaii, because Hawaii is thousands of miles away. So you can actually see everything that you should be able to see if the Earth was flat. But here's the problem: that island that I'm talking about should be buried on the other side of the Earth curvature. So it's actually the case that you can see things, everything you should be able to see, but see things that you shouldn't be able to see if the Earth was a globe. Isn't that weird?
Wait, but if the Earth is a globe, or the Earth is flat, then shouldn't you be able to fall off the side of the world?
I mean, in theory, but where's the edge, and how would you fall off, and where would you fall to?
Well, if the Earth was flat and you went from California and you went all the way around through Japan, through Asia, through Europe, back to California, on a boat or on a plane, you should eventually
Right?
just fall off.
No, dude. What you just described is going in a circle around known land territories, which people regularly travel. So nobody's falling off of anything, my friend.
All right, so you got to visualize this in your head. So you have a sheet of paper, right? I don't know, a circle or a sheet of paper.
Yep.
And there's California, right? And then there's Japan, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to because Japan's on the edge of the right side of the paper, and California's on the edge of the left, the left side.
Nope,
and
that's
when you
not how it
fly,
is. That's not how they're laid out, dude. Here, let me help you out, brother. Just let me help you out. So I'm in a house, right? Houses have doors. I have a front door and a back door. If I walk out my front door and I walk all the way around my house to the back door, give it a good slap, let it know I'm there, and then I walk all the way around back to the front door. Is my house a globe?
No.
No, exactly. I'm just walking in a circle, dude.
Yeah, but you have to leave your house so you're in space, right?
Oh my goodness, dude. Now
Man,
just
you
get
just
rid
keep.
of the house. Just get rid of the house and take the circle and put it on the earth, dude. You can walk in a circle. You can circumnavigate if the earth is flat, dude. Nothing wrong with it.
So then, when do you fall off the edge? Do we just not know?
Well, take your same piece of paper. Take your same piece of paper. Draw a circle in the center of the paper that's very small. Then imagine that that's the known territory of the earth. Then imagine that the edges of the paper are greater than 20 times the length of the known territory. Okay, so how
This is
could I
just.
possibly know? How could I possibly know, having only traveled in my lifetime, to Iraq being the farthest place I've ever traveled, right? And most other people only go to the known continent, so ain't nobody knows what's going on in the
Wait, but then
perimeter, dude.
this is conspiracy theories.
No, it ain't. It was we were trying to use conspiracy theory, dudes,
Yeah,
not
Frank gave up.
conspicuity theories.
Yeah, Frank gave up. I can only hope Frank was trolling.
Dude, I'm still trying to figure out what observation he was referring to. I'm sure he saw something and that was what he got from it. Kind of like people come in here and they say, hey, don't you guys remember that flat earther that shined a laser over 72 miles in broad daylight? Yeah, you remember that one? And then it turns out it was a guy at night with a flashlight.
Hey, Wantum, maybe you'll study that guy.
Dude, that really got under your skin, didn't it? I really struck a nerve with that one. I wasn't even intending to, honestly.
No, dude, you're not the first person who said that they're doing a study.
Hey, AI,
Scott
I read
Mackey
your
has been
paper.
for years.
AI, I read your paper. Do you want to talk about it?
I don't want to talk about it, but you might want to talk about it.
Yeah, what exactly was it supposed to demonstrate? Because they actually just repeated what I said, that in order for this to work, you have to assume that the Earth is an infinite plane.
No, that's not what it said, dude.
Bro. Okay, so this is paragraph 2 on page 5. I'm going to copy paste it right here. Notice that in order to take full advantage of Gauss's law, we have considered in practice unlimited planar mass distributions. If, for instance, our models are substituted by really finite disks, then Gauss's law, though still holding in the general way, loses its effectiveness.
Oh my
Which is
goodness,
exactly what
dude.
I said.
Wow, dude. Wow, you screwed up, dude.
Why don't you tell me, start by telling me what this paper
Hey,
was supposed to
listen.
demonstrate for you.
I knew you were gonna quote that sentence. Do you know why I knew that?
Just tell me what I was supposed to
Because
get out
you're
of it.
too dumb. You're too
Tell me what
dumb to
it's
know the
for.
difference of exact and general.
What was the paper supposed to prove? Why did you
Dude, it
send me this?
proves that you can have a formulation of gravity with mass attracts mass that is virtually identical to what we have, which is a non-uniform but relatively parallel field lines of the gravitational field. That's why it says Gauss's law doesn't hold perfectly. It holds generally if you have a finite distribution.
No, Gauss's law always works for any distribution. The thing is that depending on the symmetry, it might not be convenient to use it. The only reason we use Gauss's law is for stuff like sphere, like you use it a lot in electrostatics when there's like cylindrical symmetry or planar symmetry or spherical symmetry. It makes it really easy to calculate the integrals because all of the cross products cancel out. So it's
Okay,
not,
cool.
no, sorry, all the dot products cancel
Yep,
out.
yep, cool.
But that's it. So you
Yep,
can
cool.
always use it. It's just that when it comes to actually evaluating the integral, it might be a bitch and a half to like have to convert between like a spherical source and then like a planar Gaussian surface. So in that case, you like how they said you would just compute it numerically using like an electrostatic potential. In this case, the gravitational potential, which would that's fine too. But it just means that you have to like do it all in pure um, uh, you're either converting from Cartesian to spherical or from spherical to Cartesian. So using Gauss's law only makes sense when there's enough symmetry that you don't have to convert.
Yeah,
And so
cool story.
basically, well, no, it's not a story. It's literally how the math works. So in
Yeah,
order
so
to have,
okay, so now that you said all that,
since mass
now
attracts
that you
mass,
said all
in
that,
order to,
go ahead and read your gotcha sentence again.
what
And pay
gotcha?
attention to what is actually said.
In order to take full advantage of Gauss's law, we have considered,
Oh,
yes, we have
in
considered,
order to take full advantage. Okay,
okay,
keep going.
AI, have you ever calculated a
Keep
three-dimensional
going.
integral in your
Keep
life? You
going.
even,
Keep
okay,
reading. Keep reading.
in order to take full advantage of Gauss's law, we have considered unlimited planar mass distributions.
Yep. Now keep
Yeah,
reading.
if our models are substituted by really finite disks, then Gauss's law, though still holding in a general way, loses its effectiveness as a calculation tool, and other methods like gravitational potential
Oh, so
are
it
more
still holds.
advisable.
So it still holds generally. Wow. Nice try, buddy.
Have you ever done an electrostatics problem
Hey, let me
with
help you out,
Gauss's
dude.
law?
If it
Like
still holds generally, what would the effect be on the surface of the Earth in regards to gravity?
the effect would be that it would be vertical at the center of the disk, and then as you move outward,
No, no, no,
you would
no,
become
no,
more
dude.
angled. Yes,
Right. Okay, let's say that's true.
it
But
is.
once you add depth into it, that splay of verticality out towards the edges, sure, but in towards the center, it could be virtually identical to what we experience. So, see,
Yeah,
the
but
problem here is, dude,
no.
it
So
becomes the brick.
the conclusion of the paper that you sent, the conclusion of the paper that you sent
Hey,
was that
listen,
you would
dude,
need to have
listen,
4,000
dude.
kilometers of rock
Johnson, you've read
underneath.
it out, bro. You've read out the conclusion.
Yeah, he doesn't get it, Matrix.
No, that's not part of the conclusion. That's not the conclusion. That was just part of a discussion that they were having. The conclusion was that in order for the flat Earth to have the same surface gravity as the round Earth, you would need
Yeah, cite that
4,000
conclusion. Yep, cite that conclusion. Go
you
ahead.
would need 4,000 kilometers of stone underneath an infinitely wide plane. They are assuming an infinitely wide plane. That's literally what this is saying. So like any
Yeah,
number,
cite that part, dude. Cite that part. Go ahead.
it's right here. They're
Yeah,
saying
do
that
it.
what
Do it.
it's the first sentence of the paragraph that I posted. They're literally telling you we assume an infinitely large
Okay, so
plane.
the one that you
No, it didn't
posted,
say that. No. Read it
that doesn't.
verbatim, dude. Read it verbatim, because that's not what we heard.
It says, notice that in order to take full advantage of Gauss's
Okay,
law.
stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. In order to take full advantage of Gauss's law.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Right?
What does it mean?
Now keep reading. Keep reading.
No. What does it mean to take full advantage?
Keep reading.
No. What does it mean?
No, keep reading.
Why did you stop me? What was the significance of pointing that out?
Dude, because your claim is that it can't be the case, right? But here we have that it just doesn't work with Gauss's law fully.
No, Gauss's law always works fully.
Whatever, dude.
It's just depending on the distribution and the geometry.
Exactly, dude. You don't get it. That's the problem.
No, you don't get it because you've never actually
No, I
done a
do
physics
get it.
problem in your life. You've never done a physics problem in your life. You've never actually used Gauss's law in a calculation. I fucking have, dude. I've used this shit on finals. Like, I know how to use it. I've actually done fucking three-dimensional integrals when I'm taking the dot product of a fucking vector
Yeah,
with a
cool. So
surface.
keep reading.
You don't even understand
Read
what
the
I
rest.
mean by that. You
Yep.
so like so when they say to take full advantage, what they mean is that they're using the most symmetrical situation possible in order to cancel out the dot products. Do you even know what that means? To
Yep.
means to
Read
cancel
the
out dot
rest. Read the
What does it
rest
mean
of
to
what it
cancel out
says.
dot product?
Read the rest of what it says, dude.
In order to take full advantage of Gauss's law as a tool for evaluating the gravitational field, we have considered in practice unlimited planar mass distributions. If, for instance, our models are substituted by really finite disks, then Gauss's law, though still holding in a general way, loses its effectiveness as a calculation tool, and other methods like gravitational potential expansion techniques are more advisable. That's
Oh, there
exactly
you
what I'm
go.
saying.
There you go, dude. So
It's
Gauss's law
agreeing with
actually
me.
holds generally, but is not perfectly accurate. No frickin' duh, dude.
No, it's not that it's not perfectly accurate. It's saying that it loses its effectiveness as a calculation tool, which means that it becomes less convenient to use it because you need to do more
Oh, it's less so it's less convenient. It's not that it's negating the fact that you could have a finite distribution of the mass and a finite surface. So, dude, you just broke.
No, it's because if you do have a finite distribution, then the direction of gravity will change as you move along the surface, which is why you need to it's a
Oh
lot
my
more
goodness, dude.
computationally intensive.
Right. And so do the extra computations to place the mass so that those lines don't go. You don't have to have a homogeneous distribution.
Okay, well in that case you're gonna have like some kind of like weird upside down mushroom distribution underneath the Earth.
So what?
No, actually, you would need to have. Let me think about that. So you
Hey,
want
what
this?
if I just have dark matter? Just extra dark matter on the sides. The exact amount I need to counteract the field line variance. Oh, see how easy that was?
If mass attracts mass, and then you put enough mass to create that surface condition, what would happen is that the internal stresses of like the
Prove it.
gravity stuff would reorganize it into a sphere.
No,
Yeah.
no, it wouldn't, dude. No, it wouldn't. Because you're making the assumption that the gravitational force is strong enough to overcome the resistance that's already built into the structure.
Yeah, because
So if I
you're only
if I remove
considering
your nonsense assumption, I'm perfectly fine.
you're only considering the vertical direction. You
No, I'm
forgot
not.
it's
I'm not
also
only considering the
attracting.
vertical direction, dude. That's the problem. I
You're
am
only
considering
considering the
all
vertical.
directions.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Okay,
And
because
listen, bro. Let me do a physics problem for you to see how much physics you actually know. It's
a
very
basket could be short.
this is not a trick question. The answer is actually super simple. So I have a water bottle in my
Okay,
hand. It's made of plastic.
get to the point.
I'm putting it on the ground. Okay? It's not being crushed. Why is it not being crushed?
Why is it not being crushed?
Yeah.
Because the current load on the walls of the plastic is not exceeding the structural strength of the plastic.
There you go. So it's
Okay,
able
now
to resist the
no,
forces,
no.
correct?
Now put your foot on it.
Doesn't matter.
Oh no! Oh. Okay. Now
The
squeeze it
only
with your
point
hand.
the only point you needed to concede to is that the reason it's not being crushed is because it's able to resist the forces. And so if the Earth is able to resist the forces that you say are going to crush it, which it is doing, and I know that because the surface is flat, and so your claim that it's a globe is false. And keep in mind, this is just an intellectual exercise because the idea that mass attracts mass to the center of mass isn't even something I necessarily agree with. This is just for exercise.
Okay, so I just posted a YouTube link to a video showing a modern day Cavendish experiment that
Could
was
care
conducted.
less.
It's literally a bench experiment, okay, at the Imperial College of London.
Don't care.
You can watch mass attracting mass right now.
No. I can watch
were
it. Two
really-
objects moving.
If you were really interested in learning the truth, you have an opportunity to see it just by clicking that link. If you click that link, you will see mass attracting other mass.
Why?
Why? Well,
Yep.
you're a truth seeker, isn't that why we're here?
No. Why is it moving? Let's take for granted that this thing that I'm going to allegedly look at is one mass and another mass being placed in a scenario where they're apart from each other, and then they just move towards each other until they finally touch and just stay put. Is that what's going to happen?
No, it's the Cavendish experiment.
Yeah. So nothing like what you're actually trying to get at. I understand now.
No, the Cavendish experiment. It's a torsional.
Yes, I know what it is, dude. I know, but see, your problem is what you need to actually do is have one mass here, one mass there, and they move towards each other, and then they stop once they touch each other, and they stay in that manner.
Yeah, that's what the Cavendish experiment is, except instead of touching each other, they reach an equilibrium because the tension in the cable stops it from rotating all the way.
Wow, dude.
Yeah. And then when you switch the positions, it moves and reaches another equilibrium.
What about the ones that don't work?
What are you talking about?
Well,
I just
when
sent you a
some
link
people
to
send
one that
yeah, that's
works.
great. You've sent us one cool video. I know what you're talking about. I've watched that one before.
Oh yeah,
What
who
about
posted
when
it?
people in universities
You
set
watched
up
it
their
already?
little
Who posted
experiment
it?
and it doesn't work? And heaps of people have mentioned that. We've had people come in here and say they've tried it, it failed.
Well, it's very sensitive. Even the guy in this video that I sent you, the guy tried to make one in his garage, but then it didn't work because it's too sensitive, or it
Well,
wasn't
if
sensitive
mass
enough.
attracts mass, sensitivity would have nothing to do with it. It just
No, it absolutely would
attracts.
because the gravitational constant is exceptionally weak. Gravity is the weakest force in the universe.
Sounds like the
story.
torsion tension in the rod or the string itself is what's actually the sensitive part.
Correct.
Yeah. But
Oh yeah, thanks for agreeing.
Gravity is the weakest force in the universe. It's really hard to measure it.
I would say your brain function. I would take the under. I would take your brain function.
Yeah, that's the weakest force.
I don't think you said a single thing that isn't an ad hominem attack for the last 2 hours. So like,
No,
what are
I
you
think that was just an insult.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny
Yeah,
that
you don't know what
the only time anyone ever sees mass attracting mass is when they set up these contraptions? Does that not raise a red flag? Want them?
No, it doesn't, because gravity is the weakest force in the universe, and it's very
Okay, so
cool story.
you have to set up a contraption that
outside of the Cavendish show, test, experiment, whatever you want to word it. Give us another example of mass attracting mass where we can test it and verify it.
That's it. That's all you need. Why do you need more?
Well, if it's a known thing, we should be able to see it everywhere. There should be multiple examples and different contraptions demonstrating this.
Yeah, the way you chant it, it's undeniable, dude.
Yeah, it's undeniable when you look at the Cavendish experiment, and people have repeated
dude,
the
it's undeniable. Look, it's
the
undeniable that the objects are moving. It is deniable that mass attracts mass, dude. So nice try.
That's what I'm saying. Your whole gravity chant is you're so certain of it, yet you have to show a contraption. And then when someone says, "Well, what about the contraptions that are set up that don't show it?" You get real defensive, and then you go, "Well, then the guy built one in his garage; it didn't work."
I never got defensive.
Yeah.
What would I be
Oh
defending?
yeah, you go back and listen. You can study it.
Hey, dude, listen, Wanta. Well, I think we need to do a collaboration. Me and you need to get together, and we need to see if the balls attract.
You could do the experiment where you drop two objects next to each other in a vacuum.
Yeah, guess what? They don't fall at the same rate, but nice try.
Do they attract to one another? Wouldn't they be attracting to one another on their way down?
Yeah, I think that's the experiment.
You think that? Oh, you think that's the experiment?
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's interesting. So you're saying there's a drop tower experiment where the two masses start at 6 inches apart, And by the time they get to the end, they're 2 inches apart.
No, because gravity is the weakest
No,
force.
let him. No, Quantum. He's the one. This is Shardzy's moment to shine.
I
He
just
said
sent
he
the
thinks
video.
he said he thinks that's the
Hey,
experiment.
yeah,
Just
Wantum.
Well, he's wrong. He misspoke, and
we're
now you guys are being
we're
pro.
I
following
could care
along your
less,
journey
Hey,
in the
Wantum.
chat.
Wantum, I'll give you one chance to shut up.
You know, actually, I'm gonna defer to Juantum. He said I'm wrong. I'm inclined to believe him.
Wow, dude. What a cuck.
No, dude, you brought it up.
Yeah, I got corrected when I got new
Okay,
information.
so then you never witnessed
you
it.
guys
So
are
then,
sycophants.
okay, Chargy, what you actually just admitted is that you proffered something you never actually witnessed. Wow, dude. So were you lying or something?
Was I lying?
Or you could have been mistaken. Maybe you weren't lying. Maybe you just were
I said I was
misremembering.
mistaken.
Is it possible
Okay.
you're just talking out of your arse?
I
You
think
know
it's
what
possible multiple
You know
people
what
are
I do,
talking out of their
Chardsy? You know
arses
what I,
here.
Well,
Chardsy,
you
brother.
started it.
Yeah, but Chardsy, I got something interesting because I thought you were going to talk about. Anyway, what you said was very interesting to me, but I thought you were going to mention just drop tower experiments where they just drop objects and they just see if they fall at the same rate. Because there actually is a drop tower experiment where the
That's
man
already
put.
established.
Yeah, well, hold on, brother. There's a drop
You
tower
gonna get
experiment
corrected again?
where the
Sorry.
guy he put in the drop tower objects that are the same weight but are separated into elements. So like, you know, a little cube of iron, a little cube of lead, right? And a little cube, you know what I'm
So
saying
like
here? So like each one is an element in itself. Like it's not a conglomeration, right? And then he dropped it, and guess what? They didn't fall at the same rate. They fell at a different rate.
Well, these objects look like they're different sizes, so that wouldn't surprise me.
They're intentionally different sizes, dude. Do you know why?
Is it in a vacuum?
Yes. Listen, the chamber itself is so it's called the Bremen drop tower. The chamber, he's dropping the entire chamber. The chamber is a vacuum.
I'm curious why Juan was muted as well.
Because he wouldn't shut up.
Well, I deferred to him. I gave up my speaking to him.
Yeah, but then I was talking.
Relax, Shardsy. He'll have.
I'm
It's
relaxed.
24. It's 24/7. He'll be. I'll unmute him for you right now. Maybe maybe he
I
can have some
appreciate
manners.
that.
Welcome.
Well, yeah, in the chat, 1240, I posted a video of 2 objects falling at the same rate in a vacuum chamber.
Sure you did.
No, I literally did. It's the world's largest vacuum chamber, and they
Yeah,
dropped
dude,
a bowling
it
ball
had
and a
better. I'm gonna tell you, brother, it had better not be the one narrated by Brian Cox, or I'm gonna flip out.
When exactly? Can you tell me what's wrong with that video?
Hey, if it's the one narrated by Brian Cox, you're getting the yeet ski.
I don't really care who it's narrated by. It's a vacuum
Oh,
chamber.
I'll tell you why,
Better
dude.
than a bowling ball
Because
and falling.
the thing is freaking jump cut, dude, and it's not a consistent camera measure following the things. And I could care less if you've got an example of that. It's irrelevant.
Hey, Wantum, do the feathers get attracted to the bowling ball on the way down?
They do, but they're
They
attracted to the earth.
do. They do.
Yeah.
What? They do.
Listen, I could care less about a bunch of things that supposedly,
Wait. Hold
based
on.
on the frame rate, seem to be dropping at the same rate. What I care about is the tests where they don't drop at the same rate in a vacuum. That's what I care about.
Yeah, hang on. I got you.
That's
Yeah,
like selection
what was the
bias,
name of
isn't it?
that?
What? That's not selection bias.
Yeah, because
Wait,
you're
hold on.
specifically ignoring the ones that don't conform to
No,
the
no, no, no. Chargy.
Wait, can I
Hold
ask
on,
AI?
friends. No,
AI
I have
real
to
quick.
teach. No, I have to teach Chargy something.
All right.
Chargy, if you make a claim that all things happen A, and somebody presents thing happen B, then they've disproven your claim. So the bias to select the things that disprove an otherwise claim can be expressed in Karl Popper's excellent analogy of the black swan. If your claim is only white
I
swans
don't want to hear
exist,
about the black swans.
holy crap! I don't
You guys
care,
all have the
dude.
little icon.
All right,
I
Chargy,
know the
get
black
muted.
swan.
Chargy, you're done, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Bye bye. See you, bud.
Yeah, what was that? You mentioned something that experiment that they're in a vacuum and they drop at the same rate. What was that called?
Anyway, Flatlander, do you agree that Chargy's too stupid to be here?
Oh
Or
yeah,
should I give
yeah.
him a second chance?
I mean, you can do what you want.
Yeah, just give him a second chance. He's too. I'm sorry, but they're just too proud. They won't. You got a lot of pride, Chargy. Just listen. I know that. I know that. What does he even do? Does he
You guys
even
aren't
know
even
what you were
talking
going to
about
say?
flat Earth right
I
now.
would like to hear him on. Yeah, just talk over me, Wantum. Thank you. I would like to, since he cut you off, I would like to hear him complete what you were going to say.
No, I don't want him to speak yet. I want to finish what I was going to say, which is, so the black swan, the evidence that all swans, the claim that all swans are white is defeated by the presence of one black swan. So if someone brings to a convention called the White Swan Convention and he brings a black swan to disprove, does the White Swan Society get to dismiss the black swan because it's a selection bias? The answer is no, because it's not a selection bias. It's called falsifying your claim. All right, go ahead.
Well, can I ask, what was that you were talking about AI before? You said something that they did a experiment in a
Yeah,
vacuum
dude.
chamber.
It's called
Yeah,
the
what was that
Bremen
called?
Drop Tower. I'll tell you the whole story.
Yeah,
So it's
can you
called the
also
Bremen.
Go ahead.
So it's the Bremen Drop Tower. Is where it was done. It was done by a scientist who worked there. His setup was he put a sealed vacuum chamber with objects separated by elements, and they did have different sizes because objects have different densities, and he wanted them to all be equal, like equal amounts of mass for each one, or equal amounts of whatever, kilograms or something like that. So they'd be equal, but separated by elements. He attached the camera to the chamber. He dropped the entire chamber with the elements inside, and you can watch it happen that they do not accelerate towards the ground at the same rate, thus disproving this idea that everything falls at the same rate. Now, not only that,
Yeah.
but he
The
tried to
Earth is
reproduce
round.
it. Yeah, cool story. He tried to reproduce it, and the people that were in charge of the place didn't want him to continue to do it. And if you look, he has a website talking all about he was blackballed and stuff. And he said that they basically told him that this would be too upsetting to the current paradigm for us to allow you to continue doing these experiments.
Can you post the name of the scientist or the location or the website or something?
The
Heck
short
yeah.
video for the drop is at 41 past the hour.
That's awesome.
Give me
Thank
a
you. I didn't mean
second.
to interrupt what you guys were doing. I heard that. I never heard of that before, so I was really interested.
Well, yeah, it's
Awesome.
more important for you to learn something because you actually want to learn.
I
Yes,
did
sir.
find that GIF interesting because it doesn't seem like all the objects go up as high as, they don't all go up to the same height. So doing it visually seems like it wouldn't be very conclusive unless you were to analyze the actual drop rate of each individual item over every frame.
Dude, what are you talking about? Gravity is supposedly a universal accelerant, right? That drops everything
Yeah,
at
but if
9.8 meters per second squared. So once they're unsupported, they should accelerate at 9.8 meters per second squared.
yeah, but they don't all go up the same amount, right?
Dude, that's the whole point, dude.
Because some of them bounce off the bottom of the platform there.
Dude, are you watching the one in slow motion, or are you watching the one where it's just fast?
I'm watching the one at 1241. Because it looks to me like they all bounce off the bottom, and some of them are floating before that.
The floating bit's the start. So they're all on the bottom, and then they start slowly floating up, and then it hits the bottom of the tower. That's
right,
the bounce.
and then they bounce.
So you're not worried about the bounce. So before the bounce, you'll see them hovering, and then all of a sudden that's when they crash and hit the ground. Notice how they're all at different heights.
Oh, is that the part we're focusing on?
That's the problem.
Ah,
They should all be the same. They're not.
but they're all different sizes. And
Yeah,
presumably
But
because
they're
they're
all the
different
same
elements, they have
weight.
different
I
electric
explained why they're
gravity.
different sizes, but if you say they're all different sizes, therefore they fall at different rates, you also screwed your little gravity claim, bro. So you can't
Oh,
win.
that's a straw man because I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying if you say they're different sizes and that's affecting it somehow, it would screw your gravity claim. Shouldn't affect it at all. No matter what size. For example, the bowling ball and the feather.
Can you walk me through what this GIF one more time? So, okay, there's a bunch of different tubes: lithium, beryllium, boron, whatever. There's a camera attached to this, and then the whole thing is falling down.
Hold on, I'm gonna get you the dude's website too.
Yeah, I would just rather that than just
Also,
like a contextless GIF. You know what I mean?
can I get unmuted from text so I can post stuff too?
Good luck.
Would that be too threatening? I understand.
What? Chardsy,
Threatening to our IQ
I'm not
level.
even
That's
sure
about
what's
all.
anyone's.
why are you banned from text, bro?
I don't know. I posted an argument earlier. They banned me and they deleted all my messages. So it seems like they're scared of something that I had to say. That's my theory.
Well, your theory's failed because you were probably just hushed because you're a clown. And the problem we've got is the hush command deletes everything you've posted up until the last cleanse. So it's not that they've deliberately deleted your stupidity. They probably just wanted to silence you from adding more, but the command nukes everything.
Right. They didn't want to silence me. They just silenced me and cleansed everything.
Not by choice. I actually don't like it. I'd like to stop people from posting stupid stuff so we can go back and take snapshots of all the stupid stuff and add it to our Golden Globies Awards Central.
Well, you know, because I've been muted in text chat before, and usually it doesn't completely delete everything. So it
Yes,
seems
it
like it
does.
was deliberate.
No, it does it every time. If you get hushed in the side chat, it nukes everything you've got in there.
As opposed to if I was just muted.
Muted means there's a red flag over your name, like... Oh, there it is. That is you being muted. You can't talk, you can still use the side chat. That's what muted is. Hushed means you can't use the side chat, and when the command is activated, it wipes out everything that you've put in there previously.
Let's see. You guys have a pretty good censorship system going on.
It's not ours, it's the servers.
Oh, of course.
It's not that I hate gay people, it's that God hates gay people, and I agree with him.
What? God doesn't hate gay people.
Yeah, I might just red flag that one. He's about to say something really
Yeah, he's
stupid.
a moron.
Oh, he was just having a little fun. Sure, you guys could understand.
Your definition of fun and my definition of explaining TOS problems are slightly different. So, we red flag him, we don't have any problems.
We don't have any conversation now either, though.
Have some patience.
Yeah, I'm gonna post this this cool thing, bro. Alright, so this is the picture of the tower. That's about the tower location. This is the guy's website. So there's two websites there. One's about the tower, and then one's about the guy's website. And he has a bunch of links in there. He has a little video in there as well.
Oh, it's an archive.
This one actually isn't his he has a better website, but I'm having a trouble finding it on our server. He goes into more in depth. Oh, a detailed timetable of the history of the experiment. So I think that might be it. All right, let me click that. Oh yeah, so you can start looking through some of the oh yeah, he does a whole write up about it. So his little write up of the timetable of the experiment, pretty good. Okay, one of his things he talks about his experience with him getting blackballed, but I don't know if it's on this website. Oh yeah, here he goes right here. So let me read this part. 2 days after the experiment at the 2 days after the experiments, the gravitational physicist of the University of Bremen started a worldwide email action to reviewers of physical journals not to publish my results of my experiment because, then he starts quoting them, in the experiment, Dr. Sad's movements of the test bodies are due to unspecified initial velocities induced by transient disturbances which came in through relaxing the internal stress of the capsule. No violation of the universality of freefall can be inferred from that experiment because it quote unquote does not meet the most basic scientific standards. Now listen to this. We believe that a publication of these results will be detrimental for gravitational physics. The scientists who wrote these lines and sent them to everyone were neither involved in the measurement nor did they have any insight into the registered experimental data. They did not have permits to evaluate the videos, and the question remains why publications were notified to not publish my results. So in other words, these guys heard of what happened. They took it upon themselves to reach out to every scientific publication that they had access to and say, don't publish this guy's results. Don't publish this guy's results because it hurts my fee-fees. Oh, looks like he also wrote a book. Physics of Elementary Processes. You can download all the chapters as a PDF on this website for free. Oh, cool.
Oh, that sounds promising.
Yeah, dude, check that website out. Pretty sweet. You know what? Now I gotta read this. It'll be cool. Listen to the chapters in this free book. You know what? I'll post just the link to the book page. You can find it through his website that I posted, but listen to these chapters. Section 1, Emission without energy, quantum hypothesis. Section 2, non-equivalence of inertial and gravitational mass. No frickin' duh. Section 3, model of the unified field and neutrinos. Section 4, principles of physics. Section 5, the orbits of the planets violate the UFF, universality of freefall. Section 6, drop experiment that he did. Section 7, treatment with variation. Section 8, model. So I don't necessarily think that this, I mean, from the looks of it, it looks like this guy is like a globe earther. So he believes the Earth is a globe. He just doesn't believe in universal free fall. So he's challenging the current paradigm of quote unquote accepted gravitational physics from the results of his experiment. And then he's saying, hey, I had this experiment, it challenged the UFF, and I got blackballed by a bunch of butthurt losers.
I guess a natural follow-up to that would be, has it ever been replicated?
No, because the drop tower dudes blackballed it.
Well, surely there's other places they could test it.
Yeah, they should be doing. Here, let me put it to you this way, Charles. You bring up a good question. Why isn't it being replicated?
Well, that is my question.
Yeah, you know the answer. You know the answer to that question, Charles.
I have theories that have gotten some of your moderators in here upset before when I voice them, so I don't want to put anything
Yeah,
out there.
Charles, the reason why it's not being replicated is because it challenges the established paradigm. It's just like, remember that movie Expelled by Ben Stein, where he was talking to all these different academics who tried to publish papers and stuff and got blacklisted at their universities because they challenged the Darwinian Einsteinian paradigm of evolution. Yeah, it's exactly like that, bro. I'll tell you, you know what the answer is, Chardsy? Because modern science, quote unquote, falsely so called, is actually religious dogma, a lot of it. It's a
Is that
religion.
true?
Yeah, it's a religion, bro. That is true.
Well, I've published a few papers. I've never been indoctrinated. I don't think.
What are you talking about?
Well, you say modern science is like a religion, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I've contributed to modern science. Am I a member of this religion?
Oh, dude. You think you had zero indoctrination throughout your life in your education, dude? Are you joking?
No, explain it to me. I'm not saying that there hasn't been, but I'm not gonna just assume
Okay.
there has
Okay,
been.
here's one for you. Here's one for you.
Hold on. If you were indoctrinated, would you even be aware of it?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good question. Yeah, you guys seem to
Well,
know quite a
let's
bit
do a
more than I
test.
do. So,
Let's do a test. Hey, is the Earth special in the universe?
is the Earth special in the universe?
Yeah.
Statistically, probably, but
Okay.
on a large scale, I don't know. We don't really know a whole lot about the universe outside of Earth.
Are you aware of the Copernican principle?
No, enlighten me.
The Copernican principle is a philosophical decision that the Earth doesn't have a special place in the universe. It's just a random rock in the middle of a giant chaotic universe. There's nothing special about it. There's nothing unique about it, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't hold a special place in the universe. Now, many alleged scientists in the formation of the heliocentric cosmology said in their own words that the idea that the Earth occupies a special place in the universe is the ultimate hubris. Or, in another words of another guy, he said that the idea that the Earth is near the center or occupies the special place is horrifying. Are words like horrifying and pride about a material fact part of the scientific method? The answer is no. They're philosophy. In actuality, these men, they're pretty much on record saying that the implications of the Earth being unique, special, et cetera, give way to beliefs about special creation, design, God, etc. And that is what they find horrifying. So they made philosophical choices.
Okay.
And those philosophical choices are rife in the quote unquote scientific community.
Quick tangential. If I'm gonna get memed in the text chat, can I at least be allowed to respond?
You didn't tell me why you got banned in the first place.
I don't know why. They
That's
nuked
because
all
you're
my stuff.
indoctrinated. Oh.
Okay.
Boom.
I still don't see how I'm specifically indoctrinated.
It's everyone. It's not you. We're not singling you out.
Oh, it's
Everyone
everyone.
was. It's not negotiable. That's how the system works.
And this happens because of the Copernican
No, there's
principle.
there's many principles like that. Many philosophical
Okay.
strictures that are placed on the scientific endeavors that are approved and allowed to promulgate.
I can't say that I've ever had experienced any restrictions though.
Really, what kind of things did you publish?
Oh, mostly on agricultural research
Oh, okay, so nothing, nothing of
and
consequence
using
to the paradigm.
well, we use satellites for it. It's remote sensing research.
Right, and so did your paper talk about how satellites aren't actually orbitals, but they're balloons in high altitude?
You know, it never came up.
Right, so you wouldn't have any reason to be restricted.
Is there a lot of research that focuses on weather balloons?
No, I'm just saying you're not saying anything against the status quo, dude. So why would you be restricted? You're in lockstep with it.
So, am I? So, it sounds like you're saying that I haven't been indoctrinated because there's nothing that I've
No,
published that
that's
would
not
be
what he said.
worth. Oh,
You are within lockstep of the current paradigm. If you, with your agricultural papers, had said, yes, these satellites hanging off of balloons, blah, 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 agricultural talk, they probably would have kicked you in the ass.
okay. But
Excellent, you
conversely,
get it now. Good.
well, Matrix, if you're just gonna talk over me and put words in my mouth, I don't know what the point of this
I didn't put
conversation is.
anything in your mouth. That's projection because you just did that to AI.
I projected onto him?
You put words in his mouth. Now you're
No, I
blaming me
didn't.
for what
Yeah,
you did
dude.
to AI.
What words did I put into his mouth?
So you were saying that we're not indoctrinated. He didn't say that.
No, no, no. I ask, have
Yeah,
I
yeah,
been
yeah, yeah.
indoctrinated?
Well, the indoctrination was about this whole idea that we're living on a ball spinning, flying through space. It wasn't about like corn production because agriculture, if someone comes up with some crazy idea and it fails, you know, it's sort of, if it
Oh,
yields
dude.
nothing, it's not. Yeah,
Dude,
Okay.
the indoctrination is that corn used to be a fish.
So we're just kind of spinning off here. We don't have a whole lot.
no, dude. The indoctrination thing was about the outer space thing, but yes, your corn was probably swimming in a sea once
But
upon
I
a time.
thought
But
we just established that what my work is has nothing to do with anything that might
well,
challenge
we're
them. So
we're
what's the
talking about
point of
this conversation.
indoctrinating?
We're not. I didn't. I would be
No,
interested in
no,
an
I'm
agriculture discussion, but that's not the channel we're in right now.
yeah, but I'm not talking about that. I'm using that as an example.
And in your example, there is componentry of your papers that didn't step outside of the current paradigm. Blah, blah, blah,
Right.
satellites in the sky. All you said was, we
So,
use the satellites. Good boy. That's it. If you'd have
okay,
said that the
so
satellites are something specific outside of the stories told, that would have been a different story. But you just accept the stories told.
right, so what I'm saying is if there's nothing anywhere in the scope of this example that threatens the paradigm,
So you're in
when would
lockstep with
I?
it. That's what we was saying.
But it doesn't contradict anything in your paradigm either. So have I been
That's
indoctrinated
right.
into your
So you're in
paradigm? Because I'm
lockstep
technically in
with the
lockstep with your
story
paradigm as
told.
well.
So you're in lockstep with the story told. There's no problem. All the boon counters will look at that and go, yay, he's towing the line. That's it.
Well, let me finish now. Stop interrupting me.
Well, what were your papers? Don't give like a 3 hour recounting of them, but you said you had two papers. Were they about agriculture or about satellites?
It's both. It's using remote sensing data to classify agricultural production in the US and in different parts of the world. So the satellites are a big part of it because that's where all the data comes from.
What kind of data? Aerial photography?
Hyperspectral data.
What are you
So
trying to do? Are you trying to find pools in people's backyards and attacks them?
no,
But
I have
instead of pools, it's wheat crops, and you're like, oh look, this guy's got 7 acres of wheat crops according to this data. We better charge him more money.
no. It's mostly about food security, trying to make sure that every country has enough food for the people that live in the country.
What?
It's
Yeah, well,
especially
Hey,
that
oh,
important
holy
yeah,
crap, dude!
listen,
well, because
dude, time out. Before
oh,
everyone
I get
started getting,
interrupted, but I can't
yeah,
interrupt you
dude,
guys, but
have
you
some
can interrupt me.
patience, dude. Just relax.
Seems
All
to
I'm
me like
saying
you're the one
is,
with no patience.
oh,
If
dude,
you keep
I'm
interrupting me.
going to address something you just said. Are we? You're the one that says, "Well, no, there's no conversation." What do you? I asked the. Just let me ask the question before I forget it, or just make a stupid statement, and then you can
Charge,
carry on, Shardsy.
just Chargy, pro
Before,
tip.
listen, before
Oh
the
my
government,
god, dude!
before government and everything got involved in the farmers' uh, goings ons, the farmers produced enough food for everyone. That's all I had to say. I'm saying you get if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, our job isn't to fix anything, it's just to monitor.
Well, and that sounds like a little bit of a scare scenario, anyways.
Yeah,
To
you're
monitor,
naturally
whose right is it you have to monitor
Other people's
someone's
food,
agriculture's works on their
dude.
land?
You know,
That's
hey,
insane.
old huss. You know what this sounds like? You know, make work jobs. This is called a make grant job. It's just designed to siphon money from the United States government. Hey,
oh,
Okay,
trust me, there's
we're
a
gonna
lot
monitor
easier
other
ways to do
countries.
that.
We're gonna monitor other
yeah, these
countries
are
to see if they got food. Give us $1 billion.
yeah, these are these are jobs that are created because degrees are pumped out that are the only place for the degree is this job. But carry on, Shardsy.
Well, you wanna know the funny thing, you're making it all about money, I actually do it on a volunteer basis. I
Oh,
don't get
you know
paid
what I'm
for it.
saying, dude. I'm not making it about. I'm saying
You
you
are
must
making
have
it
some.
about money.
You must have some special degree.
No, I have a degree in computer science.
Okay, well, I would say that's special enough for this. Okay,
I
fine.
do it on a
It'd be
volunteer,
one. It'd
that's
be
not
one
my
thing if
main
you had
job,
money. All I'm
but
pointing
that
out
is the
is that
research I do.
you think, okay, well, we'll stop volunteering because you have no right to monitor.
Why? It helps
You have
people.
no right to monitor what people. It's bad enough all the regulations they've set in place for all these people. They've snuffed out plenty of generational farms, but now you're going to I don't know, man. Go monitor somewhere else. Stay out of the arms of people, private and just private farms. That's ridiculous, dude.
Well, if it
So you
makes
don't
you
have that
feel
right.
better, it's we use it to try and help farmers to get
Oh yeah,
access
that's
to
what
resources.
Yeah,
I
That's
mean,
what
the
it's
actual
sold
the
as.
path to hell is
corporations,
paved with
they
good
already
intentions.
know. They have drones and stuff.
Yeah, let them. That's what I'm saying. Let them take care of their own crops.
No, the corporations that are trying to purchase out the farms. I mean, we went to California. I met a
Yeah,
lot of
that's
farmers
sick.
who were retiring because the big corporations were
Well, they've
trying to
been
push them
squeezed
out.
out.
Exactly. Yeah. But that's
So
not
yeah,
what we're there
whatever.
for.
I'm not. Yeah, that's sick that you're a willing participant in that process. But go on.
I don't think you even understand what it is.
Yeah. Like
I understand
Monsanto
enough
was
about
trying
it.
to help the farmers, right? Monsanto was trying to help the farmers, really?
Well, the goal is to help the farmers because if we know there's
Holy
a lot of
crap!
farmers growing
Leave
a
them
specific
alone.
crop,
If you ask a
we can
farmer,
help
the
get
best way
them
to help them is to leave
subsidies,
them alone.
better water
Exactly.
access, that sort
Exactly.
of
Leave the
thing.
farmer alone. They
Better
know what
water
to
access
do.
while we've got weather manipulation going on. Congratulations. Yeah, Chardsy, you should quit while you're ahead, bro.
Right. And the farmers that we talked to, they welcomed us on there. We asked them if we could go to their land, and we told them what we were doing, and they let
Yeah, that's
us.
fine.
They were
Okay,
happy.
What, both
then
of
that's
them?
how you guys. That's how you guys should carry out your endeavor. You shouldn't be using satellites and looking. And if you find someone who wants your services, good on you.
Well,
It's
the
not. It's not.
satellites already
Anyways, let's get back to.
cover
So
the
what the
entire
hell?
planet.
So yeah, you are strangely indoctrinated in some sick way if you think you have that. You
Oh,
think you're
that's
doing people a favor by prying into their private livelihood.
there's no prying going involved. I mean, the
Okay.
satellites take pictures of the whole planet every day, anyways. We're just using that
Yeah,
existing
dude,
data.
you're presupposing the Earth is a planet. See,
We'll
you are
call it whatever.
indoctrinated. Well,
The
okay.
whole
What
Earth.
it seems, why is it so important for you to call it a planet? That's your indoctrination.
Well, it's not. You're the one fixated. I just used the word.
You're the one in
You say
denial
the
of your.
whole
You're the
Earth.
one in denial, dude. You're the one in denial of your indoctrination. I kindly point out an
I'm still
example.
curious. What is the exact nature of my indoctrination?
It's
Is it
deep. It
solely
seems.
revolved on the
It
sphere
seems
versus
the
flat
nature
planet,
of it is
or
you seem completely unaware of it. You're in denial of it. I kindly point out couple examples of your indoctrinations, and you just
which
deny them. So
I haven't denied anything. I don't think
I
you've
would say,
actually pointed
dude,
out a whole
dude,
lot.
I'm okay. I'm not trying to listen. I would say the nature of your indoctrinations were the nature of all of our indoctrinations,
Which is
that we're on a planet spinning, circling a sun that will one day engulf us and it's on its way to implosion. They've convinced us that it's a dying star, that every star you see in the sky is the same as that sun, that there was nothing here, just earth globbed together after some big bang, they call it explosion, and eons go on, trillions of years, they say, or whatever the number is now. Pond scum got struck by lightning, then it became some sort of fish that crawled on land that turned into you and I. I
I'm
would
not
say that's the indoctrination.
okay. I hear you. I'm not
Are you? I
entirely
mean,
sure.
are those boxes that you checked off as I was?
No, I'd actually, if we were to like go into the weeds, I'd have a lot of issues with most of the things you just said. But I don't see how any of that, even assuming you're
Is
correct,
okay?
would affect what I've done.
Is the Earth a product of a Big Bang explosion?
The Earth is the product of the creation of the universe.
The Earth is okay, and how was the universe created?
I'm not sure. Personally, I don't think the universe was created. I think it just always has been. But that's my
Okay,
personal
well then,
belief.
okay, so then you're sort of on your own. You're not adhering to the story that they tell us.
I don't think it's a story so much as a theory. People
A
try theories
theory.
out. It's not something that's proven. It's something that people think is the most probable.
Is it proven that the Earth is a ball?
I would say so.
But you just said it was all a theory a moment ago, that the Earth was the product of the
Well,
universe, and this is all just a theory.
yeah, but that's separate from what you previously
But this
said.
is we're at the product of the theory, but you're certain of the product of the thing that you call just a theory.
Well, I never made a relationship between cause and effect.
No, you said
You
it was the
you kind of
product of the. You said
put
it was the
that in there.
product of the creation of the universe.
No, I did not. And I think AI,
Yeah,
if
you
you're
did
live
actually.
streaming, we can roll that
I
back and
do
check
think
the
you
tape
did.
because I specifically remember saying the creation of the universe, and I never made any
I
claims
asked
about
you. I
how
said,
the
"Is there?"
Earth.
I asked you if the Earth was a product of a big explosion, and you
Yes,
said no. You said the
I
Earth
said
is
yes,
is the product of the creation of the universe,
correct.
and then that's just a theory.
No, I said that the theory
What
was the
part of
Big
it was
Bang
a theory?
theory. That was what you suggested was the Big Bang theory. I think that's what you
Yeah,
were.
and then you said so
And I
the
said,
creation
my
of the
personal
universe,
belief is that the Earth came about as the creation of the universe, as a product of the creation of the universe,
and
which,
your idea of the creation of the universe, which you haven't really given any details on except for it's the creation of the universe is just a theory.
Well, I said in my personal belief, I don't think there was a creation
So
of
at
the
what
universe.
point
I
did
think
you
the
say
universe
that,
has
okay,
always
what
been.
I guess we're at what point did you use the term theory? Because you said, yeah, this is all a
In
theory. And
reference
we were
to
not talking about the Big Bang because you had already dismissed that was the
right. No, you I believe you brought it up when you said the big explosion. I thought that's what you
yeah.
were referring to was the Big Bang theory.
Yeah, then you started talking. Then you used. In what context did you use the word "this is all a theory"?
The Big Bang. The
No, you
concept
used
that
it
God
after that.
experimented.
No, you
In
used it after
reference
that.
what the other people believe, what
So how
the
did?
most common
Okay, so how did the
conception
universe?
is
How
the
was the
theory.
universe created then?
I'm not sure. My personal belief is that it wasn't
But
created, that it has always been.
well, you just said that the Earth was the product of the creation of the universe.
Yeah. So by that, it would have
So the
always
Earth has
been.
always been then too.
Yeah, in some form or another. I don't know if you're familiar with the cyclical universe model.
It sounds like you are.
Yeah,
Is this a
and
theory?
it is,
Or
but
is
it's
this
basically
yours?
the idea. It's not mine. I can't take credit for it, and it's a little more
No,
obscure.
when you said this is the creation of the universe, this is what you meant by the creation of the universe then.
I guess, but it's not really the creation of the universe. It
Wow.
sort of
Well,
assumes that the universe is.
I was just using your term.
No, that's fair. Yeah. No. So my belief is that the universe has always existed, and it goes through periods of expansion and contraction. The expansion period begins with the Big Bang, but it's not the creation of the universe. It's just the beginning of a new cycle of the
I
universe.
did. So you dismissed the Big Bang, but now you're on board with it.
No, I dismissed it as the creation of the universe.
Yeah, but it's the creation of this cycle of the universe.
It's the beginning of a cycle, right? Let me put it this way. Well, when the sun comes up in the morning, you don't say this is the creation of daytime. No, it's the beginning of a new cycle of something that's always existed. And when the sun goes down in the nighttime, you don't say this is the end of all daytime. It's just the end of the part of the cycle. Does that make sense?
That makes sense to me. That's actually interesting. But I'm curious what you think. You know what? I'm not going to say anything. But
Yeah, but
I'd like to be unmuted in the chat.
so at what point? Where is this? How does the cycle begin? The cycle that always was. You're saying.
It always was. It has no beginning, it has no end. I mean, I don't know if you're a religious man, but I think the concept of God is very similar. In Christian theology, God has no beginning. God wasn't created. God just always has been.
Well, no beginning, no end, which is mind. You can
Cycle.
rack your mind over it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Um, so
It
how
just
did I
is.
don't know? But you
It
say
just
that
is.
these things are all just theories. You believe it,
Right.
but then
Yeah.
when I link the ball to being a which is kind of how we started I try to link the ball as the product of these cycles or whatever. You say, well, that's a fact that it's a ball.
I don't believe I ever said that.
I asked you if it had been proven. You said yes.
I said that's the most prevailing theory. And it
No, that's
seems
not what. No,
like there's.
no, dude. Now you're no.
Well, we can roll the tape back.
Yeah. Oh, I don't need to. I remember what you said because
I
you
think
made a
you might remember.
distinction when I got to the ball. You said yeah. I said, has that been proven? You said yes.
I said I believe it's been proven. I
Well,
can't
yeah. I'm
personally
asking
assert it as a
you.
fact
It's the
because
So
most.
I
you
haven't.
It's the most likely explanation.
Exactly. Yeah. I
But he
haven't
just,
personally done any of the
but he just
science
has to
necessary
believe
to
it.
assert that.
Well, you have
White
to
Knight
believe
wasn't even
every
here, but we just
explanation.
go click. The White Knight wasn't even here. So Donald,
Yeah, it
silence.
is interesting that Donald start answering for each other. So
I think he
yeah,
was just contributing. I don't think
he
he
was what?
deserved to be muted. But no, I don't assert
So
it
you're
as like
not. So you're
undisputed
not actually a
fact.
glober. You're not actually a glober. You're just a cyclical universe. We live
I
on the product of that, which is the cyclical universe is a theory, and also the idea that the Earth is a ball is just,
I believe it's the most likely explanation.
huh? I thought the whole ball had like science backing it.
No, it does. But you have science backing the flat Earth as well, right?
So what science have you
Well,
got for your
no,
ball, Todd?
I hate to use this old zinger, but no, it would be a question of geometry.
Oh, I'm not much of a mathematician.
No, geometry, like shape identification.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be science. So no, you were wrong. But I don't know. That's interesting though. So you're sort of into cyclical universe, but which is a theory, but it's scientifically proven that the Earth is a ball.
If you want to keep asserting that,
Well, I
that's
asked
my
you.
opinion.
So is it? The whole thing. I liked your whole story about the cyclical universe, and we got to talk about eternity. But when it comes down to it, it sort of falls short, doesn't it?
Well, we might be coming at this from different perspectives. I understand that this channel is mostly used for debate and argument. I'm not here
Well,
to try and
I find
prove
it interesting because most of the Globers say it's a fact that the Earth is a ball, and then you just say, "Well, it's just sort of you and Donald gave you the idea to say it's likely."
Oh, I'm saying, pragmatically speaking, that seems like the most likely conclusion to make. And it seems to work with everything that I need in my daily life. That model seems to work.
For
So I'm not
example,
inclined to
for
question it.
for example,
Well, as I said earlier, I work a lot with satellites, and the
yeah,
satellites,
but you said that you left the whole part about them orbiting the Earth out of it.
to an extent, I'm not an engineer,
Oh,
but we do have to correct their when they travel over the Earth, they travel in arcs, and sometimes the arcs don't line up with the physical features on the ground, so we have to make corrections to the images. So we do have to know a little bit about how they travel, and it seems like they travel
they
in a way
they
that,
think they travel up in the air.
well, they're above
Yeah,
the air. Yeah.
don't try and start inflating that your day-to-day operations, your whole life depends on the need for something in orbit. You just need to be up in this air.
Well, we do
There's
have
nothing. There's nothing you do daily, Chardsy, that necessitates a spear, Todd.
well, I never asserted that.
Yeah, you
I'm
did.
saying no, no.
Don't
I
don't
asserted
be slimy.
I'm not trying to be slimy. Let me
Oh, I know you're
finish.
not
Don't
trying
interrupt
to
me.
be, but you're doing. That's what you're doing.
Do you want to interrupt me more, or can I finish?
Yeah, I may
Oh,
interrupt you more. I'll decide when the time comes.
I want him to use the word pragmatically again. I enjoyed that. Do it again.
Oh, you like that word?
Yeah.
Okay. No, the the nature of the Earth, right, and the nature of the satellites traveling above the Earth, it requires some understanding if you want to make sure that the data that comes down from those satellites is correct and useful. You need to have some sort of understanding of how those satellites travel and what they're
No, you don't.
traveling over.
There's people that just collect the data. What the satellites are doing, they've got absolutely no idea.
Right,
Wantum
but
Clown
that's not
Show
what I
earlier
do.
tried to make a
Oh,
claim
You
that the
can get,
satellites are doing
you can
something
just sit
very
in front of a
specific,
computer.
Jardsy. Geez, that's rude of you to talk over the top of me. Please
You
don't.
started it. You interrupted me.
I started talking. Yeah, that's great. He earlier made a claim that the satellites are doing something very specific because of person A tracking satellite, satellite disappears, person B starts tracking satellite, therefore it has to happen over a globe. Well, nowhere in that
I
does it
never made
necessitate a
that.
ball. No, Wantum did. Please start listening. You are
I thought
making
you
claims that
muted him and
satellites
kicked him out
are
of here.
flying. You are making claims that satellites necessitate a sphere tard. No, they don't.
I never said that. You're straw manning me right now. You're putting
You're
words in my
making
mouth.
claims that they
Okay,
are.
then what? Then you don't. If that's not what you said, then you don't use the Earth as a globe in your day to day. You lied.
No, I never asserted that. I never made any statement in one way or the other. You're putting
Yeah, that's
words
how
in my
we
mouth.
got it. I asked you for example. You said pragmatically speaking
Pragmatically
in my
speaking,
day to day,
we
and I
treat
said
the
for, and I
Earth
said
as a
for,
sphere
Hold
I
on.
said
because
for example, and you
Hold
went
on,
into
check it
why.
out. Side chat. And it seems to work with everything that I need in my daily life. Quote, Charty.
yes, I can see that. Is that a gotcha? Did you get me?
No, you got
No,
yourself, dude.
Dagger's got yourself. That's great. Thanks, guys. Nice one.
Yeah,
What
that
is
so you said in
any
your
of that?
daily life, time out. Let's get back on track.
Okay.
You said that in your daily life, the globe is what you need. You didn't say it in those exact words, but that's what
Right.
you.
I understand exact
That's
words
the
are hard.
sentiment. So I said, for example, you said, well, I mentioned what I did prying into people's backyards, didn't I? And then at the end of that, you said, well, I never made any claim that I was using satellites in orbit around the globe. So we'll cross that off the list. What
Okay, is
else?
that most convenient?
No, because you said you pulled the plug on it.
I think you're just twisting words around now.
No, that's you. I think you're projecting again. Let's just get back on track. Do you have
Okay.
another example where you use the globe in your daily life that makes you so certain that you're on a spinning ball?
I feel like you're not listening to me.
Uh, Unfortunately for you, I am
I
listening
feel
to
like
you.
so.
I love
Look,
the
I feel like
projection.
you guys are interrupting me
Question asked.
constantly.
I feel like you're not listening to me.
Yeah.
Non-answers question.
Yeah, you
Right.
keep
And
you
thank
keep
you for
vague,
proving the
dude.
point.
Time out. You keep vaguely hinting at these corrections that must be made because to get the data I need, I
Yeah,
have
because
to
sometimes satellites
correct
don't
the.
travel in the orbit that they're supposed to be on. So the
Dude, you
images
said
that they
yeah.
send back,
You used the term arc. You said they're
yeah,
arching.
they travel in arcs.
Again, okay, again, that doesn't require the Earth to be a ball.
No, it
You're the
doesn't.
one you're make believing that because something's traveling in an arc, therefore the Earth is a globe.
Oh, I never made that connection.
Well, why?
That was
So
on you.
when are we going to get to the part where the globe is playing this massive role in your life?
I never said it made a massive role in my life.
That was
I said when I need it, when I need to have
Quote,
some
and it
sort of
seems to work with everything that I need in my daily life. End quote.
right. And does
pragmatically.
that say massive part of my life? This is a core tenet of everything I believe and
Okay,
everything I do.
any part. You
Right,
said
and that's what I'm saying. It's a
anything.
relatively small part, but when I need it to be,
Okay.
you know, it
When you need
works.
it to be a globe,
When
which
I
is
need
the
a
example
model
you
of the
can.
Earth that's reliable, that is the most reliable model. We don't use a flat model, we use a curved model because that's most reliable.
To
Because
do
when
what?
we go down on the ground
To
and we
do what,
match up the
Chardsy?
GPS points
No,
with
to
what the
do what?
satellite
Be
said.
very specific. Don't
Hey,
just rattle on with
Matrix,
shit. Just be
If you
very
want me to finish,
specific. Just be specific. Don't dilly-dally around with your bullshit and vague claims. You use the globe to do what? You know what? I think I might leave you on mute until you unheadphone yourself.
He's starting to sound a lot like Josh Ingersoll.
Correct. Oh, he's unheadphoned himself. We can unlock him now. Be specific, Junior.
are you done? Have you calmed
Are
down?
you?
I
A pro
wasn't the one
tip,
yelling.
just so you understand, quiet for a second or we will mute you. If you
I know
headphone
you will.
yourself and get... Yeah, that's great. We're going to help you. If you headphone yourself and get... Give me one reason why I shouldn't just ban him. Anyone?
Well, one reason is he'll cry about it forever. Every time, and when it comes back in 2 days, he'll be crying about it. He bans again. He'll be crying about it forever. That's
Chargy,
the only thing I can
headphoning
think.
yourself when you've been muted gets you banned. We've railed other people for it. You're nothing special. Pro tip for young players. So we're asking you, what specifically do you require a ball tard for? Driving a car, making pancakes. What do you do in your everyday life that you need it to be a sphere?
You know, it's pretty rude to not allow people to talk, but expect them
All
to
right,
listen.
You're
Charlie,
allowed to
move on.
talk
Just
now.
come on. Stop
Okay,
complaining,
you gonna
dude.
listen? You gonna interrupt me?
Yes, we're always listening. Go on.
Okay. Yeah, so as I was saying before, Matrix so kindly interrupted me, right? When we go down on the
What a
ground,
crybaby.
no, continue, interrupt,
Kid,
please.
you want to play victim? Just get on with it.
No, I'm trying to talk. You guys keep interrupting me. Can I talk?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So as I was saying, these satellites travel in arcs over the Earth, but oftentimes they don't travel in the arcs that they're supposed to. They're off by a little bit. So we go down on the ground, we take a GPS staff, and we make coordinates on the ground. We take readings of where these known geographical features are located, and we line them up with the images that the satellites send back. Because these satellites travel in arcs, because they're not always on target, we use the distance between the point on the ground with the pictures in the images, and we line them up. We correct them. And if you do it, assuming that everything's flat, they don't line up correctly. They might line up if you just use one point. If you use multiple points over a long distance, you have to use a curved projection for it, because otherwise they don't line up at all.
No, they
And
don't.
if you
That's
don't,
false. Back your claim up.
I would assume you would know, right? You've done this work before.
Back your claim up.
What claim specifically would you like to be backed up?
The whole last lot of the 3 minutes of bullshit that you just spoke would suffice.
You just want me to repeat what I said, or?
No. You've made the claim. That was the yap coming out of your mouth. Now we want some kind of evidence that backs up your claim.
Okay, do you want evidence of satellite drift?
No, we want evidence of satellites flying in an arc and the images coming from said satellites not lining up because it necessitates a spheretard.
Sure. Give me a moment.
Frantic Googling.
Now, I'm trying to pull up Earth Engine so I could load some of these images for you.
We talked about a process where the guy takes the stick and this and that, all that.
Yeah, I've done that.
No,
Yeah. You go
Okay,
out
so
into the
then
field.
what are you searching for if you've done this yourself? I mean,
You just go to a known point and you take the readings from that point, the exact coordinates of it, and then you line it up with what the satellite says. When the satellite takes an image, it puts coordinates on every pixel on the image. So you look at you go to where you know exactly on the ground what exactly is there and what exactly the coordinates are. And you look at what the satellite's telling you. And if you see that the satellite is telling you this feature is at these coordinates, but then you actually go to those coordinates and you see that the feature is not there, or vice versa, you go on the ground, you go to where you know the feature is, but the satellite's telling you it's somewhere else, that's drift. So you have to use that to correct the image back onto where it's supposed to be.
So what has that got to do with
orbital drift.
images not clicking together and this necessitating a spheretard for your daily life?
Right, because the satellites travel in arcs, so they're not straight lines that they take the images in.
So that means when they click the pictures together, they'll be presented in arcs. Whoop-de-doo. None of this necessitates a ball or a spheretard underneath it.
No, they don't click the images together in arcs. That's how the images get
Have you ever
transmitted.
used Photo Stitch, Charzy?
No. So like
It's
Photoshop?
a very easy program. Grab Photo Stitch, nick outside with your phone, take a whole heap of images that overlap slightly. They don't have to be in a straight line, pro tip, and then go back and stitch them together and watch what happens. They will
Yeah,
stitch
except
together as presented and not necessarily having to be in a straight line. You can put them in an arc, you can make a great big circle out of them and link them together. If you're really clever, you can mount it on a tripod and just turn your tripod so they're all lined up perfectly.
right. So
So this doesn't necessitate a sphere.
let me give you an analogy to help you with this.
I don't want an analogy. I want you to tell me how this is going to necessitate a sphere by stitching photos together.
Matrix, why do you always sound so angry?
I'm always like this. This is normal. This is Friday.
Why, Shardsy? Why do you always sound so whiny and complaining?
Yeah, like you're gonna cry any second, dude.
You can
Man
ad
up.
hom me to death.
It takes up a lot of conversational space when you're just doing this complaining.
Hey, well,
When
you're
you
welcome
were
to. If
about as
anyone else wants
slimy,
to
you were
speak
about as
up.
slimy as dishonest as anyone could have been once you painted yourself into a corner and trying to get yourself out of it. I mean, yeah. Do you want me to complain about that some more?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, that
Please,
didn't
let's
do
hear
you
it.
any favors. It's not a good look.
To be perfectly honest, I'm not really concerned with how you guys perceive me.
Oh,
So why
dude.
should we be worried about how you perceive us? Continue.
Well, then
I
why
don't
all
think
the
you should be.
why all the tap dancing, double speak, talking out of both sides of your mouth,
No, what's the double
refusing?
speak?
Well, now
No,
we have
give
to
me an
go back
example,
into the
please.
whole. Okay, let me think.
You have a good memory, right? You said that before.
Sometimes I do, yeah.
Okay, maybe not
Um,
this time.
yeah, maybe not. But
Okay.
the whole thing about where
What
you were
about the
talking about
tap
whether or
dance?
not the Earth, well, I asked you when you decided to use the word theory, and then you used it in two different ways. I asked you when I pinned you down on the whole cyclical universe thing and the Earth being a product of that. You
Right.
said, "Oh, the cyclical universe," which ironically ended up including the Big Bang in it, which you
Right.
freaked out about. You did.
Oh, I didn't freak out about it. I said it's a part of it.
So, okay, when you say right, are you? Those are two acknowledgments that are talking out of your both sides of your mouth. Is that what you're doing?
No,
Right, right. Thank you,
just the
thank you for
one side.
acknowledging. And then when we went further
Are you
into it,
straw manning
I asked
again?
you if the Earth. No, I'm actually since you pissed me off, I was actually able to tap it back into the conversation, and
Okay.
I'm reciting some of it pretty much verbatim because you said
I
right,
don't
right.
believe that, but
Are you going to shut up?
oh,
You
can one of
asked
us
me.
interrupt, but
You
the other
do
one
you
can't?
not like this? Do you not like me pointing out your hypocrisy? And now you're pulling the ripcord. I don't really care what you guys think of me. Stop making it a personal matter.
Hey,
Stop
Told Hoss, check
bitching
it
and
out.
moaning about
He's
everyone's
headphoned
tone.
himself.
Why not?
He's headphoned
Just
himself.
focus on the topic at hand, please. What's that?
He headphoned himself. When he was yapping through you, the red flag got put on, so he'd shut up and listen. And as soon as he gets red flagged, he headphones himself as some kind of stupid
He's
protest.
a baby. He asked for something. He didn't like what he got. But just proceed. Listen, if
I
you
think
don't
it's
care
fair
what
that
we
if you're not
think
going to
about,
listen
if
to
you don't
me,
care,
I'm not
if
going to
you
listen
don't,
to you.
dude, just focus. You're being a baby.
You're being a baby. You're the one who keeps muting me.
Focus. I haven't been muting you lately. I haven't muted you in about 10 minutes.
Someone else is a maybe then. Please continue.
And we're back at it. Him bitching and moaning, full circle. So,
Let's drill down. Brass tacks.
Yeah, you guys were having some conversation about photos being stitched together. Do you feel like you proved the Earth was you used the Earth as a globe, pragmatically speaking?
Yeah,
as you
I do.
stitch those photos together.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't stitch photos together though. But I think whoever
So
was
what
the
part of
Matrix, I
this
think.
agricultural spying do need there a globe? Since every time we pull a thread, well, I'm not really saying that. No, it has nothing to do with ball. So
Well, I
So
went in
why
depth
is that
about
every avenue we go
direction.
down? Why is it that every avenue we go down, there's like a weird concession from you?
I don't know what concessions you're referring to.
Well, how do you know that the Earth is a ball?
I told you I don't. I assume it is because it's pragmatic to believe so.
Okay. Well, I think that's interesting, isn't it? Because now you're left with just in the wind when this thing it's like hyped up to be all solved. It's on the cover of the books in the schools, the indoctrination that we were speaking of. That's how this whole thing started.
And to me, it
So
seems like
yeah,
you
so
all
now
are much more
dude, you're so curious about how it is that you could be indoctrinated. Here you are announcing it.
So he's made the claim that it's pragmatic to believe so. So what, in practicality, do you use the ball-tard for?
I've tried to explain it to you. It seems like we've just done nothing for
No,
the
no.
last
What
10
you've
minutes.
done, you're explaining to us, is giving us some cool stories. What, in practicality, what do you do on a daily basis that requires a sphere? Making pancakes, for example, maybe driving your car. What do you do
You
on a
used
daily
those
basis that
earlier.
requires a sphere?
Yeah, nothing requires a sphere.
So your pragmatic approach is now failed because there's nothing in
No, because
practicality that you use based on practical judgments rather than principles. Pragmatism.
Yeah, do you know what pragmatism is?
I just read the definition out to you.
Practicality.
Based on practical judgments rather than principles.
Right.
So what practical judgments in practicality, what do you do that requires a sphere? You said nothing. Okay, so
do you want me to go back?
This
Well,
is just
I feel
a
like you
hollow
just
claim.
don't understand what I was explaining to you. Do you
Oh
want me
no,
to
we
go back
understand
to
it
photo
clearly. You
correction?
said no. That's all I needed.
Yeah,
I'm
because it
happy with
seems
that.
like you don't understand. So I'm
No,
happy.
I understand yes and no. You said no. I'm happy with that again.
There you go. There you go, buddy.
So you've got no proof of Spheretard. You've got nothing that you use it for. It's just a cool story.
There you go. Globetards lose again.
No,
It's not about losing. It's about you learning, and you don't seem to want to.
I'm going to be perfectly honest, Matrix. If you keep muting me and talking over me, I'm never going to learn anything.
Well, honestly,
I haven't
dude,
muted you. You've just been yapping for 5 minutes, not muted.
They're
Well,
probably
someone
muting you for a reason.
Charge Z. Yeah, Charge Z. Not that there's being a score kept, but since you kept a score and we kind of heard what happened.
Oh, did I
He's
keep
trying to
score?
hostile, and he's
What I'm
probably
hold
muted
on, let me
because
finish
I
this.
get nigger.
Okay, thank you. Your mic doesn't work. Whatever you're saying, you sound like you have marbles in your mouth. But the fact, Chardsy, that you realize that not a loss has taken place, but just you that it doesn't add up to a globe. Your argument for why the Earth is a globe fell apart.
I've
That's a
never been
victory.
making an argument that the
But
Earth is
that's a
a globe.
victory. That's a victory for you call it globe card. I don't.
No,
A
I understand that you
globe
need to
card
look
would
at it in
never
those terms, but I'm
a
not here
globe
to make claims.
a
I
globe.
haven't made any claims that the Earth is a globe. That's not what I'm here for, man.
Yeah, but you were talking about the whole thing started an hour ago with the indoctrination, and
I know,
that's how you
and I'm
started
much
talking
more
about.
interested in talking about that than this, to be perfectly
Well,
honest.
that's what we've been talking about.
No, we got
Because
dragged
all your
down into the
lines of all
weeds
your no,
about
but all your lines of reasoning and all the ways that you describe that you use the globe, you really don't.
lines of reasoning regarding indoctrination.
Yeah, of you said that the Earth you use the globe because
It's
the Earth
useful
is a
to
globe
use.
because it's useful to you or whatever.
No, no, no.
But
And
then,
I want to
well,
be clear about this point.
here
I
we
never
go
said it
again.
was a globe. I said we treat it as a globe. I'm not making
No,
the claim that it's
I asked you once upon a time, and you said, I said, I thought the globe was science, and then you said, well, the globe is science.
no,
I
no.
asked,
You can roll back the
dude.
tape on that because I
Okay,
know for a fact I
I'll ask you.
explicitly avoided saying that.
You gave two different answers. As you said, the Earth being a globe is a theory, and you also said the Earth being a globe has been proven. So which one
No,
is
I
it?
never said it was proven.
Yeah, you did.
When did I say that?
At the end of your cyclical universe discussion, the
No, I
product
said
of
that's
the
the most prominent theory is that the Earth is a globe. I never said
okay,
it has been
so
proven. I never said that I believe
okay,
without a doubt. You're putting words
you
in my
believe
mouth. I
okay,
don't think your memory is as good as you believe it
okay,
is.
you may be right. I do. You did when I initially asked. You said yes, and then you gave that
No, I
sort of
said it's the
you
most
gave that
prominent
whatever.
theory. I never said yes. And I know because when I came into this channel,
So
that's all you guys want to argue
so
about. So that I explicitly avoided
are you a
saying that.
globe tard or not?
That's for you to decide, man.
You called yourself a globe tard. That's why I asked.
Yeah. Well, because you guys tend to put people into one of two categories, and I felt like that might be easiest for you.
No, it's actually rather confusing.
It's confusing. I thought
So
that all you guys did was
do you think you live on the ball that they have in the on the textbooks of the schools? The 39
well,
59-mile radius ball. Is that what you're under the impression that you're living
I live on Earth.
on? So why
He's that much of a slime, he can't even answer
have
the
you
question,
yeah,
bro.
it's
Like,
like what is
seriously.
going on here? What the hell are your agricultural spy satellites orbiting?
They're not spy satellites, man.
That's how you pretty much just maybe you're in the dark about that, what you're actually doing. But
They
yeah,
look at
you kind
there.
of the
It's
way
the
you describe it,
Sentinel
you're oh,
two.
that's right. That's right.
It's
You're
the
just there to
Sentinel
help.
2 satellite constellation. They're
So
not
dude,
spy satellites.
okay. If
You
you're
can go
just
look them
if
up. You love
okay,
research, right?
okay. Oh, now I've hit a nerve.
No, no,
Methinks
you're
the
making
spy
claims against
satellite
me. I'm
operator
allowed to
is
make claims
okay,
back.
relax. Okay,
You
so what
relax.
is it?
Stop talking over me. Let me
So
finish.
since you finished yourself, you say you're an earther. So why did you bring up these satellites as proof
Because
of the
I
Earth
was
being a ball?
asked,
What?
and I didn't use it
You
as
were
proof.
pressed?
Again, your memory is failing you
That
because
was
I
the
wasn't
first that's
using it
the
as
only
proof.
example that is the only example of that you've been specific about
Right.
that makes you certain that the Earth is a ball. So yes, you have brought it up.
And again, your memory is failing you because I never said that.
No,
What I
that's
said
the
specifically
question
is that we
was
use it pragmatically. pragmatically, meaning not in principle. Matrix, you had the definition,
Dude,
didn't you?
you're like backtracking. You're weird.
Based
You
on
are like,
practical judgments rather than principles. So
Practical
that was my
judgments
question.
rather than
What in
principles.
practicality do you use it for?
Right,
Nothing.
and I
You
went through
said
this
nothing.
whole thing about
Yep,
arc.
you said nothing. I was happy with that.
Right,
Continue.
Matrix has a bad memory too, apparently. But
well, I even remember you saying that nothing, and then you said the
yeah,
Globetards lose again.
I did give up there because it seems like my explanation wasn't really getting through. So I, a little
Well,
flippantly said,
you can't have it both ways. You can't have it that your job relies on orbiting satellites and
Mhm.
that you're completely unsure if the Earth is a ball.
I'm
You
not
can't have it both
completely
ways.
unsure.
Oh, dude, listen to this. I'm not completely unsure.
No,
What?
I said
Okay,
it's the most dominant
hold on,
theory. I'm
hold
inclined
on,
to go
hold
along
on.
with that, but it's not a
I need to
hardcore belief
hold
system.
on. I need to break that phrase down. You are
Sure.
not completely unsure. Well, your
Right.
job requires it to be certain.
Mhm.
So
Relatively
is
certain.
there something, wait,
There's confidence
you're
interval.
relatively sure, yet
You'll
your
never be
job
100% sure.
requires it to be a certainty.
No, it requires
So
it
are
to
you like a
be
cyborg? Do they flip a switch when they go operate
Haas.
agricultural spy satellite?
Haas, this is going to be a lot more difficult if you keep interrupting me, man.
Well, you can't have it both ways.
I think you're trying to create a false equivalence between
I think you,
mostly
I,
certain and completely certain.
no, I'm not trying to create a false equivalence.
That's exactly
I'm
what you're
just,
doing.
no, I'm not. These are two things that I'm not making it up. These are two
If I'm
things that you have
90%
demonstrated.
certain about something,
These are
does that
two
mean
things
I'm
that you have
100%
claimed.
certain?
Well,
Can I be 90% certain about something?
then why do we accept your concession and say thank you for sharing your beliefs, and
Mm-hmm.
then you say, well, I'm not sure you guys are quite understanding what I'm saying.
Yeah,
No,
because you're obviously not. You're trying to say that I'm 100% certain about something, when from the beginning I've been saying, no, I'm
well,
not
if
100%
the
certain.
example of your agricultural satellites was the first thing you brought up when
Uh-huh.
asked of how you're so sure that you're in a ball, why don't
And
we move
again,
on from
you
them?
keep saying that, man.
That's what you said.
No, 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 no. Those are
Third
the words you
base.
said. I phrased it
That's what
differently,
you
and the
brought
phrasing
up.
is specifically
That's what
different.
you brought up, and that's the only thing you've brought up.
Right. And again, you're failing to see
So
the
where do
nuance
we
of
go
it.
now? Okay, let's close that chapter. So
Okay.
thank you for
I'll
sharing your
accept your
beliefs.
concession. Thank you.
I don't think I conceded.
Well,
All
you
I was
you
saying,
decided to
all
move
I
past
was,
it, so I assume you don't have anything
well,
else to contribute. I'll
where
accept
else
your
is there to
concession, but
go? Where else is there
no,
to go?
where is there to go? Where would you like to go with
Is your
this?
certainty level going to change?
No, I'm pretty
Because
certain.
the thing that the mainstream is the story they're telling is it's a ball of a certain radius.
Right.
So if your job requires satellites in orbit around this certain radius, you guys would need
Mm,
to be certain of it.
relatively certain, not absolutely certain. And I assume you
So
know
how
the
did you
difference
come
between
to
that.
how did you come to the relative certainty of the 3959 mile radius?
That number doesn't mean anything to me.
You just said you were relatively certain of it.
Not of the
This is
number.
I don't even know what this is. If it's double speak,
Yeah,
or are you attempting to put me under hypnosis?
I
I
think you're
see
kind of
what you're doing.
springboarding all over the place here, trying
No,
to dig
dude,
up
I'm trying.
something.
You said I tried to end the thing. You said you lost. What
No,
else do you
I
want to
said I
bring up?
accepted your
I
concession.
said, what else do you want to bring up? And then
I
you
said
say, I
nothing.
can.
You're welcome to bring up whatever you want. You wanted to bring up this
Well,
number.
no, I think
So
we
okay,
got
let's
to
talk about this number.
I think we got to the point that
Okay.
you, the person who is confused of their indoctrination, now
Uh-huh.
you know that this whole idea, the globe in outer space, is just occupying your headspace.
Okay.
showing itself nowhere in reality,
Okay.
except at your job, if you're able to fully explain it clearly.
Uh-huh.
That's it.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, I wouldn't take it personal that you were indoctrinated. They did a number on us all.
Yeah, I'm not really taking any of this personally. Although I suppose I am sharing some
No,
personal details.
when you were talking about the indoctrination, you seemed to be like,
Well, I'm very curious
how is
about
it
that
that I got
actually.
indoctrinated? And it's like, no, everyone. And
Right.
now
So
and now the poor kids don't have a chance. I mean, the
can we
freaking cartoons have space travel in them.
can we talk about that? The indoctrination? It doesn't have to be my
I guess.
person.
I mean, yeah,
Can we talk like how
that's
does that work?
well, like I just said. Nowadays, they use cartoons whose plots have nothing to do with astrophysics, and they seed these cartoons with
Oh, have
these
you
outer space
seen
themes.
what about the show The Expanse? Have you seen that?
No, I haven't seen it. I haven't watched many television shows for
That's a pretty
the
like
last 2 decades.
astrophysics heavy show.
Yeah, I actually have heard a conversation take place in this forum about this show
Yeah,
before.
I quite liked it, but so by
Maybe I'll have to
indoctrinating
look at it.
kids with
Okay, well, speaking of The Expanse, have you seen? I always ask people, have you seen The Village?
The Village,
M
I have
Night
not
M,
seen The
M Night
Village.
Shyamalan.
No, is that a movie?
Yeah. Oh, it's probably a film. After you watch it, you'll say I've just consumed a film. Yeah, it's pretty intense. I guess in a way, a theme of indoctrination is in it. I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, I may check out The Expanse. I'm sure it's probably not the same as The Village, but because I think a lot of people are confused about how it's even possible for the indoctrination to take place. But if you look back in history and whatever, even if history is a complete fabrication, throughout history are a series of indoctrination.
Yeah, sure,
Always.
but
So
I think
why?
there's an important
How the hell can you think that
I think an
every?
important component of indoctrination is not just the how and the why. The why it would really be the big part is obviously indoctrination can occur, but to what end are you trying to leverage it towards? And I think in this context, it's really difficult for me to understand how indoctrinating people that the earth is a globe when it's really flat. I don't see what goal that accomplishes for.
Well, because we touched on it earlier, but it holds hands with the ideas that were space dust that magically evolved from lightning struck pond scum. It's
Well, sure.
it's part of the whole story that we are nothing. We're dust. We're YOLO.
So you think
It's
it's more
just
of like a broader cultural thing rather than just a purely like
everything.
academic. It's not just
Everything.
so that
It's the
culture
scare. It's the
itself
scare
stemmed
tactics.
from
It's
this.
the well, it's the scare tactics that they put into people's psyche about global warming or oh, an asteroid might hit us one day. Kapoom! Do what did to the dinosaurs. You better you better listen to the government, and if they tell you the car you're driving has to have $3,200 worth of repairs for the environment because you don't want to be a dinosaur. It's everything.
I see.
The whole the resources, people are running out of space, there's no more water for anyone, we're going to run out of oil one day. Hey, by the way, oil is dinosaur bones and ferns.
So
It's everything. And it's kind of frightening when you step out of the illusion. It's a little frightening to realize, well, it's been about a decade, but to see how naive and gullible the mindset has to be, and a lot of it's peer pressure. People just, they don't, go along to get along. And there's so many weird things that's are tentacles of this idea. So many social. I'm not even going to get into some of the. There's so many things that the idea that we're a ball in space. There's so many things that are in people's head, the modern day headspace, that is attached to that idea, and it's not good. It's not good for people to think that they're living on something. It's bad enough they tell us that we're just drifting off into space all alone. They can't find anyone who's like us. But that's not bad enough. That there was actually some sort of piece to that idea, but they actually eliminate that piece by saying, and this place is dying and it's people's faults. It's sick. And yeah, and that's all they have to do is brainwash the youth, and then the tradition carries on just like that. It's like a wildfire. And yet, here we are putting out the fire, and you have people stopping us from putting out the fire. You hear people, most people can't have a. Anyways, I've said enough, I guess.
Oh, sorry. What is the end goal of all of this?
Who
Is it
knows?
just control,
Who
or
knows? You have to ask them. Like I said, who
I'm more
knows?
curious.
Well,
Yeah.
that's why I said watch The Village, because in that movie, I don't want to give a spoiler, but that movie presents an idea why someone would indoctrinate people. And
Right.
it's an M. Night Shyamalan movie, so there'll be something that will blow your mind eventually.
Is smog control like an evil plot?
Is what?
Like reducing smog in cities by putting catalytic converters on cars?
No, now you're being a little.
Well, because you brought up that was one of the things you brought
Yeah,
up.
well, think about it. Okay, think about the EPA. What do? They set up buildings where everyone has to line up and rev their engines all day long.
Okay. So what would the
Yeah, I'm
goal?
not saying that some guy shouldn't, and some guy did. They say, "Oh, we got plastic out in the ocean." Well, some guy said, "Okay, I'm gonna invent a boat that gobbles up the plastic." I'm not saying people should. No, I don't think people should litter either. I think it's sick when people litter. All you have to do is just hold on to your damn trash and put it in your pocket. Next time you buy a garbage can, put it in there. People
Yeah.
litter like it's the joy of their life. I think it. I know I've been privy to people who it's very something about littering to them is very. They get joy out of it. Anyways, but to convince people that they're living somewhere where they aren't, when all it is anytime anyone's pressed, they say, well, it's just what I believe. Well, shouldn't this be set in stone that that's what's going on? If it's all just theory, maybe this is, maybe, when all it is it was a preference made long ago. That's how this whole conversation started. And in all the quote unquote proofs that Earth is a ball in space, they all rely on some sort of circular reasoning or an assumption. Or whereas when I brought up the 3959 mile radius number to you, it was like you were like, no, thank you. It was like Krypton. You don't even want to talk about it.
Well, yeah. I've been in this channel for a while, and every time I get dragged into these proof arguments, it just ends poorly. So I try to avoid
Well,
those.
yeah, that's all of them, not just you. Everyone who's ever presented these quote unquote proofs of the globe.
Well,
These
to
Authors
be
haven't proved anything.
To be
These things,
perfectly honest,
these
it's
things
less
were not
so about
supposed.
me trying to prove stuff. Is that every time I come in here and start talking, I get
Uh,
yelled at by a bunch of
oh,
people.
dude,
Present your
knock it
proof,
off. Well,
then
that's
people get
just an
angry.
opportunity. Well, that's just an opportunity for you to realize there is no proof.
But there's tons
And
of proof, and it's been
here we
hashed out
go.
for years. Yeah.
Hold on. Just let me complete my thought, and then I'll shut up for the remainder. Do you? And I forgot what I was going to say, but yeah, I don't know, man.
See, I come in here not to really argue about whether the Earth is round or flat. I come in to try and learn about the flat Earth and everything surrounding that. And most of the time, I just get shouted at to provide proofs
Okay,
or
well
something.
let's
And
stop
I'm not trying to
complaining,
be
please.
critical or anything. I'm just saying that's my experience. There was a
Oh,
guy
dude.
in here, I think his
Sarge,
name was
you've had
Bishop.
tons of conversations in here. What? Don't
I
start
have,
complaining.
yeah.
So
I'm not
what? I
complaining.
thought you
I'm not.
wanted.
Please don't take me wrong. I'm not trying to complain here. I'm saying this has been my experience. There was a man in here. I think his name was Bishop, and I was trying to talk to him about the questions I had about flat Earth, and he was actually quite good. He was talking to me about a lot of things that I found really interesting. But I think he got banned from here. Um, so I haven't really had a conversation about that.
Well, to be fair, none of the flat earthers know how any of it works, so they just bullshit.
Well, dog that barks. That's proof that you haven't been here for the last hour. Because
I've been here for 10 years. I haven't had one I haven't had one flat earther.
Shardsy for the last hour.
I've been
Yeah.
in here
Tried
I
for.
haven't
desperately
had
to.
one flat earther give like a coherent answer as to how anything works.
I think there's a lot of most of the arguments and the discussion tend to focus on the mechanics of a flat Earth, how we can prove the Earth is flat, or so on, which is fine. I understand that's mostly what the arguments are in here, but I'm more interested in talking about, like we said, the indoctrination, why the government would cover this up, and how the world actually works, and that sort of thing. And it seems like there's not a lot of
Well, that's
people
probably a different
interested in
channel.
that.
Probably a different channel than us because
Well, unfortunately, this is the only Flat Earth channel, so.
no, I get it, but
Whether people lie or not, it's nothing to do with flat Earth. People tell lies and shit all the time.
Well, see, I
Yeah,
don't
just
be
like flat earthers, right?
saying
Just
something
like you.
that's.
Shut up, clown.
right?
See, Matrix, you're so angry all the time, man.
No, I'm not angry all the time. I just don't like people that are arrogant clown shows that like butting in unnecessarily, like Chief squatting shitstain.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you
I
like
mean,
it
Hey,
when
you be
white
nice,
knights come in and
Jimmy
assist.
retard.
No, I just.
Shardsy, I mean, haven't you ever heard the term "you get what you get what you give"? And that's the barking. If I mean, he can open his mic. We go open his mic, and he's just not going to say anything. He's just going to say, "Right, the flat Earth's full of shit, right?" But yeah, we've had a conversation here. Don't devolve it back into crying and shit like that.
Friday, what do you
Because
want?
the whole
Where's
thing
this
about the
going now?
indoctrination should be crystal clear now. Because
No, it has.
nothing I said is even. It's not even controversial. One has
No.
to be for the other to be. You know, global warming has to exist. Well, only if the Earth is a ball. And it's all these scare tactics. Why they would, how and why. Well, there's all these different vested interests, and
I totally
it's
understand
not
that.
just the government. It's every which way. I mean, how a guy selling solar panels
And
is
corporations and such, yeah.
benefiting. You know, I mean,
What is Shardy's question?
Real quick, could we circle back, boss?
he
You said you
doesn't have
get
a
what you
question.
give.
He's just,
No, I'm
yeah,
just talking.
about the dogs that bark.
Right,
He
but
already left. Oh, here he is. Let's see
no,
what he
he's
has to
still
say.
in there. But
Yeah,
but but you say that, and then
you
you.
tone police when this guy just comes in being a complete yahoo.
Well, I'm not defending him. I think he was being a little obnoxious, but
Oh,
Yeah.
of course I'm going to be
I
obnoxious.
feel
Well,
like
then
right now we're having a pretty good
you started bitching
conversation.
about someone else's tone. Don't do that.
No,
Boring.
I'm just can I speak real quick? You said you get what you give.
Hello,
I feel
guys.
like right now we're having a really good conversation. I feel like I'm not being disrespectful or
That's good.
anything, but I'm still being muted. And I'm not trying to complain, but I'm just saying it kind of sounds contradictory where you speak this mutual respect and then it doesn't seem like you provide it to other people.
Well, people get
Less
muted for all.
matter.
You're speaking
You
right
haven't been
now.
muted. He hasn't been muted for like nearly half an hour. So what's he
Yeah.
crying for?
I
I
just
don't know
got
what you're
muted
talking about.
not even 2 minutes
You're
ago.
about to get
No,
muted
you did
again.
not. You
I
didn't get
know.
muted. The only person that
Probably
got
because you're
muted
bitching and
was
moaning.
It's
the dog that barks and CEO of NTR, not you.
well, I was just muted just 2 minutes
No,
ago.
you weren't muted. You haven't been muted for nearly half an hour. You are looking for excuses, son. That's all you're doing now. If you don't want to be in here, just drop out. We're not forcing you to be here.
No, I know. I
So
was
don't
muted.
complain about things that aren't happening.
Maybe you didn't see. It is frustrating though.
What is it that you want to know, Party?
I have lots of questions.
Like what?
So, well, here's a big question I have is right, is the earth is flat and there's been lots of these easily reproducible observations and such that can corroborate that even someone who's not, doesn't have like $1 million of funding or whatever can do. So why does the globe narrative keep perpetuating itself if it's so easily dispelled?
Yeah, well,
Because you're
not a lot of
indoctrinated?
people. Yeah, well,
Yeah, I mean, it's like
wait, can I
they
answer him?
put out a new rocket show for the
Can I answer
indoctrinated.
Shardy?
Yes.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
Flatlander. Get into it, mate.
thanks. So, not a lot of people, first of all, know about the experiments, right? Flat Earth, like actual flat Earth stuff, is really censored. They have a lot of videos out there, and like you'll first results of Google searches, they'll put out a bunch of bullshit. So the idea of flat Earth for the normal person is just a bunch of nonsense, which it is, right? Because it's giving you fake nonsense information about flat Earth. So most people just look at that stuff and then turn around. Or, you go on YouTube, you look up flat Earth, and you get these debunking videos that once again make flat Earth look dumb, which it is if you believe in the nonsense that they're saying about it, which is not true though.
I
So
see.
yeah, so people
So it's
aren't
like
even getting.
psyops.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not we don't have to go there, right? Like, I don't want to call it what it is because what we do know is that it's happening, right? I mean, you've been in this panel for a while. I've been in and out, so I think you know decently what our stances are. And if you go and go on YouTube yourself, I'm sure you've done it before too, since you're in these discords. But if you haven't, you go on YouTube and look up flat Earth. You're gonna find all this nonsense. You're not gonna find these laser experiments. So I think that's a big part of it right there. It seems that you know again, I don't want to get to speculation, which we're kind of in, but I'm trying to avoid that as much as possible. But it does seem like it's being purposely hidden and purposely being made fun of to discredit actual flat earthers in these experiments that would prove the globe is false.
Can I ask, because you brought up the laser experiments, I know there were, and please don't jump on me. I know there was that documentary on Netflix that was popular a while ago, and I thought that they had some like a laser gyroscope or something. And there was a woman in here earlier. I brought that up, and she said that it was like a deliberate disinformation campaign. That their experiment had been deliberately set up to be false or something to that effect.
Sure. Yeah, I know. I haven't seen that documentary in a very long time, but I know enough about it to talk about it. So, when people are telling you that that's like a disinformation thing, it really was a very dishonest documentary. Even if some people in there were being honest, which I don't think a lot of them were. I also think the editing was not fair, right? Like a lot of their footage could have alluded to other things, but they kind of picked what they wanted to show to make Flat Earth look as dumb as possible, right? Because Netflix isn't going to put out, this guy named Sean Hibbler, right? He's made some of the best Flat Earth documentaries. You're never going to see that on Netflix or any mainstream sites or on the front page of YouTube anywhere, right? And I think a lot of flat earthers that watched Sean Hibbler's documentaries, pretty popular um, guy out there in the flat Earth community, I think they would all, for the most part, yeah, approve of it, right? But it does seem that a lot of flat earthers disapprove of this the Behind the Curve documentary, right? And there's a reason for that. It's because, again, like I said, I think the editing was very harsh for flat earthers. It didn't tell the full story. And also, some of the experiments they were doing wasn't exactly what you needed to do to prove the curvature of the Earth, right? So instead of using the lasers that they supposedly had, burnt out, whatever that story was, again, I haven't seen this in a while. But they used a flashlight, right, that cones out like a laser, like a good high quality laser. It's gonna shoot a straight beam. A flashlight that you buy at at the store down the street. I mean, how long until it starts coning out? A couple inches, honestly, right? So you can't do certain experiments as accurately as you could when you're using faulty equipment or just not the right equipment. So that's why a lot
Yeah,
of people have problems with that, as well as
I
myself.
yeah, I understand that. Um, Matrix just posted in the side chat the FE core experiment, and I
Yeah,
found that interesting as well because they posted. I thought that those were the guys who spent quite a lot of money on equipment, and to my recollection, a lot of the findings, the mathematics that they used were incorrect in the publications, which is what led them to being disbanded.
yeah. So the lasers, they're really, in my opinion, they're very good, but you do need to know a lot to understand what's all going on. And I'm not saying that you're lacking information. Like even I, like, there's certain questions that even these long distance tests can bring up, like refraction, or like, is refraction making the lasers curve? Like, I've heard a lot of, I don't want to call them excuses, because they're reasonable questions. So I personally like um the long distance observations, right? Like those are my go-to things. Everyone's got their own stuff, right? I mean, I like both of them. I think they both work perfectly fine as far as I know about lasers and stuff. But do you have anything specific that you object to when it comes to these lasers?
No, I think I'm not super familiar with the experiments themselves. I'm familiar with the general concepts, but not the specific mathematics. I just found the group interesting, the FE core group, because I know I was doing some research on them a little while ago, and I know they're not around anymore. Um,
Sure.
so it is interesting. I'm actually. It's pretty cool that he posted that in there because I haven't been able to find that. Um,
But what do you think
no,
about these long distance I'm sure you've seen at least a few of them, and you've seen a couple. At least glanced at the laser test. What do you like? What's your overall conclusion on those?
yeah, the one that I'm familiar with was by a YouTuber who did it on some lake in the northwest, the northern part of the Midwest, and his conclusion was that there was curvature because he didn't use a laser, he just used a simple camera and like a stick or some measuring pole. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm not
But
100% sure about the exact one, but yeah, there's definitely different ways you can do it, right? Like one of my more favorite ones is this dude did it. I forget the guy's name, but I have it all documented on my computer. He did it over a lake, a frozen lake, and it was only like a 8 mile observation or something like that. But he used different lights and set up these different lights at different miles, right? Like it was like 5 miles, 6 miles, 7 miles, and eight. And obviously there's more curvature depending on how far you go out. So these lights were all at different angles, or all on different elevation points, right? Because of the curve of the Earth. But they all lined up perfectly on the horizon. That's one of my more favorite ones. I don't know if you ever seen that one.
No, I haven't looked into too many of
Yeah, there's a lot
the
of like
experiments.
yeah, it's interesting because there's a lot of like more simpler, like closer, simpler ones if you want to call it, and there's ones that are a little bit more, harder because you have to be in specific locations, right? Like I know this one. I wish I knew off the top of my head. Is it Mount Canada? Maybe it's Mount Canada one. Maybe it's not though because it's very specific. It basically it only happens twice a year, okay, and it's predicted that way too. Like it literally happens every twice a year on the same day every time. It's all predicted. And I'm only bringing this one up because refraction is a big word that a lot of globe earthers like to throw out when they see these impossible long distance observations. But the reason why this one is one of my favorite ones, which again I gotta figure out the fucking name again, um, is that it's predictable on these special 2 days. And if you're going to make an argument of refraction, you would have to make the argument that the qualities of the air, the atmosphere and the lighting and the angle and all this stuff, all these variables that play a big role when it comes to how much refraction is happening and what type and all that stuff, it would have to be happening consistently on those 2 days, which is goddamn near impossible, right? Because this observation's been done for I don't know 20, 30, 40 years, and people like literally take trips out there to go see it 'cause it's super crazy. It's over like 200 miles or something. The sun goes behind this mountain and lights it up, and you just see it as a silhouette. So there's a lot of the more you look into these long distance observations, I mean, the more undeniable it becomes. Oh, is it Canada? Am I talking about the Canada one? I don't think it is, but yeah, Canada is a perfect example too. I think old dude just posted that one in the chat.
Can I just ask anyone what is the benefit of convincing everyone that the Earth is round if it's actually flat? Like, what's the benefit, and who benefits from convincing the population that the Earth is a sphere?
That's
Sure.
like that's like asking why does a shepherd herd his sheep? But
I'm
go on.
just curious. In 2026, we're still believing the Earth's flat.
Well, I can give you some pretty good answers. Whoever I think Spooky asked that. So
Yeah.
you gotta realize before I even get into this that now we're in the realm of like complete speculation, right? I'm obviously not the one that's lying, but I will give you some reasonable responses to that. Now, I do want to also add, the more you look into these types of deception, because obviously flat Earth is not the beginning and the end of the rabbit hole, right? There's a lot of deceptions out there on a small scale and large scales, right? So, but we're not going to get into those. But I'm just suggesting to you, the more you look into certain things, you can start puzzle piecing the why a lot better, right? You'll be able to speculate and understand, what these people might benefit for and why they're doing it. But to just give you a couple, and again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because it is complete speculation, right? Because we can show you deceptions, we can show you the lie, but we can't answer the exact reason why they're doing it. But let's talk about it a little bit. So, obviously, a flat Earth stance, like a big one, is we're unaware of what's going out past Antarctica, and now past Antarctica, obviously, again, would be speculation. You have those stories with Admiral Byrd going out and doing these expeditions, claiming he found a lot more land than
Dude,
expected.
he asked him what the benefit would be.
Yeah, I'm
He's
getting there.
explaining it. He's
Yeah,
explaining it.
This
yeah,
must be the
They're
long
all
way
getting
around.
paid.
Okay.
it is,
It's an
but
international thing. They're getting paid. Everybody's getting paid.
Well, hold on, hang
yeah,
on. I think I was starting to follow him. Okay, I
Hold
think
on.
I'm a globist. Okay, but I just
Uber
want to.
flat.
So
You
sorry.
sound like you're getting paid.
huh?
All
What
right,
do you mean?
Flatlander. Sorry, you were talking about Antarctica. What's the benefit here of regarding Antarctica?
Yeah, sure. And again, this is one of. I mean, we can do this for hours. This is one of a
No,
million.
yeah.
But
Well, let's not do it for hours. He asked what the benefit in convincing everyone that
all
the
right, you
Earth was
handle it,
a.
bro. I thought I was doing good, but go ahead.
No, dude, you're great. I'm just go on. 24/7.
All right. Anyway, so Animal Bird went out there, yada yada yada, found some more resources. So, we live in a world right now where sometimes overpopulations get tossed around as an issue. We got homeless people, we got politics going on, we have gas prices are getting yanked up, we're running out of food shortages sometimes happen. Like, there's all these like petty little problems. I mean, they're big deal problems, but like in the grand scheme of things, like how important and how dire are there if we have more land and resources, right? Like, what's not it? What's think about it just in a more reasonable way. So like if there's more coal, if there's more, fossil fuels out there and gas is being yanked up and oil and all this shit and it doesn't really need to be, that's a big deal, right? Like I'm right now gas is fucking killing me at least. And if there's more land and resources, what's thinking, go in this direction. If I'm tired of my country and I don't like world politics in general, what the hell would stop me from grabbing 1,000 people and just going to a nice little like island, not like an island, but like an actual like new piece of land that I can chill on. I mean, there's a lot of, again, this is all
Infrastructure
speculation.
mostly.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I mean, we're speculating. We're throwing out a lot of different ideas. That's all I'm doing. I think the most important thing is the focus on if there is more resources that they're hiding from us, and we're being fucking taxed out the ass, and again, the gas prices are going up, yada yada yada, and it really doesn't need to. I mean, what the
Can
fuck? So it does.
can I just ask?
Hold
Sorry,
on, hold
I
on.
just
I'll
want
ask you a question, Spooky. What benefit do you think that could be gained from this?
You're asking me what I think the benefit would be?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're asking us what the benefit is. So you somewhere in your brain you've acknowledged that there must be a benefit or there could be a benefit. So have you ever thought like what they could
Well,
stand to gain from this? Have you ever thought about it?
no, I mean that's why I'm asking.
Well, can you think about it now?
It seems like the answer seems to be that they could like whoever is the ruling class could go over to Antarctica and have their own like kind of sovereign piece of land in case of food shortages, resource scarcity. Is
Let
that
me
what
ask
he's
you,
touching on?
Spooky. I
Well,
know that you got. Hold on. Let me ask Spooky a question. Have you ever looked at a map of Antarctica?
Yeah.
Have you ever, see? I used to get them in the National Geographic. I have some, and find them at thrift stores sometimes. What's interesting is the names of some of those camps or cities on those Antarctica maps going back to the 40s. It's like it's the names: Rockefeller, Camp Carnegie. It's just so who knows? That's funny.
Right.
Next time you have an Antarctica map, just go down the coast and see all the names you see of the places that they've named.
The
Okay,
people who
I'm still
sponsored them got names on them. That makes sense.
look.
Well,
I am
he's the one. He's the one that's saying that they possibly have like these igloo tennis clubs and polo grounds and stuff. No, the question,
but
his question
you're
was,
saying
what benefit possibly could there be, or what's the point of all of that? Isn't that what was your original question? Isn't that it?
yeah. My question is, what's the benefit to convincing people that the Earth is round if it's actually flat?
yeah, and you actually brought up a
Yeah,
good point with because it was actually
millions of
a
answers. You'd have to ask them though.
yeah, yeah, and
You'd have to know to know the true intention of whoever these people are. Yeah, you'd have to ask them. We flat like Flatlander said, you go on for hours. But
I mean, it doesn't really seem like there's millions if you can't even give more than one.
Well,
dude,
I still don't even
you
understand
missed the
why.
last hour,
Hold on,
smart ass
hang on.
CEO of NTR.
Hold on, guys.
I missed a
So
lot of shit.
hold on, are you guys now acknowledging that there could be a reason?
Yeah, there absolutely could be.
Okay, then
It's
okay. Next
unclear what it
question.
is.
You
It's
seemed spooked by. You seemed like disillusioned by there even being some reason, but now you're in agreement. Hell, you came up with your own idea. Maybe they have a cool tennis club retreat down there.
I didn't say that.
So no, you said it's a place for the higher class to have all to themselves, didn't you?
Well, that
You don't
is
think
what
they're gonna play tennis?
Flatlander. Hey,
well,
can you let me respond to you real quick?
Well, no,
Look,
just move on to your next question because your first question is answered.
Well, let me talk to Spooky for real
No,
quick. Yeah, no, Spooky, I understand because I actually was alluding the opposite of what you said. You actually did come up with your own. I was saying they're keeping that from us and not bringing it to here, but your idea was more they're keeping it from themselves and going over there, right? So it's kind of the same idea ish, but you kind of
well,
added
that
a
wasn't
little
my
extra.
idea. That, to be clear, that's not my
Yeah, it
idea.
was.
Oh, it's because you look at the names
So
on
what?
I'm trying to
the
understand what
parts of the
Flatlander was
Oh,
place, and
saying.
then you say these names are of very affluent people, and these people obviously have something to do with this place. So the
yeah.
inference is,
Just so,
Guys, those names like the Rockefellers and all them, those are the people that actually paid to go down there and explore. That's why they named certain areas after themselves. It's the only reason.
Yeah, and listen,
and now
I'm
no one's allowed to go down there. But
why does the Earth have to
rich
be?
dudes
let's
don't
let
want
you
to
get
fall into
babysat.
crevasses. It's better to
Oh,
drink
okay, yeah,
champagne in
and
your
you
Ferrari
can
than
fall
fall
into a
into a hole.
crevasse on the way to peak of
Okay,
Mount Everest,
okay.
and let any Johnny come late will show up there if they got the bucks. So
All right.
do
So
you?
do you want me to?
So can we get back to the topic?
There's
Now
a
we're talking
track
about
up Everest.
mountaineering.
What was
Okay.
your
Do you want me to
question,
ask my next?
Spooky? Yeah,
All right.
I like.
Here's my next one at a time. All right. All right. So my next question is, why does the Earth have to? Why do they have to convince us that the Earth is round just for them to have exclusive access to Antarctica?
Yeah. So, well, first of all, if there is
Man,
more
you're really
land,
pigeonholing the argument and
I
straw
can
man.
answer him, bro. Like,
Yeah, but the way he
people.
formed it is kind of obnoxious. But go on.
It's not.
Is that
These are
obnoxious?
flying. He's not like like sometimes trolls come in here. This guy's not trolling. He just
No,
wants to.
I get it,
Yeah,
but
I'll
for
answer.
him,
All right, dude. What does you
okay,
fucking
no,
take care of this? I'm done.
no, man. Why do you have to be so impatient? All
Yeah,
I'm
clearly,
saying,
clearly
go
you
on,
are so patient, clearly.
go on.
Look, I'm over
Thank
here
you.
asking good faith questions, okay? This is a perfectly good faith question. I'm
No,
just
you're
trying to
right.
figure
No,
out
no, you're right.
why does he
I was just trying to add something to the conversation, but you're right. Go on, Flatlander. Thank you.
All right, so Flatlander, I'm gonna restate my question just so that it's clear. And this is specifically to Flatlander. Why do whoever is in charge or whatever, why do they need to convince us that the Earth is round for them to have exclusive access to Antarctica?
Sure. So, if again, if we're under the guise of, and right now we're just talking about more land, right? Again, speculation could be more reasons why, but we're sticking on this, and I'll even introduce one after I make this point. So, um, I think I think this has also been going on for quite a long time. Like I'm not saying this has just happened, past 100 years, right? So the reasons why, I mean, dude, it's again, it's endless, so it's hard just to give you one. But yeah, sure, I'll speculate. So if if they claimed that the Earth was a ball, and well, they do, right? So if they never claimed the Earth is a ball, and we had this knowledge that there might be more past a certain point, let's say Antarctica, then it would be very hard for to keep people out of that, right? Like if we all knew and they were just telling us, "Hey, you can't go come to Antarctica," but we knew the Earth was flat and there might be more. You understand? So like on a ball, you can give us a concrete number. You can say, "Oh yeah, circumference of the Earth is about 26,000 round. The diameter is this bit, 4,000 miles roughly. So this is all there is to the Earth. Like there's nowhere else to explore. On a ball, there's nothing. Like for sure, there's a start and a finish. You know what I mean? You just go round, round, and round. On a flat Earth, people would speculate, right? They'd be like, "Well, is it ever ending? Is there, something that's going to stop us? Is there a wall? Like what's beyond that wall?" Humans are super curious. So putting us on a ball is kind of putting us in like our own little trap, right? Like people are satisfied because we have an answer of the end. Like there's nowhere else to go. So that's a big one right there.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Have you ever been on a cruise ship?
On a cruise, I've been on boats, not a cruise ship.
Okay. So when you go down south, you know how it gets hot?
Sure.
Okay. So as you go down south, it gets hot. And
Oh, you
cruise ships went down south the whole way to South America.
your mic's breaking up, Famous, a little bit.
Who is back?
Can you hear me?
So
Yeah,
hold on again, dude. You go
yeah,
stuff. You get hotter.
Can you guys? Can you guys hear me?
yeah. Try
I
again.
can
No,
hear
you're gonna have
Jedi.
to.
I can't really hear Infamous.
No, you're gonna have to leave and rejoin, dude.
Okay. So I went
Yeah,
the whole way
Infamous,
to
leave
South
and rejoin,
America.
dude. Oh, no, he's back again.
This better?
So you went on a cruise. You got a sunburn.
No, leave and rejoin for the 5th time. Leave and rejoin, dude. You've got a problem with your
I went to.
connection.
I'm
Yeah, this is
driving.
real
That's why
productive.
it's not gonna get.
Very, very productive here with all the cutting in and out.
Yes, thank you. We'll go get the Infamous disconnect. Yeah, finally.
Is this better?
Maybe it's
For
gone down
now.
south.
Okay.
So good.
Right, since there's silence, I guess I'll just ask something.
Oh goodness,
So
the guy just got his mic sorted. Yeah, he was sending us on a wild goose chase, anyways. He's on it. Go ahead, continue. He interrupted
all right,
you.
yeah. So my question is, I guess less about the intentions of convincing people that the Earth is flat now, but more along the lines of how many people have to be in on it. I think, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Flatlander specifically, that all of the cell phone providers are in on this.
Yeah, so not many.
Ironically, you just cut out there for the last half of your last sentence, but
I think I understood what you're saying. You're just basically
now you're roboting.
that's the question of how many people need to be on the line. All right.
Yeah, do the cell phone
DDoS.
providers are the cell phone providers in on this?
Absolutely not. I would say most. It's a surprising amount of people that don't need to be in on it, right? Like, it's funny. I've always speculated that at least like the higher ups at NASA would have to know that the Earth is flat. But recently, it's funny. DJ was talking, another flat earther in here, really good guy. He knows a lot of information about stuff. Very intelligent. Um, he was even explaining that, like, NASA themselves, they don't even need to know. Like, and obviously, most people at NASA, I would assume, don't know. I would assume that like some higher ups did know, but even when it comes to NASA, all they need to know is that it's space travel as told is not possible yet, and they're running a psyop, right? They're just running a tax scheme. Very very well, not innocent, but not as big of a deception of flat Earth. It's funny when people like flat Earth is highly scrutinized, right? Like I say higher, flat Earth is highly scrutinized. In certain fields, right? Like people you can lose your job. I mean, like especially in scientific fields, right? If you start doing experiments that are trying to disprove the globe, you're gonna be looked at funny right away. Like there's so much more work that needs to be done in those kind of fields. So that it's not even like for one, it's not something that people are working on, right? And for two, if you even did, you're not going to get a promotion for your job. You're going to get probably ostracized from all your colleagues and maybe even fired at the end of the day. So the amount of people, it's very little, I would imagine, very little.
Okay. So I
Have you
guess
ever
here's
seen?
hold on. I got one more question related to cell phone stuff. The reason I asked specifically about cell phone companies being in on it is the cell phone towers account for the curvature of the Earth. Like that's how they set up the towers.
Huh?
Like, yeah, they account for that. So
Huh?
that's why I was asking, like,
Can
surely
you?
if the Earth is actually flat, then it would follow that they are in on it because their infrastructure is dependent on the shape of the Earth.
Didn't you see that all the engineers are Chinese and the infrastructure's Huawei?
What?
And Jedi, I think you're just trying to talk. I mean, I think you're roboting, Jedi. I'm not sure. Okay. So yeah. In what way do cell phone towers, at least in your understanding of them, account for curve? Like, what do you mean by that? They account for curvature?
Well, like for this signal to travel from a tower to your phone, the tower has to be a certain distance off the ground, and it has to be able to make its way over,
What does
any
that
sort
mean?
of
Like a
landscape.
what is
So,
that?
I
Terminal
think that
of
there's a reason that
acceleration
there's
or
not
what?
just like 3 or 4 cell phone towers that are like super tall that just can reach everywhere. Like they're taller than every mountain. They're taller than than literally everything. Because if that were the case, then you would be able to only have like maybe 10 cell phone towers. Like I don't understand
Yeah, no,
why.
I get what
Repeat
you're saying.
business. They need
So
repeat business. They need more towers to keep repairing.
yeah, I mean, of course that too, right? Like jobs and money needs to be made. But the furthermore that point, so let's say I don't think that they're in on it necessarily, right? I think they assume a globe model and they're setting up towers. I mean, I don't work with cell phone towers. I don't know how they do it, but let's just assume that they're working with the globe model, right? So when they're setting up these towers, they're keeping it in mind, like, oh, we need to do this, that, so that way when this radio wave is being sent over here, it can bounce off the atmosphere and bounce off and hit the other tower, or that we even need to make it so they're in line of sight to each other. Like whatever it is, the cell phone towers would work just fine if it was flat, right? Like what would be stopping the towers to not be working on a flat Earth if they even assumed it was on a globe and they were building them at certain heights and distances? It would actually work easier, right? Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, it does. But radio waves have to travel in a straight line, and it seems like all of the infrastructure is set up to account for the fact that this line is not straight. Do you see what I'm saying?
That is not okay. So you're saying that they're like, well, for one, radar waves, yeah, they have to travel in a straight line, but they can bounce. This some of them. Dep- there's certain kind of frequencies that can bounce off like the ionosphere and stuff like that, right? I assume that that's what cell towers do. I'm not really super knowledgeable about cell towers. I don't know if anyone
I
else.
mean, if I'm being honest, it doesn't really bounce that well because I live in a bowl, so like I don't really get signal. So,
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not super good with
but I
cell
just
phone
I just wanted
logistics.
to, before this gets lost in translation, somebody made a comment earlier. Um, has anybody seen the International Space Station?
Yeah, what you mean, like from Earth?
Yeah,
Not with my own eyes, but yeah, I've seen like videos and
I,
stuff. Sure.
I've seen it. I've seen it with my own eyes. So we have went to space with rockets.
Well, that's a wild correlation to make.
How do you expect
You
us to
sound
get
like
that up
you
there?
sound like you have sunburn.
How did we get that up there?
Yeah, so that's the question. How do we have a thing in the sky? Like, you know what I mean? It's not that we have a International Space Station orbiting. I mean, actually, it's funny. Some I've heard, and I don't agree with this at all. I've heard some flat earthers that agree with low Earth orbit and how that might be possible. I mean, I would highly disagree with that. But I think we can get it pretty high up in the sky, right? And I don't think there's anything too far fetched with having certain, you know, like superpowered satellites. I don't know how you want to
What's keeping
like
it up?
airplanes,
What's
right?
keeping
Jets.
it up there?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is speculation. I mean, electrostatics is a thing, right? Like, I don't know the extent to military technology. I've seen some crazy things in the sky, right? Like, I've seen. I'm
I
not
can't
gonna give them.
explain it, but my model's not wrong.
Wait,
Well, I
I'm
mean,
confused because
can
I've
you?
been in an airplane. I
Sure.
fell out of a tree. Okay, like things fall down. You need something to keep it up, correct?
Well, yeah. I mean, are you aware of like? I was just bringing this up as like a sensitive point. With electrostatics. Like I don't know, because again, a lot of people do claim that they've seen UFOs, and I'm not saying UFOs with aliens. I myself have seen crazy shit in the sky, like technology that it's So it appears that would be otherworldly or like not of our not your run in the mill jets, right? So I don't know, and I'm not even suggesting that that's it, right? This is speculation. I can say it's a hologram. I could, and again, I don't think that, but I'm just saying I don't know what they're doing. Just because there's a thing in the sky doesn't mean that it's 250 miles up, orbiting around Earth, falling over backwards, and catching itself.
It is because I literally saw it with my own eyes go
Yeah,
by.
but
It
how
didn't stay
you?
static; it just went by.
Yeah, you seeing something in the sky is different from you going up 250 miles and floating in space, and you know what I'm saying? Like I agree that you do see something in the sky. I'm with you on that. It's just what is it? You're
Yeah, he's
roboting again.
roboting.
You're roboting again.
Okay, I have a question about ballistic calculations. Are any of you guys aware that ballistic calculations account for the curvature of the Earth?
Wait, ballistic? What do you mean by ballistic? Are you
Yes.
talking about long range?
Yeah, long range, like shooting. Yeah, rockets, bullets, missiles. Like in order for something to hit its target, the curvature of the Earth is accounted for in these calculations.
Yeah, and real quick, Jedi, I think you're still roboting. I don't know what's going on. You and Infamous, I don't know what's going on tonight.
That's
Yeah, they must be in Antarctica or something.
No,
But
yeah.
are you aware? Are you aware that the ballistic calculations account for the curvature of the Earth when people are firing rockets or even shooting like really long range missiles or
Yeah.
guns and stuff like that?
Wrong. Can I jump
Yeah.
in for a quick second on this?
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry.
Go for it.
Thank you. Just for a quick second. So my question to you as a rebuttal, have you researched the railgun? Are you familiar with the railgun?
No, what's a railgun?
You can Google it and just Google what the distance that a railgun can shoot to. We're talking 100 nautical miles, right? If the spheroid claim was true, then that would have to account for a 1.26 mile drop over that 100-mile distance. Just want to bring that in because you're talking about ballistics, and that is the biggest ballistic, and that requires line of sight in order for them to operate effectively. That's all. Amen.
Well,
Thank you.
it looks like it has to fire at an upward angle to account for the curvature of the Earth.
Absolutely not.
Really? Because that's what Google's telling
That
me.
is true because you can play any video game or any situation in real life when you shoot a gun from long range. You have to kind of shoot higher, and it's called bullet drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the Earth being a ball, though.
Yeah, absolutely
Ding
nothing.
dong.
Like
Well,
long distance
why in World
sniping,
War
we
II
aim
when you
over
shoot
the target in
you
long
shoot?
distance sniping because we know the bullet drops. Like it makes no sense.
Yeah, it's because of gravity, but then
I mean, artillery, when you can shoot artillery for like 30, 40, 50 miles, you have to aim it up, and it comes down and hits its target.
Same concept as a sniper. Yeah, you aim above the target because you know the bullet drops. You do the distance, elevation, and wind. All those factors makes the bullet.
Why does it drop though?
I would assume the railgun does the same thing, correct? So you have to aim up.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah,
would.
but I mean, like
can't prove
you have
gravity.
Yeah, but you have to aim up more than you would to just account for the bullet dropping.
Is the moon
accounting for the bullet dropping and the curvature of the Earth, correct?
Yeah.
With the railgun.
Yes.
Is the moon flat? Or is it round?
Not now, TV Navi.
Moon is fake.
Wow.
Okay, so a minute ago, y'all were talking about how the idea to convince people that the Earth is round is because humans are curious creatures, and if we were out looking for more land, then we would search and search until we eventually find like the ice wall or the edge of the Earth or whatever that may be.
Okay, hold on. I don't think anyone said that. These are your words, but go on.
Yeah. Well, and
Well,
again, that we were
You
that's
we were
what
doing.
weirdo.
Flatlander said.
Well, we were
No.
doing a one out of like a million different possibilities, right? You got to keep that. This
So
was not.
I have a question for you.
No, he's
Is there ever a picture of the wall?
Okay, wait. Okay, what's the end of the wall? Because we have two people talking about a wall. There is no magical ice wall. What you guys are referring to is Antarctica. It's just a very big continent at the bottom of a globe or at the edge of our known lands on a flat Earth, right? Like it's no different.
No,
that was a U.S.
just a
Navy
big
terminology.
continent with an ice wall.
It's
Yeah,
just
it's just described as an ice wall, like the White Cliffs of Dover.
So
Chalk cliffs,
are
right? This is the shoreline of Antarctica.
yes, yeah.
so who is behind this? Like, can I ask that? Who is behind this?
Yeah, I
The
mean
great and powerful Oz.
yeah, it's a speculative. I personally dive deep in that. I don't bring that kind of stuff here. I mean, like, I'd be more than happy to talk about it another time with you personally if you really want to go into that whole thing. I don't. I'm not claiming that I have it figured out either. I just think that I have a compelling argument. But that's a whole other can of worms that is definitely not for today. Again, if you really want to get into that, but and again, it's speculation.
Why is it not for today?
Oh well, I don't. First of all, I'm not going to be here all night. And
Because
if
it's
you,
speculation. Generally in this channel, we talk with empirical stuff. Sorry,
yeah,
Use the
Flatlander.
force.
It's
Use the
speculation.
force,
It's what
Jedi.
Flatlander's trying to point out. He doesn't know, so he doesn't want to wake up.
You're still roboting.
Try to
It's
get
yeah,
a solid answer.
You are weaken the
Jedi,
force.
Jedi, we still can't
All
hear
right,
you.
thank you.
Sorry, you're just roboting. I'm joking, but you're
But
just
yeah,
roboting, dude.
but yeah, we don't do that in here. Like he was trying to say that this is mostly just talking about empirical stuff. I'm technically not even allowed. I guess. I mean, you know, it's not up to me. This is not my server. I'm not even allowed to like speculate and give you these answers technically, because yeah, it's not up to me. It's not.
Say words. You're talking.
Wait,
It's a
who's
conversation. It's fine. Just say words.
is
Don't worry about it.
wait is
Me?
anyone in here able to explain who is behind the globe Earth?
May I have to go very soon. I've been listening for hours.
Carly.
Sure.
Too spooky. Okay. Normally we have addressed this question: why should they lie, and what is the advantage? By saying that is irrelevant, because you're just avoiding the question: why is the curvature not uh, being detected? We cannot find the curvature when we make observation, but nevertheless, to lie to someone that a duck is a cat and use the advantage that I have, the power that people appeal to me as a person of power, that would make you like running in circles trying to prove the obvious that a duck is a duck because you can see it's a duck. Okay, it's like it makes you run in circles. So uh, it's difficult. It's difficult to answer a topic which is subjective. Why a serial killer is a serial killer? It doesn't make sense, and you cannot answer it because if he's a psychopath and a crazy, he doesn't. You cannot apply logic to the way he thinks. So the point is, actually, we normally address this question by saying it is an an irrelevant question. Because how does that prove that the Earth is curving when we were never able to address. Uh, we were never able
This just
to
seems like
show.
this just seems like a dodge though. Like this is a really basic
Wait
question.
a minute. Wait a minute. What do you mean? What do you mean with the dodge? You've been speaking and ranting for moments, for hours. Okay, and let me point this out.
Been
You
here for
make a
like 10
claim.
minutes.
You make a claim. Wait a minute.
Only a
Wait a
short
minute.
attention span.
Wait a minute. You make a claim. Everything counts for curvature. You are just making a claim without providing any
Okay.
neither an explanation nor a proof. Like you are claiming that high towers only prove the Earth is curved because that would be only advantageous on
Okay.
only on a curved. May I finish? You are claiming that's advantageous only on a ball. It could be advantageous on a flat Earth too. So what do you mean cell phones work only on the globe? It's just a
Okay.
claim. You claim that everything counts for curvature without providing any proof and explanation.
Okay.
Can you please provide any proof that it's counting for curvature? You don't
So
count. You don't count in civil engineering, even though Google tells you now, yeah, you count for curvature, but you don't count for curvature because I have studied civil engineering. Okay, and I'm 58 years old. And at that time, they told us in the university, according to American specifications, I studied civil engineering, don't count for curvature, neither in surveying, nor in bridge building, nor in highway building structure, nor in a railway structure. So
Okay. So
Google
look.
could lie. It's in the
Okay, man. All right.
it's
Hey,
a
calm
slave.
down.
It's a slave of the. Look, you have been talking for hours. You have been bullshitting
Hours?
us.
Dude, I've been in here for like 15
You
minutes.
have been bullshitting us with claims, not providing proof, just
Okay,
making
man.
a claim and claiming a win. So
All right.
where are your explanation? Why isn't
Look,
it
hey, look.
advantageous also on a flat Earth to have high towers? Because the flat Earth is not actually completely flat. It
Right.
has a terrain. It has a terrain. What we mean is that the Earth is level. Okay, so that we will not give you a playing room. Okay, yeah, I agree. Flat would mean something like flat, like smooth. Okay, let's say it's level, it's horizontal, it's not curving. Okay, the best way to take any advantage for you to bullshit us is to say the Earth is not curving. Okay, so on a flat
Okay.
Earth, it's also
Okay.
advantageous to have high towers because we also have high buildings which act as obstacles for the signals, and the perspective works in. So it's not only advantageous on a globe. So it doesn't prove any shit that the Earth is a globe just to have high towers. Bullshitting us,
All right.
just claiming
Okay.
things.
Well,
Then you claim
dude,
that
all
I'm
right.
ranting. Of course, I will get frustrated because you're bullshitting us. You're trolling us. Oh my god. Okay.
First of all, I
Okay.
have not
I
claimed that
said I have to go very soon. Okay. Just keep bullshitting us, you fucking troll.
look. First of all, I'm not claiming that I've won any interaction or debate or anything. All right. You are correct that I have not provided sufficient
Sounds like he
evidence.
just won, buddy.
Yeah, dude, he dipped. It's just don't even worry about it.
That was crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I hope y'all think I'm not trying to troll you, okay? Like I'm really not. You know, if I was trying to troll you, I'd be a lot more like, smug
No,
and
you're not.
rude.
You're not trolling. I've seen many trolls in here. You're not. You just have questions, which is.
Yeah, I guess like the main thing, this is why I'm certainly conspiracy sympathetic. I'm very sympathetic to conspiracies. There's a lot that I think are legit, and I think it's a fair statement to say if you want to know who controls you, just look at who you cannot criticize. You know, but that's kind of also why I'm asking this question is like I just don't understand
You're seeking
why.
motive. You're
Can I say
seeking
something,
motive.
Yeah.
Hold
Dookie?
on a sec. Just hold on a minute. You're seeking motive, which is fine. So my rebuttal to your seeking motive is: did you ever, when you were growing up, ever lie to your parents to gain something?
Yeah, all the time, all
That's
the time.
there you go. So you can appeal to yourself in order to understand the motivation as to why somebody would lie. Please go ahead with
That makes
whoever's
sense,
trying to
though.
get in.
I
Yeah,
still
yeah.
want
I
to
just,
motivate. That doesn't make sense.
That
I
was
can't
me.
even
That was
motivate
Brother
myself
Ranger.
to get out of bed sometimes.
I just don't understand like who is behind this. Like, why is that such a contested thing? Why does nobody want to answer who's behind this?
Because I'll just say my 2 cents. I don't know.
Because nobody knows.
I can't speak for everybody, but most people say, oh, when you say something like, oh, they're hiding God, you say, oh, of course it's about religion because you may be an atheist or uh whatever other reason you can think of. That's the only thing popped in my head at the moment. But it would be speculation ultimately, because like whoever that was just said, it's based off of your perspective.
Well, I mean, well, here, let me give you an example. Some of you guys may contest this. Some of you guys may agree with this, but I think it's pretty fair to say that there is a conspiracy of bankers, and I think it's also, I mean, it shouldn't even really be controversial to say. Some of you guys may disagree, but it's pretty obvious who owns the banks. Like that's Jews, and I don't
The
mean that to
Jews.
be anti-Semitic or anything. Okay, but
All right,
The Jews.
before it
So
gets
as
why
too
far as
bad,
why's the
far
before it
question
gets
been
too bad,
gone?
Spooky Dookie,
Can
that
you do me a
that
favour?
conversation
Sorry,
aside,
just
what we
gonna
can
jump in
agree
really
on.
quickly whilst
All
I
right, go ahead,
can.
go ahead.
yeah, I mean, as far as like if people ask me, like,
Thank you.
oh,
Instead
do
of
you
using,
believe?
instead of
I mean,
this is
can I can I
terrible.
can I can I get
Instead
this
of using
question
the J
out?
word, just use something else.
The Jews.
Can I just
Well,
help you say your question? Instead of using the
no,
J word, can
no,
you use
no,
something
because
else?
I haven't even fully asked it yet. I just made a statement that prefaces my question.
I know, but
No,
instead of
you're
saying the
answering
G
your
word, can
question.
you just say
We're
something
done.
else? That's all I'm asking you to do.
Yeah, he just said stop saying the J word, but I just
My
wanted to
God.
interject with something really, really quick. Spooky Dookie is not the big deal. Just let's just say we agree with that premise.
Yes. We all do. We
Okay,
understand
okay,
exactly who you're talking about. Say tiny
okay.
hats
So
next time.
okay, okay. I won't say J. I'll say tiny hat. All right. So
There you go.
when somebody asks me, Spooky, do you believe that there is a conspiracy of international bankers? I say, well, of course. And then when they ask, well, who is it? I mean, it's very easy for me to just say it's the tiny.
I tried to save him, but all right.
Yeah, yeah, we've got to be careful there, guys, and well done for picking that up. But yes, going back to the trying to hide God thing, well, of course, because they're showing you a ball Earth that we're measuring flat here on Earth. God didn't create a ball Earth hurtling through the universe. God created a flat Earth for all of us to live on. It's as simple as that. So let's get with the program, the Globers.
Absolutely, Jen. I was going to start there first, but then I was going to ask why. It's, we keep hearing this with this question, and it's up to them to figure out why they lie. And they keep asking us. Like everyone has a different reason, is what I was trying to say. Some people are religious, some people aren't. Some people want the truth. Some people
That's
are.
right.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
that's what I
no,
was trying to say.
I agree 100% what you said, because those who are religious and they got to flat out through the religion, well done, good luck, carry on living. I mean, I can't stop you. So go ahead, you know what I mean? And then those of us who got there through investigating moon landing, it was offered up and then you looked in, well done, good luck, enjoy your lives. I mean, what's going on here, you know? No need to sweat it. The point is we're not living on a ball earth that's flying through the universe, and God didn't create that. No, created a flat earth. And that should make everybody think, how did he engineer that? That's what blows my mind. How did he manage to engineer all of that and then bring in all the fruits, vegetables, and then the life on the earth itself with all the systems that are in place? You're going to find out when you pass on. This is why I say it's a test. It cannot be that you are put on this earth, right, to be allowed and allow a small 1% to control your lives on what God has created. Price to pay there, I'm sure. Okay, we're letting the Creator down because we're not living to the best we possibly can together as humanity. You understand? Okay, I'll stop there. And nice to hear your voice, Jedi. Yes, bit rough audio there, but well done. Woo.
Is it finally stop roboting now, dude?
Yes, it's still roboting a little bit there, Jedi. Okay. What did you give it a lot of drink or something, or what happened to the mic?
Sucks. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, no problem.
The
I absolutely miss you guys, Jedi, Chins, all you guys.
So does like the server kick you if you mention those people or what?
Well,
Just
I
drop it.
just think,
Just drop it.
yeah, we just don't need to be
Yeah.
doing that. Yeah, we just got to be very careful. I say we don't do the J bashing. We don't do that here. Okay, not that we're doing that. We don't. They don't need to be on the
What we
menu.
got?
Yeah, they don't even
Well,
need to
if
be
there's
on the menu. Yeah.
well, if y'all aren't bashing them, then like I just don't
Just
understand
very
like why
quickly.
it's so
Hopefully,
hard
I'm
to
not
answer.
roboting.
Because even
Yeah.
if you say the C word or the shot word, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I leave them out of the equation because we already know. So we don't. I don't have to bring that up. We all know that already. So unless I'm on another server where there's no problem with that, then I can talk about that. Okay, and I do. I'm the most vocal, honestly. Yeah, but
For the
on the
record,
flat Earth, you can't do it. Yeah, go ahead.
so yeah, there are
Joshua,
there are rooms for
right.
those
It's because
discussions.
it's because
So
Go
this
ahead.
so this room. So let me understand correctly. This room is strictly dedicated to contesting the shape of the Earth, but not why.
Oh no, yeah. Why, as well as where we speculate, of course, on Speculation Sunday, for example. Yeah, that happens, of course.
Why though? Why nobody can answer why? I
Well,
asked
your
two, and then I
guess
got
is as
muted,
good
and
as
now I'm
mine.
asking why.
Ding dong. Your guess is as good
because
as
it's
mine.
speculation, and we try to do it from empirical stuff. All right, I'm gonna go. If I'm not coming for it, there's no point being here.
Yeah, sorry about that, Jedi. That audio is rough, man. Today.
Yeah, we're just
Yes, because
ultimately trying to stay on topic. That's all.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what we're doing, and to speak to what we can prove and what we know that we can prove. You see, that's the main thing. Okay, that's it.
Well, if you can't prove who's doing it or why they're doing it, then like it seems like you're working backwards from the desired
Well, no, we're
conclusion.
not.
Just
It's not. It's
Not
not taking.
exactly.
Hang on a second. It is not devaluing or taking away or undermining or thinning out the truth. What we put down is foundational facts. Okay, and that is we are not living on a ball that is hurtling through the universe. Why would they lie? It's down to you to go and ask them. Somebody lies to me, I'm going to go and ask the person, why did you lie and why are you lying? That's what you do. Okay, it's that simple. Don't sweat it here. You're
Yeah.
sweating it now.
okay.
You're panicking.
So why is it that when you fly east and you
Yeah,
continue to fly east, you eventually end up back in the same spot? Is there a reason for that?
because you're going around because you're following the compass heading, right? And it will take you in that direction, and that can happen on a flat surface. You go to you live where you live. You go to the clothes shop. You go to the sweet shop. You go to the fast foods, DIY
Huh?
camera shop, more clothings, car dealership, and you come back round to where you live. You've gone in a circle. It doesn't prove you're on a spare, does it? Come on, man.
Okay, so what about if you fly southeast? Then would you not eventually hit the wall if you fly southeast?
You know what? I would love that to happen. You know that for me, the point is, if you say you fly southeast on a heading, that means you fix the flaps and the rudder tail sections, and you're holding a straight line heading. I would hope that we hit the ice wall. That's what I would
Well,
hope to happen. Do I
well,
know
don't
that's
people
definitely going to
fly?
happen? Hang on, I'm nearly there. Do I know that would 100% happen? No, because I haven't made that flight yet. But that's my prediction. Yes.
Okay, but are
I
there
mean,
not people that have?
Furthermore, we couldn't because the Antarctic Treaty, no fly zones. We
Of
can't go
course.
past 60 degrees south. I'm sure you know these things.
Yeah. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
so
That's
okay,
a
so
very important part that I should have said first. But yes, of
okay,
course,
so what
there
if you
are
fly?
there
What if
are
you fly
there are
northeast?
governmental restrictions,
Yeah, I get it.
military
There's
restrictions as
restrictions.
to going that
I
far
get it.
anyway on your own. Okay, good.
So what if you
All over
fly
the earth.
northeast?
All over the earth, especially in the north, yes. No fly
Yeah,
zones, places you
yeah,
can't go. Yes.
yeah, and Antarctica as well. But carry on. Carry on.
Yeah, I
Your
don't know.
questions.
Did Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to give a
Mm.
conclusion here. I'm going to
Yeah,
give
go
you
ahead.
guys kind of a conclusive statement.
Mm.
Um, I think there's the answers are more convoluted than the question, and I think what's going on is you guys start with the desired conclusion, which is the Earth is flat, and then what you do is you work backwards from it, rather
You know
than
what that
just
sounds like?
looking at the existing evidence around you
You know what that sounds like to me,
to get
Spooky
an
Booby? That sounds like the globe
All right.
explanation for seasons to me. Yeah. Have you looked into it?
I've looked into this stuff. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so we
Yeah,
being
It's
I've
pushed
quite.
been
farther
on a
away
plane
for
that
being
flew
hotter
eastward.
and being tilted closer to the sun and being colder. Yeah, that makes sense to you?
Yeah, it does actually.
Okay,
No,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
convoluted.
I
That's
see where you
convoluted.
exactly.
That's convoluted, I'm afraid, you know. And again, either it is an oblate spheroid or it isn't. We've taken the numbers they've given us. We've gone out to measure it, so we now know that the Earth is flat. This is not something a trend, a fashion statement, or the in thing. It's a fact. Okay.
Wait a
Now
minute.
you
I have a
You make a
personally,
question.
good
I'm
point.
nearly there.
When I
I'm
put
nearly
my
there.
lighter closer to my hand, it does burn more.
Yeah, yeah, it does. Thank you. So you yourself haven't gone out to measure. You haven't actually gone out to measure your curvature that you believe that's there. Go and do that. Please go and measure the surface of the Earth and prove to yourself
Yeah, Uber
that it's a
flat earthers,
globe,
stop
and then
doing
bring it
that.
to us.
Uber flat earthers, stop doing that, please. Just yang through him. That's rude. Wait till he's
Yeah.
done and then some.
Yeah, I was trying to say for him to go out and actually measure the curvature that he believes is there. Then once he's done that and he's convinced himself, he can then bring that to us and show us where we've gone wrong. It's that simple. But you haven't
Well,
done that. And ladies and gentlemen,
I could do that. You know, I could do
go
that,
and
but
don't give me the I could do that. Go and do that. You need to do that. But
yeah,
otherwise,
I
you
mean,
can't make the
again,
claim that the Earth is
yeah,
a globe.
I get it. That you have to.
Indigent, stop it.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
I'm still unclear on the motivation. I'm still.
Well, go and ask the educators. Go and ask them. Go and ask NASA. Go and ask the space agencies.
Well, you
Take the
guys have
evidence
asked.
we've given you.
Have you
Go
guys
and ask
asked?
them.
Again,
Have
Yeah,
you
I
they,
asked?
implore you
yeah,
to
NASA told us it's flat.
to think
NASA
about
We're
it
told
for
not
us
the
it's flat,
yourself.
liars.
yeah.
Yeah, we are not the
Don't be so
liars.
lazy.
Yeah, we're
Well,
not the
yeah. I
ones
mean, like
lying here.
you're telling me that I
This
should
seems
go
like not
conduct.
an option for you. What,
Yes,
you're
you
unable to
should go
think
and
for
do it.
We're all.
yourself?
Yeah,
Oh no, we're all just
yeah.
gonna talk over each other. All right,
Well,
cool.
that's you.
So
That's you all the time.
Well,
you're
yeah,
telling
you're the
me.
one protesting, saying there's no clear answers, and now you're saying there's too many.
It's
All right,
silly. You're,
so
you're convoluted.
let me try
Hey,
to get like
Spooky.
let me try to get 3 consecutive sentences out. All right.
Go ahead.
You're gonna bitch and moan
So
some more.
so you guys are
You're
telling
trying to
me.
speed run this thing.
All right, yeah. I mean, I see why you guys think you're right.
All
Because
right,
you talk
Spooky.
more than you listen.
Spooky. A
Come
lot
on,
of people
dude.
are talking, Spooky. A lot of people want to
Yeah,
listen.
spooky
But
dooky.
before you ask your question, I just have one question.
No. I'm not going to answer questions if you
Okay,
guys
go
are
ahead.
not going to
All right,
answer
go
That's
ahead.
questions.
okay.
Go ahead.
That's
I
okay.
understand.
Spooky
I know
dooky.
you and your feelings.
Let him
Go
get
ahead.
back up in
Go
his
ahead.
soapbox.
Yeah, go on, spooky
All right,
dookie. Go ahead.
so you guys, this is a 3-sentence question.
Go ahead.
Sentence 1: you guys are telling me that I should go do these measurements myself. Sentence 2 is, if I should go do these measurements myself to prove that the Earth is actually round or flat, then why do have you guys not asked these people who convince you that the Earth is round? Have you not asked them like why they're trying
Yes,
to convince you? I mean, do
yes,
you have an answer?
yes. I personally have. I've done measurements myself. I've used my
No, I'm
military
saying,
ID, went to satellite beach, observed the satellites how they're
did you
made.
ask
You're
them
I'm
talking
like,
when
why
he's talking
the
here.
oh my God, he won't. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe
spooky
he wants to
dookie.
talk
You
to
know,
me.
we let you get your 3-sentence questions out,
Wait,
and now
I got.
you're interrupting the answer. Shut up.
Clearly,
Yeah, you guys are all fucking retarded as shit.
Shut up.
I really
Don't
don't feel
start
bad
throwing
for you.
yeah,
insults.
we're
Don't throw
retarded.
any
Now your
insults.
feelings are hurt. Okay, yeah, we
With a
get it.
name
You
like
asked the
spooky
question.
dookie.
You were getting your
Hey, why y'all
question
yapping
answered.
above each
Yeah,
other?
Now
Like,
you're
really?
mad. We get it.
yeah. With a name
Wait,
like
Jen, I have a
spooky
question. Can you
dookie.
prove anything? Can you prove
These motherfuckers
anything?
lazy. They're
No, Jen, but
crazy.
like generally, can you prove anything? Not even like above flat Earth.
These people are fucking
Oh, yeah, things
insane.
can be proven, of course.
Yes, I can prove I'm 5'9"
Yeah,
right
can
now.
you prove that you
What
came
is
out of your
happening?
mother's vagina and that you're not adopted?
That is the
Yes, she
course.
has the
That is the
C-section
course for
scars.
every
What is
human being to
happening
be
right
born.
now? Can
Yeah,
somebody block this clown?
yeah. That is
Confirm,
the
Blondie
course for
clown.
every human being.
Yeah.
I know I didn't come out of an elephant's vagina. That's for sure.
Bro, I
Okay, wait,
love
so
this shit. I love
So what's their
well, you
motivation
could be
again?
adopted though.
What's their motivation? Like, does anyone have an answer for that, or
Yeah,
are you just gonna tell me I
he's
have to
the
go ask
agent
them
in place,
myself?
by the
Are
way.
you going to keep
He's
asking
the
the
crazy
same
agent in place.
question, not accept one theoretical answer, and then keep asking the question again? Is that
What's the
That's just
motivation? I'm
nerdy ass
yet to
nigga
hear what the
fucking getting mad
motivation
in the
is.
background, bro.
Yeah,
Anyways,
well,
What's the
continue, Jen. Go
motivation?
ahead.
Hey, somebody get rid of Master Debater, or
That's
yeah,
such your nerdy ass up, bro. You just bitching in the background.
yeah, you can
Anyway,
Where's
stop
mine
using.
at?
We don't use the N word in here, Master Debater. You can leave.
dweeb.
Yeah,
Anyway,
so we've got to be very
What's
careful.
what is the
And we're skating
motivation?
on
What is
thin
the
ice.
motivation?
the
What is the
motivation is for him
motivation?
to
Why
prove
is
the
Master
flat Earth
Debater
is
still
dweeb.
talking after you the N word? Somebody.
Yeah.
Seems to be no
Thank
way
you.
to mute them. Not on my screen. I don't know why. The
What
option
is the
isn't there.
motivation?
How do we deal with these people?
You come to your own conclusion,
Mass
Dookie Dookie.
control of the populace. Control, mind control and control of the populace.
Maybe money,
Control
66
them
Of
or
how?
course, it's
68
definitely
now,
money, but that's also
$68
part of
million
the...
a day. I mean, I don't
yeah,
know.
yeah,
You come
yeah,
up with your own
67 million.
answer.
Yeah, they're trying to
Yes.
control you guys because they know that y'all
No,
are all
dude.
sub
Now
80
you're
IQ.
coping. You're coping hard.
I mean, you already spiraled. It's not like you're listening to anything you're
That's too
asking. So
bad,
yeah,
Spooky.
kind of
Yeah,
pointless.
yeah.
Yeah, sure.
This is a live stream, and they're listening to, and they're learning the psychology of
Who's
people who have
they?
lost.
Who's
They,
they?
those who are listening in the YouTube live stream. Okay, those who are listening, right? They're listeners. The ones who are spending their time to learn something. They're learning here as well. They're learning
Yeah, I'm sure
how
they're learning a lot
the
of valuable
psychology of
information.
somebody who's lost,
Well, they're here. They're
lost the
listening to
thread of
you.
life,
Flame
lost the
out.
direction, okay, and has no idea what's going on around him, and has given up. This is an individual who's given up. Okay,
Yeah,
he believes
maybe
in
the
something,
reason.
and we're telling
Yeah,
him
okay.
you're
Okay, so
not
we're
you're
just gonna
believing
talk
in the
over each
wrong
other.
thing because
Cool.
you haven't checked it.
Maybe the reason that you
That's
guys
why
are
you've got a
ostracized
belief
from your
system going.
jobs when you
Because
tell them
for
that you think
believing
the
to
Earth is
believe something
flat
means
is
to
because
accept
they
information without
realize that you
confirmation
are
or
incompetent
validation,
You
which is
are
what
a
he's
clear
doing.
dumb as
He hasn't
fucking
sky.
proven
shit.
to himself that the Earth is the
Okay,
globe, and when we
great.
point that out to
Uh-huh.
him, that he actually
Yeah.
doesn't have knowledge, he can't make the claim to know the Earth is the globe. That
Yeah,
really hurts
that's
him
correct.
because it's an embarrassing
Yeah,
thing, and it is
you're right.
true. And he can't
I'm
prove
very
it to
hurt.
himself. So it's a double whammy of pain, psychological
Yes.
pain. So he tries to try to undermine us flat earthers, but he can't do that. We're indestructible on this
Yeah,
point
you're right. I
because we've
can't
gone out
undermine you
to measure
guys.
the curvature only to discover the flat earth.
Mm-hmm.
And when you make that discovery, that's
Yep.
a massive lie. So then you wait for others to come along.
Uh-huh.
They've checked it themselves. Here we are telling everybody
Yep.
else. Simple.
All right. Well, this has been very informative. I really appreciate you guys
I'm
opening
glad
my
to hear that.
eyes.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear that? That's it.
Flat,
That's the
flat earthers are
somebody
more
who's leaving
discriminated
now.
against than Holocaust deniers.
Yeah. Well, as far as I'm concerned, that's not what we talk about here. You keep doing that. That's another attempt to try to undermine the server and the good work being done.
That was
and
a
that has
flat
been
earther
done over
that
the
said
years.
that. That was a flat
Oh
earther that
well,
said
that's
that.
a little bit
No, it wasn't.
unfortunate. Yeah. Never mind.
Yeah, get some help, man. Get some help.
Dude, fireman. I can't even understand what fireman.
You can't understand the fact that you haven't measured the curvature of the Earth. Measure that, please. Go and measure that. That's quite simple to do. If it's there, it should be there. They tell us it's there. Go find it. But well done, guys. Anyway, I came in and it was the God situation. Then you've all handled that quite well. Obviously, there's a creator. It wasn't a big bang, right?
Obviously, you think obviously there's a creator. Obviously, what makes you
Yeah.
think obvious? That seems kind of stupid to just say obviously. When
Oh,
there's
obviously, yeah. So it's
there's
obvious there's a
literally,
creator.
brother, there's no evidence at all that
Well, then
God.
you're walking around with your eyes wide shut. That's all you're doing at the moment. The truth is in plain sight.
So you think
You, ladies and gentlemen, you take one leaf off a tree and there's God's work right there. You look at your hand, God's work
that's
right
what
there.
he's saying.
You look at your children. If you're married and you have children, there's God's work right there. You look at the pistachio nut and you touch it, pleasing to the touch. You crack it open, and then the aroma hits you in the mouth. You're already salivating. You pop it in your mouth. You chew. Right? No man made that nut, but yet there it is. God created a nut for you to eat, so you can be nourished. Beautiful. Okay, the humble pistachio nut, ladies and gentlemen. God made that. Didn't come from any man. We can grow them now. We can maintain it. But the initial seed to grow that thing, God made that seed. I didn't make that seed. I can't make a seed. Can we make a seed to make an orange? Can we make a seed to make a tomato? We can't make that seed. Can't make it. God's work. So God's work is in clear in plain sight, and it doesn't make you a weak human being. It helps you to understand that there is a greater force than you, the human being, and you should know your place on this flat earth that God's created. You are a custodian for the generations yet to come to enjoy this earth. So you don't have the right to destroy it. It is not yours to destroy. It is yours to enjoy and protect.
Hey,
and
Jen,
then
hold
and
on
move
for a
on.
second. Jen,
Yeah,
just hold
go
on for a
ahead.
second. Fireman, just so you know, you sound like you're hiding under your pillow, submerged in your bathtub. Mate, stop mumbling. Belly up to that
Yeah.
microphone. Speak to it properly. Like, 'cause seriously, I'm struggling to hear you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Matrix. Yeah. Anyway, I'll stop there, but you get the message, ladies and gentlemen. You know, it's a beautiful flat Earth. There you are. Oh, I tell you.
What is this spooky dokey thing complaining about inside chat?
I
What is
am
his
nothing.
basic question?
Clearly
Yeah,
trolling us.
mate. He was trolling us. Yeah,
Oh,
he
fair
was
enough.
trolling us all the time. How is my mic?
Oh, your mic is good.
Okay, thanks.
You're right,
Thank
Zerka.
you. Hey, what's up, Patrick? Yeah, this guy was
Oh.
trolling us all the time, just making claims that everything counts for curvature without providing any evidence, without
So you
providing any
don't have to measure
explanation
curvature
how.
anymore. We just assume it
Yeah,
now.
but I have to say this. What annoys me, another flat earther. How is he called? Flat Earth Lander? Is he still there? It's not Flat Earth Ranger. No, he hasn't moved on.
Flatlander?
The
There's
other,
a Flatlander?
yeah, I think he has a pitched voice. Yeah, he said no, you're okay. He said to Spooky, no, you're okay, bro. You're not trolling us. He was trolling us, bro. Like, come on, just making a claim that high towers count for curvature, and I told him, how does that prove? Normally, we address this point. Why do they lie? Why do they lie? What is the intention by saying it's irrelevant? And by claiming that cell phones prove globe because high towers, yeah, work only on a globe. What does that mean? It is also advantageous to have high towers on a flat Earth, or let's say level, not curved Earth, because a level or not curved Earth or flat Earth has also terrain and has high buildings which act like as obstacles, and it
How
would
dare
always
you
be an
suggest our
advantage.
planar realm has topography? You naughty little man.
Yeah, exactly. Topography, terrain, topography. Yeah, yeah. We have also hills and valleys, and yeah, it's always advantageous to have high towers. So how does that prove the globe? I mean, why do you avoid the question, where is the curvature? We were all globers, and then we took notice when someone asked question, where is the curvature? When someone claimed that he made an observation and he saw too far. And Matrix, people always underestimate what you said when they hide and excuse themselves and blame the how far we can see, blame it on refraction. And you made the great point when you said, so when we use infrared cameras or filters, then we can see further because it cuts through refraction. So you cannot claim both. It cannot be that less refraction with infrared makes us see further, and more refraction makes us see further. It looks like more refraction
would prevent us from seeing further. You remember, you came with that. You came with that.
If
Formulation
you've
when you
got
said refraction actually kills the globe. It
well,
doesn't
if
help
you've
you. Do you
got a
remember?
perfectly clear image, anything you do that makes that image not perfectly clear only disables your ability to see.
Yeah,
So if
but
you
you
add
get
fog,
the
makes it
point.
less able to see. If you make it anything other than a perfectly clear image, you're only disabling
Exactly.
your best opportunities to see the greatest distance. So as soon as they claim there's any effect in the way of a perfectly clean picture, that only disables how far they can see.
Exactly. And as you put it, refraction kills. Doesn't help the globe. It kills the globe actually. And you're right. And you explained it. That's what I mean. He doesn't even explain when he makes a claim. Like, yeah, cell phones and high towers prove the globe. You
That's normal,
explain
mate.
that
Don't let
he's
it
yeah, yeah,
don't let
that's what
it
I'm
get to you.
saying.
That's normal.
That is, yeah, but it is trolling when he continues and no one shuts him down and no one puts him in his place, that he's trolling, that he's just making claims and claiming win, because when no one puts him in his place, it sounds like he's winning, but he's not winning. You're not winning. Can you please just explain, just like Matrix now explained when he talked about when you put anything which into a clear vision, which disturbs the clear vision and makes it less clear, it only disables the ability of seeing further. It's not difficult to explain things logically. He just makes a claim and doesn't provide
It's all right, mate.
any proof.
Don't lose any
Yeah,
sleep.
doesn't provide. Okay.
Yeah, I
But you
think
get my point.
what was
You get
going
my
on.
point. You get my point.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah, what
annoying.
was
Sorry, I
going
just
on.
want to point this. Yeah, but I just want to, last thing I want to point. It is also annoying for a flat earther to tell the glober, bro, you're right, you're not trolling. When he was definitely trolling. Was it Flatlander or something like that? I don't know exactly. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's not fair. That's not fair, bro.
It's okay. I think what was going on is that they were affording him just a little bit of courtesy. That's what sometimes that does happen on this server, just to allow the guy to get it all out of his system, and then later on you can pick up where maybe one of our colleagues missed something. I'm guilty of that, so someone else can pick that up, and that's fine. We got to allow the individual who comes in to settle in, even if he's trolling, and we know he's trolling. Let him settle in, he or she, and then you can start to ask the questions and break down his position one question at a time. That's what we've got to do. Sometimes you've got to allow them to
Yeah.
troll.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. But then we have to point out and not help them by telling them, no, you're not trolling. You're okay. You're not okay because he's just making a claim, and it's very easy to point out that he's making a claim and neither providing a proof nor a simple logical explanation. Why does he think that high towers prove that the Earth could only be a globe? It's like the Aristotelian experiment or measurement. It could work on a flat plane and with a closer sun, and it could work on a globe, on alleged globe. What I mean is, yeah, of course, we like them to spill the beans so that we can put them to shame. Isn't that the reason why we want them to spill the beans? And to show how stupid their model are, so that we should put them to shame? Instead of they calling us low IQ human beings, subhumans, they come here and usually do that.
Berserker,
Yeah.
don't let the trolls get to you, mate. You get
No,
used
they
to
are
it.
not getting to me. It's fun. Yeah, it's
It
fun
doesn't
to
sound like it.
put them to shame.
It's called giving them
Yeah,
enough rope. Sometimes you just stand back, feed the rope in, and eventually they will start running, and the rope snaps back, and their feet go out from
yeah,
underneath them. So it's just a matter of time before they sink themselves. So whether if they want to go hardcore and be full troll idiots and then get wrecked, or they want to be given enough rope and rail themselves, either way, it doesn't matter. It's the same effect. When there's a whole
yeah,
lineup of them, it's all right to slap them down quick because the next one's just going to
Yeah,
come in. When there's
yeah,
only one,
but
let them run.
yeah, but Matrix, why is it that I'm letting the trolls get into me by trying to point out that everything he's saying is nonsense? That's fun. I'm not triggered, or I just enjoy to point out that what he was saying doesn't make any sense because it works on both a curved earth and non-curved earth, on a globe and a flat earth. On both, high towers are advantageous and provide an advantage to reach further, to send the signals to further. No, it's not that I'm triggered, or it's not that I let the trolls get into me. No, it's after an hour or two. I mean, sooner or later we will have to point out and say, at least say, what you just have said doesn't make any sense. It's the most stupid thing that I heard. It's just a claim without providing any. What is wrong with that? To challenge them? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I could sit here and listen for hours. Actually, I was sitting here and listening for hours and not saying anything. I do that most of the time. Oh, yeah, it's not a problem to challenge them after they have spilled the beans for an hour or two. That's okay. That's why we want them to spill the beans, right? I just want to share. I just want to make sure. Do you get my point? I'm not angry. I'm just,
Yes.
yeah. I just like to enjoy the win. We have the win. We have the cards. Why should we fold?
Well, how
Okay,
about
1 hour,
I change your
2 hours for
Berserker?
them.
How about we change your mentality? Instead of going for the win, go for the education level. Get them to understand what's going on instead of haha, I win.
I'm not. I didn't mean win. Ha ha ha. I won. No, what I meant with the win is for people who are listening, who are on the fence, or who are globers. I mean, people like winners. If you like it or not, people like winners, people like heroes, okay, and people like those who win the debate. So, at one point or another,
That's the issue right there.
you have to
That's
tell
the
him,
issue, Berserker.
yeah,
There's
yeah,
no
you have to
debate.
show him he didn't make any sense
No,
with
Berserker,
his.
you just said it's about winning the debate. That's the problem. There's no debate. You can't debate measurements, bro. What are we going to debate?
Okay,
What's your favorite
thank
color
you.
tape measure?
Thank you, thank you, thank you for pointing out the obvious. Yeah, actually, the debate is over because you cannot debate measurements, and that
Well,
is
you can.
something which
You
I.
can debate whether they're right or wrong, but if I'm going to say they're wrong, I've got to now put something forward that contradicts what you've got.
Yeah, but I
don't know about measurements.
always quote you when you say, "Can you debate a measurement?" If you already did put the measuring tape on your table and measured it exactly
Yeah.
how long and how wide it is, can you debate that? No, you cannot debate that. No, that's a great point. Actually, there should be actually no debate, and that's why
Well,
I
you can
said
debate
these.
it, but the way you debate measurements is by putting forward other measurements. That's how you debate it.
Yeah, yeah,
So if I
you can
make a
only
claim,
debate.
that my table is 6 foot long and you say no, it's 7 foot, all of a sudden now the debate comes down to it getting measured, thus answering the question.
Yeah, that means that you both have to meet personally and measure the table once again. That's not a debate. That's actually a repetition to replicate the measurement.
Measurement, yeah.
Yeah, 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 and that is why I was making the point. Actually, normally we say this question: why do they have to lie, and why do so many people have to work or comply with the lie is irrelevant because they are just avoiding the question, where is the curvature? Why cannot we detect the curvature? How can we see so far? And refraction doesn't help at all. It kills their argument and their excuse. Now the question is the measurement. It has been measured by observations and by using the oil rig of habitat at a distance of 9.4 that turns the observation into empirical measurement, because everyone can go to Google and see how far the habitat oil rig is. So that makes the observation not only an observation, but also an empirical measurement, because we can see that the horizon behind the oil rig is further than 9.4 or 10.1 miles. So how is that possible on an alleged sphere with a radius of 3959? They never answer that question. Their only excuse is refraction. So you're right. There is no need for debate. Debate is actually over
Look,
because
can I
the
ask you a
measurement is
question?
there. Go ahead.
I used to live in Argentina in San Miguel near Buenos Aires, and now I live in Italy. And I am an amateur astronomer. I have a telescope. When I look at the night sky of my girlfriend from my girlfriend's house, terrace, second floor in Argentina, I see different stars than the ones I look at here in Italy. Can you explain why that is?
I mean, you can ask before
Yeah,
Matrix
so
came.
what I'd
Someone
like
must
to
have
do,
heard me.
so I want to mute
Yeah, I
you.
think
How do I do that?
Okay, fireman, I'm going to make this very clean and very clear. Please fix your microphone. We can't understand you. That's what you sound like, bro. We don't know what you're saying, so get it fixed or mute yourself. I don't care which one you choose. I've asked nicely. The next time I'm going to mute it for you.
Matrix, may I make a simple comment because I have to go. I have said that I have to go very soon before you jumped in.
Oh, that's all right, man.
Old Haas was here. I just want to respond to Zoidberg, okay? This is what I mean. They always avoid. We are talking about measurements and observations using by Google very known oil rig, how far the distance is, by using that that rig, by using that rig, by knowing how distant that rig is, we are turning an observation into an empirical measurement. So it's always the same thing. They always avoid, like Zoidberg. He looks into the sky. He sees, why do I have to indulge in proving something which I don't need to prove, when he avoided to prove that which I required him to prove? Where is the curvature? Why is he talking about looking into the sky? What does looking into the sky has to do with the measurement of the drop of the curvature, which is not detectable? You get my point, Matrix. I have to go. I mean, I can jump out
Yeah,
because
mate.
I
You're
don't
good.
want this guy to take a win. Okay, don't talk. Look,
No,
one
there's
more
no
time, one
win
more
there.
time, one more time. If I lose my keys by dropping it on the floor of my apartment, I will not look into the ceiling to pick up my keys from the floor. Is that understandable for you, you idiot? Okay, I'm out.
First of
I have to
all,
go.
don't call me an idiot. I never insulted you.
Yeah, because
You're
you
a
are an
retard for
idiot.
doing
You
this. And
cannot.
second of all, I never
You
made
are
a
a retard.
claim.
You cannot look to the sky and
I
measure
never
the earth.
insulted you. Continuously
What a
insult me, you
retard!
fucking mongoloid.
Yeah, fucking retard. You are mongoloid.
When you
No,
stop insulting me, I'll also stop insulting you, you cunt.
Alright, anyways, Berserker. Just chill, bro. It's all good. It's my job to be loud, remember? Not yours. Anyways, yeah, Berserker's gonna say goodbye because he said he was gonna go. You're good, dude?
I'm okay, but you heard his expression. I mean, idiot is
Yeah,
another level,
that's
right?
alright. We're not
Mongoloid.
worried.
He
We're not
called me
worried about that.
mongoloid.
Yep,
Yeah,
Berserker,
mongoloid.
we're not worried
Yeah,
about that. Not worried,
yeah,
dude. We're not worried.
yeah.
But
But
anyways, mate, you said you was
the
gonna
point,
go.
right? Go, really, I have to go an
I
hour.
I get it.
But you get the.
Anyways,
You cannot
I
look
get it.
and measure the earth, right?
I know.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
anyways, I'll let you go, man. Anyways, have a good day. I'll catch you later.
See you later.
All right, see you, man.
Bye. Bye.
Right, now I can unmute the other one. That was easy. Now, your question about stars and whatnot, that's because you're in a different location.
Is it
Location.
possible to see the polar star from everywhere on Earth?
No,
Should
because
be
you
able
can't
to.
see that far. Due to perspective, it will be too low on the horizon and you won't be able to.
Where does that come from? Can I see that?
Well, perspective, things get smaller as they get further away from you. Like when you look down a street and there's street lamps above you, they appear to shrink down to the horizon. That's the way our vision works. So anything that's below your eye line will converge upwards to your eye line or eye level. Anything to the right will converge left, left to the right, and above you will converge down. Just so happens that stars and streetlights are above you and they will converge down to your eye line. Not the horizon, your eye line or eye level. So if you're 6 foot tall, that's the level that they'll happen at. Now, the issue is they will converge down, so the stars that you're looking at, as you get further and further away from them, they will get lower and lower and lower into the sky until they are so low you can't tell them apart from the rest of the noise. And they just blur into the horizon. That's the problem. So you moving from position A to position B has just lowered some of the stars further down and may have raised some of them up by moving closer to them. That's all.
I imagine that as long as there is light, you'll be able to see it no matter how far away it is.
No.
It just takes time for the light to arrive in your essentially eyes.
No. So next time you go to, like, I don't know about where you are, over in the US, they've got some exceptionally large shopping centers. They're like cities on their own. Anyways, if you're right down one end and you look above you, you will see a particular set of lights. You look down the other end and you can't tell what the lights are. They just blur into everything else because they are so low on the horizon. Then when you walk right down the other end, you look up and you can see those lights. You turn around and look back where you were, you can't see those ones anymore. It's exactly the same thing, just on a bigger scale.
But the point is, you do see the light, right? Even if you can't tell exactly what it is.
Some of them you don't see because they're that big and that far away. The centers, that is, not the lights.
Interesting.
But that's all that's happening. So, yeah, it's pretty cool stuff when you start looking into optics and things like that. Perspective, Rayleigh criterion, angular resolution. Yeah, it's very interesting. But anyways, that's all that's happening with your lights in the sky.
Can I ask, like, if I, for example, I just Googled this and it says that it's not the case as long as there is light, eventually light will travel to you.
Well,
be able to see it.
Google's right. Off you go then. Have a nice day. You didn't need to
No,
ask me.
I'm asking where's the misalignment? Like, why do you claim one thing and then?
Well, I
Google
claim
says
one
something
thing
else?
because I've had the privilege of traveling across the world and watching what happens. And just by walking along a long street, you know, all the street lamps are a certain distance above your head, but yet when you look down an exceptionally long road, they look like they're dipping into the horizon, even though you know they're not. So, what are you claiming? Perspective doesn't exist just because Google says so?
No, I'm saying is as long as there is light, eventually we'll see the thing that is projecting the light or emitting the light.
With the street lamps, do you see them while they're on into oblivion? No. Why
I mean,
not?
as long as there's, ideal conditions, I suppose, right?
Oh, so now what's the ideal condition? No perspective? So you've got street lamps above your head.
Depending.
Lights, you've got street lamps above your head. They are illuminated. They are on. You look down the street and they look like they're dropping into the horizon. Yeah? They are on. They are illuminated. But yet they still look like they're dropping down. And after a while, you can't distinguish them from the rest of the horizon. They just blend in there. That is because of angular resolution. So your eyes have an ability to resolve an image down to a certain size. Once it gets below a angular size, I should say, once it gets below a certain angular size, you can't resolve that image. Now, an example of this is a motor vehicle at long range. It looks like one bright light coming towards you. As it gets closer, there becomes two lights. As it gets closer again, they are two square lights. That is the angular resolution showing you how that affects as that thing gets closer. And that's all it is. It's just a car moving towards you with its lights on.
No, I agree. This is a phenomenon. I'm just saying is the light will be able
So-
to you will be able to receive the
Stars
light.
in the sky do the same thing.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. How is it not possible?
Excellent.
When
So
I was
yeah, that's all it is. It's just angular resolution, perspective. That's all. It's nothing really over the
Yeah, but
top.
it seems to me that I should be able, like, here I'm thinking to myself, okay, the world is
For some reason, you're using Google. From Google, you're getting the idea that you have infinite vision. Because the stars are infinite distance away, because they produce light, I should be able to see them. Well,
No,
light
I
only
never
travels
said
for
that.
so far. So the other
Respectfully,
thing
I
you've
never
got to
said
look
that.
at, how's this? We're constantly being told that the sun, when it's setting, is refracting through the atmosphere. That's what makes it hard to see, and that's why it does weird stuff. Wouldn't the stars be doing exactly the same thing?
Excuse me, are you accusing Zoidberg of having Google glasses because you're saying he's using Google?
I haven't accused Zoidberg of anything. Thank you for interrupting. Yeah, stars. In comparison to the sun, we see the sun setting. The claim is the sun is refracting and it's a so many degrees offset. Why aren't the stars doing the same thing?
No, my
They would be, wouldn't they?
initial question was
They would be, wouldn't they? This is tied to it.
May I respond to the previous thing?
Well, I don't want a response to the previous thing. I want you to answer the one that's on the table now.
I would say that perspective when it comes to perceiving things does matter. Yes.
So the stars would not be affected by the atmosphere as the sun does when it sets. Yes or no?
I think both the stars and the sun, which emit light, would be affected by the atmosphere. Yes.
Excellent. So you've answered your own question. That's why I wanted you to answer it.
I understand, but I was asking about why is it that I see an entirely different sky of stars in
Because you have
Argentina.
moved location. You are now from position A at the shopping centre right down at position B at the opposite end. You're the one that's changed your location.
I agree. I have changed my location, but
Excellent. So by you changing your location, you see a different group of stars, different lights in the sky. So at location A, there was one set of stars. At location B, there's another set, but if you look across, you can still see some of the same ones. That's all that happens. I don't know where you're not liking it or linking it, or I don't know where you've missed the connection.
I figure if I do live on a flat Earth, then all the stars above me, all their light should be able to reach me no matter where I am on the flat Earth.
No, light is not infinite. That's where you're
Light is
coming
not.
unstuck. You were
But in
told
school,
a
they
story
thought us.
that they teach it as infinite light. Yes, you can look up the inverse square law. That will give you a rough guide on how light energy.
So you're saying I was lied to?
Oh, we're lied to about a great many things for the reasons which we're unsure. But anyways, you can look up the inverse square law and check that one out yourself. It is an actual law. It's not just some random flat earther thing. And check out the stars, but
okay.
I don't know why you hung up on that one for. That's not really a big deal. Is Jin there? Yeah, Jin, that image that you've posted up. My issue with that is the convergence point or vanishing point is at the same level as your eye line, not the horizon. So naturally, if it's flat, you're standing 6 foot tall, the convergence point is going to be 6 foot above the horizon. That's why I've always hated it when people say the horizon rises to eye level. No, it doesn't.
No, I know that. I always say that it
Oh,
doesn't because
that
you're
shits
standing
me.
above it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'll
You're
tell you
standing
I'll tell you
above
how
it.
much I hate it. I'll tell you how much I hate it. You know how much QE hated it when people would say refraction? That's
Yeah,
how I'm starting to get with the horizon rises to eye level.
yeah. Well,
That
now,
kind of levels of dislike.
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I totally understand it, and I always say that the when you're in a hot air balloon and you rise up, the horizon appears to be rising up with you, and that's a phenomena because of the
It
flat
expands.
Earth
It
itself.
extends out. It doesn't extend
Yes,
come
exactly.
up. It extends stretches out due
Yeah,
to your
yeah,
the angle of view. So you've got a
yeah.
greater angle, therefore you can basically
Survey more. Yeah.
survey
So
more.
the
Yeah,
horizon can never be at your eye level because you are above it.
correct.
Do you know what I mean?
It's
So
pretty
there you
simple,
go.
isn't it?
Yeah,
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 you
and
don't
that's
have
what I've
to
always
really
said.
go
Yeah,
too
I
far out of your
said that
way
to
to.
McToon years ago. I said that to McToon when I debated him twice. He brought it up, and I told him exactly that because he was trying to ridicule us with that one. I said, no, that's not how it works. Sorry, McToon. So now I've been fully aware of that. But the images do help to explain certain aspects, and that's that. That's it at the moment. If there's any queries, and if they're still getting lost, then I explain it even further. So no problem there.
Yeah, it's just one of the things that grinds
I
my
did.
gears.
I did post two, didn't I? I posted the horizontal one, and then I posted the other image underneath that. So it's all there. There's real photograph images of those converging lines. They're there. So everything's. It's all good.
Actually, see the one where you've got horizontal, the
Yes, that
top
one.
one. If
Yeah,
you were to remove the writing off that and see how you can see the streets and you can see their convergence point, if
yeah.
you actually follow those parallel lines and join them up and see where they converge, you will
Mm,
find that they will converge up in the sky. And that point in the sky is the same elevation that that photo was taken from.
interesting.
So that's why I think it's cool when you get the flatearth.ws crap and it's like, oh, look, the horizon doesn't rise to eye level. Here's the
Mm,
convergent point crossover and it's above the horizon line. Well, it's actually the same horizontal level above the plane as
yeah,
the image was taken.
yeah. Exactly.
But yeah, that's just one of my things at the moment. So like,
Yeah, yeah. We need to watch that. Yeah, we need to watch that. That's all. But yeah.
well, the other thing interesting about our eyes is our eyes are normally drawn to something large. So, for example, in that horizontal picture, naturally the word horizontal is not going to be written in the sky. What is the main feature of that? Your eyes are drawn to it. It's the
Yes.
horizon. So,
The
even
horizon.
though the convergence point is above the horizon, our eye line is still drawn to the horizon due to
Horizon. Yeah.
being
Yeah.
such a large thing. That's why. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Such a
interesting.
large, straight, horizontal line, and then there's a clear divide between the sky and the land. So it's so beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, can't wait to get me camera lenses and shit, Jen.
Oh yeah. When's that arriving?
I don't know. I've still got to earn more money yet.
Oh, I thought you'd put it on order and it was coming. I thought you'd ordered it.
I,
And it was on
I
its way.
wish you want to buy it for me. I'll accept it. Seriously.
How much are they
But it's
asking? How much?
for the camera, not for the camera, for the lens, $3,000, for the teleconverter, another grand, and then I've got to buy a large filter to fit it, so a 92mm filter to
Oh,
go in front of it.
that's
And
a lot of money there. You could be buying. Wow,
couple
that's a
hundred
lot of
bucks, yeah.
investment. It's an investment there. I
Yeah,
must
so
say.
I get to practice my photography between now and then, so that's all right.
Yeah, of course.
I'll actually go
Yeah,
tomorrow. Hopefully the weather's good and it's not too cloudy. I'll nick out tomorrow and see if I can round up some more photos.
yeah. So what, you reckon you'll purchase it this year? Towards the end, Christmas time,
Yeah.
maybe?
I'm hoping, about Christmas time. Hopefully they've got some specials running, and
Yeah.
I'll save up
Special
enough,
sales.
and yeah,
Mm.
that's normally the best time is save up all year, just watch the prices go up and down, and when the right thing comes for the right price, and just nab it. That's the best
Yeah.
way.
Yeah. What about trying to get it second hand? Would that be any
I haven't
use?
found
Because
any second-hand ones yet.
okay, all right. People are hanging on to them, right? Yeah. Because
Well,
in
when you're
Japan,
spending 3K on a
yeah,
lens, it's not often that
they'll appear second hand. Yeah. No,
they go
I'm with you.
second hand. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. But it might be worth still having a look. Look around the world. Look in Japan. Maybe someone's done it already and it's there. Have a look around because you might be able to get it cheaper. Just have a look. Won't hurt. I know you want a brand new
Well,
one for
my
yourself.
problem about second-hand stuff is things are
Mm.
second-hand for a reason. If you know what that reason is, maybe
Yeah.
someone's upgraded and they've got good quality stuff second-hand. Hey, that's great, but sometimes it's been dropped and something doesn't work and it's now second-hand.
Yeah.
You've
Yeah.
got to find out what that reason is. So
Yeah.
sometimes it's just easier to go just get a fresh one, start from scratch.
Yeah. Here in Japan, though, the used goods, right, the used market, second-hand market is excellent. Okay, really is really high standard, and I mean high standard. White gloves are high standard, and they open the box. It's second-hand, but the box is there with it, all the leaflets, the insurance, the guarantee. It's already open it up. You have a look, and you examine it. They don't sell you faulty goods. In the camera shop, that's for sure. I know because I bought a few second-hand parts myself, and it was as good as new. No scratches, not even scratches on the thing.
Yeah, some
So
people really look after their stuff really, really well,
yeah,
and others are
animals
you
chucking
wouldn't
it
trust them
around.
to feed your dog. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The Japanese pride themselves in the used market. They really do. Yeah, I saved myself $250 by buying a second-hand camera. And I thought, yeah, that's cool. Over the new one, I thought, yeah, it'll do, and it's worked. I've still got it today.
Yeah. See, my other problem is too, like, I'm scrolling through eBay now,
Yeah, go
looking at the lens that I want, like this one, pre-owned, so it's second-hand, and they
Yeah.
want 3,900. I can buy it brand new for 3,300.
Well, yeah, obviously you're not going to pay that. Yeah, obviously, unless you can negotiate with them and you have them to mention it. Well, look, I can buy a brand new one at this price. So can you drop it down to $2,000? Because that's what I'd
And
say.
the other bit is I don't trust transport. Like some of these, they might
Yeah,
get wrapped up well, but yeah, it's nice if you can go and so say I've only got to drive for 2 hours to go and test it. That's not a problem. I can nick over, take my camera, click it on, test it, check it out. If I'm happy with
yeah,
it, here's the cash. Have a nice day. But yeah, when you're getting it sent across, if I was to spend
overseas.
say 2.5
Yeah,
grand on a lens from overseas and something naughty was to turn up, not what is advertised,
yeah, yeah. Not
short of
as
me
advertised.
throwing it through my window, there's not much more I can do,
Costing you a new camera plus window. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No, I get the idea. I get the idea. It's just I thought it'd be an idea just to have a look. I'm always saying to the Globers that if you want to get equipment to check for the curvature, you don't have to buy it. You can rent it. You can rent the equipment in that case and then return it. In your case, you want to keep it, so second-hand might be an option. But yeah, you've got the patience of a saint, so you've got to wait for Christmas sales.
Well, that's all I
Hopefully,
do
you'll
is
be
I
a happy
just
day.
keep an eye on the prices. When they come
Yeah,
down, that's when I snag them. So no, it's all good. And it seems
yeah,
we've got a
yeah. No
few
problem.
new people have dropped in.
Go ahead.
I don't know
Welcome.
Seven. Welcome, Master Yoda. Welcome back. We've got Joe Spades. Ranger's in. I haven't seen Ranger for a while. How's it going, bro? Ibata. Fireman is probably still mumbling. Let's see if he's fixed his mic up. Have you fixed your mic up, Fireman? Find out in a minute.
Hopefully,
And Zoidberg at the top. So welcome one
hopefully
and
he
all.
has.
If you've got any questions, please don't be scared to step in and ask, or you'll just be listening to me and Jin yabbering away. Me probably talking about camera crap.
Which is actually a great pastime anyway. Take it,
Oh,
photography. Yeah.
Everyone should have a hobby.
Yep.
Now, speaking of hobbies, has T-Dub come out of his bedroom yet from playing that computer game, or is he still hooked in there?
All right. T-Dub. Come on, T-Dub.
No, there's some computer game that they've been playing. Apparently, there's a couple of them that are into it, so good on them.
All right. Yeah, I'm quite surprised at some of the images I've been able to capture just from the iPhone 4 from like 2011, 2008, 9. Brilliant shots, for such a small camera. Because, the thing is, right, you get the smartphone, now you're going to go hiking, you bring your cameras where you think, do I use the iPhone? Do I use it? So you end up using both so you can make some comparisons. I've taken some good shots with the iPhone 4. That really blows my mind.
They're very consistent. They do take good shots. Like, I can't knock them on that. But
Yeah.
when you start getting into some of the high-end cameras and bigger lenses, like the normal average person doesn't go out and spend $2,000 and $3,000 on camera gear. Most people will spend about $600. That includes the lens, so they're getting bottom tier lenses, bottom tier cameras. They're still good, but they don't just step up into that next range. Whereas the phones are very, very consistent. It's when you step up into that next range that it starts crushing the phones and the photos that come out of the high end cameras, especially when you start getting decent lenses attached to them. Yeah, that's when it really kicks into gear.
Now that you've said that, you won't believe this yet. iPhone actually started having these special accessories that you could clip on to your phone to give you that extra quality as well on top of that. It blew me away. I thought, really,
yeah, there's
they're
a
really
whole
going
heap
for
of
it.
lens kits and that, and even what is that, Kalari offer clip-on lenses for different filters and things like that.
Yeah.
Which is really cool.
Yeah, really cool. I thought, wow, that's really good. They really are going for it, because I was, climbing Mount Fuji. I thought, should I take my iPhone and leave the Canon? So I better take both because I want to, let's compare shots. Yeah. So I'm just amazed at what the little small teeny weeny eyeball camera can do. And now the iPhones have got like 3 lenses on them, on the back they got 3 lenses going on.
Yeah, one normal, one wide angle, and one for something else. I don't know what the last one does. Or video, so they're all actually running at the same time, technically.
Yeah. That's it. Motion and that.
So how do they do that? Do they all run at the same time, and then all 3 images are stacked to get better clarity, or are they all actual 3 individuals running their own separate things? So depending on what you call for, the appropriate lens will get used.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's whatever your operation, then it will choose the correct lens for you. Yeah.
Right.
Which is pretty good in itself. Yeah.
Hey, Fireman, when you finish putting fires out, you want to test your mic again? Yeah, he's pocket dialed.
Yeah, doesn't realise he's hot micing.
Yeah, that's all right. He'll be all right. He'll type up in the side chat when he's getting it sorted out. Like I can get a straight prime lens, so an RF 800. That's still $1,500, but it's got a real high f-stop, so it's an f11 standard. So
Right.
that's the only downside about it. Whereas the one I want has a 6.3 to 9. So at full zoom, it's 9. See, the problem we've got when we're doing infrared, as soon as you put a filter on the front of it, your f-stop goes up a minimum of 2 for some of the filters. So that's how
Right.
much light gets in. So high numbers
Yeah.
is bad. So the lower the
Yeah.
number, the better. So that means more light can actually get in. So the only disadvantage will be whatever filter you've got on it. So for example, the really expensive Canon RF 800 Prime has a 5.6, and there's another one, and it's worth just to give you an idea, it's worth $28,000 Australian.
Ooh, bloody hell.
Yeah. So you've either got to have really cool mates or sell your soul, and you might get to touch one. Just
yeah. Wow.
But they've got a really low f-stop, so the lower that number, so when it says f something, the lower that number, normally the more expensive the lens is. So look at
Right.
this, a 70 by 200, it's got an f4, that's $1,800. So it's got not much of a zoom range, like that's still pretty good, but just because it's got such a lower number which allows more light through, so
Yeah.
more light means you can capture more information a lot clearer.
Yep.
So
When you
that
say it
normally
doesn't have much
jacks
of
the
a zoom
price.
range, when you say it doesn't have much of a zoom range, that's a bit of a downer, isn't it? No? No?
Well, 70 to 200 still pretty good. That would cover, for most people, that would cover 99% of their usage.
Okay.
So
All right.
70 is on the bottom side. You could go a lot lower. Like for me, my old lens was an 18 by 48, I think it was.
Okay.
So not much zoom at all, but when you're down at 18, ultra wide angle. So it's good for doing wedding photos, that kind of
Okay.
thing, where you've got large amounts of wide areas that you want compacted into or get as much information in as possible from a very wide area and from very close up. So
Right.
a wide angle lens technically pushes information back. A zoom lens will bring it closer. So if you push
Yeah.
the image back, therefore it now becomes wider and you can see more of it.
Yeah, it pushes back and spreads it out. Yeah. I see what you mean.
Well, it doesn't
Yeah.
spread it out. You've got a set angle of vision. So if I grab the image and push it further away, your angle of vision doesn't change, but because the
No.
image is now further back, it
Yeah,
allows
you
more
can see more
information
of
to
it.
fit in within
Yeah.
that angle. Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
the easiest way of describing it.
Yeah, that's right. Just
My
opens it
favorite
up.
lens
You can see
has a 180 millimeter max focal length and stops at 2.8. And that thing, when you crop
That's
in
clean.
at distance, it is crystal clear. Yeah.
That's clean, yeah. That's how I judge the lenses. I look at them and go, oh yeah, that's got a zoom, pay 100 to 300, and it'll be like f7.3. And then
Like,
you go to
no.
the next one. They've got
Oh,
shit
right,
f-stops on
right.
them.
Right.
And then
Right.
you'll see the next one. It'll be 50 to 100, f 1.9, price $8,000.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, the lower f-stop allows you to crop in manually after your photo and capture more detail in the distance. And that's what you need when you're doing this. You need low f numbers.
Hmm.
And then there's also, like Matrix mentioned, the light, it's all about capturing light. How much light
Yep.
can you pour into it? And yeah, those
Yeah.
infrared filters really block out. Like the difference between a 720 nanometer infrared, which is kind of like moderate, and like 950, which is deep infrared, is like 4 times the light gets blocked out
Yeah.
when you go that deep into infrared. So
Yeah.
So just to give you an idea, Jen, all the black and white ones that I put up are 720s.
Ah, right. Oh, that's not too bad then. 720s. But you want to go lower than that, don't you, obviously?
I want to go higher. So I want to jack the number up. So as I go up, it absorbs more energy at the filter. So the filter goes in front of the lens. So that means all the light hits that filter and just gets wrecked. So only a very small portion will get through. So the darker that lens is, the less information that comes through.
Right. The less, yeah, which means basically less glare. Is that what you're talking about in information, or you really want less
No,
information?
it's as in wavelengths of light. So
Right.
starting from the
Okay.
bottom, ultraviolet, going all the way up to red, then infrared.
Right.
You're above infrared type stuff. So you're talking, some of the guys have got filters that are like up at 1100, that level. So anything below that number is just blocked out completely.
Right.
So that's some pretty dark stuff. That'd probably give you an f-stop of like f22, somewhere up there. So to take in full daylight, if I was to stand in front of you and take a photo, I would probably have to do a long exposure shot of about 15 to 20 seconds.
Yeah, to get all that light to come in, and yeah,
to
okay.
get the light to come in because
Yeah.
the lens is so dark. Yep.
Dark,
Or the
yeah.
filter is so dark. Sorry.
Yeah.
So that's the type of stuff you're looking at. So
Yeah.
you're not doing
And you would
handheld
have to be
sport
on a
shots.
tripod. You'd have to be on a
Oh, yeah.
tripod because you couldn't hold it. You couldn't hold that.
Yeah,
You'd
correct.
be moving.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's the other side of it. When you start doing those real deep, dark ones,
Yeah.
has to be on a tripod. So there's more equipment to buy.
Yeah. And then when you hit the trigger, when you hit the shutter, you'd be better off to use a spring touch, so you're not actually touching the camera at all. You know the
you
type.
set it on
Or
time delay.
digital. Yeah, time delay.
Digital
There you
time
go.
delay.
Thank you.
So I've got a 2-second time delay. So I click the button, let the camera go, and hopefully in that 2 seconds it stops shaking.
Yeah. That's it.
The other way to do it is I use my phone as a remote control and hit the trigger on my phone. I can also, within the camera, I can turn off the lens flicking up and down, the mirror inside it. I can turn that off. So it basically, the sensor itself blacks itself out, lights up, and then shuts itself off at the appropriate time. So there's nothing mechanical that shakes the camera, so I don't blur in my photos.
Yeah, because it does distort the images badly.
Yep.
When you're trying to do that, you've got to have it on
Well,
a tripod. That's the only way.
Where it gets worse is as you've got a longer lens and you're zooming, say, so I've estimated roughly with the 200 by 800 millimeter lens and a teleconverter, that takes me up to 1600 millimeters. At the 100 kilometer range, that's what I'll be looking at. So if I touch the camera and it moves 0.1 of a millimeter, at the other end, that's about a kilometer of shake. So that's pretty serious movement. And that is not good when I want a nice clear shot. Yeah. So that's when you start looking at lens with image stabilization, cameras with image stabilization, specifically to help hold it all very still. So,
yeah, that's what my Canon G9 has, the G-Shock. Yeah, that's what they specialize in. Yeah, because you're taking shots on the move. So they give you that image stabilizer whilst you're on the fly. Yeah, but it's still limited, of course.
You don't realize how good it is until you use a camera that doesn't have it. Grab yourself a camera that doesn't have it, go and take some photos, and then pick up one that does. My latest lens actually has image stabilization in it, and it's pretty tidy to use. Handheld shots now are very clean. So I haven't looked into how it works, but I know it seems to take the shake out of my hands. So it's pretty clever stuff.
As you would say, pretty handy. Dandy.
Yeah. No, it is pretty cool stuff. So, but no, I'm actually I'm super keen to snag hold of one of these high end. Even if I don't get the teleconverter, I just jump up to 800 millimeters. That is going to be a monstrous jump from 300.
Yeah, no, I understand. As you say, it's a hobby, and you're stepping up to it. So I understand the motivation, of course. It's the quality and clarity of the image. It's always motivating. That's why it's such a good hobby, photography. I was always into it. I used to teach it when I was as a youth worker. So, we had at that time we had the camera known as the Zenith Type E. It's a German camera, Zenith Type E. We had about 6 of those, and it was me and 6 kids with the film all loaded up, go out and take pictures, setting the aperture and everything else, and then come back. And then the following week we'd develop the shots that they took. You know, in the dark room, print everything, develop the film, and print the shots.
Oh,
So
cool.
yeah, really into that. That was one of my skill sets. You see,
I only
love.
got a basic tour of photography when I was at school. Here's the dark room. This is what's going on, and there's like 15 kids crammed into a
Yeah.
broom closet, and
Yeah.
only the front two camera off.
Mucking
Thank
about with all
you.
the chemicals. Yeah.
Cheers, man. Yeah, so basically the front row got to see what was going on, and the rest of the kids just run amok. So if you weren't on the front row, you had no idea. I was sort of second row, trying to jump over the tall kids, trying to have a look, but you only see bits and pieces here and there.
Yeah, you know,
And
the
he did
smell
everything.
of
He had a little black bag, and he put his hand in the little black bag and did everything in there, anyways. So I was like, bro, we're in a room where you can barely see the end of your nose,
Yeah.
and now you just put shit in a bag that's black anyways, and you're doing stuff like, why don't you just close your eyes?
Yeah, we have, because our dark room at school was small, because it was small, we had to use those black bags, you know, and I was really good at it. You know, I used to do all my mates and the kids who couldn't do it, I used to do it. I used to find it really good, you know. And you're putting it into the developing tank and then you take it out, ta-da, there you are, all done. Brilliant. Next. Yeah. I used to like putting it onto the spool, you know, when you rotate it one way, rotate it the next. So so it's definitely winding on. Brilliant, that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about your senses again and that. You know, I was really into that. So I introduced that to the kids when I became a youth worker part time. Yeah, and it was really good. They really enjoyed it. You know.
Yeah, now it's all about Photoshop. It's all digital, and this is how to Photoshop stuff. And it's
Yeah.
like, that's wrong. They should be teaching them traditional
Analog.
film. Teach them
Yeah.
how to get the shot right the first time. So if you're on Photoshop, you're only doing minimal stuff anyways, like cropping, rotating, and that's about the limit that they need to do on Photoshop.
Yeah. With the cameras and Zenith typing, it was always advised, obviously, to take several pictures, and then you pick the best one out of the bunch you take each time.
It's all right when you sponsored the development.
Yeah. 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 That's what was good about photography, is that when you buy a new camera, you know, the analog type, where you need to film, you know, getting used to the camera, getting to learn all its qualities and its capabilities, that was all fun, because you're making all the notes down. Daytime lights, writing all that down from the light meter, so you know what to set the camera set up to before you make your shots, you know, and then you take extra either way just to cover. Yeah, that's what made photography interesting for me. You know, they take with the digital, they minimized all that. They, you know, you don't have, you know, you take one shot, oh, that's not good. Take another one, you know, quickly.
Oh, you just put it on full auto. I can crank, what is it? When I've got everything set on its lowest settings, I think it does something like 24 photos a second. Sounds like a machine gun when it goes off.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty cool, actually.
There you go. That's a lot.
You can just, when it's got 4 settings, when you put it on its top setting, you can't even hear it. Just vibrates in your hand, and it's like, wow, what are you doing, little camera?
Yeah.
It rips them out pretty quick. So
amazing,
impressive little toy.
Yeah. I was blown away because when I came into the Flat Earth 2016 now, right? 2015 is when I actually watched the videos, because it was December. So we're now into 2016. And when I'm hearing about the P900 and its zoom capability, I thought, bloody hell, I've got to go back into the camera shops and have a look at this stuff. This is what's out there now. I called the P900 a small observatory with that kind of zoom it had. You know, the P900. It blew me away. Okay, I wasn't aware.
They're only equal. Those little
go ahead.
cameras, optical zoom is only equal to 385 or 86 millimeters. That's it.
Yeah.
The rest is digital.
Yeah, there you go.
So my biggest gripe about them was they have excellent zoom capabilities for a very compact camera. Like, they're still not compact, but excellent zoom capabilities. Shit sensor. Why didn't they put a decent sensor behind that excellent lens?
Yeah, everybody's saying that.
I don't know.
Everyone says that.
That is the complaint about them. Like, they still take exceptional photos and they still are exceptional at filming. I'm not knocking them for that. But when you've got an excellent camera and the only component is the sensor that needs to be upgraded, why not listen to the people and go, you know what? We've got a better sensor in camera 3. Put that sensor in in the good camera. Stand back and let the punters go to town on it.
Yeah. I think they did that with the P1000, didn't they? You know, I think they tried to.
No, there's 900 to 1000. There's a slight change. Was it 1000 to 1100? It's 5 grams lighter. The USB 3 charging port as opposed to the other one, and there was something else. There was 3 things that were changed on it, and none of it was sensor or lens or any of the things that you would consider that they might change.
Well, they mentioned, they happen to say that if you're going to be doing, like wildlife shots and the animals on the move, then the P1000 is the one you should use. Then if you're looking at long distance observations, constellations, things, you could use your P900 for that. That was suitable. That's what the experts with the cameras were saying. Yeah,
they're all the same, mate. So there's not much between them. What is it? They're 125 millimeter zoom versus 85.
Yeah,
it's so much optical. It's like 120 something versus 80 something or 70 something. There was the latest one, or the last 2 have got this higher digital zoom. That was all. So optical zoom was still the same. So it still has the same lens, actual physical glass movement, but its digital was different. And the best way to describe digital zoom, and we've all done this, have you ever looked at a photo on a computer and then rolled your mouse wheel forward to zoom in?
Yeah.
Digital zoom 1. Every time you do a click, that's another level of digital zoom. So that's the best way to describe what's going on. The problem is you zoom in so far, everything starts to pixelate. So you've got to draw a line on how far you'll zoom in. But they've got a very good digital zoom. If they had a better sensor, their digital zoom would be improved more so. So this is why the whole better sensor thing, because they pick up better information. There's more clarity when it hits the sensor. So when there's more clarity on the sensor, they can also blow it up even bigger again. So therefore being able to hit further targets and show them. So that's why everyone's jumping up and down about the better sensor.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to do it. Sure, Nikon, they're going to hit it soon. They've got to. People were complaining about
they will
that
eventually. But the actual digital side of it, the actual lens side of it, they're only equal to a 385 millimeter or 386 millimeter. That's it. So my big lens at the moment is a 300 millimeter.
Yeah, I think Nikon was involved in the fiasco that is known as Artemis 2. I think they used Nikon cameras there. I think.
Don't know.
Yeah, but the point is, I mean, we know they didn't go to space, so Nikon's taking a big risk by doing that. Their credibility could plummet. That's the thing, Kodak,
like,
was
in
very
all seriousness, if the actonauts wanted to really buzz a lot of people, what they would have done was grabbed a couple of P1000s, taken them up there and gone, oh, by the way, flat earthers, here's your globe killer photo of the globe, using the globe killer. Like, so why wouldn't you do it? That'd be the ultimate kick in the guts.
Exactly. right. It's true.
Just to add insult to injury. Globe killer with a photo of a globe. Click. I'd do it.
Yeah.
That's
just
that'd be the ultimate. But instead, they've got all other shit. It's just a clown show.
Yeah. It was said that Kodak, during the Apollo missions, Kodak missed the opportunity to promote their product as the product that was taken to space. You see, right? But obviously, Kodak was being very cautious. Well, that's what they were doing. That's why they didn't go hell for leather to advertise. What was his name?
Hasselblad had the market for that, because they've always had the top end of the top of the top end. So
but they were using Kodak Ektachromac 100 film, so that was the thing, you see. And what's his name? H.J.P. Arnold, who is the assistant managing director to Kodak in the UK, stated that Kodak missed an opportunity, right? In other words, because why wouldn't you promote your product if it had gone to space? You see, an opportunity missed. Okay, that was quoting H.J.P. Arnold, assistant managing director.
For a company that used to be so top end for
Yeah.
their camera stuff, when
Yeah.
digital cameras come out, Kodak just
disappeared.
Yeah,
disappeared.
They made some bad decisions there.
Yeah, they certainly did. Like, and then the Japanese are just kicking ass out there with their equipment.
Yeah,
they've got it. They've covered every angle there.
I thought Kodak was Japanese or is Japanese.
No, Kodak's British, and with a connection with America. I thought Kodak.
Oh, okay.
Unless they bought it over. Yeah, but no, it's definitely a British and an American collaboration, I think. And then they started to do the Polaroid, Kodak Polaroids, where you take the picture and then the negative comes out, you wait and there's your picture, already developed, ready to go. Yeah, those were the days, back in the 70s.
There you go. Company's headquartered in Rochester, New York, and incorporated in New Jersey. Best known for photographic film products.
There you are. There you are, see? And they have a headquarters. I think they're in Luton. That's where they used to be. Kodak. I used to go there. Kodak in Luton on deliveries. So yeah.
Thanks for that, brothers. Correction.
Oh no, you're welcome, sir.
I love that. Yeah, people just come in, say something random, and goes. And next thing, there's the Googlers. Let's find out where this is from. There you go.
Yeah.
Brother's got his hands busy. Yeah, where's this at? Just Google this for me. Pinpoint this location.
I do use that. Do you use? Oh boy, wow! I can't even get the words out. I do use you for that quite often, Dr. Copatine. Our CN Tower to Seattle Space Needle observation measurement.
I'm gonna have to find out a way to lock them in so I can just, whenever you call up, am I available? I can just go, I know what's coming. Click. Here's one I prepared earlier.
Yeah, there you go.
Have we got any Glovers dropped in? Surely someone wants to ask a question or 7.
Yes. On the photographic imageries of Earth as a ball, whilst measuring it flat.
Or lack thereof.
Yeah. According to NASA, they don't have a real one, do they?
No.
It has to be.
Any good arguments lately, Jim? Every now and then you get that random person who'll come in with something different. Like you'll get a whole week of, where's the edge? Show us your map. Show us your model. You get the usual chance. But every now and then someone comes up with something just different. Have we had any of those whilst I've been at work?
No, not really. No. Not just the standard at the moment. No,
like I had
I'm trying to wrap my brain from a few days back. Yesterday I was in the Gem Panda server, so I was just trying to see what did anybody say. No, it was just the usual crap.
I hope you washed your hands when you left that dirty place.
I went in there with a hazmat suit. What are you talking about? I'm going in there with a hazmat suit, mate. But I whipped them to death with DJ's video, though. DJ put that video, the Flat Earth handbook.
How did the Globers take it? Besides,
like a man. They were very upset. Very upset indeed.
You should see them on Facebook. They're crying and carrying on everywhere. It's hilarious. I'm loving it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There's just one guy who's his rebuttal now. I still don't see any flat Earth evidence. You're only humiliating yourself, and you don't know what that means. That's the
Yeah.
3 phrases now he has lowered himself to saying, and
Yeah.
it's just
Terrible.
full copium. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh man, I'm going to make soap bars out of this, and I'm going to hand them out to everyone. It's going to be great, so you can just wash yourself in pure copium. That's the
Yeah.
levels
That's
of
what I do. Yeah.
broken. That's the levels of broken that are on Facebook at the moment, just
Yeah.
because of DJ's video.
So we're on Friday now. So Monday, I went to the UK politics. I got permanently banned there, but that's fine. I don't care. The thing is, the guy who banned me, who owns the server, he was so upset because for the last 4 months they've lost every encounter with me. Me and another guy who's in there, flat earther. Sometimes he's there, sometimes he's not. But they've lost every encounter. That's when it's been amicable and pleasant. They lost. When they started to make jokes, when they joke and try to antagonize you, they lost. When they started to slagging match and it got down to abuses and insults, they lost. They lost everything, and then they gathered together in a group, tried to attack you. They lost. Okay, so the other day he mentioned the Earth being a planet, and I said, well, we've had the discussion that planet means wandering star. Earth is not a star, not wandering, and he blew his top, right? And Cope started to say that we hadn't proven anything. Flat earthers don't prove anything. You're listening to retards who haven't got a clue, right? And it's a psyop, etc., etc. Goes, no, the numbers are there. You can measure the numbers. What are you talking about? Just because you haven't measured the numbers doesn't mean we haven't. Get out there. We've tried to prove those numbers, and we're finding it flat. So don't lie. You're lying. And then in the end, he goes, well, look, why are you here? I said, well, I'm here to have a discourse. I was interested in what you're talking about. It's just that you mentioned Earth being a planet, and I had to correct you on that point because, it doesn't mean that. Earth isn't a planet. We're not the same. And he got triggered. But why else are you here? I'm here to listen. Well, I want you to leave. I said, I'm not leaving. You've got to leave. I'm not leaving. I said, no. The door is open. I'm in here. Yeah, because you're one of those strong flat earthers who doesn't want to give up, eh? I said, it's not that, but come on, I'm here, I'm listening. So in the end, he permanent banned me because I wouldn't leave.
See, I wouldn't have perma-banned you. If you're in there being sensible,
yeah.
And okay, just say I'm a horrible person, and you said you're just here to listen. I'd have gone, not a problem, mute. You can listen all day.
And that's what he did. He put me on mute. You see, he did that, right?
Yeah,
and because I hadn't left, then he kicked me out.
Well, I wouldn't worry. You've made the claim that you're here to listen, so listening doesn't involve talking. I'd have just gone, click red flag. You can listen all day, bruv. Have a nice one.
That's exactly what he did. He put me on mute.
Yeah.
You see?
So I wouldn't get upset if you've made a claim that you're just here to listen and you've been put on mute. That wouldn't worry me. You could sit there all day, pad the numbers. That'd be great. I'm good.
That's right. Yeah. But then I was posting in the side chat. No profanity. Just images of flat Earth and how we prove it and how the globe doesn't work and images, nice real images of flat Earth and that horizontal, for example, and the long distance shot, 275 miles. Record,
all the usual
lovely
stuff that triggers normies, yeah.
Yeah, right. That's all in the side chat. So then I got booted after that. But
yeah,
that's
I don't
them.
go to other
They're
channels.
trying to cope. Sorry, go ahead.
I just said I don't go to other channels. I've got my list. I've got what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 channels. And out of them, I basically hang out in 3.
Yeah.
Here, English, and home base. That's it.
Yeah. No, I hang out in a whole load.
99% of it.
Yeah, I hang out in a whole load of them. Now, with the UK politics, they tend to talk about politics of UK and all the immigrants and the Islam and all that, and they're moaning and crying and groaning. I said, okay, that's all very well, but what about the shape of the Earth? Now, how have you proven to yourselves that you're on this ball Earth? But that's still part of the government. They're teaching us that we're on a globe when we're not, and it's provable. Let's pick your brains, try and change the direction slightly, and I've been doing that since February, right? And then it's culminated in me being perma-banned from the UK politics. But that's because of all there are two. It's a joint ownership, so the other guy will probably bring me back in. I'm not looking to get in any time soon at the moment. I'll let him have his tis that he's got there. He blew a top, so that was him. That's down to him. He's got the problems, not me. Tried to embarrass us. He goes, "You flat earthers think you know something special because you're special. You've got this special secret." He goes, "No, that's not it at all. The truth is the truth, no matter what it is, no matter what you think." Okay, so no, it's not that we think we're special in any way, even though we all are actually. Seems as we're the only living thing on the earth, and in the sky, those objects, no life there, as far as we know. Right, so we are. That makes us special in itself. Yeah. He goes, you are, what's the word? You are violating my sanity. That's what he said. I said, no, I think you're doing that yourself because you believe in a ball that you can't prove.
Yeah. Oh, we just had someone new drop in. Who we got?
Welcome.
Noir. Welcome. Let's go, mate. Don't be scared. I ain't going to bite you. They do feed me.
Yeah. So welcome anyway. If you have any questions, yeah, just don't hesitate. Just ask. We're here to answer all your questions. Flat Earth, ball Earth. Which one is true? Go ahead.
So, anyways, we had what's his name? Wannabe mechanic, in today trying to tell me that satellites, circumpolar flight of satellites proves Baltard because if a person in position A is tracking a satellite and disappears from their vision, and person B in another location then picks it up, that proves that it's on a Baltard. And no, that only proves to me that it's gone out of one person's signal range and into another person's signal range. Nowhere in that does it necessitate a sphere. And yeah, he didn't. First time I said it, he just pretended like I didn't even speak. He's actually a rude little individual when they do that. That annoys me.
Yeah, because they're not acknowledging or digesting what you've said to carry on the conversation. At least to acknowledge what we're looking for is a concession, really. Oh yeah, you're right. That doesn't prove a piece of globe. That's what we're looking for.
Even if I was only partially right, nowhere in the flight of a device above your head. So when it leaves one person's tracking, so you got to look, how is he tracking it? Using radio signals. Okay,
right.
So they're using radio signals to track these satellites. Now it's gone out of range of person A. It is now allegedly moved across the sky, and now it's within range of person B after some time delay in between.
Yeah.
How does that prove that you're on a sphere? It doesn't. That to me says, well, it could be a sphere. Hey, granted, it could be, but also it could be something as simple as it's gone out of the radio range of person A and into the radio range of person B, which that doesn't prove that it's a sphere. That just proves that there's a distance that your radio gear works that's limited to. That's
right,
all.
and that's why you said it, so that the individual you were talking to would digest what you've said, then think about what he's thinking, his position, and then compare the two and say, you've got a point there. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for that connection of rationale thinking, right? The concession. Yeah, I'm going to concede that. Yeah, you've got a point there, because it doesn't. What I'm saying could be
even if
what
he
you
just
put
said,
forward.
Yeah, even if he'd have just said, "Hey, that's a factor that I never considered,"
right?
That would have been more than enough. But it was like I hadn't even spoken, and he just kept going on. Like right at the start, do you agree? And it's like, and I jumped straight on it, bro. I don't have to agree to anything.
Yeah, I don't agree to anything exactly.
And that's why I jumped straight on him, and all of a sudden it was like, "Oh, you're defensive. You don't have to be so aggressive." No, I'm just going to make it quite clear from the get-go. I don't have to agree to anything. All I have to agree to, and I'm going to agree to it, is when you present your data, I will assess it.
Yeah, that's it.
And yeah, he sort of got a little bit through, and do we both agree that aeroplanes do this? Well,
Yeah.
has it happened? And then he started rambling, and his claim was that flights from Argentina south to Australia
Right.
prove a globe. And it's like, okay, has it happened? And then there was mass sidestepping, as one would expect. So, so dishonest.
Yeah.
Make
Yeah.
your claim,
And
back it up.
right. It's a tactic, isn't it? They want you to agree, and then you might be agreeing to something that totally goes against your position, and then you end up in a hole in the middle.
Agree to this premise because
Yeah.
it is related to this next one that I'm going to put forward.
Yeah,
And that's why,
exactly.
no, I don't have to agree to anything.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I'll do what my old man does. The only thing we have to do in life is pay tax and die, and I'm doing my best at avoiding one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
So no, I don't have to agree to your stupid premise. Just put the data
Yeah.
forward.
Yeah.
I'll take a little
Yeah.
bite. I'll swish it around. If I don't like the taste of it, I'll spit it out. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's me. I said, no, I'm not going to agree to anything. Just present your case. That's what I just say to them. Present your case.
Well, this is what's interesting about it, Jen. Let's just say I start the sentence off with, "Do you agree X, Y, Z?" Now, I'm talking to two people. If one of them says yes and the other one says no, does that mean that because we've got contradicting answers that I have to make a new argument for each of them because one says yes and one says no? Or does my argument still stand with or without respect of your answer? So I can still spit my data out. So therefore, why do I need to agree to anything? Just present your data and happy days for everyone.
Yeah, just present your case. That's it. Agree here, agree there. I always say no. I'm not agreeing to anything you're saying. So that leaves them stranded. You know what I mean? Just present your case. I'm not here to assist you. Get on with it. It's your baby.
Yeah, your story does not need a yes or no from me.
And then the other one they ask is, what because we scrutinize their material from time to time, and then they end up saying, okay, what standard would you accept? What should I do? I said, I'm not here to assist you.
Go
You
to
said
space,
you
bro. Bro,
Yeah.
just go to space. Get in a rocket. Go to space, bro.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Oh, man. That's the standard you've got to accept. If you're happy to get in a rocket and get flicked into the sky, then so be it.
Thank you.
Now, tell me something. That's what I want to know, Jen. Let's just say tomorrow, old Matrix goes, you know what? I'm rich. I'm going to jump in a rocket and I'm going to go up into the sky and I'm going to take my camera and I'm going to take a metric shit ton of photos. And I get up there, take a shitload of photos and I bring them back and there's no curvature. What do you think the response? What do you think the response from all the baltards would be? They're fake. They're CGI.
Yeah, CGI.
It didn't actually go. The cope levels would be insane of all the bullshit answers that we get when I've legitimately gone up and done as they requested. So why bother?
Exactly. No, you're
Like,
right.
seriously.
That's exactly what they would do. That's what they would do.
You know, you do the right thing. Just go to space, bro. Get in a rocket, bro. Okay, get in me little rocket. Up, lots of photos. Bring them all back for the boys because I know if any one of us got the opportunity to go in one of those SpaceX bullshit, not after what I read earlier though, I'd probably why haven't they banned them yet? Exactly. I'd probably consider not, but if anyone went up there and they came back with a shit ton of photos, I'd quite happily look at all the photos.
Yeah.
And just be going like, that's cool. You've
Yeah.
been like Cheech and Chong levels of high, and you've got heaps of photos. That's great.
Yeah. So you've got to scrutinise what they do to see, to reverse engineer their deception. You've got to do that. That's how we understand how they do it. Yeah.
If it was me that went up, I know the usual range of questions from you guys. What camera was used? What lens was used? f-stop, like the full data set that comes with a photo, I would have to be handing those over. So,
Yeah.
and yeah, this is photo A, this is the data set, this is photo B, the full data set, the whole lot would be getting handed over. But I'm just trying to like preempt all the globetard stupidity that would come along with all the photos that were just legitimately taken. So it makes you wonder sometimes, you know, like
It does.
is it worth just telling them to kick rocks or what? You guys just live in an echo chamber whilst you're in here.
Yeah. Someone said that yesterday. Someone said
yeah,
that
you guys
yesterday.
are in an echo chamber, and it's the third
Yeah.
time he's been back this week.
Someone said that yesterday. Yeah. Right. Not to
Yeah,
be
I've
rude or
heard that a
anything. I'm
bit.
going to get my wife's just put me dinner down, so I'm going to have my dinner now. So I'll catch you
Oh,
guys
fair
up
enough.
later on. Right. Yaki's soba. Grilled noodles
Cool.
today with
Oh,
vegetables.
nice.
Yeah. Looking forward to it. I've just put a little bit of a basil. I've just whacked some basil on there and a little bit of black pepper, and I'm on my way now. Wicked. So catch you guys later on. Thank you again.
Catch you, Jin. See you, man. Ah.
Dangerous.
By the will of Allah, is this even alive? Jesus fucking Christ. The earth is not flat, the earth is Oregonian.
It's like background. Matrix.
lightsabers for you now.
Yeah. I wanted one of those.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool if it could cut through anything. You'd be able to like cut steel with it.
Yeah.
You slice your onions with it. Also deadly. It was cool how it made that buzzing sound. So the bot just entered the room.
Nice.
Hello, bot. Hello, YouTube. Flat Lloyd, right? Shout out to Flat Lloyd.
FL Dub.
Yeah, I mainly listen on there. YouTube's.
Yeah. Usually there's too much people in here for me. Gets too crazy.
Yeah.
Too many people want to get on the mic and stuff, you know?
Yeah, it's hard to get a word in sometimes, and there's heaps of people in the room. And then by the time you get a chance to say it, it's too late anyway.
Yeah.
Moved on. I'm a slow typer, so it's the same when I text.
Yeah, I like to pause and give time for people to think and understand what I'm saying. Like that, right? Every time I pause, someone else is jumping in. It's like, okay, you guys got it.
G'day, Morvis.
Morning.
Did you see the Blue Origin rocket blow up? Happened in the last day, like today or yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
I saw the
Yeah, I
video. It
saw
looked
it,
like a
man.
hairy dick splashing down.
Went kaboom!
That was weird. It was weird.
Giant earth-shattering kaboom!
And then everybody was cheering about it. They did it.
Maybe they had their marshmallows ready and they got them nicely cooked. I don't know. I wouldn't want to get in one of those things. Could blow up anytime. Got to be crazy. I thought it's weird how the airships were banned after the fatal crash in the 30s. the Hindenburg. But all these rockets are blowing up. Nah, we'll just keep sending rockets. It's crazy. Be cool to go on one of those airships, I reckon. Get it solar
That would
powered,
be cool.
turbines on it, unlimited fuel.
Yeah, and we were faster than boats and stuff.
Yeah.
Tennis courts and basketball courts on them, and all different kind of
Huge.
cabins. And like,
A cruise ship version.
yeah, it's like a cruise ship but
Wow.
faster.
Hey guys, what's going on? I'm back.
Prince,
Hey, are
how
you
you doing?
still talking about the banana chips?
What's that?
I said, are you still talking about the shape of the Earth?
Always, but
No.
not really. We're
Oh, I
not
told you
talking about a shape.
it's
We're
banana.
talking about flat. Flat's not a shape.
Oh, for real.
No, it's banana.
Bananas are flat.
That's right.
Did you find any evidence for this banana?
About what?
Something else? Did you find any evidence that the Earth is not flat?
Um, just how can I say it in English? Wait,
Oh,
I just can't say it. It's just feeling.
just a feeling you have?
Yep, because I love
I
banana.
don't agree.
It's more than a feeling.
I think you do not feel it. I think it's
Why,
just a
bro?
Leaf.
Bananas are good. If you
Sure.
go to the gym, you will like it.
Yeah, that was a huge explosion. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at the Blue Origin stuff that happened like 10 hours ago, I think it is. It's a huge explosion. Holy fuck.
Oh,
Blue
that's
Origin or what?
another one. I saw one a few days ago.
I saw one on X. I think it was the Elon Musk. What's it called again?
Oh,
SpaceX,
Blue
yeah.
Origin. Okay, yeah, that's SpaceX. I was thinking of the
Yeah, another one happened
earlier this
yesterday.
week. So yeah, Blue
Holy
Origin.
moly.
I just
The new
posted
one.
it. The one that I was talking
Were the
about
people on it?
was no, just a 40,
Looks like a
40
nuke.
second news clip.
So, hey guys, I want to ask you for something. I was in the other room and I heard someone says there are spies in the server. Is this right?
Eyes in the server.
There's spies everywhere, brother.
What? It was
What
true?
kind of spies? I don't know.
Uh,
If I was a
I'm
spy, would I
not
tell you I was a
CIA.
spy?
yeah, I know. I know what it means.
Why are you MI6?
No, no, no.